Endless mountains of piled-up garbage stretched to the horizon, the air thick with a pungent, rotting stench. A gigantic black flying object appeared in the hazy gray sky, casting a vast shadow over the towering mounds of trash below. Ning Jin, who had been rummaging through the garbage, suddenly halted and looked up at the massive black craft. She froze for a moment, then tears of wild excitement welled up in her eyes. I'm saved. Half a month ago, she had finally fought her way to first place in an underground robot competition, winning $1 million in prize money that had not even had time to warm her pocket before misfortune struck. The moment she stepped outside, she fell into a sewer, and when she woke again, she had become this little girl. Her entire body ached as if it had been torn apart and reassembled. Aside from the 7 or 8 corpses lying nearby, there was nothing around her but an endless expanse of garbage piled like mountains. She was dressed in rags, her body scrawny and dry, filthy from head to toe. She did not know where this place was. At first, when she saw the pile of corpses beside her, she had thought it was some mass grave where bodies were dumped. Yet aside from those few corpses, she had not been able to find a single living person in this world, nor any way to leave. She could only stay here for the time being. She had once been very poor and had endured every kind of hardship, so her mental fortitude was strong. In order to survive during this time, she had searched through the reeking sea of garbage where the stench choked the air for anything edible, and had even eaten rats that had bred within the trash. At last, heaven did not forsake the persistent. Ning Jin quickly found an iron rod, tied a strip of ragged cloth to it, and scrambled madly up the garbage hill. As she climbed, she waved the cloth-wrapped rod and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Hey, is anyone there? Help! Someone's here." From the starship, something had been thrown down toward the surface. It was about to depart when its sensors picked up her voice, and its occupants saw the tiny figure that was almost too small to make out. There's actually someone down there. How can there be a living person on a garbage star? And a child, no less. He's shouting for us to save him. Kill him. After a round of conversation, inaudible from outside, the starship fired several shells. Watching the incoming black objects like meteorites, Ning Jin was momentarily stunned. She did not know what they were, but a bone-deep, hair-raising instinct told her they were extremely dangerous. She immediately turned and bolted down the trash heap toward the outskirts. She had barely taken a few steps when the blast hurled her into the air. Just like that, was she going to die again? She did not know how much time passed before she struggled to open her eyes, her whole body once more aching as though shattered. She had not died. Staring up at the murky sky and the familiar sea of garbage, Ning Jin painfully rolled herself upright and pulled out the broken metal shard she used as a mirror. She was still alive, though her eardrums rang and her head throbbed with dizziness. That black mist had been the shells, 3 in total. They had flattened this whole section of garbage mountain, leaving a giant crater in the ground. Damn it. Even if they refused to save her, did they really have to try to kill her? It could be said that her life was truly stubbornly tenacious, surviving even this blast. Her stomach growled loudly. She seemed to recall seeing something fall from the flying craft, a piece that had landed outside the bombardment zone. It might be food. Ning Jin randomly wiped the blood from her face and pushed herself to her feet. Dazed from the blast, ears ringing and vision swimming, she forced herself onward by sheer will to survive until she reached the area where the object had fallen. When she saw what lay amid the garbage ahead, Ning Jin froze. It was a person. Another child who looked to be about 6 or 7 years old as well. His clothes were in tatters, his face streaked with blood, his exposed skin covered in bruises. His eyes were tightly shut as if he were already dead. Ning Jin crept closer, reached out to feel for his breath, then pressed her ear to his chest to listen for a heartbeat. There seemed to be a faint trace of life. Hey! Ning Jin poked his cheek, but he did not respond. Being thrown from such a height, and still not quite dead, only to run into her, he could be considered lucky. Ning Jin overlapped her hands on his chest and began performing chest compressions. When she finished, he still did not wake, but his breathing had grown a little stronger. From that starship, she now knew for certain that there were people living outside this world. And this child before her was the first living human she had seen here besides the rats. If he woke, he could at least keep her company, talk with her, and tell her something about the outside world. Otherwise, even if she did not die here, the loneliness alone would drive her mad. As for the people on that starship, throwing a child down here and then bombarding her without cause, using such lethal force against 2 children, was downright monstrous. There had been a conspicuous giant white skull painted on the starship's hull. She had memorized it. If she ever managed to leave this place alive, she would make sure to destroy them someday. The bombardment had just ended and Ning Jin's eyes and ears were still bleeding. Even after wiping, the blood kept flowing. Enduring the pain, she spent several exhausting hours dragging and hauling the child back to her shelter, a crude metal box she had pieced together from scraps salvaged from the trash. Inside, she had laid out 2 tattered garments stripped from the corpses that had been lying nearby when she first woke. They were barely usable, but for the past half-month she had been sleeping in this box. The clothing served as both bedding and covers. It was just enough for 1 person, but not enough for 2. There was no distinction between day and night here. The sky remained perpetually gray. After placing the child inside, Ning Jin lay down for a short sleep. When she woke and regained some strength, she glanced at the still unconscious boy, then closed the metal door to keep rats and other unknown creatures from gnawing on him, and ran back toward the corpses. Those corpses looked as though something had gnawed at them, their flesh riddled with pits and holes, many of them barely recognizable as human. They reeked of decay, but their clothing was still relatively intact. Suppressing her revulsion, Ning Jin forced herself to strip all the clothing from the corpses. Inside the chest area of 3 of them, she discovered 2 transparent tubes, each filled with a pale blue liquid. Ning Jin opened one of the caps and brought it to her nose. It smelled wonderful. Was it something edible? She cautiously took a sip. The taste was like a blend of honey melon and blueberry, and her hunger instantly diminished by more than half. Ning Jin stared blankly for a heartbeat, then was overjoyed. She did not know what the substance was, but a single mouthful could dispel most of her hunger. If she rationed it carefully, these 6 tubes would be enough to sustain her for half a month. At last she would not have to eat rats and garbage anymore. Fortunately, whatever had been eating the corpses had not bitten into these tubes. She searched the rest of the bodies carefully, but found nothing else. Just then a chill inexplicably ran down Ning Jin's spine. She turned her head only to see a rat larger than a rabbit with razor-sharp teeth and sleek oily fur, its beady eyes fixed squarely on her. It was even bigger than the ones she had seen a few days earlier. Damn it. What kind of nightmare was this? Ning Jin jolted, stuffing the tubes of liquid into the fold of a garment and bolting at once. Thankfully, after half a month of living in this place, she had learned to run across the trash heaps as if they were level ground. The rat lunged after her at speed far greater than hers. Like lightning, it sprang and knocked her down from behind. Gritting her teeth, Ning Jin twisted and rolled so she would not crush the garment full of precious liquid beneath her. The rat landed on top of her and sank its teeth into her arm. Dammy. Ning Jin's face turned deathly pale as she kicked out with all her strength, grabbing whatever trash her hands could find and hurling it at the beast. The rat smashed through the thrown garbage and opened its jaws again, launching itself toward her. Ning Jin seized a stick and swung it at the creature with all her might, but its body was so tough that after beating it for a long time, she only managed to daze it briefly. Gripping the rat with both hands, Ning Jin twisted and used every ounce of strength to pin it beneath her. Staring at its gaping, screeching mouth, she drove the stick into it again and again, heedless of the rank, filthy fluids, until she finally managed to kill it. Fortunately, these rats did not seem very intelligent, and their mouths could be pierced. Ning Jin's strength gave out, and she released her grip, rolling onto her back and gasping for breath. It now seemed clear that these rats not only ate garbage, but also fed on humans. They had already mutated. Even the outer trash heaps were not safe. After resting a little, Ning Jin checked the tubes of liquid and found them all intact, breathing a sigh of relief. She got to her feet and walked a few steps, then turned back to drag the rat's corpse along as well. If the nutrient liquid ran out, she could force herself to stomach it as food. Staggering back to the metal box, she found the child still unconscious, his heartbeat faint and fragile. The reason Ning Jin had built this metal box as a shelter after waking was that there was a small water pit nearby. She did not know how it had formed, but compared to this heavily polluted garbage field, the water in the pit was relatively clean. She had even drunk a few mouthfuls from it and used it to wash herself. She tossed the rat's corpse some 20 meters away, carefully set the tubes of liquid in a corner of the metal box, then, gritting her teeth against the pain and exhaustion, used a broken basin made from scrap to roughly wash the foul-smelling clothes by the water pit. After hanging them to dry, she wiped herself down as best she could, tore off a damp cloth, and returned to the box. The child seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, his body trembling incessantly. When Ning Jin touched him, his skin and forehead were burning hot to the point of scalding her hand. Ning Jin used the damp cloth to wipe the blood and grime from his face, then could not help pausing in surprise. What a beautiful child he was, like a porcelain doll. His skin was so smooth and tender. Could he be some rich family's young master? Yet how could a child of wealth end up being thrown into a place like this? Ning Jin felt around his body, but found nothing on him. His fair skin, however, was dotted with numerous pinprick-like holes and mottled with many bruises of unknown origin. Forget it. In this hellish place, beauty was useless. She had no medicine. Whether he lived or died would depend on fate. The day had been utterly wretched, and Ning Jin's body throbbed with pain and fatigue, her fingers barely able to move. She no longer had the energy to admire anything. Forcing the boy's mouth open, she endured the ache in her hands as she dripped a few drops of the liquid into his mouth and folded the damp cloth onto his burning forehead. When she finished, she shut the metal door and lay down beside the child. Just before she slipped into unconsciousness, she tugged at the edge of the garment covering him and pulled a corner over herself. "Don't touch me." Half conscious, she felt someone poking at her face again and again. Annoyed, Ning Jin waved a hand to slap it away, but the prodding quickly returned. "I told you to stop bothering me." Ning Jin suddenly snapped her eyes open and sat up, about to unleash a furious curse. The movement tugged at her bones and tendons, a bolt of pain forcing a sharp hiss from between her teeth. She sobered at once and looked toward whatever had been touching her. The child was awake. It had been him poking her just now. Frightened by her sudden shout, he had shrunk into the corner of the iron crate, eyes reddened like a startled little rabbit. Ning Jin paused for a heartbeat, then her eyes lit up. "You really woke up." He had actually come back to life. It seemed his life was a stubborn one. Ning Jin reached out, intending to feel his forehead to see if he was still feverish. The child shrank back, dodging her hand, and pointed toward the outside of the iron crate. Ning Jin turned her head, pushed open the crate door, and was instantly startled out of her wits. "Dammy." 5 rats, each as big as a rabbit, were glaring at the iron crate like predators eyeing their prey. Ning Jin slammed the iron door shut again and hastily slid the crude latch into place from the inside. "You. Shh." The child was about to speak when Ning Jin quickly scooted over, wrapped her arms around him, and clapped a hand over his mouth. Holding her breath, the two of them huddled together in the corner. The child's body stiffened when she embraced him, then he began to struggle. "Don't move," Ning Jin whispered, "or we'll both end up eaten alive." One rat she might barely manage to fight off, but now there were 5 enormous ones, and she had no weapon. If she went out to confront them hidden, there was only one possible outcome: being devoured. The sheet metal was old and rusty but sturdy. No matter how the rats rammed it, they couldn't break through. As long as they hid inside, they were safe for the moment. At the worst possible moment, a stomach growl sounded inside the crate. Ning Jin lowered her head to look at the beautiful child held in her arms. "Hungry." His eyes were rimmed with red, his gaze timid. Ning Jin was hungry too. "Don't move," she said, releasing the child. She carefully crawled to the opposite corner of the crate and gathered up the 5.5 tubes of liquid that were barely drinkable. She opened the half-empty tube, took a sip herself, then handed the rest to the child. "I don't know what this is, but you can drink it to keep the hunger away. It's nutrient solution." The child murmured in a thin, frail voice. Nutrient solution. Whatever it was, as long as it was drinkable and kept them from starving, it was enough. Ning Jin held it out to him again. The child glanced at her mouth, yet did not take it. His gaze shifted instead to the other 5 intact tubes. She fell silent. Was he disgusted by her? He was so extraordinarily beautiful that, even with an adult's mind, Ning Jin found him hard to resist. In the end, she caved, grabbing a fresh tube for him. "You have to drink it sparingly." The child stared at the new tube but did not open it for a long time. He was clearly some pampered young master who had never suffered. Ning Jin ground her teeth. "This is all we have. If you won't drink it, you can eat dead rat instead." As though he had just heard something terrifying, the child's pupils dilated slightly. He stared at her for a moment, then finally twisted the cap off the nutrient tube in his hand. Cautiously, he took a tiny sip to taste it. Finding it palatable, he began to gulp it down in big swallows. "Save some." Ning Jin hurriedly snatched back the half tube. The child froze, staring at her. Ning Jin drew in a deep breath and gathered the 2 half-empty tubes of nutrient solution as well. "I don't know where this is or how long it will take to get out. If we can't escape, this will be the only clean food we have in the future. Once it's gone, there's nothing left but death." Bang! The iron crate was suddenly struck from outside, and both Ning Jin and the child jolted in fright. The rats had launched their attack. Ning Jin quickly wrapped the nutrient tubes in a rag and clutched them against her chest. She shrank back to the child's side, hugging him close, every nerve taut. "Don't move." Several rats seemed to be attacking at once. With 2 children inside, the iron crate began to rock back and forth from the impacts. Ning Jin's head slammed against the metal, drawing a sharp hiss from her lips. Instinctively, she shielded the child within her arms. A foul stench clung to her body, making it hard for the child to breathe. Yet, seeing her dizzy from the pounding still protecting both him and the nutrient solution, he pressed his lips together, a faint glimmer of white light flickering deep within his pitch-black eyes. After a bout of frenzied battering that made Ning Jin certain the rats would break through, the outside suddenly fell quiet. The crate stopped shaking. Had they stopped? "Stay here and don't move." After waiting a while and hearing no further impacts, Ning Jin set the child down and peered outside through a narrow gap in the metal. She froze in surprise. The rats were all lying on the ground, motionless. "Dead." Ning Jin cautiously opened the door, picked up a stone, and hurled it at one of the rats. It did not react at all. Only then did she walk over and give the nearest one a hard kick. It was truly dead. What was going on? Ning Jin felt a little at a loss. Could there be something even more dangerous nearby? She surveyed the surroundings. Aside from some clothes hanging out to dry, there was nothing else. Forget it, she would deal with whatever came. Taking a deep breath, Ning Jin returned to the iron crate. You. The child was still curled in the corner, unmoving, staring blankly at her. Your eye, it's bleeding. Ning Jin instinctively wiped at her right eye with the back of her hand. It was probably a lingering effect from the explosion. She wiped the blood away and asked, "What's your name?" "I." The child pressed his lips together and said nothing. "Why were you thrown down here? Who were the ones who tossed you? Do you know where this place is? Do you know how to get out of here?" He remained silent. There was not a trace of color in his face. His pallor was frightening. Had he lost his memory as well? Ning Jin ran her tongue along the edge of her teeth, then stuffed the bundle of nutrient solution into his arm, snapping, "You're not allowed to sneak any of it for yourself." She wasn't actually that old, about the same age as he was, perhaps even a little shorter. Her face was scratched and grimy, hardly frightening at all. The child nodded silently. Satisfied, Ning Jin turned to leave, only for her tattered hem to be tugged back. The boy looked up at her with wide, watery eyes, timidly asking, "Where are you going?" "To drag those rats farther away. It's disgusting having them right outside." There were no visible wounds on the rats' bodies, as she had no idea how they had died. Remaining on guard, Ning Jin dragged them a short distance away. When she looked back, she saw the child standing in the crate doorway, clutching the nutrient solution tightly to his chest, staring out with a lost expression. With one more person, there was one more mouth to feed. Since she had already picked him up and saved him, she couldn't very well throw him away again. She had no idea how long it would be before they could leave this place, and those few tubes of nutrient solution were certainly not enough. Ning Jin fixed her gaze on the giant rats, clenched her jaw, and took out the sharp metal shard she had ground from scrap iron a few days ago. With force and care, she dismembered the rats, cutting away the portions of meat that looked clean enough to eat. "You." The child walked over. "What are you doing?" "Eating," Ning Jin replied. "Eating? Rats? What else?" There was so little nutrient solution, and the mountains of garbage around them were fermenting and corroded, reeking unbearably. Aside from these rats, there was nothing edible to be found. The child retreated 2 steps, face turning ashen, as he nearly gagged. "You really are a delicate little thing," Ning Jin muttered under her breath. She had once thought that if they just waited here, someone would eventually come to rescue them. But now that so many mutated rats had appeared, and perhaps other creatures as well, and with the child's frail health and her own body far from strong, they would be unable to resist any danger that came. On top of that, the severe pollution here would sooner or later poison them to death if they didn't get out. They could no longer sit and wait for salvation. They had to find a way out on their own. Perhaps beyond the garbage mountain there would be people. After cutting the meat, Ning Jin used the most primitive method of drilling wood to make fire and roasted the rat meat until it was dried. She fashioned a simple backpack from tattered clothes and filled a bottle with water from a small pond, packing everything away. The iron crate was far too heavy to move, otherwise she would definitely have dragged it along as well. "We have to find a way out, or the only path left is death," Ning Jin said. She took the child's hand. "Let's go." He glanced at her, but did not take her hand. Instead, he walked ahead of her on his own. When tired and hungry, find a place to lie down and sleep. Once asleep, the hunger fades away. After waking up, one continues to walk. Time has become meaningless, surrounded by endless mountains of garbage with not a soul in sight, as if caught in an endless loop. Finally, a garbage flying vehicle appeared, but despite shouting until his throat was hoarse, they seemed utterly oblivious and flew away. Ning Jin lay despondently on the garbage mountain, staring blankly at the gray sky. Soon her stomach began to rumble again, and a light blue nutrient solution was handed over to her. This was the last half bottle. Once finished, there would truly be nothing left. "You drink it," Ning Jin said, patting the child's head, pulling out a piece of rat jerky from her backpack. "I'll eat this." The child wore a mask on his face, as his body was too delicate to endure the air here. Ning Jin had fashioned a mask for him from a piece of clean rag. Every little bit helps. Ugh. The rat jerky barely went down before Ning Jin felt a sudden gut-wrenching pain rolling over to vomit, tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. Since the journey began, she had only sipped the nutrient solution twice, saving the rest for him. She had started vomiting days ago, but still forced herself to eat afterward. The child bit his lip, suddenly snatching all the rat jerky from her hands and bag and throwing it away. Ning Jin was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "Drink." The child twisted open the cap of the nutrient solution and held it to her mouth. Ning Jin frowned. "You're not well, you can only drink this." Once it's gone, there's nothing left. I can manage with the rat jerky. What could she do? After all, she was being kind, and it was rare for her to be so. Drink. The child insisted, his eyes red. If you don't drink, I'll throw it away. He was even threatening her. Ning Jin couldn't help but laugh in irritation. But the child continued to watch her. Your eyes are bleeding again. Ning Jin wiped her eyes. The child stubbornly shoved the nutrient solution into her hands. The sweet scent of the nutrient solution wafted through the air, making her stomach growl even more painfully. She licked her lips and poured 2 drops into her mouth. There was still some left. She capped it and handed it back to the child. He refused, signaling for her to finish it. This little bit will last half a day, save the rest for you. Ning Jin clutched her still paining stomach and struggled to get up. Let's go back to where we just dumped the garbage. Maybe we can find something to eat. The child looked at her, pursed his lips, and took her hand to walk together. He still had a low fever, but his hand was as cold as ice. Ning Jin glanced at him. Aren't you disgusted by me now? Why hold my hand? The child fell silent for a few seconds. No, I am disgusted. He simply didn't like being touched. Ning Jin didn't notice that a faint white light flowed from his palm into her body. The pain within her lessened considerably. Ning Jin pulled him along, trying to find a stable path to walk on. You look like a wealthy young master. I've saved you, so if we don't escape, it would be our misfortune to die here, but at least we can keep each other company. No way, we won't die. The child tightened his grip on her hand. His tone was resolute. Ever since waking up, he had spoken very little, often only uttering 1 or 2 words, and the threat he made earlier was the longest sentence he had spoken. Ning Jin smiled. If we manage to escape, maybe your family can give me some money as a reward for saving your life. In her past life, she was so poor that she lived in a basement doing everything just to survive, and in the end fought desperately against robots. This life had started poorly, and she didn't want to be poor again. Uncertain of how long they had walked, the last bit of nutrient solution was shared between them, yet they still hadn't reached the newly dumped garbage. Ning Jin's lips cracked, her head spun, and she began to sway, ultimately collapsing into a pile of garbage beneath her feet. So tired. Having eaten and drunk nothing, blood began to ooze from the corners of her eyes again, and her stomach hurt even more, convulsing in pain. You won't die. The child's lips were also cracked and bleeding, his face pale and translucent. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he held her hand tightly. A white light flowed from his palm into her body, and with his other hand, he wiped away her blood. You absolutely won't die. What a stroke of bad luck. Dying so helplessly in both lives. Ning Jin did not notice that his hand lay weakly, staring blankly at a small black dot in the sky that was growing larger. It seems to be a starship. She struggled to widen her eyes to see clearly, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open them. Open your eyes. You can't die. The child with red eyes tried to pry her eyelids open. A shadow loomed overhead as the child looked up, instinctively wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, standing and jumping to wave his hands while shouting, over here. Being anxious won't help, he cried, his voice cracking. The small starship activated its life scan and detected the 2 children below, causing those on board to become immediately agitated. Hurry and land. Found him. The young master is really here. Several people disembarked from the small starship, immediately wrinkling their noses in disgust at the polluted ground, rushing towards the 2 children ahead. Young master. The leading middle-aged man grabbed the child. It's good that you're alive. You scared us to death. The child clutched him, pointing at Ning Jin on the ground. Save her. The child lying there was even smaller and dirtier, almost unrecognizable as human. The man frowned. She. Hurry and save her. The child's voice was thick with tears as he held a metal shard to his neck. Or I'll die. You. The man sighed, pulling the metal shard from his grip and carrying him away. He instructed those following, take him away. We've checked, mental level F, physical level F, both are the worst, with no talent whatsoever and no special abilities. Yet she seems to have survived bombardment with so many broken bones, having eaten contaminated rat meat and drunk polluted water. It's truly a miracle. It's probably because the young master helped her. Then there's nothing to worry about, just replenish her nutrition, and when she wakes up she will be fine. Young master, your powers must not be used secretly again, especially on someone without any talent. You know the family rules. You can't take her back with you. She saved you, and now we have saved her, that's even. Then give her money. A lot. The clamor of voices echoed in her ears, clear to her. She was still alive. Ning Jin opened her eyes, exhaled, and secretly thought that her life was still precious. You're awake. The child ran over to her, his red eyes fixed on her. Indeed, he was a noble young master. She hadn't saved him in vain. Ning Jin turned her head and smiled. Do you know your family will come to rescue you? The child pressed his lips together and nodded. In a place like a garbage star. So how do you know your family will definitely find you? The child lowered his gaze, his lips pale, and he remained silent. Ning Jin didn't press further, staring at the ceiling with an empty mind. How wonderful. 3 days later. The small starship landed at the starport and Ning Jin stepped off with 100 million star coins. Wait. The child grabbed her hand, his eyes reddening with tears. He bit his lip. Your name? Ning Jin's gaze fell behind him, watching a row of guards standing like sentinels along with a somewhat intimidating middle-aged man. She raised an eyebrow and reached out to ruffle the child's hair. I saved you, saved me, and you gave me a lot of money. Where even now? Ning Jin faced the pressure, ignoring the man's warning glare, and pinched the child's delicate face. You don't need to know my name, perhaps we'll meet again by chance in the future. She turned and walked away, waving her hand back at the child. A small frame, a carefree stride. If she hadn't been so quick to collect her payment and had lingered even a moment longer, that man might have acted violently. My name is Young Master. The child couldn't help it. Just as he was about to call out his name to her, the middle-aged man came over and scooped him into the starship. After walking quite a distance, Ning Jin finally opened her hand to see the storage ring. The child had secretly slipped it into her hand earlier. Recently, the infamous White Skull Legion has kidnapped the son of the imperial families, Marshal D. Tingbai. The D family is furious and has wiped out the White Skull Legion. As of now, the son of the D family remains missing. If anyone has information, please contact the D family immediately. The news looped endlessly on the ad screens at the starport. Unfortunately, Ning Jin's attention was fully absorbed in this new world, completely oblivious to it. So many people. The air is so fresh. During her days aboard the starship, she managed to grasp the general situation of this place, which was in an interstellar era, currently the year 1338 of the stellar calendar. The buildings were all similar high-rises with transparent virtual screens everywhere and various flying vehicles darting through the sky. This was an unnamed star designated 5078. The child had wanted to send her home, but she had no memories, as she didn't even know if this body had a home or a family. The child had his family bring her to the main star, but the atmosphere aboard the starship was oppressive. The middle-aged man had tried several times to kill her and kept insisting that her various talents were all the worst level, without value. Ning Jin, who only wanted to survive and get rich, had no grand ambitions. Being useless is fine. Being useless is delightful. Being useless allows one to lay back and sleep soundly. She didn't care for their offer to send her anywhere, as she simply wanted to be dropped off at any random planet. Here there were people, and she had money, and with money she feared nothing. New world, here I come. Ning Jin shouted, arms wide open. Are you crazy? A passerby turned to look at the skinny, slightly dirty child, their gaze filled with curiosity as they walked a bit further away. A massive black starship blocking out the sun flew across the gray sky, its white skull emblem distinctly clear and prominent. The rays emitted from the starship carpeted the entire garbage planet, the overwhelming pressure causing difficulty. After scanning the entire planet without detecting the sought-after intelligent life forms, it launched a barrage of missiles, nearly flattening the garbage planet. After the explosion ceased, it left the area, observing no further movements for a long time. Eventually, a square iron box at the foot of a garbage mountain stirred. Damn it. Ning Jin emerged from the narrow iron box, indifferent to the dirt, and directly lay back onto the heap of garbage behind her, stretching her sore body and exhaling a breath of confusion. The White Skull Legion should have been annihilated by the 1st Military District 10 years ago for abducting the son of the Empire's foremost family. Yet a month ago, while en route to the Crotdia Military Academy, she passed an unknown mining planet and decided to detour to extract some materials, discovering a starship at the bottom of the mine. The hatred from that inexplicable explosion 10 years ago, coupled with the stark resemblance of the White Skull, lingered in her memory. She attempted to sneak in for small revenge, but after acquiring just one source crystal, the starship pursued her for nearly a month. A whole month. Then, while running, she found herself on this garbage planet. Fortunately, her speed allowed her to find an iron box amidst the refuse that could block life-sensing rays. A whole villain army, and yet so stingy. She had only taken one piece of source crystal from that massive. Did they really lack this one piece? Was it worth chasing her down for it? What was so special about having a starship? Once she crafted a super divine-grade mech shed take them down. Hiss. As she cursed, a sudden sharp pain shot through her left eye. Liquid began to seep out. She raised her hand to wipe it, only to find it smeared with bright red blood. Her eye was bleeding. Ning Jin seemed accustomed to this, lifting her shirt and using a clean cloth from within to wipe the blood from the corner of her eye, ignoring it. After a moment's respite, she sat up from the garbage pile and looked down at the black wristband on her arm. This was her light brain. 10 years ago, she thought having 100 million star coins made her wealthy, only to find that everything in the galaxy costs money. Upon her arrival, she bought a light brain and was swindled out of 3 million. Purchasing a spacecraft cost her tens of millions, leaving her with little left. Before she even learned to operate the flying vehicle, the planet numbered 5078 was caught up in the interstellar war against the White Skull Legion and was destroyed. She was picked up by her teacher. This light brain was bought 10 years ago. She researched and modified it, integrating a small storage function akin to a dimensional space capable of storing tools and items. Food could also be stored. It was more convenient for keeping essential items than mere decorative accessories. In these days of being hunted, the surface of the light brain had cracked. Yet it was still usable. She activated it, a transparent light screen popping up, scrolling through a few screens until she found a purple diamond crystal in the storage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as she reached out to grab it, the light brain emitted a crackling sound. The screen died. It was completely broken. Dammy. So close. 10 minutes later. Ning Jin climbed up from the garbage pile beneath her, walking unsteadily towards a pile of scrap metal at the edge of the adjacent garbage heap. This pile of scrap metal was her spacecraft, purchased for 66 million. But she had no tools or materials to repair it. With her light brain broken, she couldn't contact anyone for help. After 10 years, it was still a garbage planet, still isolated and helpless. What a stroke of bad luck. Fortunately, the storage ring was still with her. So tired, her eyes felt gritty and painful. In this vast world, sleep was paramount. Ning Jin yawned, retrieving a bed and blanket from the storage ring on her middle finger, climbing up to wrap herself in them and sleep. When she awoke, she had no idea how much time had passed. She took out a bag of bread from the storage ring and began to eat in this heavily polluted area. Now at 17, she was no longer the naive 7-year-old who had first arrived in this world. The garbage dumped on this planet was all non-processable waste and various pollutants. There were no humans living here, only garbage trucks that came once a month. She had no materials on her person, only a broken mech, making it nearly impossible to scour for materials to build a new spacecraft. Her food supply was sufficient, as she could wait here for the garbage truck. Just then a flash of silver flickered in her peripheral vision. She paused and looked up. There, a silver small spacecraft was flying in from the horizon. It wasn't a garbage truck. It was a spacecraft. Could it be a return attack from the White Skull? Ning Jin calmly stowed her bedding and sought refuge in a corner. The small spacecraft circled in the air before slowly descending above one of the garbage mountains, its hatch opening. A figure emerged holding a large bag. From a distance, it was hard to see clearly. There were no skull markings on the spacecraft. Regardless of whether they were from the White Skull Legion, this was her chance to leave the garbage planet, and she had to take the risk. As long as it wasn't a White Skull starship, she had nothing to fear. You've worked hard all these years, Ning Jin said, looking at her fragmented spacecraft, gently patting it and sighing. Rest in peace. Bought for 66 million, it was her first spacecraft in this world, patched and repaired for a full decade. She was a sentimental person. After giving her spacecraft's remnants a proper farewell, she held her breath and stealthily approached the spacecraft on the garbage mountain. The figure appeared to be a girl. One hand held a bag, while the other wielded a 3-pronged rake, rummaging through the garbage, occasionally tossing something into the bag. A garbage collector. Then she felt reassured. Ning Jin quietly crept closer to the spacecraft. Just as she reached the side of the ship, the girl suddenly shrieked, gazing at her in terror. Yu. She was discovered. Ning Jin squinted, her spiritual energy silently releasing, ready to strike if the girl made a move. Yu. After stuttering for a while, the girl, visibly frightened, managed to squeeze out, "Are you here to collect Ning Jin?" She silently withdrew her spiritual energy. Yes. She smiled lightly, then sighed with worry. But my luck is bad and my spacecraft crashed, and I can't repair it here. The girl paused, pointing at her small spacecraft, then, "Would you like me to take you away from here?" Ning Jin's face immediately lit up with gratitude, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Is that possible?" The girl replied somewhat generously, "Of course it is." So straightforward. Ning Jin hesitated. "Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person?" Despite her tattered clothes, her face was dirty, yet her clean eyes radiated innocence. The girl sighed. What kind of bad person would come to a garbage planet to collect garbage? What a pure and straightforward logic. Ning Jin felt remorse for her initial thought of killing to seize the ship for 3 seconds. Her face was filled with excitement. "You're really nice, thank you." "You're welcome, but..." The girl hesitated, looking conflicted. "Can you wait until I finish collecting garbage?" Ning Jin. "Of course." So she sat on the garbage mountain beside the spacecraft, watching the girl collect garbage for over an hour. The girl returned carrying a bag and dripping with sweat, her mood seemingly good, as if she had found something. Seeing Ning Jin, who was drowsy, the girl apologetically said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's go." How kind, just like her from the past. Unfortunately, she was now a venomous woman. Who knows how many times during that hour she contemplated stealing the spacecraft and flying away. Fortunately, that group from the White Skull Legion didn't come back for her. Otherwise, her weak morality would have certainly been put to the test. Ning Jin sighed deeply, steeling herself to board the spacecraft with her. The spacecraft departed from the garbage star, and Ning Jin's heart finally felt at ease. Where are you going? The girl asked her. I will take you there. Ning Jin paused. Is it far from Illusion Spirit Star? The Crotdia Military Academy is on Illusion Spirit Star. The girl searched and said, it's too far and my spacecraft cannot make it. Ning Jin thought for a moment, then drop me off at a nearby life planet. As long as there are people on the life planet, there will be things to repair the light brain. Once the light brain is fixed, she will be like a fish in water. Nearby life planets. The girl opened the light brain map. The nearest one is the unnamed planet numbered 5078. Ning Jin. What a coincidence. Had she just walked the same path as 10 years ago? No. Ning Jin wondered, wasn't 5078 destroyed 10 years ago? The girl replied, I don't know. Meeting on the garbage star counts as fate. The girl smiled brightly. My name is Yi Dingtian. What about you? Ning Jin returned to her senses. Yi Dingtian. Yi Dingtian said softly, you also think it doesn't sound like a girl's name, right? Ning Jin shook her head. It's just a name. There's no difference between boys and girls. She didn't expect that this sweet-looking girl had such a domineering name. When I was born, the planet was a bit chaotic. My parents deliberated for half a month before choosing such a name for me. Yi Dingtian said, later I asked my parents why they gave me such a name. Guess what they said? Ning Jin, although not very interested in the kindness of the other party, still offered emotional support and asked, what did they say? My dad said 3 parts are destined by heaven and 7 parts depend on hard work. What a cold joke. It also reminded her of a song from her original world. Ning Jin chuckled, then you should be called Tian Ding. But my mom said humans can overcome heaven. Yi Dingtian waved her fist. Ning Jin. It seemed even colder. She clapped her hands. What a good name. Right. You think it's good too. I used to think it sounded like a boy's name, but after getting used to it, I find it quite nice. Ning Jin gave a thumbs up. Very grand. Yi Dingtian was even happier and hummed a little tune. Wait. When they arrived at the unnamed star port, Ning Jin thanked her again and got off the spacecraft, but Yi Dingtian called out to her. Ning Jin turned back. Yi Dingtian blinked. I forgot to ask your name. Ning Jin paused. Ning Jin. I've noted it down. Yi Dingtian waved at her. Goodbye. Her home is not on this planet. Ning Jin waved back, her gaze falling on planet 5078. She was certain that this planet had been destroyed back then, yet the current scene was surprisingly similar to how it was back then. Was it overlapped, or had someone repaired this planet? But this planet is neither large nor small, and there are so many planets in space. This one doesn't have anything of importance, and is not a stronghold. Who would go out of their way to repair it? What is that thing? It's the White Skull Legion. Hasn't the White Skull Legion been destroyed long ago? How could they? Run. They had barely taken a few steps when dark clouds suddenly loomed above. People on the street looked up in terror and scattered in all directions. Ning Jin retracted her thoughts and looked at the warships belonging to the White Skull Legion. She wanted to curse their ancestors. The White Skull Legion was an evil force of the Federation, notorious and universally condemned. They were destroyed 10 years ago for kidnapping a prince from the imperial family. She thought that regardless of how powerful and bold they were, they wouldn't dare to swagger onto a life planet with so many people to search for her and expose themselves. But they really came. Was it worth it to chase her for just a piece of broken source crystal? Or were they risking being discovered by the Federation and getting wiped out again? So absurd. A huge evil legion with a mind smaller than a sesame seed. If her light brain hadn't broken, she would have taken out that source crystal and smashed it in their faces. No, she couldn't smash it. 10 years ago and 10 years later, such a huge grudge, she couldn't repay it. Amidst the panic of the people, the White Skull Legion's warship did not attack the planet, but activated target scanning, slowly flying over from above. The scanning light was a special lock that could penetrate buildings. There was no defense against the scanning light here. Even though her mental power was strong, it was still insufficient to destroy the entire warship. If she had known, she would have brought that iron box from the garbage star with her. Ning Jin could only run on the ground, racing against the scanning light of the White Skull warship, but the warship had a wide area of scanning, and no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't outrun it. She couldn't run anymore. Ning Jin leaned on her legs, panting, as she watched the light covering her. Gritting her teeth, she released her mech and drilled inside, spreading her wings and flying away at full speed. I found you. With such speed and a large target, she was directly locked on. Several tracking missiles flew towards her. This was the city center with many ordinary people. Ning Jin gritted her teeth and turned towards the unpopulated outskirts of the city. Boom. But not far away, she was hit by a shell. Her mech shattered, and she crashed heavily to the ground, collapsing a corner of a building. Blood flowed from the corner of Ning Jin's mouth inside the mech. As long as it wasn't a warship, she could kill everyone here. But it was a warship. Gritting her teeth, she got up and ran a few steps before being struck by 2 more missiles. The mech was destroyed, and Ning Jin rolled out bloodied. Just as another shell was about to land, Ning Jin prepared to use her mental power to control the missile's trajectory when a silver-blue light mech flew in from somewhere, kicking the missile away, and then shooting down several other missiles. They all exploded in midair. Ning Jin was taken aback and looked up. Dammy. A mech made of rare material platinum, and it was pure platinum. This was an Ultra 3S-level mech. So much money. Ji Fengyu looked at the bloody girl on the ground who had just appeared desperate, now staring at him with shining eyes, and he was left with a question mark. The mech's head tilted slightly. Then he controlled the mech to strike a cool pose, and with the other hand he brushed his hair like he was combing the mech's forehead. As expected, my charm can captivate wherever I go. Ning Jin. Don't be so vain. Another voice suddenly echoed from above with a very ethereal and cold melodious tone. I see you're just jealous that my heroism in saving the beauty is faster than yours. Ji Fengyu clicked his tongue and spread his wings to fly over. Ning Jin looked up. Another mech was completely pure silver white, reflecting dazzling fragments of light, exceptionally holy and striking. This was sacred gold. Sacred gold is one of the highest grade rare materials among all mech materials. It belongs to Ultra 3S-level materials. It's several times more expensive than platinum. A piece the size of a palm could fetch over 100 billion star coins at the Interstellar Auction House. How could someone create a complete winged light mech out of pure sacred gold, which is at least a 4S level? So extravagant. Too extravagant. Ning Jin's heart ached more than her body bleeding. Under the attack of the 2 cool light mechs piled high with money, they blew off a corner of the White Skull warship, and more shells dropped from the warship onto the ground, causing residents to flee in all directions. The sacred gold mech looked down at the ground. We can't fight here, or we need to lure them out. All right. Ji Fengyu increased his speed, turning into a beam of light and rushing out. It's someone from the Imperial Star. We're not fully repaired yet, we can't engage in direct confrontation with the Imperial Star. That thing she's holding can't be used by her anyway, let her keep it for now. Retreat. After several eerie and dark conversations from inside the White Skull warship, a warning was broadcast outside. You can't escape, little thief. This cold and terrifying voice echoed throughout planet 5078, and then the White Skull warship jumped space and retreated. Don't chase. The person inside the sacred gold mech shouted. There were only 2 of them. A pursuing would not be favorable. Ji Fengyu frowned. Didn't the White Skull Legion get destroyed 10 years ago? How could there still be such a large warship now? The person inside the sacred gold mech replied coldly, perhaps it's the remnants. 2 mechas landed on the ground, and Ji Fengyu stepped out of one, his handsome face framed by shoulder-length fiery red hair. He asked around why the White Skull Legion had appeared here. The residents all shook their heads. No one knew. Ji Fengyu turned to look for the girl he had just saved. It was empty. Injured so heavily and covered in blood, yet she was surprisingly fast. When we arrived, it seemed they were targeting that girl, and with that last shot, I wonder if she stole something from the White Skull Legion and was being hunted. The pilot in the St. Gold mecha did not come out. Ji Fengyu walked over and quietly voiced his speculation. Regardless of what it is, the return of the White Skull Legion is not a good omen. The St. Gold mecha's voice was cool and detached. Let's go, we should head back first. Ji Fengyu paused slightly. Aren't we going to look for anyone? The St. Gold mecha remained silent. Ji Fengyu hesitated. This might be your last chance to be free. Another silence followed. Ji Fengyu, after the war years ago, you painstakingly repaired this planet, yet all these years you still haven't found her. You don't even know her name nor what she looks like now. She might have died 10 years ago. He dared not say more. After a long while, the St. Gold mecha finally spoke. Perhaps you are right. However, Ji Fengyu shifted the topic. Luckily, we happened to come here and discovered that the White Skull Legion has not been eradicated yet. And there were no casualties. Let's go. The St. Gold mecha spread its holy wings and left. Ning Jin, hiding in the distance, did not hear their conversation. However, from the mechas she could tell these 2 were definitely from wealthy families with abilities above level 3s. The appearance of the White Skull Legion directly exposed their existence, which would surely trigger searches by the federal empires. They definitely would not return in a short time. She could finally breathe easy. Ning Jin found a place to wash up, changed her blood-stained clothes, and didn't rush to repair her light brain. Instead, she inquired with locals about shops selling light brains, deciding to buy a new one first. In this nameless star there weren't many wealthy individuals. Light brains ranged from 1,000 to over 100 million star coins. The 1,000-coin ones could only bind to an account. The cheaper ones, like old models, couldn't even access the internet. She couldn't afford the 100 million. 10 years ago, with 100 million star coins, she thought she was going to get rich. But due to her lack of understanding of local customs, she was swindled into spending like water. If her master hadn't picked her up later, she would have starved. Now she didn't even have a total of 200,000 star coins on her. I bought one from you 10 years ago and you swindled me. Some people can use a light brain for decades. Business must be bad and you earn whatever you can. Ning Jin used her sharp tongue and thick skin to haggle with the shop owner for over 2 hours, eventually paying 35,000 star coins for a light brain that originally cost 80,000 and was still fairly functional. In truth, it was her persistence that made the shopkeeper finally give in. Ning Jin first bound her account before making the payment. The shopkeeper sent her off like a plague, spitting at her back. Shameless thing. It's bad luck to run into you today. If she cared about her face, she would have starved long ago. Ning Jin pretended not to hear and bent down to fiddle with her newly purchased light brain. She still had the old broken one in her hand. She hadn't discarded it. The old light brain had been specially modified by her. It couldn't move when the built-in storage device was broken, and she hadn't planned to transfer any data, just casually named an account. She opened the star map to search for the map, realizing that the illusion spirit star was very far away. She had been chased by the White Skull Legion for nearly half a star system. There were small passenger spaceships here that could take her to other planets, but this nameless star was remote, and the passenger starships only came once every 7 days. Fortunately, tomorrow marked the 7th day of this cycle. The starship didn't allow bargaining. After 6 transfers, she spent a total of 12,000 star coins, taking 3.5 days to finally reach Illusion Spirit Star. One of the 12 main stars, it was more prosperous than those nameless stars, yet still a bit more dilapidated than Ning Jin had imagined. When she found the Crotdia Military Academy and stood outside its shabby half-fallen gate, comparing it to a shiny picture of the academy's entrance on her light brain, Ning Jin felt a bit disoriented in the wind. Is this the place? You're not here to report to the Crotdia Military Academy, are you? What a rarity, someone actually came to the Crotdia Military Academy. Sounds of surprise came from a few passersby, all looking at her. Ning Jin was puzzled. One passerby paused and asked her, "Are you here to report to the Crotdia Military Academy?" Ning Jin nodded. The passerby's expression was strange. "You don't know that the Crotdia Military Academy is going to be disbanded in a few days, do you?" Ning Jin. Disbanded? Why? There was a hint of confusion on her face. The teacher hadn't mentioned this. "You're not a local, are you?" the passerby asked. Ning Jin. Is it that obvious? Since the legendary battle master Zhang Yunfei sacrificed himself over 100 years ago, the Crotdia Military Academy has been on a decline, its fortunes worsening day by day. There was once a super 6S-level mecha master named Xu Huaquan who could maintain it, but he went missing 30 years ago. Now the Crotdia Military Academy has fallen to the bottom of the 12 military academies and has been kicked out of the resource zone. As of now, the total number of students is only a few hundred, not even reaching the qualification line for a military academy. A military academy without purpose will not receive support from the Federation or powers of the Federation has issued an order that if they cannot enroll 100 students this year, they will disband. Yet it has been 7 days since they started enrolling and not a single student has been received. In 8 days, if they do not reach 100, the Crotdia Military Academy will cease to exist. Not even 100 new students. Didn't the teacher say the Crotdia Military Academy was impressive? Ning Jin was once again in a daze. You should go to another military academy instead. The passerby shook their head and left. You are here to report. At that moment, a cool voice inquired from within the gates of the Crotdia Military Academy. Ning Jin was taken aback again and looked at the young man. I am here to report. She was dressed neatly, looking harmless and appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. Song Wenjun looked at her. Why did you come to the Crotdia Military Academy? Here. The tuition is cheap, there's no fighting, and it's suitable for hiding and lying low. And the teacher's instructions. Ning Jin swallowed her true thoughts, took out a recommendation letter from her storage ring, and handed it to him through the gap in the gate. It was a handwritten recommendation letter with only 5 words inside. Admit her Xu Huaquan. And a seal. Song Wenjing was taken aback, his pupils constricting. Do you know Senior Xu? Ning Jin vaguely replied, I met a teacher before. She gave it to me and told me to come to the Crotdia Military Academy this year. Song Wenjing tightly grasped the paper. Where is she now? Ning Jin blinked. I just met her by chance. Song Wenjing looked at her for a while, then returned the letter to her. You heard what those people said, right? I heard. Ning Jin blinked. Then shouldn't you welcome me more? After all, I count as a head count too. Song Wenjing fell silent for a moment. Can one person be useful enough to save the school? You should look for another academy instead. Ning Jin smiled. I came to save your Crotdia Military Academy. The instrument used to test talent in Crotdia has not been updated for 10 years. It is still old-fashioned, but it works normally, albeit imprecisely. After reporting to the principal and the teacher, Song Wenjing first took Ning Jin to conduct the test. Mental strength F grade. Physique F grade. Combat power F grade. Mecha talent B grade. Overall talent F grade. Song Wuzheng stared at the string of data in silence. The others were also silent. Ning Jin blinked, but I can save you all. Her face was full of innocence. After a long while, the current head of Crotdia Military Academy, Principal Xiang Peichuan, spoke first. Then tell me, how do you plan to save Crotdia Military Academy? Ning Jin yawned. When I'm tired, my brain doesn't work well. Can you find me a place to take a nap first? Song Wenjing frowned. You arrange a dormitory for her. Xiang Peichuan looked at her with dark eyes. After Ning Jin followed Song Wenjing out, Do Lihua pursed her lips. I see her as someone just here to loaf around scamming food and drinks. If Xu Huaqian, who was a Super 3's grade mecha master more than 30 years ago, had not suddenly disappeared, even if Crotdia Military Academy fell outside the top 5 military academies, it would not have reached its current state. Now someone has come with her handwritten letter. Xiang Peichuan looked at the letter in his hand, which contained only 5 words. The special handwriting and seal on this letter cannot be faked. Regardless of how she got it, let's keep her for now. What if it truly is an opportunity? Star Empire D family. You sneaked out again. The head of the D family, Di Dachong, looked coldly at Di Tingbai. Di Tingbai's complexion was already pale, and under the reflection of his waist-length silvery white hair, he appeared even more translucent with visible veins and tendons. His face, stunning yet expressionless, lowered his gaze as he spoke softly like smoke. It's too stuffy staying at home. I wanted to get some fresh air. Don't think I don't know what you've been up to. You were kidnapped 10 years ago and you... Uncle. Chifenjia jumped out grinning as he interrupted. Now that I'm here, I won't let Tingbai come to any harm, and if we hadn't gone out this time, how could we have bumped into the White Skull Corps? Di Dachong's face remained serious. It seems there are still remnants of the past hiding outside, but why have they suddenly emerged now? Chifenjiu explained the situation at the time. Someone must have stolen something very important from them, provoking. The White Skull Corps has reappeared. The Federation is likely to be thrown into chaos again. I will handle this matter. It's not for you two to meddle in. Di Dachong looked at Di Tingbai. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. This is your last chance to go out. You are the hope of the Di family and the entire Federation. I don't want history to repeat itself like it did 10 years ago. He then looked at Chifenjiu and scoffed. Don't sit there grinning and speaking for him. If something happens, neither of you will be able to escape. All right, you can go now. Of course. Chifenjia continued to smile, pausing for a moment. Uncle, it's really too stuffy for Tingbai to stay at home all day. He might get sick from boredom. I know you're worried about him encountering danger, which is why you don't let him go out, but there's no danger at the Imperial Military Academy. His talent is so high, just let him go. I guarantee his safety. Di Tingbai had never had freedom since he was young. After being kidnapped 10 years ago, they kept an even tighter watch on him. It was only 3 years ago that he was allowed to represent the Imperial Military Academy at the last resource area competition when he was just 15 years old, after which his freedom was restricted again. Let's talk about it later. Di Dachong stood up and left. Chifenjia's smile vanished, and he gritted his teeth, lowering his voice. It's such a waste of your powerful force-grade talent. Di Tingbai raised his eyes, looking at the Di family with hollow mockery. How could it be a waste? Chifenjia sighed, patting his shoulder. Don't worry, if you can't go out, I will continue to help you find that person. Di Tingbai replied, there's no need to search anymore. Chifenjia looked at him, but you. I don't even know how long I can live. What's the point of finding her? Di Tingbai curled his fingers. I would only implicate her. Chifenjia fell silent. Now Crotdia Military Academy has very few students, only those unwilling to leave and determined to share the hardships with the academy, leaving more than half of the dormitories empty. Song Wuzheng found Ning Jin a single dormitory with only 2 beds, but the beds were just empty frames without mattresses. Since she left the garbage star as a child, her body has had an inexplicable tendency to feel drowsy. When she feels sleepy, she must sleep, otherwise she becomes weak and her eyes bleed. The teacher was elusive. She had previously conducted a full-body examination on her, and her talents were indeed all F grade. The reason her mecha test was B grade might be that she had played with robots in her past life and learned from the teacher for a few years, which slightly elevated her talent data compared to the others. Otherwise, there were no other significant abnormalities. Apart from her tendency to feel drowsy, it did not affect her normal life, and Ning Jin treated it as the aftereffects of the explosion she suffered back on the garbage star. Having been chased by the White Skull Corps for so long, she was afraid she would miss Crotdia Military Academy's enrollment date, so she had been constantly changing transportation without much rest. She was utterly exhausted. Ning Jin brought her own blanket and pillow, regardless of whether Song Wenjing was there or not, quickly made the bed, took off her outerwear, and lay down to sleep. Song Wenjing. More than 100 years ago, a 5th grade super soldier, Zhang Feiyun, made Crotdia Military Academy the top military academy in the first star system. However, 100 years ago Zhang Feiyun sacrificed himself for the stars, causing Crotdia Military Academy, despite the will of its predecessors, to become depressed, pushed down by other military academies, and falling out of the top 5. After Xu Huaqian disappeared, it could still maintain a position in the top 10. It wasn't until the interstellar chaos caused by the appearance of the White Skull Core 10 years ago that Crotdia Military Academy failed in that year's resource competition, losing its last resource area. The federal government no longer provided support, and no aristocratic families invested either, leading to the military zone behind withdrawing. Not to mention the children of aristocratic families, even ordinary students, wouldn't choose a military academy with no resources. Only the principal of Crotdia and a few students who rarely came in recent years managed to keep it afloat with their own funds, allowing Crotdia Military Academy to completely fall to the bottom of the 12 military academies nearly abandoned. A month ago, the federal government issued an order that if Crotdia could not enroll 100 new students this year, it would officially disband. Now, after 7 days of enrollment, only Ning Jin has come in, and all her talents are still the worst F grade, with data indicating she is almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The former glory has collapsed, and Crotdia Military Academy has become nothing but history. Listening to Song Wenzheng's words, Ning Jin, who had just woken up, yawned. Isn't it just enrollment? That's simple enough. Having slept for 13 hours, she had just woken up and wanted to find something to eat when Song Wenzheng stopped her to discuss this matter. Song Wenzheng looked at her coldly. If it's so simple, how do you propose we do it? It's no longer a matter of whether we can enroll enough students or not, said Tong Qian from the command department. The key issue is that our military academy has no resource area. Even if we enroll students, we cannot train them. Military academies supported by the federal government or major military family clans have their own resource areas from which to collect various materials. The allocation of resource areas is determined by the resource area competition held every 3 years among the major military academies. This year happens to be the 3rd year of this cycle. Then let's participate in the competition and seize it, Ning Jin said leisurely, her tone as casual as if she were talking about going for a meal. A silence fell. Ning Jin raised her head, tilting it slightly. Is there a problem? It seems you truly know nothing about the 5 military academies. Ning Jin smiled faintly as she regarded Song Wenzheng and Tong Qian and Principal Xiang Peiquan behind them. Isn't that the real issue at hand? Do Lihua spoke up, but Crotdia Military Academy currently lacks resource zones and has no institutional backing. No one will enroll even for free, and we cannot afford to support students. I will fund it. At that moment, a figure appeared in the doorway. Everyone looked up. A coldly handsome youth stood there, crimson robes, raven black hair, and pale blue eyes sweeping across the room. Before he spoke, voice sharp and detached, I am Feng Shaoqi of the Feng clan of Bainuo Star. Are you the heir apparent of Bainuo Star? Tong Qian asked, startled. Yes, Feng Shaoqi replied calmly. I will provide star credits to procure supplies. Name your price. My sole condition is enrollment in Crotdia's solo combat division. Bainuo Star was not a core world, yet it thrived, a dazzling metropolis whose stellar sovereign possessed wealth beyond ordinary imagination. Logically, the sovereign son, the heir of Bainuo Star, possessed both constitution and strength. Rated SS class, the Imperial Military Academy should have been his natural destination. Crotdia Academy's current situation. I am aware. Then why join us? Senior Zhang Yunfei fell suddenly, leaving no successor. His descendants are all inept. At least Xu Huaquan held things together once, but even she vanished without trace. Feng Shaoqi's gaze swept coldly over the assembly, his voice glacial. Losing rank was tolerable, but now you cannot even preserve an academy. You are all failures. I have come to restore Crotdia's glory. 2 freshmen had arrived, one frank declaring she'd save them, the other SS rank calling them failures. What unnatural wind had swept across the stars this year? Yet Xiang Peiquan and Do Lihua could offer no rebuttal. What do you know? Do you think this was our choice? Song Wenzheng bristled at the insult. Had other academies not banded together to oppress us, we would never have. They oppressed you because you lacked the power to resist and were easy prey. Feng Shaoqi's expression remained impassive. I am here now. How audacious, more so than she was. Ning Jin tilted her head, meeting Xiang Peiquan's gaze. Now funding has arrived. Will you accept dissolution or fight on? Good news. Crotdia Military Academy's enrollment has begun. Tuition discounts. Unparalleled benefits. Comprehensive welfare packages. Crotdia Military Academy enrollment. Don't miss it, whether passing by or merely passing through. Anyone, regardless of financial means, may enroll. We provide transportation to and from campus. A dissatisfaction guarantees full withdrawal at any time. As Ning Jin raised her megaphone and its booming announcement echoed through Crotdia's halls, students instinctively twitched at the corners of their mouths. Is this your strategy? Tong Qian covered her face. Strangers might mistake it for a clearance sale. Ning Jin muted the speaker. With Lord Feng's investment broadcast this advertisement across every nameless star, there will always be those who cannot afford tuition or even food. Even if only one student enrolls per world, 100 worlds yield 100 recruits. Brutally direct and effective. This is humiliating. Do Lihua objected first. Crotdia may fall, but it shall never suffer such disgrace. Ning Jin arched a brow. If open honest recruitment constitutes humiliation, then what does it mean that Crotdia has endured mockery for years, even hosting its own ridicule forum on the stellar net? Do Lihua opened her mouth, then fell silent. Moreover, is dignity more vital than survival? Ning Jin lowered her lashes, a cold, mirthless smile playing on her lips. We are not fabricating falsehoods. Either way we will be mocked, so choose advance against scorn or dissolve beneath it. Feng Shaoqi glanced at her, then added, voice unyielding, from apex of military academies to this, you lost your dignity long ago. If all else fails. Ning Jin smiled lightly, you could simply hire 100 people to pose as this year's freshmen. Once the crisis passes they depart, and the academy remains. Unacceptable. Do Lihua declared sternly. Crotdia Military Academy would rather collapse than resort to deceit. Then the former option it is. Ning Jin regarded them with serene, luminous eyes, smiling gently. The choice lies with you, face or institution. After a long silence, Yang Peiquan spoke. Wenjing Tong Qian, make the arrangements. One additional clause, Feng Shaoqi said. All enrollees with innate talent exceeding Class A shall have all academic and miscellaneous fees fully covered. Those rated SS class will receive an SS-grade combat mecha at my personal expense. How vast must one's fortune be to utter such words? Ning Jin activated her holocomputer, searched for Feng Shaoqi of Bainuo Star, glanced briefly, and closed the interface. Truly unimaginably wealthy, so much so that his household employed not one but multiple private SS-grade mech engineers. She, a woman who had lived 2 lifetimes both steeped in poverty, could scarcely comprehend such affluence. Only envy stirred within her. She raised her hand, I'm starving. May we eat first? Her life's ambition was simple: eat well, drink deeply, lie still, and sleep soundly. Feng Shaoqi's declaration effectively placed Bainuo Star's sovereign behind Crotdia as its patron, making him the academy's benefactor. Crotdia was understaffed. The privileged young master, unaccustomed to hardship, set about renovating dormitories with his personal retinue, unguided and uncommanded by anyone on campus. Meanwhile, Ning Jin, neglected as a dandelion blooming unnoticed in barren soil, was conscripted as labor alongside Tong Qian and several students piloting the flight vessel funded by Lord Feng to conduct off-campus recruitment. Tong Qian unlocked her privacy settings and invited Ning Jin to connect. Add me, it'll simplify communication. Let me sleep, read Ning Jin's newly registered holocomputer handle. Tong Qian glanced at the name, lips faintly quirked, and asked idly, what happens if you're denied sleep? Ning Jin lifted her gaze, her eyes grave, unwavering. Catastrophe ensues. Last time exhaustion robbed her of rest and nearly drove her to slaughter an entire star's native fauna until her instructor struck her unconscious. Several students rushed back from posting flyers, clutching megaphones, faces flushed with shame as they faced Tong Qian. We can't bring ourselves to shout it. Once Crotdia needed no effort, students flocked in droves, especially noble science, more than it could accommodate. Now its cadets themselves traveled to nameless stars, shouting slogans like street vendors. Too mortifying. Ning Jin cast them a glance, pulled out her own megaphone, and activated it. Good news. Crotdia Military Academy's enrollment has begun. Don't miss it. Crotdia guarantees your satisfaction. Rain or shine, Crotdia awaits you. Crowds at the stellar port turned, drawn by the bold, resonant proclamation. Crotdia Military Academy. Once the Federation's premier military academy, reduced to this. I heard it's slated for dissolution this year. Second rate. Hearing the murmurs, the students instantly shielded their faces, humiliated, desperate to vanish into thin air. Tong Qian subtly angled her body, gazing skyward, earthward, anywhere but at the crowd. You've heard of Crotdia. Ning Jin stepped forward, offering a stack of brochures with quiet grace. Whether you enroll or not, please take one. Crotdia Military Academy welcomes you. Look, take a look. The recruitment notice for Crotdia Military Academy. Watching Ning Jin enthusiastically thrust a flyer into the hands of every passerby, Tong Qian suppressed her embarrassment and spoke up with visible discomfort. Yet her voice still failed to rise above a whisper. Senior, compared to saving our academy, what are a little dignity and shame? Ning Jin boldly clapped Tong Qian on the shoulder. Be bold, be generous. Tuition discounts, exceptional benefits, and a Class 3S mecha gifted free of charge upon enrollment for all Class 3S students. Free Class 3S mecha. At this line, Xia Wenzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Startled by the outburst, Ning Jin whirled around to see who had spoken. A handsome youth of 16 or 17 sat cross-legged atop a hovering hoverboard holding a flyer in it. He glided over on the board and raised the flyer toward Ning Jin and Tong Qian. It says here that any Class 3S student who enrolls at Crotdia Military Academy receives a Class 3S mecha free of charge. You're certain it's truly unconditional. Just enroll and it's yours. This. Tong Qian instinctively turned to Ning Jin, the one who drafted the flyer. Absolutely. Guaranteed authentic. Ning Jin stepped forward with a serene smile. Whether you pursue mecha engineering, tactical command, or solo combat, as long as you're verified Class 3S and complete your studies at Crotdia Military Academy, you'll receive a Class 3S mecha absolutely free. Yours alone, fully private ownership. Offering the mecha was Feng Shaoqi's stipulation, adding the graduation requirement was Ning Jin's own safeguard, ensuring no one would claim the gift without commitment. The youth leapt down from the hoverboard and stood firmly on the ground, glancing first at the flyer then at their modest, almost awkward recruitment effort, his expression stunned. Crotdia Military Academy lost its resource district years ago. Hasn't it been on the verge of dissolution this year? You. His voice trembled with suspicion. Did you rob someone? Rob you. Ning Jin's smile never wavered. As you said, on the verge. But it hasn't dissolved yet. No matter how dire things seem, Crotdia Military Academy was once the Empire's preeminent military academy, glorious, revered. Even in decline, lacking a resource district doesn't mean we lack Class 3S mechas. That's oddly persuasive. Xia Wenzhou paused, startled. Yet, if Crotdia truly possessed Class 3S mechas, why would it have sunk so low as to face dissolution? Young man. Ning Jin strode before him and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Do you wish to etch your name into history? I suppose I do. Xia Wenzhou flinched. Then join Crotdia Military Academy. Fewer students, less competition, extraordinary benefits. Ning Jin coaxed gently. But Xia Wenzhou hesitated. I've already applied to Crotdia Military Academy. Crotdia ranked third among the Federation's top 5 military academies. Ning Jin paused, then struck his shoulder again with deliberate force. Those academies overflow with talent, fierce competition, relentless pressure, zero room for growth. Why not choose Crotdia? Let us rebuild it together, reverse its fate, defy the odds, humiliate the top 5, and restore Crotdia's former glory. How thrilling, how deeply fulfilling that would be. Don't you agree? With a sweeping gesture, Ning Jin declared, voice soaring, today you're an unknown youth, but tomorrow your name will echo across the Federation, resound throughout the cosmos. You'll be immortalized in history, inscribed upon the monument of heroic souls, venerated for generations by those who follow in your footsteps. So, Xia Wenzhou faltered. Ning Jin narrowed her eyes. If you're Class 3S, we gift you a Class 3S mecha custom-fitted to you. Does Crotdia offer that? Other academies did provide mechas, but only refurbished units. Custom fabrication. Impossible. Xia Wenzhou frowned, faintly sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it. Young man. Ning Jin clapped him again. Think of Crotdia, brutal competition, scarce chances, even to earn a spot on the competitive team. Your talent could wither unseen. But with your gifts at Crotdia, you'd be the team captain. You'd be Crotdia's standard-bearer, the hero who saves it. Crotdia's future cannot thrive with... Would you rather vanish anonymously among countless geniuses at a prestigious academy, or stand as Crotdia's lone vanguard, turning its tide, securing your legacy in history? Wait, I'll go home and tell my parents I'm switching academies. I'll meet you at Crotdia shortly. Fired with fervor, Xia Wenzhou leapt onto his hoverboard and vanished like a gust of wind. Don't leave. I'll be right back. Rain or shine, we'll be waiting right here. Only after he disappeared did Ning Jin hastily pull out a water bottle and gulp down half its contents. Exhausting. Did you all catch how it's done? You, what's wrong with you? Ning Jin recoiled, startled, as Tong Qian and the others stared at her, tears glistening in their eyes. Your words burned with such passion. I've always believed Crotdia would reclaim its honor and glory. Tong Qian wiped her tears and looked to the others. So, let's give it everything we've got. No matter what, it's our duty to save our academy. Yes, they chorused and immediately scattered, approaching younger passers-by to recite Ning Jin's speech while older ones asked about their children. No matter your talent, no matter your status, Crotdia welcomes all who wish to join. We're just one person short. Your child. Shame dissolved, replaced by blazing resolve. Ning Jin stared blankly. She'd come to Crotdia Military Academy because her teacher sent her. Seeing its state, she realized her teacher must have meant for her to save it. Otherwise, she'd never waste her breath like this. Truth be told, her entire pitch was pure, unadulterated fantasy. Get them enrolled first, survive dissolution, then figure out the rest. But these people, they seem to have taken it very seriously. Still, perhaps it didn't matter much. I thought it was some elite academy. What a spectacle. Turns out it's just Crotdia, that garbage school. A mocking voice cut through the air. Ning Jin turned sharply. From a starship freshly docked at the spaceport, a group disembarked. At its center, a youth walked flanked by guards, flyer in hand, face twisted in disdain. Free Class 3S mechas. Pfft. He snorted. Has Crotdia turned to fraud now, planning to rebrand as the Con Artist Military Academy? Tong Qian and the others still mid-recruitment turned at once. Ning Jin arched a brow. Young man, where exactly did you crawl out from? Ning Jin. Tong Qian hurried over, tugging her arm, her gaze darting to the black and white star-shaped insignia pinned to the youth's shoulder. He's from the Imperial Military Academy. That insignia, the official emblem of the Imperial Military Academy. The youth flicked his sleeve, stood tall with arms folded behind his back, and imperiously ordered his entourage, "Tell them who I am." He is Di Shizu, the second young master of the Empire's first family, son of the Federation's Supreme Marshal, and the top-ranked class over 3S psionic talent in the command division of the Imperial Military Academy. His retinue delivered the title in one breath. Di Shizu radiated arrogance, chin-high, eyes downcast, regarding them through his nostrils. Scum like Crotdia should just pack up and vanish. Ning Jin's eyes narrowed. Ah, a second-generation heir. Ning Jin, Tong Qian gripped her tighter. We can't afford to anger the Di family. Let him mock us a little, just endure it. My name isn't fit for your lips to utter. Di Shizu sneered. Crotdia is trash, unworthy even to polish our Imperial Military Academy's boots. Stop wasting energy. Pack up and close shop. Ning Jin ran her tongue lightly over her teeth and smiled. There are two kinds of people I despise most. First, the obscenely wealthy who complain without cause. And the second. Di Shizu lifted a brow, still playing along. Second. Ning Jin chuckled softly. People like you, whose mouths reek of dung when they belittle others' hard-won efforts. Just endure it, don't provoke trouble. Ning Jin met her gaze, clear, unwavering. But I simply don't want to endure. No one has ever dared treat me this way. Di Shizu gritted his teeth and kicked the guard beside him. Go, deal with her. The guard frowned slightly, sighed, and glanced at Ning Jin and Tong Qian. Blame yourselves for overreaching and provoking him. Ning Jin patted herself down, then extended a hand toward Tong Qian. Senior sister, do you have a mech? Mind lending it to me? Her own mech had been shattered by the White Skull Legion days earlier and remained unrepaired. Tong Qian frowned and pulled her backward. You're only rank F with mere rank B aptitude for mech piloting. He possesses Transcendent Class 3S Psychic Command. All of us combined couldn't defeat him. And my mech is Class S, you're incapable of piloting it. How do we know unless we try? Ning Jin lifted her chin slightly. Besides, they're about to attack us. Do we just stand still and wait? By then the guard had already closed in, deploying his mech and launching a crushing fist forward. Tong Qian's expression darkened instantly. She seized Ning Jin and yanked her aside, her gaze stormy. Young Master Di, though Crotdia Military Academy may have fallen from grace, we are not prey for arbitrary humiliation. Don't push your luck too far. Too far. Di Shizu curled a mocking smile. What I do can never be called excessive. Step back, I'll handle this myself. He dismissed the guards with a wave and strode forward, aloof, arrogant, utterly unassailable. Perfect timing. Let me see what remains of Crotdia Military Academy's prowess today, senior sister. Several other students paled with tension. Among their group, Tong Qian alone was a Class S warrior, the highest ranked among them. The rest. Their peak was merely Class A. It's all your fault, speaking without thinking. Someone whispered resentfully at Ning Jin. We clearly couldn't match him. Why provoke him at all? Ning Jin's gaze remained calm and untroubled. Actually, he insulted us first and struck the first blow. Enough bickering. He despises Crotdia Military Academy. That has nothing to do with Ning Jin. Tong Qian snapped low. All of you fall back. She shielded Ning Jin and the others behind her, facing Di Shizu squarely. Young Master Di, I am their supervisor. If you have grievances, address them to me. Senior sister. Ning Jin gripped her arm and stepped forward from behind her, smiling faintly. What I provoked, Years later, upon seeing the news, she learned that the child she'd rescued a decade ago was none other than the heir of the Di clan, Di Tingbai. There was only one Di clan in the empire. Di Tingbai and Di Shizu were likely brothers. A soft, sardonic click of the tongue escaped her. Di Tingbai was such a docile boy. How could he possibly have a brother like this? You. Don't worry, senior sister, Ning Jin smiled, extending her hand once more. Lend me your mech. I promise I won't disgrace Crotdia Military Academy. Crotdia Military Academy's current circumstances made any mech above Class S a treasured asset. Tong Qian's had been hers since enrollment 2 years prior, rarely used, fiercely guarded. Tong Qian wasn't afraid of shame. She feared for Ning Jin's safety under Di Shizu's hands. After a tight press of her lips, she unclipped her mech storage device and handed it over. You, a mere Class S mech, dares challenge me? Di Shizu's eyes gleamed with derision. Ning Jin darted into the cockpit, placing herself between the mech and her classmates. Tong Qian's mech was gray-white, standard Class 3S. Di Shizu didn't even deign to glance at it. A mere Class S unit held no significance for him. With only a fraction of his power, he could force them to their knees. Yet he was a prodigy of the Imperial Military Academy's command division, and he intended a single decisive strike. Only then would his brilliance burn indelibly into the minds of every onlooker gathered around the starport. Di Shizu didn't enter a mech himself. Instead, he unleashed his transcendent Class 3S psychic energy, only for it to meet unexpected resistance upon contacting the mech's hull. His brow furrowed, he focused intently. But the mech's exterior seemed enveloped in an invisible barrier. His psychic energy simply refused to penetrate. This was undeniably an ordinary Class S unit forged from mid-tier materials, utterly unremarkable in every detail. Are you not moving? The pilot inside the cockpit tilted the mech's head, unfazed by the assault, then laughed softly. Then I'll take the liberty of striking first. Synchronized with the machine, Ning Jin clenched her fist and lunged forward. Di Shizu's expression flickered, then he leapt backward, his psychic energy coalescing into a solid shield that encased him completely. Only psychic energy matching his own transcendent Class 3S level could possibly resist his assault, yet he sensed nothing emanating from within. This mech was impossible. And she even more so. How could this be? Di Shizu's gaze hardened. He compressed his transcendent psychic energy into a razor-thin lance, aiming straight for the mech's cockpit, but the machine responded as if oblivious, lifting its leg to stomp down upon him. His transcendent psychic energy truly had no effect on her. Disbelief flickered across Di Shizu's face, but he still possessed a mech. Gritting his teeth, he deployed it. A lustrous silver-white mech emerged, wielding a broadsword. Its primary skeletal frame and blade were forged from sacred gold, the remainder from platinum. Sacred gold again. And a lightweight wing-type configuration. Strikingly similar to the pristine silver-white mech that had appeared during her pursuit by the White Skulls on planet 5078. Yet this one lacked the purity and the rank of that earlier machine. Ning Jin paused, a thought flashing. Could that one also belong to the D clan? But now was not the time for speculation. This unarmed Class S heavy mech stood at a severe material disadvantage against Di Shizu's transcendent Class 3S lightweight unit. Though she could withstand his psychic assault alone, once he entered combat within his mech, things would grow perilous. She needed a swift, decisive victory, no delays. Ning Jin narrowed her eyes. As Di Shizu sealed himself inside his mech, she surged forward in Tong Qian's heavy unit, simultaneously unleashing her psychic energy. Before he could react, she suppressed his control, swept his mech off balance, and sent it crashing face down onto the ground. You! Stay down. Ning Jin's psychic pressure pinned Di Shizu inside the cockpit, paralyzing his neural interface. She flipped the mech onto its back, then delivered a sharp kick to its rear plating. Mech sensory interfaces synchronized perfectly with the pilot's nervous system. Striking the mech's posterior was indistinguishable from striking the pilot himself. From birth, Di Shizu had occupied a pedestal. Every soul who recognized his identity bowed in deference. Even in competitive arenas, he had always been the one delivering punishment, never receiving so much as a hair's breadth of harm, let alone a blow to his backside. You feeling the sting of palm and boot alike? Di Shizu's ears burned crimson. How dare you? You! Why shouldn't I dare? Ning Jin manipulated the mech's massive hand, slap after slap. Spoiled brats like you raised without discipline deserve a beating. Consider this a lesson, delivered on behalf of your family. Back then, when she'd saved that child, the middle-aged man who arrived to retrieve him hadn't offered even a word of thanks. In the end, it was the boy himself, voice firm, who insisted on paying her 100 million stellar credits, and still attempted to kill her. Is the D clan truly so formidable? You, humiliated beyond endurance, Di Shizu severed his neural link with the mech, then unleashed his psychic energy once more. Yet it still failed to pierce the Class S shell. Furious, he roared at his guards. What are you standing there for? The guards exchanged glances, then rushed forward, forcibly ejecting Ning Jin's mech and extracting Di Shizu from his fallen unit. Kill her, now! Di Shizu's face flushed with rage. One guard restrained him gently. Second young master, the White Skull Legion has reappeared. The Marshal has ordered us to escort you swiftly back to D-Star, avoiding attention or conflict along the way lest another incident occur. They were merely passing through this nameless planet, a brief transit stop. At the mention of his father, Di Shizu's fury subsided markedly, fear flickering deep in his eyes. He glared venomously at Ning Jin. You'll pay for this. I will return and finish you. After the emperor's ancestor left in anger, the guards followed suit, leaving only an older one behind. My young master has been spoiled and has spoken disrespectfully. I apologize on his behalf. He looked at Ning Jin and Tong Qian with no trace of the anger from earlier when his young master was struck, instead remaining calm and polite. The Crotdia Military Academy was once the pinnacle of imperial glory. We all lament its current state. If one day the Crotdia Military Academy can return to its peak, the esteemed War Cloud Elder would be pleased. Is that all you have to say? Ning Jin stepped out of the mecha, smiling casually. The middle-aged man paused slightly. Ning Jin glanced at the mecha's fist and sighed. The second young master of the Federation's imperial family insulted us for no reason today and broke my senior's mecha fist. You know our military academy is poor. The middle-aged man smiled. Is 1,000,000 star coins enough? Ning Jin's lips curled slightly as she opened her holographic computer. Can I transfer it now? After they all left, Tong Qian and the other students were still in a daze, unable to recover from the scene where Ning Jin had pressed the emperor's ancestor down. Senior sister Ning Jin waved her hand in front of Tong Qian, returning the mecha container to her. Your mecha is too clumsy. I'll help you fix it when I have time. The heavy mecha was already somewhat clumsy, but hers was particularly rigid with legs that were not very smooth. Some parts were aging and the poor materials had caused her to injure her hand while hitting that holy gold mecha. Ning Jin. Tong Qian finally snapped back to reality, her mouth agape. How did you just defeat the emperor's ancestor? Ning Jin tilted her head, just like you saw it. In their eyes, the emperor's ancestor had no power to fight back against Ning Jin and was knocked to the ground along with the mecha. But the emperor's ancestor was a Super 3S level. And a Super 3S level mecha. Ning Jin was in level. She shouldn't even be able to withstand the emperor's ancestor's spiritual power. It seemed her spiritual power had been overused and her vision began to blur, accompanied by waves of faint. Ning Jin held back her discomfort, smiling. Perhaps he underestimated me and couldn't perform well. Senior sister, I'm a bit tired. I'll go sleep for a while. As she walked toward the starship, the smile vanished from her face. Since she had provoked the emperor's ancestor, she had been observing his guards. They stood there with their heads bowed, showing no reaction. If it weren't for the emperor's ancestor speaking, not a single guard would have moved. Seeing that the emperor's ancestor's spiritual attacks were ineffective, although there was a flash of surprise on the guards' faces, there was no apparent shock, at most disbelief, that she could knock down the emperor's ancestor so quickly. As she struck the emperor's ancestor, the guards remained motionless, observing with a sense of detachment. Had it not been for the emperor's ancestor's furious roar, they would have continued standing still. Moreover, the last guard persuaded the emperor's ancestor to take him away and separately apologize to them. In that round of polite remarks, she managed to demand a repair fee, and he actually gave it. It was as if they were protecting the emperor's ancestor, but did not care about him as long as he didn't cause any major trouble outside. This imperial family is interesting. I just wonder what that child has grown up to be like now, if his face has changed and how his talent is. Spiritual power level, physique level, mecha talent level, overall score level, and level, yet piloting and level mecha and defeating the emperor's family prodigy at Super 3S level. And she had almost won with a crushing defeat. This can be understood in isolation, but stacked together it sounds like a joke. After returning from the Nameless Stars recruitment, Ning Jin was immediately taken for testing again. But the result was still the same, still overall F, only the mecha rated B. Tong Qian cautiously asked, could it be that the machine is broken? After all, their military academy hadn't replaced the equipment for a long time. Or, Men Curson circled around Ning Jin, stroking her chin. Did you suppress your own talent? Ning Jin raised both hands, looking innocent. Why would I suppress it? She really hadn't. The teacher had also said her talent should not be level. But no matter how it was tested or how many machines were used, the result was still level. As long as she could fight, it didn't matter what her talent was. Teacher, I'm tired, Ning Jin yawned. Can I leave now? She hadn't slept well on the flight and being in a bad mood from lack of sleep. Everyone. Wait a moment, Men Curson said. Do you know who you just fought? I do. Ning Jin squatted on the machine, propping her chin with her hands lethargically. The second young master of the Federation's imperial family, son of the Emperor Marshal, a Super 3S level genius of the Imperial Military Academy. I've heard you say it so many times already. It seems you still don't understand the imperial family, Doliwa said. 20 years ago, the imperial family was not yet the first family in the starry sky. The head of the imperial family, Di Dachang, was not yet a marshal, just a general stationed at the first fortress. Until 18 years ago, Di Dachang's first child, Di Tingbai, was born. This child was measured to have super 3S level talent shortly after birth. You heard it right, shortly after birth. At birth, his spiritual power was so strong that he couldn't control it, smashing all the glass in the hospital and wearing a suppressor. That's not all. Importantly, he is also a spiritual healer, the first super 3S level spiritual healer in the history of the Federation. Ning Jin, who had been dozing, opened her eyes. Ting Bai is a spiritual healer. Yes, Men Kirsten nodded. In general, there are 3 types of professions in military academies: spiritual power, command system, mechanical mecha masters, and individual soldiers, while outside military academies there are also pharmacists, etc. In reality, there are also some rare special talents and abilities. For example, spiritual healers can use their powerful spiritual power to extract chi from the earth or planets, even from star beasts, and after transitioning through their own bodies, they can return this energy to those around them. As long as you don't die, no matter how serious the injury, you can heal quickly without waiting for rescuers or treatment pods. If there is a spiritual healer in a competition or battle, as long as the spiritual healer can hold on, the team will remain undefeated. Moreover, Ting Bai is also a commander. The imperial family kept this matter very secret until 10 years ago, when Ting Bai was kidnapped by the White Skull Legion and went missing. It was only 3 years ago, at just 15 years old, that Ting Bai represented the Imperial Military Academy and participated in the last resource competition, using his powerful spiritual healing skills to allow the Imperial Military Academy to crush its way through 52 resource zones. This was maintained until 2 years ago, when it was reported that Ting Bai had definitely reached 4S level talent, and he might even grow to 5S level. He was the first existence with 4S level talent in the entire Federation, but starting that year the Imperial family suddenly stopped allowing Ting Bai to appear, and news about him vanished from the star net. The Federation's talent grading is F level as the lowest and super 3S level as the highest. However, more than 100 years ago, a mechanic developed a new type of instrument that raised the data limit to 5S level, allowing for clearer grading. But so far there has only been one 5S level in the Starry Federation, and that was Zhang Yunfei. Because of its rarity, that instrument was shelved afterward, and it would only be used to test when someone was measured to be super 3S. The appearance of Ting Bai broke the norm, becoming the first 4S level talent and possibly the first 4S level spiritual healer in the history of the Federation. Moreover, this is not even his limit. If he continues to grow and undergo evolution and upgrades, he will become 5S level, which will be extremely terrifying. Because of him, the imperial family became the first noble family, and Chang was conferred the title of Marshal. For the survival of all humanity in the Federation, Ting Bai's strength is a good thing. As long as he can grow, he can become the guardian of the Federation. But aside from that, as long as Ting Bai exists for one day, everyone in the Federation will feel overshadowed. That child is actually 1 year older than her and is so formidable back then it was impossible to tell. No wonder he was kidnapped by the White Skull Legion and ultimately discarded. She used to think the White Skull Legion kidnapped him for ransom, but now it seems that they were perhaps envious of his talent. Ning Jin lifted her eyelids. What does this have to do with me defeating the Emperor's ancestor? Since the birth of Ting Bai, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, the D family has given rise to 5 or 6 more children, each possessing a talent level exceeding 3s, every single one of them. Men Kirsten remarked, although there hasn't been another spiritual healer, each of those children with exceptional 3s talents is immensely powerful. The second young master of the D family, Zhurzhua, is the most gifted and formidable one apart from Ting Bai. The difference is that even if the sky were to fall, you in F grade could never pin him down unless you were not in F grade and your talent surpassed his near 4s level. Of course there is one exception: Zhurzhua would willingly let her strike him. But would he? No way, not even if the sky fell. Do Liwa looked at her. Moreover, Zhurzhua, this proud son of heaven, is arrogant and vindictive. If you strike him today, he will harbor resentment against you and our entire military academy. Ning Jin's eyes began to feel heavy and dry. She opened one eye and closed the other, asking, would he use his father the marshal to mobilize the military district to attack me and the Crotdia Military Academy? This. Do Lihua was momentarily speechless. That won't happen. Then that settles it. Ning Jin closed both her eyes, adding, besides, I find his bodyguard rather polite. It seems the D family isn't petty, it's just that this genius has gone astray. Teachers, I really cannot hold on any longer. I must leave this place to sleep. We can discuss it when— After a long silence, Do Lihua was somewhat irritated. Did she come to the Crotdia Military Academy to study or to sleep? This is what you call exceptional benefits. From the moment he stepped through the gates of Crotdia Military Academy, he sensed something was off. Now looking at the cramped, dilapidated, and dusty boys' dormitory, Xia Wenzhou's muscles involuntarily twitched. Where are your exceptional benefits? Song Wenjing, feeling guilty, touched his nose. We're still preparing. I think you are scamming me. He said that if Crotdia Military Academy truly had such great benefits, how could it face dissolution? Xia Wenzhou gritted his teeth. Where's Ning Jin? Song Wenjing turned to look at Tong Qian. Tong Qian replied, she went to sleep. Ning Jin. Xia Wenzhou, holding his anti-gravity skateboard, stormed into Ning Jin's dormitory. He kicked the door open. Ning Jin, who had been sleeping soundly, was awakened and irritated. What are you doing? Xia Wenzhou gritted his teeth. You deceived me. It was all his fault, getting blinded by her words. He rushed home to say he wouldn't attend 6S-level Military Academy, nearly getting beaten to death by his parents. So he was tricked. Deceived. Ning Jin opened her left eye a crack, and upon seeing him lay still and groggily closed her eyes again. Are you talking about the benefits or the mechs? Both. Xia Wenzhou reached to pull her up. Get up. Don't bother me. Ning Jin suddenly opened her eyes, which momentarily turned red. Her aura was terrifying. Xia Wenzhou was taken aback. Tong Qian, who had been trying to stop him at the door, was also startled. Ning Jin was fully awake now, taking a deep breath as she sat up from her blankets, rubbing her hair in irritation. The mech delivery was said by Feng Shaoqi. What exceptional benefits do you expect just because you arrived? You. Xia Wenzhou was about to retort, wanting to pull her again, but paused. Did you just say Feng Shaoqi? He's here. Ning Jin replied expressionlessly, yes. You. Xia Wenzhou hesitated, seeing she was fully awake, and asked quietly, I heard you struck. He hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had heard it from Tong Qian and the others on the way to the military academy. Ning Jin had been asleep then, and he had held back his questions until now. Ning Jin replied nonchalantly, I did. Xia Wenzhou involuntarily took a couple of steps back, his gaze somewhat strange. Aren't you in 5th grade? What's wrong with being 5th grade? Ning Jin's eyes showed some bloodshot veins radiating coldness. Can't in 5th grade defeat a Super 3s? Wanna give it a try? Xia Wenzhou was speechless. I want to sleep. Whatever you have to say, wait until I wake up. Coldly tossing out this sentence, Ning Jin pulled the blanket over her head and continued to sleep. Xia Wenzhou turned to Tong Qian. Feng Shaoqi is really here. Tong Qian nodded. Feng Shaoqi actually came here and even sponsored mechs for free. Moreover, Ning Jin in 5th grade could actually strike Dishizhua. Xia Wenzhou's eyes sparkled, snorting. Then I'll reluctantly believe you for now and stick around to see how it goes. He calmed down, turning to leave. Senior sister, Ning Jin mumbled, have him pay for the door. Tong Qian's mouth twitched. Xia Wenzhou, speechless, directly transferred 50,000 star coins to Tong Qian. Is this enough? Tong Qian replied, enough. In the following days, Crotdia's recruitment pitch added 2 more lines. The young master of Banyo Star Feng Shaoqi has come to our Crotdia Military Academy. What are you waiting for? Without Ning Jin needing to say a word, Tong Qian and the others threw away all shame, one more enthusiastic than the other. As for Ning Jin striking Dishizhua, they acted as if nothing had happened. By the day before the end of enrollment, there were over 1,000 new students, most of whom were recruited by Ning Jin and Tong Qian, with many students coming from remote and nameless stars. The person from the Federation responsible for school inspections looked at these students with derision. What if you have recruited students? Without a resource zone, you'll eventually close down, and it will be even more embarrassing. It's better to accept your fate now. Ning Jin, leaning against the door, yawned. I say, if you're dying, will you accept your fate? Or are you waiting for this land to become a cemetery? Tong Qian tried to pull her back, whispering, these are people from the federal government. So what? Ning Jin shrugged indifferently. Hey. The official scoffed coldly. The chancellor issued an order. If you don't secure a resource zone this year, no amount of bravado will save you later. Ning Jin opened her light brain recording device, looking at him before asking, what if we do manage to secure one? If you secure one, I'll resign and relinquish this position. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. What good is your position? How much is it worth? You. How about this? If we manage to secure a resource zone, the federal government will decree that as long as Crotdia Military Academy doesn't give up, no one can cause its dissolution. Ning Jin spoke with an unhurried tone. The official paused. Ning Jin smiled, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Don't you have the authority to agree? Just you. Securing a resource zone is simply wishful thinking. The official sneered. If you can't secure one, you will be utterly dissolved and Crotdia will cease to exist. He waved his hand and left. Provocation, old tricks, but effective. Ning Jin turned off the recording and looked around the room. Everyone was staring at her. The atmosphere was strange. Ning Jin was puzzled. What's wrong? Do Lihua's expression was grim. Do you know what you just said? You are betting the entire Crotdia Military Academy. Ning Jin smiled lightly. Wasn't your academy already facing dissolution? At least now you can hold on until the resource zone competition. If you win this bet, you will ensure the survival of Crotdia Military Academy. If you lose, it won't differ from the original outcome. She looked at these people. Keluodia a century ago produced the #1 warrior in the federal star system. Even if you have no momentum now, you must have spirit. If you no longer have the courage to participate in the resource competition, then you truly are a group of hopeless wastes. You in 5th grade don't think that just because you defeated Dishirzwa you are truly formidable and can act arrogantly. Yes, I am 5th grade, I am worthless, I am delusional. A word from 5th grade is naturally not credible, and Ning Jin was indifferent to their attitudes, stretching her back as she left. Then you can just wait to die. She's far too arrogant. Do Lihua's face darkened under the sharp barbs. And Frank Cadet boasting about saving us. How utterly absurd. She thinks a personal letter from Shiwa authority truly guarantees her safety. Actually, I find her reasoning. Men Kursin remained unruffled, though Crotdia Military Academy's former glory has faded. The spirit and dignity bequeathed by our ancestors must never be abandoned. This wager was predicated on the Academy's imminent dissolution. Victory would thus be pure gain. Defeat changes nothing. In past years we struggled to recruit students at all. This year we succeeded, but each one arrives with utter disdain for the Academy. Xiang Peiquan sighed with a wry smile, yet there was genuine intrigue in his tone. Perhaps Ning Jin's promises may yet come to pass. Proceed to testing. Xiang Peiquan assigned Men Kursin and Do Lihua the task: nurture those with exceptional aptitude to select a core team to represent us in this year's Federal Military Academy's resource competition. Crotdia Military Academy had long been in decline, and especially this year amid rumors of its official dissolution, many instructors had already departed, leaving only a skeletal faculty behind. Initially they assumed these recruits, drawn from obscure nameless stars across the galaxy, were merely token enrollments possessing no remarkable talents whatsoever. Yet beyond Feng Shaoqi and Xia Wenzhou, 2 additional SS rank cadets emerged, one enrolled in the Psionic Command Division, the other as a frontline combatant, alongside 8 S-rank and 4 S-rank cadets, the rest ranked A or below, with Franks forming the overwhelming majority. Feng Shaoqi personally led his team in demolishing the cramped, dilapidated male dormitory, merging 2 adjacent quadruple rooms into one expansive suite complete with sofa and private bathroom. He now served as Crotdia Military Academy's chief patron and living emblem, dressed in crimson, dragged outside by Ning Jin to stand guard. Upon seeing it, Xia Wenzhou waved his hand and immediately authorized another 500,000 stellas for Tong Qian to remodel his own quarters identically to Feng Shaoqi's. Tong Qian, offering S-rank mechs. Their academy can barely produce even a single S-rank unit these days. Regardless, Crotdia Military Academy was once the Empire's foremost symbol of honor, yet now it resorts to such disreputable recruitment tactics, peddling outright falsehoods. It seems they've discarded all pretense of dignity. Dignity won't fill your stomach. Preserving the academy is what truly matters. Even if enrollment targets are met without resource zones to sustain it, dissolution remains inevitable, a final futile gasp. I heard Crotdia Military Academy recently welcomed a new Frank cadet who made a wager with a federal official. The outcome is unchanged. Dissolution is unavoidable whether or not a bet was struck. How could someone like Feng Shaoqi possibly enroll at Crotdia Military Academy? Prior to this, interstellar media outlets had prepared live coverage of the Academy's dissolution, even drafting elegiac commentary in advance. Instead, successful enrollment forced the federal government to revoke its dissolution mandate, leaving major galactic news networks scrambling to delete their pre-written obituaries and rewrite them entirely. News of the wager spread rapidly across the stellar net, where most dismissed Crotdia Military Academy's efforts as desperate last rites, its fate considered sealed beyond doubt. Today, online discourse is evenly split between renewed speculation about the White Skull Legion's resurgence and discussions surrounding Crotdia Military Academy, though the latter draws mostly mockery and sardonic commentary. Emperor's ancestor publicly spanked in broad daylight. Chief Fengyu laughed until tears streamed down his face. Emperor's ancestor spanked. He tugged at Di Ting Bai seated beside him. Did you hear that? Emperor's ancestor spanked in public. Di Ting Bai brushed his hand away from his arm. His skin glowed translucently beneath the sun, his silver-white hair scattered fractured light, radiating an ethereal, almost inhuman aloofness. Who struck him? A young girl, apparently from Crotdia Military Academy, the guard replied. We traced her identity, Ning Jin. Anne. He paused faintly. Chief Fengyu, and what? The guard Ning Jin appears to be in Frank Cadet. Wiping away tears of laughter, Chief Fengyu stared stunned. You mean the Emperor's ancestor, the transcendent SS rank prodigy, was beaten by an Frank Cadet? The guard nodded. Impossible, Di Ting Bai said coolly. She must have concealed her true strength. The guard hesitated, but how could one conceal or suppress innate talent? Whether concealed or not, I couldn't care less, Chief Fengyu snorted. It's about time the Emperor's ancestor got a beating. I've wanted to do it myself for ages. Crotdia Military Academy. Tingbai lowered his gaze thoughtful. I saw on the stellar net that it secured new enrollments this year. Yes. To preserve the academy, they sacrificed dignity, recruiting across remote forgotten stars through persuasion, deception, and even offering SS-rank mechs. Even the heir of Bainuo star enrolled. Ji Fengyu activated his holoterminal and logged onto the stellar net. Ning Jin. Crotdia Military Academy. Frank cadet who spanked the Emperor's ancestor. Tingbai narrowed his eyes slightly. Investigate further. The guard bowed, understood. Ji Fengyu glanced at him. What concerns you? The Emperor's ancestor may deserve a beating, but among D clan's heirs his talent ranks second only to yours. His pride would never permit such humiliation willingly. Tingbai's long elegant fingers rested upon black and white piano keys, coaxing forth a melody as soft and fleeting as an evening breeze. Whoever subdued him so effortlessly, pinning him down to administer punishment, must possess at least transcendent SS rank capability. Were she truly Frank, even in rank touch would shatter her. That a figure of such extraordinary power should emerge precisely when Crotdia Military Academy faced imminent dissolution, that transforms the entire affair into something profoundly intriguing. Ji Fengyu tilted his head, gazing at Tingbai's frost silver hair, then exhaled almost imperceptibly. I must return to the military academy. He was a current student at the Imperial Military Academy. This academic year had just commenced following enrollment, granting him brief leisure to accompany Tingbai. Several days had already passed since orientation at his academy now demanded his return to prepare for the resource competition. His final opportunity for unsupervised leave had expired, and Di Dachong still forbade Tingbai from enrolling at the Imperial Military Academy. With him present, at least someone could converse with Tingbai. Once he left, Tingbai would remain alone in this secluded courtyard, like a prisoner. Ji Fengyu clapped his shoulder. I'll request leave and visit whenever I can. Tingbai offered a faint serene smile. I can still browse gossip on the stellar net. Such genius confined, sometimes supreme talent proves more burden than blessing. Ji Fengyu sighed inwardly. He too dreaded returning, to face the Emperor's ancestor again, to take orders from him. Merely thinking of it irked him. Yet this time he'd gained fresh material for ridicule. Your mech aptitude test yielded only a blank result, so begin in the mech division, Xiang Peiquan instructed Ning Jin, assigning her department after the academy narrowly averted dissolution. Alternatively, logistics remains an option, and Frank designation rendered her indistinguishable from ordinary civilians. Though fantastical and scarcely believable to most, the fact remained undeniable. Ning Jin and Frank cadet had indeed spanked the Emperor's ancestor. They'd need upgraded equipment, new instruments, once funds and resources permitted. Ning Jin asked listlessly, where can I sleep? Are you truly that exhausted? Men Kersin arched a brow. Ning Jin nodded. I suspect I'm the reincarnation of the god of sleep. Men Kersin's lips twitched. Then logistics it is. This year's sudden influx of cadets had overwhelmed infrastructure, equipment remained incomplete, and logistics held few critical responsibilities. With rank aptitude insufficient for elite mech fabrication, assigning an Frank cadet to logistics was neither demotion nor waste. Fine, Ning Jin agreed indifferently. Sleep mattered more than location. But I'll attend theoretical classes, Men Kersin added. Ning Jin nodded and returned to her dormitory. She'd requested solitary accommodation the previous day. With limited enrollment, Xiang Peiquan readily approved. At the male dormitory, Feng Shaoqi and Xia Wenzhou had personally funded renovations. Upon hearing this, a female freshman volunteered her own credits to refurbish the women's dormitory. Millions possessed wealth, none were her. She could only benefit indirectly from their generosity. Still, it wasn't unwelcome. Benefiting was welcome enough. Ning Jin slowly pushed open her dormitory door and found Xia Wenzhou seated inside. She froze for a second, then turned to leave and shut the door. Stop. Xia Wenzhou blurred forward, blocking her path, hands on hips, teeth grinding. Where do you think you're going? Nowhere. To sleep. Ning Jin turned back with a strained smile, muttering, this dormitory is utterly unreliable, men wandering freely into the women's quarters. You realize how unreliable it is? Xia Wenzhou laughed, exasperated. When you deceived me, your rhetoric soared beyond heaven and earth. Ning Jin sighed, pivoted fully to face him, placed both palms firmly on his shoulders, and gazed into his eyes with solemn, unwavering resolve. Young man, when heaven bestows a great mission upon a person, it first hardens his will, strains his sinews and bones, starves his flesh, impoverishes his being, and disrupts his undertakings, thereby stirring his heart, tempering his nature, and augmenting his latent capacities. Xia Wenzhou. What does that mean? Did you just insult me? Ning Jin. What I mean is, you. Just as she was about to explain, Xia Wenzhou suddenly looked into her eyes with terror. You. Your eyes are bleeding. Ning Jin. I didn't touch you. Xia Wenzhou suddenly jumped outside the door, peeking his head around the corner in panic. Don't think you can frame me. I wasn't thinking that at all. Ning Jin raised her hand to cover her eyes. Xia Wenzhou, what did you do to me just now? I didn't do anything. Xia Wenzhou immediately raised his hands high, distancing himself from her. Don't think you can frame me. Ning Jin blinked, blood flowing more than before like tears of blood, but I only started bleeding after I touched you. Xia Wenzhou found it hard to refute, but he really did nothing. I'm not framing you. How about this, you give me some money and I'll go see a doctor myself. I'll give you. The 2 lines of blood tears were too frightening. Xia Wenzhou, fearing she would really frame him, straightforwardly opened his light brain and transferred 50,000 star coins to Ning Jin. He completely forgot the purpose for waiting here and turned to flee. I've compensated you. Your eyes are none of my business. Don't come looking for me. He really is rich and easy to fool. Ning Jin leaned out the door, glanced at his panicked fleeing figure, clicked her tongue, looked at the 50,000 star coins that just arrived, locked the dormitory door, and wiped the blood from the corner of her eye. After washing up and lying on the bed, Ning Jin opened her light brain and searched for her teacher's ID, adding a note. Teacher, I am already at the Crotdia Military Academy. There was no immediate response from the other side. Since 5 years ago, Xu Huawan hadn't replied to her messages. It was as if she had truly disappeared. Ning Jin just wanted to inform her and didn't care whether she would add her back now. She opened the Star Network to see the buzzing discussions about the Crotdia Military Academy, opened the Galactic Forum, and logged into her original account. Instantly, a message popped up. Deadly Handsome, it's been over a month, you finally logged on. Grim Reaper knocking on your door, I've been busy with some matters recently. Deadly Handsome, what major event do you have? Grim Reaper knocking on your door, schooling. Deadly Handsome, middle school, university, or military academy. Grim Reaper knocking on your door, military academy, is there a problem? Deadly Handsome. No, I'm at the Imperial Military Academy. Where are you? Deadly Handsome, by the way, we've known each other for 2 years, yet I still don't know whether you're male or female, or how old you are. Grim Reaper knocking on your door, no need to know. Just send the mech materials you owe me to this address. She sent an address. Deadly Handsome, Illusionary Spirit Star. What kind of military academy is that? It can't be Crotdia, right? Isn't it supposed to close down? Grim Reaper knocking on your door, we're just strangers online. Don't be so inquisitive about a stranger's private life. Deadly Handsome. Deadly Handsome, fine then. Do you have an upgraded version of that potion you had last time? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Grim Reaper knocking on your door, let's talk later, I'm not free right now. She closed the forum and went to sleep. The White Skull Legion was not completely eradicated back then. Their mothership was hidden in a desolate, unnamed mining star lying dormant until someone trying to steal minerals unearthed it. That person was pursued and even showed up on a life planet before being discovered. The White Skull Legion used to enjoy kidnapping federal geniuses. Once this news broke, the Empire immediately protected that federal star, and all major military districts are now on alert. A single White Skull Legion has made the entire Federation uneasy, and all military fortresses are under lockdown. Ning Jin, unhurried as she arrived at class, overheard someone discussing it. She found a spot, sat down, and began yawning. Hey, Ning Jin. Xia Wenzhou shouted at her from the window. That day Ning Jin saw him playing with a floating skateboard, noticing his remarkable flair. He should come from a wealthy family, which is why she was able to fool him. Unexpectedly, he really is a 3S-level student enrolled in the mech department. He glanced at Ning Jin's eyes, which were bright and clearly defined in black and white, and sighed in relief. Is your eye all right? Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. It's fine today, but who knows about the future? Xia Wenzhou. He always felt like Ning Jin was fooling him and framing him, yet he could never find a reason to refute her. He pouted. When will I get my mech? He referred to the 3S-level mech given upon enrollment. Ning Jin yawned. You should ask young Master Feng. Xia Wenzhou frowned. I went to find him last night. But young Master Feng came to school with a servant blocking the dormitory door, not letting me in at all. Go find him in the infantry department. Ning Jin lay down and started to sleep. Young Master Feng is an infantryman. 100 years ago, he aspired to be the Federation's number 15S-level combat master Zhang Yunfei, and clearly chose the infantry department upon his arrival. Xia Wenzhou was speechless. Didn't you just wake up? Why are you sleeping again? So what if I am? Ning Jin. Xia Wenzhou. Ning Jin was about to retort when a cold reprimand from Do Lihua came from above. It's class time, yet you're still chatting. Do you want to finish your conversation outside before coming in? Miss Colette. Ning Jin attend culture class, and it's Do Lihua teaching. I didn't. All right. Xia Wenzhou just shrank his neck to explain, but Ning Jin stood up smiling and bowed 90 degrees to Do Lihua before turning and walking out of the classroom. Xia Wenzhou. After a moment of shock, he also stood up and ran outside. Other students. Do Lihua. Ning Jin went to the cafeteria. She hadn't eaten breakfast because she woke up late. Halfway there she noticed someone following her. Turning around she saw Xia Wenzhou, who slowly said, "What are you following me for?" How did he know why he impulsively followed her out? But now that he was out going back, teacher Do wouldn't like him anymore. Xia Wenzhou pouted, "When will you give me my 3S mech? Stop asking about that, it's annoying, like looking for a conversation." Ning Jin repeated, "That was promised by young Master Feng, not me. You should find him, not me." Xia Wenzhou huffed, "I can't stand young Master Feng's airs, and you're the one who tricked me into this, you have to take responsibility." Ning Jin smiled without warmth, "You're a mech engineer yourself. Why are you always pestering others for a mech? Can't you handle it yourself? I'm still a beginner, I'm not that skilled yet." Xia Wenzhou pouted, "And I don't want something for free. You. I'll treat you to a meal." Xia Wenzhou looked at the cafeteria ahead. Ning Jin smoothly replied, "Then I'll take you to find him later." The cafeteria food was very cheap, there weren't many people at this time, and only a little food was left, which Ning Jin chose entirely. Puh. Xia Wenzhou just took a bite and spat it out, complaining, "Why is it so bad?" Ning Jin also found it unappetizing, but compared to trash and rat meat it was like a feast. She had no reaction and ate slowly, no wasting food. Xia Wenzhou. But he really couldn't eat anymore. He pushed the food tray toward Ning Jin and took out 2 bottles of nutrient solution. "You eat this, I'll have this." But before he could bite it, Ning Jin reached out and snatched it away. "You. Young man, throughout history heroes have emerged from hardship. If you can't even handle this little hardship, what do you expect to be a hero?" Ning Jin looked at him with bright eyes. "Xia Wenzhou, I'll eat, just give me back the nutrient solution." Confiscated. Ning Jin naturally put it into her waist bag and pushed the food tray back to him. "Finish eating, and I'll take you to find young Master Feng." The master of Bainuo Star is truly wealthy, as evidenced by the renovations in the male dormitory, where Feng Shaoqi personally paid to upgrade the entire male dormitory, transforming his own room from 2 4-person dorms into one complete with a sofa and more. The other rooms still feature the standard bunk beds for 4, but both the beds and the walls and floors of the dormitory have been upgraded with bedding provided free of charge. In just 3 short days it was nearly completed. "I came here to study, not to fight. What does it say about me to have a group of guards following me around? Even military schools don't allow this. You all go back and tell my parents I'm doing well." Feng Shaoqi didn't attend class today, as he found the introductory course at Crotdia too simple. It would be a waste of time. He had funded Crotdia so much that even the principal and others did not say anything. "It's not that I don't want to speak, it's that I can't find the words to refute with confidence." Ning Jin and Xia Wenzhou swaggered into the male dormitory building. Upon arriving at Feng Shaoqai's door, they heard him speaking inside. Soon 4 or 5 guards exited and left. Xia Wenzhou hesitated a bit. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just go in and ask him for it?" Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. "Have you heard the saying? What? Brave people enjoy the world first." With that, Ning Jin knocked on the dormitory door. Back again. Feng Shaoqi initially thought it was a guard returning for some reason. Upon opening the door, he saw the 2 of them and frowned slightly. "Do you have something to discuss? Did you not promise that if I enrolled at the 3S level you would give me a 3S-level mecha?" Before Xia Wenzhou could speak, Ning Jin pushed him into the dormitory. "This is classmate Xia Wenzhou here to ask you for the mecha." "I didn't." "No." Xia Wenzhou didn't expect Ning Jin to be so direct. Just as he was about to push the door open to leave, Ning Jin had already closed it from the outside, locking him in with Feng Shaoqi. "You two take your time to chat, I won't disturb you." Xia Wenzhou. Feng Shaoqi was not in uniform today and looked quite cold, regarding everyone with a disdainful gaze. His casual wear was red, adding a touch of allure. In truth, Xia Wenzhou was a bit afraid of him. After a moment of awkward eye contact, he forced a smile and scratched his face. Ning Jin asked me to come and request a 3S-level mecha." Feng Shaoqi nodded. "I will fulfill the promise I made. I have already informed the mecha engineer at my home about this matter. It will arrive in due time." Xia Wenzhou patted his chest and exhaled. "You're such a good person." The next morning the package arrived. The address was not Crotdia Military Academy, but outside of it. Ning Jin did not take a leave of absence. Instead, she swaggered out of the school gate, claiming she was part of the logistics department's student procurement team. The notorious White Skull Legion has reappeared, attacking the Jinsha fortress that is stationed against the bug race. Recently, it has suffered mysterious attacks with heavy casualties. The military suspects that the White Skull Legion is making a comeback, attempting to release the bug race and threaten the entire star system. There are also concerns about the potential kidnapping of top students from various military academies. General D has dispatched troops for support and requests that residents of all planets and students from major military academies pay attention to safety. As she sat on the floating bus, heading to the city, the news was playing on the street screen. Hearing about the White Skull Legion, Ning Jin stood there and listened until the end. The White Skull Legion actually began attacking military fortresses. Ning Jin frowned slightly. She had only stolen a piece of source crystal. Surely they wouldn't be retaliating against military fortresses for that. Or could it be that the White Skull Legion was not pursuing her because of that source crystal, but rather they wanted to take the opportunity to rise again using her as cannon fodder? Their current assault on the fortress could be due to old grudges from 10 years ago. It seems she must quickly repair her mecha and quantum computer. Next time they meet, it will definitely not be her who escapes. On 11th Street, Lane 18 of the Western District of Huaniying Star City, Ning Jin walked all the way to a fruit shop named Ordinary, took out a gold token for the owner, and casually grabbed an apple to nibble on. The owner scanned the gold token with a device, glanced at the displayed information, assessed her with a measuring gaze, and didn't bother to fuss over the apple. He opened a hidden door deep in the fruit shop. All the data in the Dark City is synchronized. You must be here for the first time, but just like in other places, your package is in cargo box number 23. Thank you. Ning Jin took back the gold token and walked inside. Behind the unremarkable door was a staircase leading down. At the end of the passage was a stone door. After putting on a mask, Ning Jin pushed open the stone door and entered. Inside, the space suddenly opened up, featuring various shops lined up with neon lights and signs flashing in a myriad of colors. People came and went, some wearing masks while others revealed their true faces, both men and women. Some were forging metal, some were dining, and others engaged in mecha competitions or boxing, resembling an underground city. Every dark city is the same. Though it was her first time here, Ning Jin did not feel unfamiliar. She first found a broker in the Dark City, bartered with him for a while, and considering that the entire Dark City only charged about 10 gold tokens, she ultimately rented a small research room for 500 star coins per month. After tidying up, she navigated her way to the supply storage area, paid the owner 10 star coins, and received the key to cargo box number 23. Inside the large cargo box was a very small package containing 2 storage rings. One of them was sent by a netizen named Deadly Handsome, containing mecha materials. The other was for potion. This Deadly Handsome was a netizen she met 3 years ago while selling potions on the Galactic Forum. They had only chatted and traded on the forum, not knowing each other's true identities or genders. However, judging from Deadly Handsome's lavish purchases of potions in the past, he is quite wealthy and extremely narcissistic. No, he is exceptionally wealthy. Among the mecha materials he sent there was a piece of holy gold which, although only the size of a fist, was enough to forge either a mask or an axle. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow, opened her quantum computer, and logged into the Galactic Forum. Just in time, she saw a message from him. Deadly Handsome, Grim Reaper sending you a piece of holy gold. I want all the upgraded potions from this batch. I'll take as many as you have. Are you dying? She asked, knowing her potion was a life extension one. Deadly Handsome, can't you speak? I'm saving lives. All right then. As long as they pay, I earn. It's my principle not to pry into clients' privacy. Grim Reaper, about half a month. Deadly Handsome, the sooner the better. School is starting for me. You can send it directly to the Imperial Military Academy once you're done. Ning Jin logged out of the forum, rummaged through the materials she had just received, and took out her mecha. After the attack from the White Skull Legion, the front and both arms were shattered and the energy source was cracked, rendering it unusable. This was the first mecha she had built after learning about mechas 6 or 7 years ago. It had already become too old to be of much use. Using these fine materials to repair it seemed a bit impractical. Her goal was to create a super-level mecha that could be piloted and controlled even by someone at the ordinary class level, fully unleashing its power. However, that leap was too great. She currently lacked the materials and the skills. After inspecting this research room, Ning Jin decided to set aside the mecha repairs for now and took out the medical machinery and tools from the storage ring, arranging them neatly against the wall. After working for 4 hours, Ning Jin received a communication from Men Kurson. Men Kurson, with one hand on her hip, said, "Did it really take you an entire morning just to buy some supplies?" Ning Jin smiled apologetically. "Teacher Men, I'll be back right away." "You didn't run off to sleep somewhere?" Men Kurson looked at the dim environment behind her. "The school isn't enough for you to sleep in. You went outside to sleep. Do you know that you've offended the Emperor's heir? He's quite petty, and he might just come after you. I'll be back immediately." Ning Jin hung up the holographic communicator, cutting off her words. This Ning Jin. Men Kurson felt somewhat frustrated. Currently, the Crotdia Military Academy has fewer than 2,000 students, and only Ning Jin is in 5th grade. And 5th grade shouldn't be a cause for such concern, but Ning Jin's 5th grade status comes with a letter from the esteemed elder Xu Huaquan, and she has even defeated a genius of the Super 3S level. Whether her 5th grade is genuine or not is still a question. Until they clarify, they must ensure her safety to avoid missing out on a Super 3S level genius. Ning Jin placed all the unfinished potions into a sterilization storage box, drank 1 vial of the nutrient solution she had made, then stored the rest in her ring before heading out. Every store here has face locks and the guards will not allow any theft to occur, making it very safe. Kill him. Kill. Miaomu Mountain. Miaomu Mountain. As she passed by the mecha arena, the voices of the onlookers were deafening. Ning Jin glanced over and saw 2 mechas, 1 black and 1 blue, engaged in a fierce battle. From the current situation, the black mecha seemed to have the upper hand. In battles of this level, each match has stakes of hundreds of thousands of star coins. Ning Jin had no interest and walked straight past. She paused briefly at the entrance of the Dark City Guild's branch. Looking to take on a mission? The store manager, an elegant man, smiled at her. What level are you? The Dark City Guild is an underground organization where one can earn money through illegal mecha fights and provides opportunities for freelance mecha engineers or those with abilities to take on tasks for commissions. Tasks range from F grade to the highest 3S grade. Ning Jin approached the holographic screen and browsed through various tasks, including finding lost pets, repairing mechas, and hiring bodyguards, as well as missions for killing star beasts or even bounty hunting for the White Skull Legion. One particular task mentioned a new type of special repair crystal that had recently emerged in the Federation with a bounty of 50 million star coins per piece. Ning Jin did not take the task. Instead, she took out all of her over 1 million star coins and posted a task. I'm offering a bounty for a certain material. It was for making medicine. She couldn't leave the Crotdia Military Academy, so she had no choice but to do it this way. Upon returning to the academy, Ning Jin was immediately called over by Men Kurson. Going to logistics doesn't mean you don't have to attend any classes. You can't skip cultural classes or mecha classes. Since you're here at the academy, even as in F grade, you must follow the rules. Men Kurson chastised her with her hands on her hips. You. Teacher Men, I was wrong. Ning Jin quickly tugged at her ears and squatted down, tears welling in her eyes, looking pitiful. I promise to attend class properly from now on and abide by the rules. You. Men Kurson didn't buy her act and was about to scold her again when she noticed her ears. Ning Jin tilted her head to look but couldn't see. When she reached up to touch it, she found blood on her hand. Her ear was bleeding. Ning Jin turned her sleeve inside out and wiped it, saying, I must have accidentally gotten bumped on the way back. Men Kurson said impatiently, I told you not to run around recklessly. The White Skull Legion has been active recently, so stay inside. Go check your ear at the infirmary. I understand, thank you, teacher. Ning Jin responded obediently. However, she didn't go to the infirmary. Instead, she returned to her dormitory. In the past, if she didn't sleep well, her eyes would bleed, and now her ears had started bleeding as well. It seemed her mental energy had been overexerted. Ning Jin drank a vial of the nutrient solution she had confiscated from Xia Wenzhou yesterday, and after washing up, she went to sleep. When she woke up in the afternoon, she headed to her mecha class. Seeing Men Kurson, Ning Jin murmured, Why is it you again for this class? Why? Men Kurson raised an eyebrow. Don't want to see me? No. Ning Jin stood at attention and straightened her military uniform. Men Kurson huffed, sit properly. I'll first teach you the basics of mecha engineering, and then you can practice with the materials. Yes. Ning Jin replied loudly, walking down with great spirit. Xia Wenzhou was also there. Teacher Men doesn't just teach mecha, she also teaches individual combat. Teacher Men also covers some command studies, Xia Wenzhou said quietly beside her, partially covering his mouth with a mecha reference book. After the decline of the Crotdia Military Academy, some teachers and instructors left. After all, no one would stay in a hopeless academy. Only 4 or 5 teachers continued to persevere through hardship. Men Kurson is a 3S-level individual combat instructor capable of teaching some fundamentals of mecha and command studies. There aren't many new students with particularly high talents, but it suffices. Ning Jin had already learned the basic mecha materials long ago. She raised her hand. Men Kurson glanced at her and ignored her. Ning Jin stood up and raised her hand. Men Kurson said, Speak. Ning Jin blinked. Teacher, what do you think about transformable mechas or autonomous mechas that operate like automatic driving? Men Kurson paused, glaring at her. Are you deliberately causing trouble? She wasn't causing trouble, she was sincerely asking. In her past life, she was into robotics and aimed towards human-controlled mechas, but the level of technology wasn't sufficient, so she could only install smart chips to control them, letting them fight to the death. Some robots were even detachable and transformable. I believe if we could create autonomous driving mechas, at least they could protect the mecha operators in dangerous situations. Ning Jin earnestly expressed her thoughts. Men Kurson looked at her seriousness and pondered her words. She then gazed at Ning Jin. In the last era of the Galactic Federation, around the year 1200, the predecessor Yun Fei was born. In that time, when mechanical intelligent robots were in vogue. The original intention of creating them was to use their power to help humanity fend off alien invasions. However, in the end those robots developed self-awareness and intelligence, refusing to be controlled by humans, leading to a rebellion where they aimed to dominate humans and the universe. The intelligent mechanical life betrayed humanity and became enemies, allying with the insect tribe for an invasion, unleashing star beasts and sparking a brutal war. That war resulted in a tragic victory for humanity, with countless predecessors sacrificed. Since then, the Federation has prohibited the emergence of intelligent mechanical life. If discovered, they would be exterminated entirely. Menkerson glanced at Ning Jin. Did you think you were the only smart one? Haven't you read the history of the galaxy? Ning Jin replied, No, I haven't read it. She had previously asked the teacher about this issue, but the teacher only mentioned it was highly difficult and did not elaborate. However, she did not intend to give up just like that. Even if intelligent life robots couldn't be made, she could still research transformable mechas. The materials required for transformation are quite demanding, and she has yet to find suitable ones. The dormitory has been completely renovated, with the most luxurious being the boys' dormitory of Feng Shaoqi, followed by Xia Wenzhou. The girls' dormitory has merely been refreshed with some sturdier beds. Ning Jin's bunk bed has been replaced with a moderately sized double bed resembling a single room, complete with its own bathroom. After finishing her wash, Ning Jin sat cross-legged on her bed, opened her light brain, and entered the Galaxy Forum, hoping to see if there were any tasks available. She had placed a bounty in Dark City, leaving her with only 1,000 star coins, barely enough for a few meals. She needed to earn more. As soon as she opened the forum, she received a message from Dark City stating that someone had accepted her bounty, but they needed to meet in person. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. Yama, who is it? Dark City Guild Leader. We always keep our clients' information confidential, and not even members with the golden card have the right to disclose it. Yama, where is he now? Dark City Guild Leader. He is in Dark City on Illusion Star. He said he is available any time for you to come and trade with him. Yama, then let's meet tomorrow morning. She had attended her mecha class seriously all afternoon today and learned some logistics knowledge, and she really didn't have the energy to stay up late. The next morning, the cafeteria food was truly awful and had yet to be improved. Xia Wenzhou, with a nutrient solution in his mouth, just left the dormitory and spotted Ning Jin heading outside the school. His expression shifted slightly as he quietly followed her. Feng Shaoqi noticed his sudden turn and saw Ning Jin walking towards the school gate. He said nothing and withdrew his gaze, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Ning Jin slipped out with the logistics purchasing department and headed straight for Dark City. This time she didn't have to wait for the fruit store owner to open. She went in herself and picked up an apple as she passed by the fruit stand. The owner, who was watching a drama on his light brain at the entrance, didn't even glance at her and said lightly, Next time I'll charge you. Then I'll take a few more this time. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow and stepped back out, grabbing a large pile from the fruit stand. You. The owner was taken aback by her audacity, staring in disbelief, then huffed and ignored her. Seeing that Ning Jin had gone into the ordinary fruit store and hadn't come out, Xia Wenzhou approached, peering into the store. The store was empty, with the owner sitting at the entrance, soaking up the sun. Noticing his sneaky behavior, the owner squinted and said, Young man. Boss. Xia Wenzhou leaned closer and quietly asked, Where did that girl who came in before me go? What girl? The owner replied indifferently. He clearly saw her come in, and Xia Wenzhou frowned, realizing something was off. I'll give you 10,000 star coins. The owner glanced at him as if he were a fool and continued watching the drama. Xia Wenzhou, 20,000. In the guild hall, Ning Jin walked in, and the leader immediately contacted the other party. Soon a figure cloaked in a black cape entered. He held 2 test tubes containing potions, the heart blood of a 3S-level 6-winged dragon beast. The dragon beast resembles a dinosaur. It is a mutated flying star beast with more wings, indicating greater power, reigning as the aerial overlord among star beasts. The 3S-level 6-winged dragon beast is the highest tier, and its heart blood has the utmost medicinal value, rare and difficult to procure. In just one afternoon and a night, how did this person manage to acquire so much? Ning Jin accepted it, saying, If you can get more next time, I can buy it from you again. The cloaked figure replied, It's too difficult to obtain, and next time the price will have to go up. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. All right. She could sell the potions for much more, and next time she could also take advantage of Deadly Handsome. Wait. After the transaction was complete, Ning Jin had just exited the guild when the man caught up and called out to her. Ning Jin, is there something else? The cloaked figure, let's exchange contact information. Ning Jin paused slightly. The cloaked figure continued, The guild takes too high a cut, and next time we can trade privately. When posting a task, the money is directly given to the guild, which takes a 20% commission. Out of 1 million star coins, only 800,000 remains. Ning Jin tilted her head. So, is this why you want to meet with me in person? The cloaked figure nodded. Ning Jin chuckled lightly. All right. She revealed her ID in Dark City. Yama, let's you die at midnight. Niamu Mountain. Upon seeing the cloaked figure's ID from Dark City, Ning Jin paused, recalling the name she heard when passing by the arena yesterday, the name of that black mecha. Niamu Mountain said, "You may have heard of my name. I'll be competing in the mecha tournament here." Ning Jin nodded. Yesterday, she had casually glanced at the leaderboard for the underground mecha tournament in Dark City, and the name Niamu Mountain ranked 50 overall and first in the Illusion Star branch. Impressive. Ning Jin smiled and gave him a thumbs up before turning to head for her research lab. Since she had already skipped class, she would finish making the potion after obtaining the dragon beast's blood. In less than an hour, Men Kurson called her again. At a crucial point in her research, Ning Jin didn't answer and directly hung up, sending a voice message, "Teacher, I'll be back soon." Men Kurson's voice message quickly came through, playing automatically. "It's one thing for you to skip class without asking for leave, but to take Xia Wenzhou with you is unacceptable. It hasn't even been half a month since school started." "Ning Jin, what are you trying to do?" Ning Jin was taken aback. "Xia Wenzhou." Men Kurson replied, "Feng Shaoqi said he saw you two leaving together." No wonder she felt like someone was tailing her on the way. However, with Dark City guards around, she hadn't paid much. So it was Xia Wenzhou. 500,000. Can't go any higher. Xia Wenzhou had raised his bid from 10,000 to 500,000 star coins, and the owner, seeing his determination, finally softened, but he was not going to take the money to tell him where Ning Jin was. "Young man, I see you." Xia Wenzhou. Just as the owner was about to recruit him into Dark City, a voice came from above. "You see, teacher, men just warned us about the dangers outside, and you and Flevel running around is very dangerous. I was just worried about you, trying to protect you." Hee. Ning Jin smiled coldly. She had just come out of the fruit store. Xia Wenzhou glanced behind her, still curious. "Where did you come from?" "Give me 500,000. Ning Jin stretched out her hand towards him. Xia Wenzhou's face twisted a bit, but ultimately curiosity won out. Ning Jin accepted the money. "Let's go back for now. I'll bring you next time." Due to the issues with the White Skeleton Corps, the Federation has decided to advance this year's resource competition, starting to select students for training. As a 3S-level mecha master, Xia Wenzhou is required to participate, serving as a member of the main team's vanguard. Upon returning to school, Men Kurson immediately dragged both of them to the conference room. Ning Jin and Xia Wenzhou were each tugging at their ears, squatting by the wall as they listened to her speak. Ning Jin couldn't help but raise her head. "What about me?" "You." Men Kurson shot her a glance. "You and Flevel going to court death." Even though she and Flevel had won against an over 3S-level opponent using an S-level mecha, no one could be sure it wasn't a fluke, and she couldn't be allowed to risk her life. "Understood." Ning Jin tugged her ear and lowered her head. "This mech shows no abnormalities. It is merely a standard S grade." After they brought back the Emperor's ancestor, they checked only to find that Ning Jin was F grade. They took Tang Qian's mech for inspection, disassembling and reassembling it, and now they finally have results. No abnormalities whatsoever, and some mech parts are even aging. Men Kurson pondered, could it really be Ning Jin herself? "Not necessarily," said the teacher in charge of disassembling the mech, Hortingxing. "It's also possible that she has some guards protecting her from behind. Those protected by guards above 3S grade are definitely not ordinary people." However, Ning Jin did not come from another planet on her own. She directly came with a letter from Shu Huaquan. The school conducted a background check on her, but the information was quite mixed. Very mixed. She has visited many planets, most of which are remote and nameless, making it impossible to determine where she came from, and the detailed identity background is completely untraceable. The only unusual thing about Ning Jin, this F grade, is probably the personal letter from Shu Huaquan in her hand. There might be some connection between her and Shu Huaquan, but since Ning Jin doesn't speak, they can't press her for answers. Xiang Peiquan suggested, "Let Ning Jin join logistics as a substitute member." Men Kurson nodded. "I'll find some time to test her." "Substitute?" Ning Jin looked up, holding mech parts in her hand, stunned. "Yeah," Xia Wenzhou nodded. "So who are the official members?" "Feng Shaoqi, Song Wenjing, Wu Shuang, Meng Yong, and the illustrious and mighty handsome guy here," Xia Wenzhou proudly declared, hands on his hips and chest out. "Wu Shuang and Meng Yong are the other two 3S grades attracted by the 3S mecha. One is an infantryman and the other is a commander. Moreover, Wu Shuang even personally funded the repairs for the girls' dormitory. They were already at the point of being dismantled, yet they casually recruited 4 3S grades, each of whom is quite wealthy. Who says the Crotdia Military Academy has fallen? This Crotdia Military Academy is fantastic. Why am I being made a substitute?" Ning Jin sighed. Since they don't need her, she just wants to lie down and sleep, yet they want her to be a substitute. This is clearly tormenting her. "Who told you to be F grade, the only F grade among the 12 military academies in the Federation?" Xia Wenzhou finally took pride patting Ning Jin's shoulder, like she did to him earlier, his eyes sparkling. Youngster, I'm off to make a name for myself in the Federation. You just keep working hard here. Ning Jin forced a smile. Heh. Originally one of the 5 main team members was Tang Qian, but Tang Qian is only in S grade. This year's new students, including Song Wenjing, just happened to make up 5 3S grades. Thus Tang Qian also became a substitute. The 12 main stars of the Federation and the 12 military academies are all supported by the Federation government and various military districts. Some even have the backing of noble families. Even without resource zones, there are enough supplies to support the schools, but having resource zones makes them even more prosperous. Especially in the current interstellar environment where various species are increasing and resources are somewhat scarce, resource zones are a significant support. The abandoned Crotdia Military Academy can only rely on resource zones, and in the resource competition 3 years ago the Crotdia Military Academy was completely eliminated in the first round. This year, as long as we can secure a resource zone, the Crotdia Military Academy will be able to raise its head again and will never be dismantled again. Xia Wenzhou patted his chest. It all depends on me. Ning Jin replied. Heh. Xia Wenzhou remarked, I feel like you are looking down on me. Ning Jin attached the elbow joint part of the mech arm. How could I dare, the hero of Crotdia Military Academy? You are looking down on me and being sarcastic, but I won't hold it against you. Xia Wenzhou pretended to be magnanimous, fiddling with the parts in his hand, lowering his voice. Don't forget that 50,000 you need to take me next time. The Dark City is not a forbidden place either, Ning Jin exclaimed. Due to the upcoming resource competition, Men Kursin was stricter with all the students, especially Ning Jin, watching her closely in every class. In the practical combat class, she specifically called out Ning Jin's name for her to come out. Ning Jin looked around. Teacher, this is the infantry combat class. How can it be my turn to spar with you? If I call you out, you come out, Men Kursin said, holding a pointer, turning cold in the infantry combat class. Ning Jin exclaimed, then teacher, please go easy on me. Smack. Before she finished her sentence, Men Kursin struck with the whip. Ning Jin dodged. Teacher, is this how you teach? Men Kursin raised an eyebrow. Why you dodged so easily? Ning Jin chuckled. That was just the teacher being lenient. Then I won't be lenient next, Men Kursin said, looking at the surrounding students. You all watch closely, each will come forward one by one. After saying that, she struck again towards Ning Jin. Teacher, I'm just a logistics substitute. Isn't it a bit excessive to make an F grade act as a model without a mech? Ning Jin dodged again, the whip cracking against the ground. Men Kursin narrowed her eyes, exuding the overwhelming pressure of a 3S grade, swinging the whip with the force of the air. This time Ning Jin couldn't dodge, her arm was directly struck, causing it to bleed. Teacher, are you serious? Ning Jin gasped. Men Kursin said, if you don't want to be beaten, you must use all your strength to fight back against me. Men Kursin was testing her. Ning Jin now understands why she was made a substitute. They believe she is just an F grade, but they suspect she is not an ordinary F grade. Placing her in a substitute position, if they don't need her it's fine, but if they do, maybe she can create miracles with her F grade. So they are testing her strength now. Ning Jin covered her bleeding arm, watching Men Kursin approach her with the whip, a chilling glint flashing in her eyes. She smiled faintly. Teacher, I won't hold back then. Men Kursin raised her eyebrows, flashing past again, the whip falling down. If you can catch my whip barehanded, you win. This time Ning Jin did not dodge. Hearing the sound of the wind rushing by her ear, she raised her injured arm and fiercely caught the descending whip. Caught it. The surrounding students showed expressions of astonishment. Men Kursin was taken aback, pulling back with force, but the whip remained firmly in Ning Jin's grasp. Ning Jin looked at her with a calm smile. Teacher, my F grade is not a facade. But if you want to be serious, catching your whip is no problem. In that moment her aura was even stronger than a 3S grade. Men Kursin looked at Ning Jin's hand gripping the whip. She had indeed caught it firmly, but her hand was injured and bleeding. Teacher, sometimes I can't even control myself. Next time don't test me like this, or I'm afraid I might lose control and kill you. Ning Jin calmly smiled as she released the whip. Men Kursin had yet to react, staring into her eyes. Your eyes. Blood started to seep again from the corners. Every time she uses a bit more strength, blood begins to seep from her eyes, just like when she woke up on the garbage star as a child. Damn the after effects, she has taken so many potions to no avail. Because of this she has never hidden her power too much, but she wouldn't use it indiscriminately either. I'm going to the infirmary, teacher. Without waiting for Men Kursin to nod, Ning Jin left bright red blood dripping from her fingertips onto the ground. The surrounding students watched the scene in a strange silence. Foam Shaoqi gazed at her slender back. Xia Wenzhou was astonished, and now he somewhat believed that Ning Jin really had fought the emperor's ancestor. The Crotdia Military Academy now has no more than 2,000 students and faculty combined. Ning Jin's barehanded catch of a whip from Men Kursin spread throughout the academy's internal forum within a morning. This made everyone think that Men Kursin was not impressive and her whip was nothing to fear. If in class could catch it barehanded, then those above a class would find it even easier. Thus everyone attempted to catch Men Kursin's whip barehanded, which only amused her. In the end, she ended up giving each student a thorough beating. The potion cannot be left for too long, it must be completed as soon as possible. During the day, although dragged to watch others train, Men Kursin refused to approve leave, citing dangers outside. Ning Jin simply sacrificed her sleep time at night to sneak out. The current defenses of the Crotdia Military Academy were quite poor, with several cameras being broken. Ning Jin almost brazenly slipped out to the Dark City laboratory to finish the remaining potion and sent a message to the deadly handsome guy. Death knocks on your door, 50 million. First she requested blood from the six-winged dragon beast, and now she wanted a storage device for the potion. She made a bold price. The deadly handsome guy did not haggle with her and directly transferred the amount to her. Death knocks on your door, I will send it to you tomorrow. Alright, if you can create more or an upgraded version, save it for me first, the price is not an issue. Ning Jin bought a very ordinary, not too big ring-type storage device in the Dark City, paid 50 star coins, labeled the address, and placed it on shelf 48, where it would be sent out tomorrow morning. As she passed by the competition stage, someone was in the midst of a match. One of the black mechas was Miamu Mountain. Ning Jin paused and walked over to watch. Those who enter the Dark City can either show their real identities or hide behind false appearances. Moreover, the Dark City does an excellent job of keeping personal data confidential, ensuring no leaks. After trading this morning, Ning Jin had inquired about this Miamu Mountain in the Dark City. He had somewhat legendary fame. It was said he possessed a 3S-level mental capacity, appearing 3 months ago. Within a month, with his 3S-level black mecha, he became #1, and most evaluations of him here were that he was impressive, but short of funds. Those who were dissatisfied and wished to challenge him had to pay a hefty challenge fee. If they lost, they would forfeit the fee. If they won, he would earn the prize from the Dark City arena. You could say it was a case of using empty hands to catch a wolf. He only needed to fight once, win and earn, lose and not lose anything. However, he had never lost. In addition to competing in arena matches, he often took on tasks at guilds. As long as it made money, he was willing to do almost anything. At this moment, the black mecha was facing off against a gray-white mecha, which wielded a large axe as a weapon. The black mecha effortlessly dodged it, countering with a swing of its greatsword to sever the axe and strike at the shoulder of the gray-white mecha. The gray-white mecha was defeated. So easily. Cheers of Miamu Mountain erupted around. This morning, as Ning Jin just arrived at the mecha classroom, she was caught by Xia Wenzhou, who asked, "Did you go to the ordinary fruit store again? Didn't you say you would take me next time?" After returning last night, she had only slept for 3 hours, and Ning Jin replied irritably, "Next time." Xia Wenzhou noticed she was in a bad mood and pouted, saying, "It doesn't matter if you don't take me, I will soon become the young hero of the Crotdia Military Academy. I don't care." Ning Jin couldn't be bothered with him fiddling with the mecha in her hands, scribbling notes with paper and pen. Xia Wenzhou glanced at her and asked, "Is this a crab you drew? Isn't a crab mecha cool?" Ning Jin replied with a relaxed tone. Xia Wenzhou said, "But why is this claw still disassembled?" Ning Jin still did not give up on researching the transforming mecha, which would allow a person to stay inside and control it while the outer shell could transform and extend, achieving greater agility and high defense, and enabling even a true class to pilot a high-level mecha. I know even without you telling me. Xia Wenzhou huffed, "Your idea of a crab mecha is sound, but achieving a free transformation while having a pilot inside is highly difficult, and no one in the Federation has ever managed it. Not to mention your idea of making all classes able to pilot high-level mechas. There may be 1 or 2 exceptions like Ning Jin herself, but not all classes are like her. Her idea is truly unrealistic." Perfect. Ning Jin admired her drawn blueprint with satisfaction, her brows raised in delight. "Then I will be the first to achieve this." After that whip, Ning Jin was no longer dragged to train together, but as a substitute she had to watch other students train on site. Ning Jin could yawn 10 times in a minute and eventually just fell asleep on the spot. "Is she asleep, Go?" Feng Shaoqi asked Xia Wenzhou beside him. Since day 1 at the school, the most he had heard about Ning Jin was her sleeping in class, sleeping outside of class, sleeping during the day, and sleeping at night, as if she would sleep whenever she had time. Xia Wenzhou shrugged. She said she would die if she didn't sleep. In the afternoon, mechas were distributed. Though our Crotdia Military Academy is a bit run down, it still has some heritage. "Now we are selecting mechas starting from 3S level," Do Liwa said blandly. "I won't choose any since I already have one," Feng Shaoqi replied, as his was made by a family mecha engineer, and he was already used to it. "Then you should go too, brother." Ning Jin, who didn't know when she squeezed his side, murmured, "You don't need to give me one." She could study the military mechas and dismantle them for materials. Feng Shaoqi glanced at her, took a step to the left to create distance. "Ning Jin, Hey, I go first. Xia Wenzhou raised his hand and ran up first, picking for a long time, selecting a ring-type mecha storage device, which was a 6S-level mecha. The Crotdia Military Academy had no more than a 3S-level mecha left, not even for the teachers. The next one up was the new girl named Wu Shuang, who had shoulder-length hair and appeared very quiet. The third was Meng Yong. After everyone got their turn, it was Ning Jin's turn to raise her hand. Do Lihua shot her a glance. Men Kirsten said lightly, she caught my full-force whip. Although she had indeed tested her strength to the maximum at that time, she was prepared to withdraw. Men Kirsten said lightly, she caught my full-force whip. Although she had indeed tested her strength to the maximum at that time, she was prepared to withdraw at any moment. She did not expect Ning Jin to actually catch it. That strike was not something a guard could assist her with. Her actual ability was at least above 3S level. Moreover, she was class and could control Tong Qian's level mecha. Giving her another mecha wouldn't be a problem, especially since she was a substitute. Ning Jin rummaged through the remaining options and picked a wristband, which was in a class mecha as it was the highest. In the afternoon, a batch of people arrived at the military academy. They came from Bainuo Star, delivering 2 large boxes claiming to add bricks to the rundown Crotdia Military Academy so their young master would not suffer here. One of the boxes was filled with various styles of mecha storage devices. Bainuo Star directly donated over 100 mechas ranging from A to S class. Awesome, brother. Xia Wenzhou was shocked and patted Feng Xiaoqi's shoulder. Your family should just take over the military academy. Feng Xiaoqi shrugged off his hand from his shoulder, dusted off the place where he touched, and coldly replied, I said I would restore the glory of Crotdia Military Academy, and I will. After chatting with those delivering supplies for a bit, he brought over a box and took out 3 ball-like mecha storage devices, giving one each to Xia Wenzhou, Wu Shuang, Meng Yong, and even Song Wenjing. This is the 3S-level mecha I promised. Although Song Wenjing is not new, I give you one to prevent you from holding us back. What Feng Xiaoqi said was cold, but there was no hint of disdain in his tone, leaving Song Wenjing speechless. The resource zone competition differs from the league. Each military academy may field only 5 principal combatants plus off-field substitutes, and from the beginning to the end there is but a single opportunity to swap a substitute. The next day, Crotdia Junshao began group training, concentrating on the 5 core members, their physical conditioning, mech combat coordination, and studying footage from the previous resource zone contest. As logistics and a substitute, one must accompany the team to the arena and understand these matters, and Ning Jin was compelled to join. They were located in the first star system. The empire had 12 main worlds and 12 academies. Crotdia Junshao now sat at 12th place. If it were dissolved, the military district and the Lianbang would establish a new 12th academy. They would rather found a new school than continue to prop up Crotdia Junshao, which made it hard not to suspect private grudges behind the decision. Ning Jin suspected as much. There really are, Tong Qian murmured when she heard this. The predecessors of Psychology Junshao, Nanjiali Junshao, and Digua Junshao all had grievances with senior Zhang Yunfei. Crotdia Junshao was founded 300 years ago, ranked first among the Lianbang academies for more than a century, once the pride of the Shanshua Lianbang. When mechanical life first awoke, senior Zhang Yunfei warned that autonomous mechanical intelligences would one day threaten humanity. The elders of those other academies dismissed him as alarmist, insisting they only sought to protect the Lianbang, and no one heeded him, and some even branded him as opposed to progress. In the end, the individual mechanical intelligences rebelled, allying with the insectoid horde to unleash stellar beasts against mankind. Reviled and burdened with accusations, senior Zhang Yunfei sacrificed himself on the battlefield to prove his truth. He had shown for 100 years, and at last his sacrifice for the Lianbang cleared his name. After his death, no one again called him a traitor or blamed him for harming the Lianbang, yet those academies united to suppress Crotdia Junshao in the shadows, until Xu Huaquan appeared. But before she could restore the academy's former glory, she vanished. After that, Crotdia Junshao produced no more formidable figures, decaying day by day until now it faced disbandment. Tong Qian looked at Ning Jin and pursed her lips. If you know where senior Xu Huaquan is, please tell us, our Crotdia. Ning Jin interrupted. If she does not wish to be found, she must have her reasons and matters to attend to. Ning Jin's clear eyes met hers. Would Crotdia Junshao truly be ruined without her? Tong Qian was momentarily struck silent. Forget I said anything. Ning Jin clicked her tongue. Before I arrived, you had already resigned yourselves to disbandment. Such a Crotdia Junshao is a disgrace to our predecessors. Tong Qian was speechless. What do you mean by you? Suddenly, a rolled sheet of paper thumped down from above. Men Kirsten appeared behind them, as she had obviously listened to their conversation for a while before speaking. You are now a student of Crotdia Junshao. You belong to us. Ning Jin. Oh. Teacher Men, Feng Xiaoqi asked, may we watch the previous resource zone competition footage? I want to see Di Tingbai, he added. Men Kirsten froze, and the other students immediately turned their attention. Di Tingbai was a legend throughout the Lianbang. Many contest recordings were available for purchase on the Xinhuang, yet the edition Di Tingbai had participated in was never circulated. Backups existed only within the major academies. Feng Shaoqi said, "I think the only one who threatens me is him." He was overly confident. Still, everyone was curious about Di Tingbai, and Ning Jin was no exception. The Resource Zone contest occurred every 3 years. After Di Tingbai appearance in the last edition, he entered no other competitions and did not attend an academy. He kept a low profile. No one knew whether he would show up this time. When he appeared, he was like a god of presence every contestant feared. Men Kursin switched the footage. "Once you enter the arena, your greatest rival will be Digua Junxiao, but our demand of you is not high. If we can secure even a single resource zone this year, Crotdia Junxiao will endure." On the screen, Digua Junxiao's team appeared led by a youth in silver-white uniform whose beauty verged on the supernatural. Long silver hair fell to his waist like silk. In daylight, his skin was nearly translucent, blue veins visible on his slender fingers, hands that could be described as crystalline and exquisite. He seemed to carry his own barrier of presence, standing in frost white and incongruous among the others. At 15 or 16, he lacked the bright cheer of youth, wrapped instead in a faint somber shadow. His beauty defied description. Men Kursin pointed at him. "This is Di Tingbai." The Lianbang allocated 100 resource zones among the 12 academies. In the previous edition 3 years prior, Digua Junxiao seized 52 zones. Di Tingbai, with overwhelming dominance, took 48 in the first half before collapsing from the strain on his spirit and body. In the first half alone, he had claimed half of all zones. A 6S-level commander and spiritual healer, had he not expended so much mental energy and sat out the second half, that year the 100 resource zones might have all belonged to Digua Junxiao. Digua Junxiao rode those 52 zones to command for 3 years. There was a saying across the Lianbang, when Di Tingbai appears, no one dares to challenge him. If he entered this year, the other academies would have no chance. Ning Jin tilted her head and wondered if the child she rescued on that junk world had been Di Tingbai. His hair had been black then, hadn't it? Xia Wenzhou leaned toward Ning Jin and whispered with a half-covered mouth, "Have you heard the stories about Di Tingbai?" Ning Jin looked up. "Kidnapped as a child." Xia shook his head inscrutable. "It's about his hair." Ning Jin's eyes fell on the dazzling silver hair of the serene, isolated youth on the screen. "It's very pretty. Beautiful, as if drawn on paper." "Who says that?" Xia retorted, not in the best humor. Xia said irritably, "There used to be a rumor on the Xinhuang that Di Tingbai would not live long, and his hair was taken as proof of his life. If it ever turned completely white, it meant he would die. The Di family even superstitiously let his hair grow long, thinking that as the black kept growing, he might live longer." Ning Jin paused. "So his..." But no one expected Di Tingbai, bold and unyielding, to simply dye his hair silver white so no one could count down his life by the fading of his black. Yet after he died, the Di family lived in daily dread, constantly guessing when he would die. Ning Jin stunned, so he could die at any moment now. Xia nodded. "They say he died at 5 years ago when his hair was already half white, and now no one knows. He had destroyed the only reference point." Ning Jin frowned. "Isn't he a spiritual healer?" "He cannot heal himself. Many say his brilliance verges on a preternatural wisdom that exacts a price. His ability was bought with his life." Xia mumbled, "But this is all rumor I once read on the Xinhuang. Now nothing about him can be found online. The Di family fears for him and keep him at home, not letting him go out or attend school, protecting him every day." Ning Jin stared at the ethereal, almost immortal presence of Di Tingbai on the screen. His image began to overlay the child in her memory, a child who had seemed taciturn even then. Alarm. Alarm. Just as the contest footage began, Men Kursin's lightcom chimed. It was Xiang Peichuan, grim-faced and urgent. "The Baicola Junchuan has invaded Huanlingxing. All faculty and students of Crotdia Junxiao must enter combat readiness immediately." "What?" Men Kursin exclaimed, staring at the freshmen. Her expression darkened. These were all freshmen, not yet finished with pre-competition training, who had never truly faced death. Now they were to battle the evil Baicola Junchuan. Men Kursin asked, "Why would the Baicola Junchuan invade Huanlingxing?" "They're an evil legion. Invasion needs no reason," Xiang Peichuan replied in a low voice. Ning Jin's heart fluttered. She rose and walked out of the viewing room to look at the sky. A gigantic black starship floated overhead, blotting out the heavens and radiating a suffocating, oppressive dread. "Students, listen to me." Men Kursin drew a deep breath, forcing calm. "Today may be your first real battle. Though Crotdia Junxiao has fallen on hard times, the meaning of becoming cadets and soldiers is to protect the planet and the people of the Lianbang, to prevent evil invasions. Spare us the speech, teacher." Feng Shaoqi stood and walked out. "Since they have come, we might as well meet them in battle." Xia Wenzhou glanced at the starship with barely concealed excitement. "Today is the first step of my immortal fame." The others rose and followed him outside. The White Skull starship did not immediately launch an attack on the Illusion Spirit Star, but instead arrived above the Crotdia Military Academy. Xiang Peichuan said in a deep voice. The military district had already evacuated from the Illusion Spirit Star, and now it was about to be expelled from the main star, becoming a no man's land. No one expected the White Skull Legion to suddenly appear here, and they didn't know when the federal military district would arrive. The White Skull Legion starship covered the entire Crotdia Military Academy, unleashing countless small fighter jets that densely surrounded the academy. Once they opened fire, the Crotdia Military Academy would be reduced to ruins. This is coming for us. Nen Kursin tightened her grip on the whip. Do Lihua took a deep breath. I remember we have no enmity with the White Skull, nor do we possess anything worth their attack right. Amidst the alarm, all the students in the academy rushed out, some even getting into mechas to prepare for battle, but each one trembled with barely perceptible fear. They had just started university. Most were lured here by the recruitment advertisements of the Crotdia Military Academy, and after only a few days of classes, they hadn't learned anything before being faced with war. A war that would still result in bloodshed and death. Ning Jin's gaze darkened as she was certain that the White Skull was coming for her. But why could the White Skull Legion so accurately lock onto her? Was it because of the source crystal? At that moment, a figure cloaked in black stepped through the void and approached the small fighter jets. He's not using a mecha or a flying vehicle, he's flying by himself. This is it. When will the military district come to our rescue? I don't want to die. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the Crotdia Military Academy. I shouldn't have let that recruitment brochure deceive me. No school is better than dying. Some students huddled together, scared to tears. If anyone's going to die, it should be us first. Nen Kursin and Do Lihua, along with the other teachers of the Crotdia Military Academy, stood at the front nervously staring into the sky. You, little thief. The cloaked figure spoke, his voice sounding ethereal and eerie. If you come out yourself, I will spare the others, otherwise the entire Crotdia Military Academy and Illusion Spirit Star will die with you. Who is he talking to? Song Wenjung said nervously. What little thief? Are they looking for someone? Everyone was puzzled, glancing around. Ning Jin, where are you going? Came Xia Wenzhou's voice from behind. Originally standing among the students, Ning Jin stepped towards the crowd. What are you doing? Tong Qian grabbed her. This is not the Imperial Ancestor. The White Skull Legion is extremely evil, not like the Imperial Ancestor's guards, some of whom might speak reasonably. Ning Jin. Go back. Do Lihua scolded. Ning Jin looked at them. You can't withstand this. Nen Kursin said sternly, don't talk about what you can't withstand. As long as our teachers are here, we won't let you go first. Song Wenjing. Do Lihua shouted, you five who are participating in the competition must first escort the other students to retreat through the back door. Hide in the underground shelter. Now is the time to test your team. The Crotdia Military Academy can perish, but at least we will die honorably. Xiang Peichuan addressed all the students, but we cannot let all of you die in vain. Faced with such a powerful White Skull Legion, the current Crotdia Military Academy simply couldn't fight back and had no means to retaliate. Yet they had to protect these innocent students. Even if their talents were poor, they were still students of the Crotdia Military Academy. As long as they were here, the spirit of the Crotdia Military Academy would endure. Teacher Men, Teacher Do. Ning Jin called out to them with a smile. In the few days since arriving at the Crotdia Military Academy, she had become closest to these two teachers, especially since Do Lihua often belittled her. But the Crotdia Military Academy had fallen to the brink of collapse, and Do Lihua hadn't left, which was enough to show her good nature. Looking at the situation today, the combat power of the White Skull Legion was even more terrifying than she had imagined. Although she currently had little morality, she wouldn't implicate the innocent residents of an entire planet. Teacher Men, Teacher Do, Principal Xiang. Ning Jin looked at them and smiled. The person they want to capture is me. Everyone was taken aback. That's not acceptable. Do Lihua pulled her back. You're in Frank. Teacher Do, if I don't go, the whole plan. Ning Jin smiled again. Even if I'm in Frank, I'm not just any Frank. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After all I said, I still want to save the Crotdia Military Academy. She broke free from Do Lihua's hand and walked to the open space outside the crowd, looking up. I am indeed here. I will go with you. Ning Jin. Nen Kursin still wanted to stop her. A small fighter jet descended, took Ning Jin aboard, and flew her to the mysterious cloaked figure above, beginning to regroup and head towards the starship. What's going on? Xia Wenzhou was puzzled, catching a glimpse of Wu Shuang and Feng Shaoqi running towards the rooftop. He hesitated for a moment and instinctively followed. Feng Shaoqi frowned. What are you doing following us? Xia Wenzhou asked. What are you guys going to do? The two ignored him. When they reached the rooftop, Wu Shuang quickly activated her light mecha. Just as she was about to fly, she noticed she had two people tugging at her feet. She frowned. You guys. The White Skull Legion is extremely evil, threatening the entire federal humanity. It is everyone's responsibility to eliminate evil. As your classmate, I certainly cannot let you go alone. Feng Shaoqi's expression was cold. I. Xia Wenzhou had a rough idea of what they were planning to do, but since they were already here, backing down would be disgraceful. He stammered, "This is the start of my fame. If we defeat the White Skull Legion, I will be immortal in history." The small fighter jets of the White Skull Legion quickly retreated, and if they continued to dawdle, they would miss the opportunity. Wu Shuang gritted her teeth and directly grabbed the two and flew up. Those guys. Dou Lihua saw them take off and her expression changed. Men Curson lashed out with her long whip trying to catch them, but it was still a bit too late. Wu Shuang accelerated, aiming for the last small fighter jet. As they got close, she directly threw Feng Shaoqi onto it. Feng Shaoqi unleashed a 3S-level combat force, and before the people inside could react, he killed him with a single strike, took his place, and caught Xia Wenzhou and Wu Shuang ascending with the White Skull starship as it gathered the small fighter jets. This is simply madness. Are these kids seeking death? Dou Lihua's face turned grim. These three were all new recruits of their year 3S-level and the main competitors in the competition. The Imperial Star, the Imperial family. Ji Fengyu entered from outside, found Di Tingbai, who was using a virtual projection in the garden, looked around to ensure no one was present, and slipped a storage ring into his hand, whispering, "This is a new medicine. I've had someone test it after receiving it. Be careful not to let anyone notice when you take it." Di Tingbai said, at this very moment on the illusory spirit star at the Crotdia Military Academy. 5 minutes ago, the Galactic News Agency broadcasted live coverage stating that the White Skeleton Legion invaded the illusory spirit star surrounding the Crotdia Military Academy and taking away a student from there. Di Tingbai clicked pause the video, halting at the moment of the captured student, a girl with slightly disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders, her features indicating a striking beauty. Ji Fengyu felt a sense of familiarity, exclaiming, "I remember now. During our last visit to Planet 5078, to confront the White Skeleton Legion, I saved her. At that time her mecha was shattered, and while her face was bloodied, it wasn't completely obscured. She looked at me with gratitude and admiration after I saved her. I remember it very clearly. She wouldn't have really stolen something from the White Skeleton Legion, would she?" Ji Fengyu frowned, but what could she have possibly stolen that would make the White Skeleton Legion so brazenly pursue her? Di Tingbai ignored him, extending his hand to enlarge the paused image, his gaze fixated on the girl's left hand, where she wore a somewhat worn black storage ring engraved with faint thorn patterns. Ji Fengyu looked at the ring. "It's just an ordinary storage ring. The design looks quite outdated." What are you looking at?" Di Tingbai stood up abruptly. Ji Fengyu jumped in surprise. "What's wrong?" Di Tingbai curled his fingers, lowering his gaze. "I need to go there." Ji Fengyu was puzzled. "Stop thinking about it. Marshal D wouldn't let you go out again, and besides, it's her misfortune for getting caught stealing from others. The White Skeleton Legion has military zones to deal with such matters." "That storage ring." Di Tingbai's eyes darkened, his breath turning icy. "It might be mine." Ji Fengyu was confused. On the starship of the White Skeleton Legion. After disembarking from the battle machine and blending into the crowd, Wu Shuang seized the opportunity to slip away, hiding in a dark corner. She grabbed Feng Shaoqi and Xia Wenzhou, saying, "Although I'm not from the command division, from now on all actions on this starship will be under my command. If anyone dies, I won't be responsible." Feng Shaoqi replied calmly, "All right, let's test our synergy." Xia Wenzhou didn't dare to breathe, nodding vigorously, barely concealing his excitement. "There's no one on the left, follow me." Wu Shuang carefully walked ahead. The interior of the starship was vast, shrouded in dimness, and a strange odor occasionally pierced by distant howls. The paths were convoluted, making it impossible to discern direction. It felt somewhat chilly. Ning Jin was thrown into an open space. "Your Majesty," the mysterious person who captured her glanced at the figure on the throne. The monarch's face was mostly obscured by a mask, rendering their true appearance unrecognizable. They sat high upon the throne, gazing down at the girl. "You are the first to sneak onto our starship and escape. Had it not been for us locking onto the source crystal's aura, you would have truly slipped away." Indeed, it was because of the source crystal. Ning Jin stood up, dusting herself off, and smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." She remained composed, showing no hint of fear. "Hey!" The monarch sneered coldly, hand over the source crystal. Ning Jin hesitated, somewhat troubled. "It's not that I don't want to give it." The man in black grasped her throat from a distance, asserting, "The source crystal is definitely with you, hand it over. Otherwise, we have 1,000 ways to unlock the memories in your mind." "I told you it's not that I don't want to give it." Ning Jin struggled for breath, saying with difficulty, "I can't take it out." The monarch waved his hand at the man in black. The man flung Ning Jin away. Cough, cough. Ning Jin coughed weakly, retrieving her broken light brain. "This is my light brain. I've installed a small storage device in it, and the source crystal is inside. However, this light brain is currently broken." "Go fix it," the monarch commanded. "First lock her up." "Wait." Ning Jin paused a bit cautiously, respected. Your Majesty, may I ask a question? The monarch looked at her coldly. Ning Jin tilted her head, asking, what is so special about this source crystal? I only took a small piece from hundreds of them, yet it compels you who have been dormant for so long to risk exposure to be hunted down by the Federation and military once more. She appeared innocent and naive, as if sincerely asking for advice. The dead don't need to know so much, the monarch waved his hand. The man in black began to escort her out. Wait a moment. Ning Jin struggled. My light brain is modified by me. The mechanical parts are special. If not familiar with the program and it's thoroughly destroyed, the source crystal will never be extracted. I can repair it myself. I'm just in class bold enough to steal your items, you don't need to fear me. The man in black's finger twitched, sealing her mouth. Why not just kill her? The monarch replied indifferently, first lock her up and have someone check the light brain. The man in black took Ning Jin down, locking her in a light prison where other star beasts and beings of different races were also confined. Before leaving, the man in black lingered on Ning Jin for a moment, taking her neck storage necklace, mecha light brain, and all other excess items. Nothing was left behind. Ning Jin thought, is this really necessary? At that moment, a light screen suddenly popped up from the man's wrist, revealing the monarch. A few ants have boarded the starship, you go deal with them. Yes. The man in black replied, respectfully throwing Ning Jin into the cage. He had no light brain on his wrist. The light screen appeared out of thin air. Ning Jin half closed her eyes, watching the man in black leave, straining to open her mouth, gasping for air, while surveying the light prison, clicking her tongue. You think this shabby cage can hold me? Out there she couldn't contend against the starship of the White Skeleton Legion, but now she was within the enemy's. The light prison was formed by electric beams powered through energy. If she forcibly broke out, she would definitely be electrocuted. They seemed quite confident in their light prison with no one guarding it. Around her were other beings trapped in transparent light shields, both humans and non-humans, most of whom were chained. It seemed that she was deemed unworthy. No extra chains were added to her. Today in class, Ning Jin wore her school military uniform and boots. Confirming no one was monitoring her, she chuckled softly, slowly sitting on the ground, pulling out a somewhat old black ring from behind her boot, engraved with fine thorn patterns. When she had been thrown to the ground, she had taken off the ring and hidden it in her boot, indicating she had some force. Technology also adheres to scientific principles. Ning Jin retrieved a small cutting knife with an insulator at the handle, placing the ring back into her boot before starting to cut through a light beam. This special insulated cutting knife was crafted specifically for such electric beams, making it extremely useful. The electric beam stood 2 meters tall, and Ning Jin cut through 2 of them, squeezing out through a narrow gap, then restored the beams to create the illusion that they were intact. Roar. A 4-winged star beast was confined in the adjacent light prison. Ning Jin surveyed it, stopping in front of the 7th light prison. Inside was a figure sitting cross-legged, at least 3 meters tall, making everything in front of him appear extremely insignificant. It was a member of the giant clan. The giant was in deep slumber, and Ning Jin reached out through the gap of the light column and poked him. He did not wake up. Ning Jin glanced around, and just as she approached the door of the cell, she heard a synchronized sound of footsteps from outside. Ning Jin's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly returned to her light prison, sealed the light column, and huddled in the corner, pretending to be afraid. Several guards dressed in white with skull insignias marched in orderly, grabbing 2 people and locking them up before retreating outside. It's over. I couldn't save anyone, and now I'm going to be done for. The White Skull Legion is too terrifying. My heroic life hasn't even begun, and it's going to end. You say you can't fight, yet you come here looking so much like it. What a waste. Isn't it better to wait for the military district to arrive? Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the next star beast. In the dim and cold space, a muffled and sorrowful argument erupted. The voices sounded somewhat familiar. No way. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow, dismantled the severed light column, and stepped out to find the source of the commotion in the cell. Looking at the 2 people inside, she remarked oddly, you can't be the ants they were talking about. The 2 in the cell simultaneously looked up, stunned by her presence. Xia Wenzhou, who thought his life was about to end, widened his eyes. Ning. The rest of his words were swiftly muffled by Feng Shaoqi's hand. It really was the 2 of them, looking as if they had been beaten and still bearing injuries. Ning Jin was even more puzzled. How did you 2 end up here? The White Skull Legion didn't catch you, did they? We. Xia Wenzhou regained his composure, pried open Feng Shaoqi's hand over his mouth, and whispered, we came to save you. Ning Jin questioned, save me? Yes, Wu Shuang is here too, we just followed her here. Xia Wenzhou nodded. Ning Jin scanned the area. Then where is she? Xia Wenzhou replied, she left us behind and ran away, but I believe she will definitely come back to save us. Feng Shaoqi remarked, naive. At that moment, a noise came from outside. Ning Jin quickly returned to her own cage. looking at Xia Wenzhou, who could freely enter and exit the light prison, she thought. Soon more people were brought in. It was Wu Shuang. Feng Shaoqi scoffed, "Ha, naive." Xia Wenzhou was silent. A bunch of ants thinking they can ascend to the heavens, coming here to save someone, how ridiculous. A figure in black appeared, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Since you're here, then there's no need to leave." He glanced at Ning Jin, saw her behaving well inside, and coldly ordered the guards to keep an eye on them before departing. Ning Jin. After a long while the area quieted down and Xia Wenzhou called out softly. Ning Jin approached, looking at the two of them, and Wu Shuang, who was locked up next to them, unable to suppress a laugh. "It seems we haven't gotten close enough for you to risk your lives to save me yet." Among these three, she was closest to Xia Wenzhou, but they weren't close enough for him to risk his life, let alone the other two who had no connection with her and had barely exchanged a few words. Would they really risk their lives to save her? The White Skull Legion is an interstellar bully. Since we have the ability, we should contribute our part. Feng Shaoqi said lightly. "We can't just stand by and watch while they capture our classmates." Wu Shuang wiped the blood from her lips. "I'm not here to save you." She was quite direct. Ning Jin turned to Xia Wenzhou. Xia Wenzhou said, "I thought this was the beginning of my heroic journey." Ning Jin chuckled lightly. "Then how did you all end up captured?" "They underestimated the strength of the White Skull Legion." "It seems the White Skull Legion wasn't destroyed 10 years ago," Wu Shuang said solemnly. "They're stronger than they were 10 years ago." "Don't say that." "How did you get out?" "First save us." Xia Wenzhou attempted to lean against the railing, but got shocked instead. "They took our light brain mechas and reserves. Feng Shaoqi sent a 3S-grade mech new, and it hasn't even been used once." "Sister." He looked at Ning Jin with tear-filled eyes, extending his hand. "Save us." Ning Jin lightly clicked her tongue. "How about 500,000 star coins each?" Xia Wenzhou widened his eyes. "We're here to save you. How can you take advantage of us? Don't you have any morals?" Ning Jin tilted her head, looking innocent. "What is morality? Besides, she already said she's not here to save me. Do you think I have feelings for Feng Shaoqi?" Ning Jin crossed her arms and leaned against the wall of the light prison. "Some of you have your own motives, some want to be heroes, and it has nothing to do with my capture, right? The light brain was taken. I'll give it to you when we get out," Wu Shuang said indifferently. Feng Shaoqi shot a cold glance at Ning Jin. "Here." Xia Wenzhou. Could he still refuse? Ning Jin was outside and no longer needed to cut the light column. She found the switch for the light prison, pressed it, and the light column rose, allowing the few of them to be free. "This place is so scary. Do you want to be discovered?" As soon as Xia Wenzhou stepped out and shouted, he was hushed by Feng Shaoqi's low voice. Xia Wenzhou tightened his lips, looking at the various monsters imprisoned around, and quietly asked, "What should we do now?" Feng Shaoqi replied, "Of course, we need to retrieve our mech equipment." Ning Jin looked at them. "Are you planning to team up or go solo?" "Joining forces would be too conspicuous," Wu Shuang said. "They monitor the entire starship. They will soon discover that we have escaped." Xia Wenzhou hid behind Ning Jin. "Then, let's quickly grab the light brain mecha and run away. We'll leave the rest for the military district." 10 years ago, the federal government swore that the White Skull Legion had been completely destroyed, yet a starship has emerged 10 years later. Don't you think there's something wrong with this? Wu Shuang looked at them. Xia Wenzhou paused. "It's probably the remnants of the White Skull Legion hiding away." "No." Ning Jin squinted. 10 years ago, she left the garbage star and spent little time on planet 5078 before a war with the White Skull Legion broke out, leading to the destruction of planet 5078, after which news of the White Skull Legion's destruction spread. At that time, she was taken away by her teacher amid the chaos and did not witness it firsthand. Now this White Skull Legion starship was identical to the one she saw 10 years ago on the garbage star, which had left the Imperial listening white. Moreover, when she was captured earlier, the figure in black referred to the leader as Wang Sheng. Even if they had rested and recuperated for 10 years, they couldn't have become stronger than before. "You are speculating." Feng Shaoqi looked at Wu Shuang and Ning Jin. "The White Skull Legion was never destroyed 10 years ago." Ning Jin turned to Wu Shuang. "You came here today to investigate this, right?" Wu Shuang fell silent. "What are you guys talking about?" Xia Wenzhou found it hard to follow their train of thought. The military district could never lie. They must be the remnants that fled quickly back then. However, Wu Shuang looked at Ning Jin with her cold gaze. Why would they go to such lengths to capture and— Ning Jin rubbed her nose. "I stole something from them before." Wu Shuang reacted quickly. "You mean the White Skull Legion resurfacing after 10 years is because you stole something from them?" "Yes." Ning Jin felt even more guilty, her voice unclear. "You stole something from the White Skull Legion and managed to escape unscathed. Did you force the White Skull Legion out?" Xia Wenzhou widened his eyes and gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive. And now you still ended up captured." Feng Shaoqi scoffed coldly. "Stop chatting." Wu Shuang said solemnly. "The White Skull Legion is heinous and unscrupulous. They captured us, but haven't killed us immediately as something is off about this. There's nothing off about it. Ning Jin half squinted. They invaded Phantom Spirit Star and attacked the Crotdia Military Academy to capture me today. The Federation can't possibly be unaware of this. If the military district catches up, they can use our lives as hostages. If they catch up, we would be hostages. If they don't, we might end up as food for any of the exotic beasts locked up. However, compared to this, Ning Jin was more puzzled about what special quality the source crystal she stole had to provoke the White Skull Legion so. Can we run? This was Xia Wenzhou's foremost concern. He had no wish to die before even becoming a hero. The Baicola Legion is not to be trifled with. Feng Shaoqi pursed his lips. I suggest we withdraw for now and leave the rest to the military district. You go ahead, Wu Shuang said. I have something to deal with. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow, rubbed his chin, and said, now that we're here, we can't simply return empty-handed. Don't be reckless, none of us have real combat experience, we're only freshmen. Xia Wenzhou muttered, anxiously shrinking back. You a coward pretending to be a hero, eh? Feng Shaoqi sneered. Xia choked out, aren't you all afraid of dying? Afraid? They were all only 17, barely knowing what real combat meant, yet stood upon the Baicola Legion starship facing a danger that walked hand in hand with death. But when Wu Shuang charged after someone, Feng followed instinctively, and Xia, in a moment of heat, wanted to act the hero too. Ning Jin clicked his tongue. If each of you has your own motive, then act separately, do not interfere with one another. No. Xia Wenzhou grabbed her arm. I'm coming with you. Ning Jin glanced at him. Me. And Frank. Xia shot the other two a look. Now I understand. Among us three, I'm the most sincere. My desire to save you is genuine. The other two are not so pure. You dragged me into the Crotdia Military Academy. You're responsible for me. You're Frank and I'm following you. You can't abandon me. Feng Shaoqi, how naive. All right, naive brother, Ning Jin said, sensing with his spirit. If we keep talking, the starship will slip into another system. By then forget escaping, you won't even get home. Xia Wenzhou panicked. We have no mecha weapons right now. The starship is full of guards and cameras. How can we possibly run? Ning Jin scanned the cabin that served as a prison, studying the caged star beasts and giants. He narrowed his eyes. I have a plan. He bent on one leg, pulled off the other shoe, produced a storage ring, and retrieved a collection of tools. Xia Wenzhou, Wu Shuang, and Feng Shaoqi all stared at him in bewilderment. What's the matter? Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. Never heard of keeping something in reserve. The three expressed no words, but silently raised a thumb for him. Noted. Sir, there's trouble. A sudden cacophony of snarls erupted through the quiet starship like star beasts in uproar. The black-clad man frowned, about to investigate, when a guard came running up, breathless. All the detained species have broken out. There's a riot aboard the starship. The black-clad man's face darkened. What about those human ants? They got away. I overestimated these ants. The black-clad man clenched his fist. Even so, they can't escape this ship. Dozens upon dozens of star beasts released by Ning Jin surged about in a frenzy, wreaking havoc throughout the vessel. Among the four, one clutched the plasma flame gun Ning Jin had just fashioned, and they slipped out from the light prison amid the chaos. With the star beasts rioting, even if they realize we've fled, they'll be tied up for a while, Ning Jin murmured. Take care of yourselves, Ning Jin said quietly. If we live through this, fate may reunite us. Wu Shuang left alone. Ning Jin looked toward Feng Shaoqi. Feng Shaoqi was silent for a moment, then said, I'll go with you. Ning Jin watched the newly freed beasts run wild, then doubled back, produced 2 green syringes, and using an electronic firearm shot them into the bodies of still dormant giants from afar. A giant stirred and opened its eyes. Ning Jin smiled. You are free. Bulbous eyes flared crimson. The giant rose, shattered its cage, and thundered out, pounding its chest as it roared. Ning Jin sheltered Feng Shaoqi and Xia Wenzhou, stepping back 2 paces. When the giant ignored them and dashed off, she relaxed. What did you inject him with? Xia whispered. Less talk, fewer questions, move. Ning Jin slipped away. There are corrosive liquids aboard the starship, be careful. The dim cabin was cold and oppressive, filled with a choking fishy oil-like stench that made one retch. Outside, the guards had been slain by the star beasts and the earlier departing Wu Shuang, making the retreat far smoother for Ning Jin and the 2 who emerged later. Ning Jin led spirit sense, probing the surroundings. They entered a zone with few guards, dozens of head-sized all-seeing surveillance drones flitted back and forth on patrol. Feng Shaoqi raised his plasma flame gun, aimed at one, and struck true. A beastly roar and a human scream echoed. Just after they disabled a flying monitor and turned into a narrow corridor, a sudden snarl rent the air and a sharp claw shot out from the side. Xia Wenzhou screamed and clung to the nearest Feng Shaoqi in terror. Feng tried to shake him off but couldn't. Let go of me. No. Xia hugged tighter. It's terrifying. Shh. Ning Jin hushed them and scanned both sides of the passage. Less than a meter wide, the corridor's two walls were sealed with dense iron mesh divided into small square cages. Inside each compartment squirmed grotesque, uncanny creatures, one more slimy and nauseating than the last. They resembled star beasts, yet were not quite the same. The sealed mesh of some unknown material held them fast with no escape. What the hell? What are these things? Xia Wenzhou dodged a spray of foul-reeking slime and practically clung to Feng Shaoqi. Disgusting beyond belief. Feng Shaoqi, fastidious to the point of obsession, felt even more repulsed. He tore at Xia's hand. Don't touch me. I won't. Xia refused to let go. Let's go, hurry. Ning Jin considered, then produced a small golden orb engraved with flames. He tossed it into a cage. The moment it struck the floor, and while it detonated with a bang, erupting into towering flames. The creatures aboard the Bicola Legion starship were revolting. Whatever they were, Ning Jin decided to burn them all away. The blaze lit the place instantly. The monster's snarls were horribly harsh. The floor was slick with their oozing mucus, exuding a stench like a sewer full of centuries-rotted corpses and rotten eggs, a reek that stole one's breath. The three ran with the fire at their backs. As they fled the area, a black shadow barreled toward them, trailed closely by a squad of guards. Explosions and flames spread behind them, cutting off retreat. Feng Shaoqi surged forward, gripping his plasma cannon, and unleashed a furious barrage at the approaching cluster. Xia Wenzhou, seeing Feng charge, followed suit. Ning Jin remained at the rear. The leading black shadow saw them and deployed a mecha, its feet streaking forward without respite. Each hand wielded a great blade swung toward them. Feng ducked and sidestepped with speed as Xia reacted 2 seconds too late, and the mecha's blade sliced through his ion gun. Xia froze as the mecha's blade swung toward him. Ning Jin leapt over, grabbed the back of his collar, and yanked him clear. With the other hand, she swept a burst of fire at the guards ahead. Seeing that familiar black mecha, she squinted and called out, "Myo Mushin." The black mecha's descending blade halted in midair for a breath. Don't be dazed. Feng Shaoqi grit his teeth and snapped. Ning Jin snapped back to focus, flung her plasma cannon to Xia Wenzhou, drew a silver recurve bow, and nocked 2 arrows. She loosed them at the guards. The arrows struck and exploded with 2 thunderous detonations. The guards were blasted aside. The black mecha behind them, noting that these youths were not Bicola Legion personnel, adopted a wary tone. Are you the students from Crotdia Military Academy who were captured by the Bicola Legion? It truly was him. The Bicola Legion starship had become unexpectedly lively today. Ning Jin glanced at him, the corner of his mouth tilting in a small smile. He gripped the silver bow with one hand and drew a black mask across his face. Myo Mushin paused. Has Yanwang sent you to die at the 3rd watch? A familiar face, yet what odd words those were. Xia Wenzhou and Feng Shaoqi looked from Ning Jin to Myo Mushin, stunned. It is safe here for the moment. Miao Mushan stepped out of the mech, lifting the black hood off his head to reveal a youthful face with sharp brows and bright eyes. Ning Jin removed her mask. Miao Mushan looked at Ning Jin and asked, "Is it you that they captured?" He appeared to be only 17 or 18, but there was no one like him at the Crotdia Military Academy, and yet here he was on the starship of the White Skull Legion. Ning Jin raised her eyebrow. You aren't saying you came to save me, are you? They didn't know each other. Their only encounter had been that one anonymous transaction. Miao Mushan replied no. He said nothing more. Do you know each other? Xia Wenzhou asked quietly. Ning Jin replied not really. So, Miao Mushan paused. These disturbances are you doing? Ning Jin nodded. Anyway, the White Skull isn't good news. Guards are coming, Feng Shaoqi said in a low voice. If they aren't enemies, then it's fine, Ning Jin said. Since we're all escaping, let's keep running. We'll go first. Ning Jin sensed the path ahead with her mental energy and then left. Feng Shaoqi and Xia Wenzhou exchanged a glance with Miao Mushan before following. Miao Mushan stood in place for a moment, putting the hood back over his head before vanishing in another direction. After running a long way, they still hadn't found an exit. Ning Jin stopped to rest against the wall. Xia Wenzhou and Feng Shaoqi leaned against each other, panting heavily, their hands gripping their weapons trembled imperceptibly, their faces pale. Xia Wenzhou had lost the initial excitement of wanting to be a hero, his voice trembling. I killed someone today. Weren't you wanting to be a hero? Feng Shaoqai's face was also pale, yet he maintained his cold demeanor. The people you killed are all villains. You are ridding the stars of evil. What is there to fear? They were not cowards. They attended military school to protect the Federation, dreaming of becoming heroes, but had never experienced real war. When faced with this day, anyone would be terrified. Ning Jin said lightly, if we don't kill them, they will kill us. I know. Xia Wenzhou wiped the blood from his face. With so many guards here, will we even be able to leave alive today? He wanted to be a hero, but he didn't want to die. I don't know, Ning Jin said with a cold expression. But even if we die here, we must take the White Skull Legion down with us. Right. Let's take them down with us. Xia Wenzhou gripped his gun tightly, taking a deep breath to calm himself together. They're coming. Ning Jin sensed a group of guards approaching and quietly counted down. 3, 2, 1. Once she finished, the three of them appeared from around the corner, launching a coordinated attack with 2 guns and a bow aimed at the guards ahead. Xia Wenzhou's face was pale, but he still held his gun tightly, firing until all the rounds were spent. This was an energy gun. Ning Jin took out 2 small energy crystals, stuffing one into his gun and tossing another to Feng Xiaoqi. The guards ahead fell like dominoes. As they passed, Xia Wenzhou vented his frustration by kicking one of the guard corpses heavily, but the impact made a clang sound, causing him to pull back in pain. The lights here were brighter, allowing them to see the environment clearly. Amidst Xia Wenzhou's pained exclamation, Feng Xiaoqi lowered his head, staring at the corpses of the guards in shock. Blue blood. Ning Jin was also taken aback, glancing around to see that all the guards had blue blood. How could it be blue blood? Feng Xiaoqi frowned. Could it be? Ning Jin squatted down and lifted one of the guards' clothing. He had been shot by a plasma cannon, and what oozed out was a thick blue fluid. Inside was not flesh and blood, but various circuits and metal. Mechanical life. Xia Wenzhou's expression turned grim. Feng Xiaoqi checked the others and exclaimed in shock, they're all like this. Didn't our teacher say that 100 years ago there was a robot rebellion and all individual mechanical intelligent beings were eliminated? Ning Jin thought of that man in black who could communicate without a light brain, directly projecting a holographic screen from his wrist. It was likely he was also a robot. The presence of so many robotic guards, whether or not they had developed self-awareness, indicated that the White Skull Legion possessed the technology to create individual mechanical intelligent beings. If left unchecked, the disasters of 100 years ago could very well return. It seems the White Skull Legion is more terrifying than we thought, Feng Xiaoqi said solemnly. This matter is beyond our control. We must escape quickly and report to the Federation. Then let's hurry. Xia Wenzhou's face was ashen. Let's first retrieve the light brain mech gear. Ning Jin took a deep breath, completely releasing her mental energy to cover the entire area. The mech was not important, she had to retrieve her original light brain. When she encountered the starship on the desolate mining planet not long ago, she hadn't seen the White Skull insignia outside. Everything inside the ship was dormant, and she hadn't detected any signs of life when she boarded. She initially intended to take all the energy crystals, but triggered the alarm after taking just one. She remembered that the warehouse was over here and the core chamber should also be nearby. Now she had become familiar with the area, sneaking past the guards. Useless trash. You let a few ants get you this way. You really are useless. Soon Ning Jin sensed the king of the White Skull Legion losing his temper. The man in black stood below, saying through gritted teeth, not a single one will escape. After saying that, he immediately turned and walked out. There were more guards here. Ning Jin closed her eyes, forcibly releasing more mental energy to expand her sensing area. Ning Jin. Feng Xiaoqi called out to her, your eyes are bleeding. Xia Wenzhou looked at the corner of her eye, recalling the last time he went to find her eyes had also been bleeding, but this time it shouldn't concern him, right? Ning Jin seemed not to hear him. After a long while, she suddenly opened her eyes, took out paper and pen, and quickly sketched a map of the ship, marking a red dot at a certain location, handing it to Feng Xiaoqi and Xia Wenzhou. This red dot is the warship chamber inside the starship. You two go there first, and I'll retrieve the gear and meet you right away. No way. Feng Xiaoqi grasped her wrist. Even if your true ability isn't level, going alone is too dangerous. Right. We should go together. Xia Wenzhou said, trembling with anxiety and fear, but still firmly insisted. Ning Jin frowned. I didn't. Where do you want to go? A chilling voice suddenly interrupted. The man in black had appeared here without warning. The three of them jumped in fright. Run! Ning Jin shouted sharply, turning and fleeing without hesitation. There was no time to think. Xia Wenzhou and Feng Xiaoqi each took a direction and ran for their lives with all their strength. The three separated. The man in black had a dark expression, slightly raising his finger to unleash his power, causing the surrounding panel structures to collapse, suddenly sending all three flying. Xia Wenzhou crashed against an iron wall, spitting out blood. Feng Xiaoqi was also flung out with a shard, cutting his face. Ning Jin's mental energy materialized into a barrier, shielding her from the shattered debris. Drawing her bow, she aimed an arrow at the man in black, but before she could get close, he casually waved and knocked her arrow aside, choking her neck from a distance. And Flevel, yet possessing such powerful mental abilities, he said, somewhat surprised. This could be extracted for study. Suspended in midair with her neck choked, Ning Jin felt blood trickling from her mouth and ears. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to raise the bow in her hand again, aiming another shot at him. Such a tenacious ant, he scoffed. Die. Xia Wenzhou, half lying on the ground, suddenly fired. In this situation, even with strength, there was no way to attack closely. Feng Xiaoqi also got up and began to fire wildly at him. However, their attacks seemed like throwing eggs against stones to the figure in black, as all the artillery fire was blocked by the solid barrier he had conjured. Bang! Just as the figure in black captured Ning Jin, a black mech flew in from behind and struck him with a broad blade. His strength slightly dispersed, allowing Ning Jin to break free and fall to the ground. You really are tenacious. The figure in black said, his voice laced with impatience and anger as he grabbed the large blade that had been swung at him and snapped it with a forceful twist, sending the attacker flying. Miao Mushan gritted his teeth, channeling his powerful mental energy into the mech, throwing a punch while dodging the figure's attacks. Run, he shouted to Ning Jin and the others while maneuvering the mech. You all go first, Ning Jin called out to Feng Xiaoqi and Xiao Wenzhou. Bang! Miao Mushan along with the mech was struck and sent flying, a large hole forming in the mech's chest. As the figure in black swung his palm again, Ning Jin endured the stinging pain in his eyes and swiftly shot an arrow at the black figure before dashing forward like lightning, grabbing the mech's arm to pull Miao Mushan out. The arrow exploded in front of the figure in black, causing no harm, yet sparks fell onto him, igniting his cloak. Now that it's come to this, if we are to die, let us die together. If we are to leave, let us leave together. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Feng Xiaoqi glared coldly at the figure in black and unleashed a furious barrage from his plasma flame cannon. Even if I die here today, I will be a hero. Xiao Wenzhou coughed up blood, struggling to pick up the gun next to him. The flames raged fiercely, burning away the cloak of the figure in black, revealing his true visage, which bore no differences from an ordinary human. However, upon closer inspection, his face, hands, and all exposed skin were marked with peculiar patterns resembling the seams of stitched bones. Indeed, he is a robot. A highly advanced and self-aware mechanical life form. The robot clapped its palms together, its skin shifting to reveal a pitch-black gun barrel aimed at them as it began to sweep fire. You pesky ants are truly bothersome. Feng Xiaoqi reacted swiftly, yanking Xiao Wenzhou by the collar and, ducking behind a collapsed wall. Ning Jin pulled Miao Mushan's mech aside to evade, but the mech's leg was still hit, the section melting away in flames. Damn it. Ning Jin cursed under his breath, urging Miao Mushan to stow the mech. Merge the cockpit. Ning Jin shouted, pulling Miao Mushan as they turned and ran. On the other side, Feng Xiaoqi heard and grabbed Xiao Wenzhou, saying, let's go. The cockpit Ning Jin referred to as the red dot on the makeshift map. She had drawn the docking area for small spacecraft on the starship. The interior of the starship was labyrinthine with winding paths. Feng Xiaoqi and Xiao Wenzhou ran towards the cockpit with firm resolve, but just after turning two corners, they were suddenly seized from behind. Both jumped in shock and were about to retaliate when they heard a voice say, it's us. It was Ning Jin and Miao Mushan. Feng Xiaoqi relaxed his body. Xiao Wenzhou felt like crying, his heart raced as if it would leap out of his chest. You scared me to death. Didn't we say to meet at the cockpit? Feng Xiaoqi held on with difficulty. You're just deceiving him. Ning Jin replied, but not for long. I never expected the White Skull Legion to possess such powerful, intelligent mechanical life, and no wonder they weren't eradicated 10 years ago. Miao Mushan, injured, clenched his fist, his face pale. He's invincible, we can't defeat him at all. Xiao Wenzhou's body tensed, his heart pounding, his voice quivering. Let's just leave the equipment behind and get out of here. Your eyes and ears are bleeding. Feng Xiaoqi suddenly pointed out to Ning Jin. Ning Jin casually wiped at her eyes while releasing her mental energy to sense her surroundings. She took out a small box from her storage ring, half filled with nutritional liquid and half with potions. She tossed each of them 2 vials of nutritional liquid and potions, saying, each one costs 10,000 star coins, remember to pay up when we get out. Xiao Wenzhou exclaimed, at a time like this you still don't forget to swindle us. Don't give it to me. Xiao Wenzhou quickly bit into the vial. All of them were injured and utterly exhausted, desperately needing to replenish their strength, but all their equipment had been confiscated. As the nutritional liquid was consumed, a wave of fullness washed over them. After drinking the potions, their fatigue vanished and their injuries felt significantly better, revitalizing them as if they had been reborn. Miao Mushan was astonished. What kind of potion is this? Ning Jin also drank 2 vials of potions and nutritional liquid, squatting on the ground while pulling out a large array of tools. Xiao Wenzhou looked at her. Shouldn't we be running right now? The robots are indeed formidable, especially those with self-awareness. Their programming should be of the highest interstellar grade. Even if we combine our strengths, we can't defeat him. However, that doesn't mean there's no way at all. Ning Jin set up her small mobile workbench and immersed herself in work. But if we run, if this mechanical life form isn't eliminated, we won't be able to escape at all. Feng Xiaoqi interrupted, his voice low. Miao Mushan looked at the 3 of them. Are you going to hire me? Ning Jin and the others replied. Not a brother, is this really the time to take advantage of the situation? Xiao Wenzhou stared in disbelief. Aren't you friends with Ning Jin? Miao Mushan replied indifferently, my relationship with her is solely a financial transaction. There's been only one instance. Also, the danger here has reached 100%. I helped you earlier to retrieve my own possessions. Feng Xiaoqi licked his lips. We are all in the same boat now. Miao Mushan smiled faintly. I can escape by myself. His name in the Dark City was that of a mercenary always seeking profit. As he said earlier, they were not friends, and he had no obligation to help them. However, having one more person did indeed increase their odds of winning. He now bore an attitude that if they did not pay for his services, he would leave. Ning Jin said, "Name your price." Miao Mushan asked her, "How confident are you? How long will it take?" 80%, 10 minutes. Ning Jin spoke rapidly. "He's already coming, you need to help me buy some time." The robot's perception was keen and had already sensed the deception returning to the scene while mechanical guards were approaching. "The nutritional liquid and potions from earlier will serve as payment for my assistance." Miao Mushan stated this time 500,000 star coins. Ning Jin replied, "All right, I'll have Xia Wenzhou transfer it to you once we get back." Me? Xia Wenzhou was filled with confusion. Why me? Fine. But no one paid him any mind, and Miao Mushan agreed. Feng Xiaoqi frowned. Then I'll trust you once. You two go distract the guards and that person. No need to confront them directly, just lead them away and buy me some time. Ning Jin instructed. You two together. Miao Mushan spoke to Xia Wenzhou and Feng Xiaoqi before turning and running in the opposite direction, deliberately creating a loud commotion to draw the guards and the robot away. Feng Xiaoqi turned to run in the other direction, mimicking Miao Mushan's noise. Xia Wenzhou, feeling utterly frustrated about being swindled out of 500,000 star coins, gritted his teeth. Hurry up. Soon the sounds of gunfire and explosions rang in their ears as Ning Jin focused intently, her hands moving at almost lightning speed. Hurry up. A scream from Xia Wenzhou pierced through the surrounding noise. A team of mechanical guards gradually approached while Ning Jin remained on guard, her hands moving faster, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her ears and eyes aching, and her vision slightly blurred. But she couldn't afford to think too much. She hypnotized herself into believing that she couldn't sleep at this moment, wiping the blood from the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. 8.5 minutes. Ning Jin looked at the silver arrowhead, and a chip the size of a fingernail in her hand, let out a deep breath, and put away her tools before darting out. The nearby area had been reduced to ruins, with the bodies of mechanical guards scattered everywhere. Xia Wenzhou and Feng Xiaoqi lay bloodied among the rubble. If the robot fired at Miaomu Mountain now, he would either be obliterated or dismembered. Bang! Just then a gray mech surged out from behind him, wielding a large hammer that struck down, causing the robot to falter for a moment, redirecting its fire, allowing Miaomu Mountain to survive. You ants! The robot's mechanical green eyes glowed coldly as its mouth opened and closed, echoing with a haunting amplification. All of you shall die. He didn't expect that these ants, which he thought he could crush with a mere flick of his finger, would prove so bothersome. One by one they kept appearing, and he was utterly enraged, lasers shooting from his eyes, sending the gray mech flying backward, its energy core cracking open. Wu Shuang fell out of the cockpit, blood spilling from her mouth. Wu Shuang. Xia Wenzhou was taken aback, weakly saying she retrieved the mech. Wu Shuang gritted her teeth and climbed up, pulling out 2 storage boxes from her pocket and using all her strength to throw them towards Xia Wenzhou and Feng Xiaoqi. Isn't this your mech equipment? The robot's attention was focused on Ning Jin and the others. She had acted alone earlier and had not been detected. She killed a few mechanical guards and found the equipment, taking it all with her. Xia Wenzhou's eyes lit up, but before he could muster the strength to crawl up and catch it, the mech storage wristband thrown into the air was shattered by the robot's hand, turning to ashes. My mech. Xia Wenzhou felt a sharp pain in his heart, devastated. That was a new one given to him by Feng Xiaoqi. Feng Xiaoqi looked at Wu Shuang expressionlessly. You could throw it more accurately. Still have the mood to chat. The robot crackled as it twisted its neck, its arms retracting and reassembling into laser cannons, indiscriminately scanning in circles. Feng Xiaoqi pulled Xia Wenzhou away to hide, but Xia Wenzhou's legs were too weak to stand, trembling. If Ning Jin doesn't come, we're dead. She's here. Ning Jin appeared, quickly knocking an arrow, shooting 5 arrows that exploded into a cloud of gray mist as the robot was blasted apart. Taking advantage of the robot's distraction, Ning Jin rescued Wu Shuang. Weren't you supposed to leave? How did you come back? Wu Shuang spat out a mouthful of blood. I happened to pass by and saw this. The two of them reached Xia Wenzhou and Feng Xiaoqi while Miaomu Mountain staggered over. Among the 5 of them, only Ning Jin was unscathed. Ning Jin took out a few vials of medicine. These are free. Miaomu Mountain unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. What did you do? 2 little gadgets. Ning Jin turned her head, looking through the gaps in the iron frame at the robot that was now out of the mist, speaking softly. But I need you to help me immobilize it. We can't even get close to it. Feng Xiaoqi's face was grim. Ning Jin pursed her lips. As long as we can hold it for 3 seconds, it's enough. Now everyone follow my lead. Nyamu Mountain got up from the ground, releasing her spiritual energy. I can interfere with its thoughts for 2 seconds. You all entangle it within those 2 seconds, sweep its legs, knock it down, and hold it down. But Xia Wenzhou was somewhat panicked, truly frightened. This robot was terrifyingly powerful. Feng Shaoqi held back his trembling. We 5 are all in the same boat. If one person dies, the rest will not escape either. Only by cooperating. Wu Shuang bit her lip. I can draw its attacks. Feng Shaoqi, I'll attack its legs. Then I'll. Xia Wenzhou's voice trembled. I'll adapt as needed. He had to be a hero. He absolutely couldn't back down. Found you. The robot appeared in front of the group. Get him. Ning Jin shouted sharply, unleashing powerful spiritual energy simultaneously with Nyamu Mountain overwhelming the robot's head and causing its laser to pause for 2 seconds. Wu Shuang darted past, wielding a large hammer to strike its back. Feng Shaoqi rolled beneath it, sweeping its legs with his own, knocking it to the ground, while Xia Wenzhou gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his arm, and pounced on it from above. At that moment, when the 4 of them completely restrained the robot, Ning Jin tightly gripped the small arrow shaft, dashing forth like lightning, and firmly plunged the arrowhead into its energy core. Run! Ning Jin shouted loudly, simultaneously dragging Xia Wenzhou along while the other 3 immediately retreated. Bang! In the next moment, the arrowhead at the robot's energy core exploded. Just as quickly as it was done, exactly 3 seconds had passed. The 5 of them scattered in 4 directions, hiding in the rubble, their bodies tense, holding their breaths, not daring to move. It wasn't until a long time after the explosion that Nyamu Mountain dared to release her spiritual energy to sense. The robot lay on the ground, its body twitching, a large hole blown in its chest where the energy core had shattered with electricity crackling. Is it dead? Xia Wenzhou wiped away the physiological tears spilling from his fear, too scared to move or peek outside. Not yet. After a moment, Ning Jin signaled them not to move, got up, and walked over with a dagger in hand. The robot's energy core had exploded, blue blood splattered, but its head was still moving. As Ning Jin approached, it suddenly shot 2 beams of laser capable of obliterating everything. Fortunately, Ning Jin had been prepared, swiftly dodging the lasers, gripping the dagger and plunging it into its head, immobilizing it, finding the chip interface at the back of its head, pulling out its chip, and inserting her makeshift one, finishing everything within 5 seconds before hiding again. About 5 minutes later, there was still no movement outside. Ning Jin withdrew her spiritual energy, wiped the blood, still oozing from the corners of her eyes and ears, took 2 vials of medicine and nutrient solution, and exhaled a breath of stale air. It should be fine now. You scared me, sob. Xia Wenzhou's tense body suddenly relaxed, blood and tears mingling on his face. Just now I almost thought I was going to die here. At this moment, among the 5 of them, Ning Jin was the calmest. After a moment of recovery, she went out to check the robot. The technology of this mechanical life form has already surpassed the Federation's technology from a century ago. Wu Shuang assessed it solemnly. This can no longer be called a robot. It has become a self-aware bionic being, a perfectly complete cyborg with blue blood flowing within it, and it had not fully taken on the appearance of human skin, likely due to its disdain for humanity. Ning Jin took out her tools and began to examine it, knocking and tapping for a while before directly dismantling its limbs, head, and arms, storing them in her storage ring. The other 4 stared in silence. His materials and technology are top-notch. They might be useful for the mech. He is already dead, so there won't be any danger, Ning Jin said. Once the Federation military arrives, they will surely want to take it away. It's better to fall into her hands than someone else's. If that's the case, once we deal with this mechanical life form, everything else will be easier. Feng Shaoqi remained vigilant of the surroundings. If that's the case, once we deal with this mechanical life form, everything else will be easier. Feng Shaoqi remained vigilant of the surroundings. Xia Wenzhou held onto Feng Shaoqi for support, blood splattering across his face, tears in his eyes. Then let's hurry. If another one comes, even with 5 of us, we won't be able to hold on. Your other gear. Wu Shuang pulled out several storage rings and necklaces from her body, tossing them to Xia Wenzhou and Feng Shaoqi, then said to Ning Jin, I didn't see yours. It's fine, Ning Jin replied. Xia Wenzhou recalled the gear he had received from Feng Shaoqi, which had been destroyed before he could use it. Now it was useless to think about it. He could only create one for himself after returning. What kind of arrow is that? Nyamu Mountain asked Ning Jin. The arrowhead is filled with corrosive compressed explosives, which will destroy his energy source. Ning Jin spoke succinctly. She had played with robots before. Even if this robot had self-awareness and advanced technology, its energy core was its fatal weakness. The explosives she added to the arrowhead were corrosive. At the moment of detonation, corrosive liquid would flow into its body, rusting the internal circuits. Just in case, she had also swapped in a virus chip. Wu Shuang asked them, what are your plans now? This mech was also damaged. Nyamu Mountain leaned against the wall with his arms crossed looking down. You can continue to hire me. You didn't come here just to watch us get captured and rob us, did you? Xia Wenzhou turned his head to look at him. Feng Shaoqi scoffed, how naive. Xia Wenzhou said nothing. No need. Ning Jin said, they captured me in the first place, I need to go retrieve my light brain equipment. You alone. Wu Shuang hesitated a bit. It's more convenient for one person. Ning Jin looked at Miaomu Mountain, 500,000 star coins to hire you to protect them to the cabin for departure paid by Xia Wenzhou. Again with me. Xia Wenzhou exclaimed. Ning Jin glanced at him, he's protecting your lives. You three are wealthy, even splitting it 50-50 is fine. Miaomu Mountain chuckled looking at them, I have a 3S-level mental command. Think about it. You all still owe me 54,000 star coins each, remember to pay me after you get out. Ning Jin waved her hand at them and quickly left. The five were at the core cabin of the starship. More than half of the ship had already been destroyed by Ning Jin's explosion, while other mechanical guards were capturing the star beasts and giants that had been released and were causing havoc within the starship. The interior of the starship was in chaos. Ning Jin was pouring medication and nutrient solution into herself, suppressing the dizziness in her brain, forcibly releasing her mental power to perceive everything around her, looking for the ship's core laboratory. Waste. Truly a waste. A few humans can't even be defeated. Your Majesty said to keep them alive as hostages. Your Majesty, the alien zone inside the ship has been destroyed, and the detention area is also in chaos. Lord Ironguard has died. We've suffered too great a loss for a crystal source. The 13th district is already closing and we should leave first. Ning Jin overheard the conversation between the king of the White Skeleton Legion and his subordinates. The king was extremely irate. She drew her bow at the laboratory door, releasing an arrow that exploded at the entrance. The starship can no longer perform spatial jumps. We must leave the ship before it completely collapses. Take the crystal source, disassemble and abandon the backup ship, and retreat immediately. After the panicked voices, the king finally gave the order. That human's light brain hasn't been fully repaired yet. Take it away. Yes. Listening to the conversation, Ning Jin narrowed her eyes, hiding in a dark corner outside the door. When a person carrying her equipment passed by, she suddenly unleashed a mental attack, using all her strength to kill him, shooting an arrow that pierced his heart, retrieving her light brain from him and turning to flee. She wanted to seize that entire box of crystal sources, but her ears were ringing, her eyes were dizzy and painful, and blood started to seep from her nose and mouth. Her body was on the verge of collapse. While running towards the cabin, she fired arrows in all directions, with one arrow shooting directly into the starship's core control room. Even if she couldn't take it away, she wanted to blow the entire starship up. With a loud explosion, the core control room began crackling with electricity, and the entire starship started to shake, with parts of it beginning to disintegrate. Ning Jin bit her tongue and hurriedly ran out. A new batch of mechanical guards appeared ahead, and she was about to shoot arrows and unleash mental power attacks when several figures swiftly dealt with the mechanical guards. Ning Jin. Xia Wenzhou ran over and supported her as she was about to faint. Ning Jin paused. You guys. They are not sincere. But I genuinely came to rescue you. Xia Wenzhou's face was covered in blood. He said nervously, moreover, you were the one who dragged me into the Crotdia Military Academy. You haven't let me enjoy the excellent treatment you mentioned yet. You can't die here. Wu Shuang paused. Regardless of whether we came to save you, we are in this together, so we naturally can't leave you behind. Miaomu Mountain raised an eyebrow. Each of them should pay 500,000 star coins to hire me to stay and help. Feng Shaoqi turned his head away from Ning Jin. Xia Wenzhou is still here. If I run away, wouldn't that make me worse than him? It would tarnish my identity as the young master of Bainuo Star. Ning Jin looked at the four of them and smiled. Thank you. Let's go. Wu Shuang also came over to help support her with Xia Wenzhou, while Miaomu Mountain released his mental power to clear the way ahead, and Feng Shaoqi charged forward with a laser cannon he had found. After the core of the starship was destroyed, the entire starship lost control. The five of them broke through the guards and reached the hangar where the small fighter jets were docked, but the fighters were not there. Outside, the attacks were fierce. The few of them looked out through the viewport. A swarm of flying vehicles and medium-sized military ships surrounded the White Skeleton battleship, engaging in fierce combat with the small fighters of the White Skeleton Legion. On those military ships and combat aircraft, there was a single number, 13. Miaomu Mountain squinted. It turns out to be the forces of the 13th district. Originally, there were only 12 military districts in the Federation, and the students from the 12 military academies were to supply talent resources to each military district. 30 years ago, a mysterious military district suddenly emerged, calling itself the 13th district. The other 12 military districts protested at first, but later, for some unknown reason, the protests ceased, and even the Federation acknowledged the existence of the 13th district. The 13th district was undoubtedly the strongest military district, but it was shrouded in mystery. There was hardly any information about it on the Star Network except for the name 13th District stating that it wasn't a regular military district. The 13th District is troublesome, we should avoid confronting them directly, Wu Shuang said softly, then went to look for a flying vehicle. However, all the operable flying vehicles had been taken out for battle by the mechanical guards of the White Skeleton Legion. The only one left was a small damaged ship. I can fix it. I will. Xia Wenzhou tried hard to calm himself. He felt that he hadn't contributed anything since coming here and had even been a burden to Ning Jin and the others. He wanted to be a hero of the Federation, after all he was a 3S-level mecha master. Even as a beginner he couldn't be that useless. His storage device was back in hand, and he took out tools to start banging on the slightly damaged fighter jet. 5 minutes later. Looking at the wrecked fighter jet he had damaged, Wu Shuang's expression was devoid of emotion. Is this what you meant by you can do it, you can fix it? Xia Wenzhou felt a bit wronged. I only learned about mecha before. I thought this was quite similar to fixing mechas. The starship had already blown up halfway, continuously falling apart and shaking. It couldn't hold on for much longer. It's indeed similar, but you haven't mastered any skills beyond mecha. Ning Jin sighed, poured another vial of medication into herself and patted Xia Wenzhou's shoulder. All right, let me handle it. In less than 10 minutes before the starship was shattered in this area, Ning Jin repaired the ship that could accommodate the 5 of them. Xia Wenzhou kept watching her work and handed her tools to assist. Miao Mushan looked outside and said, if we go out like this we might be mistaken for members of the White Skeleton Corps and attacked together. Let's take advantage of the chaos. Ning Jin squinted her eyes. Get on the ship, I'll pilot it. This was a small spacecraft capable of spatial leap, just enough to fit 5 people, though a bit cramped. Ning Jin shot a few arrows at the large starship, and before it completely exploded, she controlled the spacecraft to initiate the spatial leap. But it failed. Ning Jin frowned. The military has imposed spatial restrictions in this area. There could be no spatial leap. What should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? The outside is the military district of the Federation, not the White Skeleton Corps. We can just call for help. Xia Wenzhou said, they won't kill us. Feng Shaoqi glanced at him, naive. Xia Wenzhou. He ground his teeth. Can you stop saying that all the time? Miao Mushan, Wu Shuang, and Ning Jin all clearly did not want to deal with the 13th district and were only thinking about escaping directly. It was only Xia Wenzhou who was pondering some kind of heroic ideology of the Federation. He had no brains at all. If not naive, then what? Feng Shaoqi ignored him and wiped the bloodstains off himself. Ning Jin squinted her eyes. It seems we have no choice but to face them directly. Before she finished her sentence, a battleship from the 13th district barged in and opened fire indiscriminately at the starship. Fortunately, the few of them reacted extremely quickly and hid behind the small spacecraft, narrowly avoiding the attack while the spacecraft was sliced in half. As they were about to continue dodging, a 3 to 4 meter high mech blocked their path, its cannon pointing at them. We are not members of the White Skeleton Corps. Xia Wenzhou shouted instinctively. The mech's cannon paused. The 5 stood shoulder to shoulder, raising their hands in a gesture of surrender. The mech pilot Zaiwei looked at the 5 of them who were covered in blood and grime and hesitated. Are you Military Academy students captured by the White Skeleton Corps? Ning Jin nodded. Yes. Zaiwei. Wasn't it said that only one was captured? How come? You. Puff. Just as Zaiwei wanted to ask more, Ning Jin, standing among the 5, suddenly spat out blood, her body going limp as she collapsed against Xia Wenzhou. Hey! Xia Wenzhou instinctively caught her, but ended up falling to the ground with her. Ning Jin, what's wrong with you? Before he could fully worry about Ning Jin, Miao Mushan and Wu Shuang suddenly fainted as well. He wanted to help, but had no hands free, anxiously calling for Feng Shaoqi, who paused, his gaze sweeping over Ning Jin, and then swayed before collapsing on the ground beside Miao Mushan. No. You guys. Xia Wenzhou panicked. Don't scare me. Suddenly he was pinched at his waist, causing him to shiver in pain. He turned to see Ning Jin's hand, but wasn't she unconscious? Ning Jin, you didn't. Idiot, stop shouting, play dead. He was about to happily shout that Ning Jin was fine when Ning Jin's voice echoed in his mind and his waist was pinched hard again. Xia Wenzhou glanced at the fainted Feng Shaoqi, then at Wu Shuang and Miao Mushan, and then turned to look at the mech before stiffly pulling the corners of his mouth and suddenly falling backward. Zaiwei looked at the 5 who appeared to be in dire straits, yet just moments ago seemed quite spirited, now all collapsed in a pile. Are you saying that those 4 were pulled in to save you? The general of the 13th district, Tan Yunxing, looked at Ning Jin, who was half laying on the sickbed with a pale face, narrowing his eyes slightly. That fainting episode was initially feigned, but due to excessive mental strain, Ning Jin was indeed on the verge of collapsing. Since the people from the 13th district wouldn't kill them, she felt reassured enough to faint. Who could have expected that as soon as Miao Mushan, Wu Shuang, and Feng Shaoqi saw her faint they followed suit? She couldn't bear to watch, so she pinched Xia Wenzhou, that naive and innocent fool. Otherwise, if he was the only one awake, he would be directly taken for interrogation and would spill everything. They could not hide anything about what happened on the White Skeleton starship. She couldn't even keep the fragments of her robot intact. In the end, she had to forcefully attack him until he fainted. As expected, the people from the 13th district did not just leave them there, they brought them back to the military hospital of the 13th district. 2 days had passed and Ning Jin had been unconscious for 2 days. She had just woken up today when this general came to interrogate her. Faced with his inquiries, Ning Jin nodded and wiped away the imaginary tears at the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand. We had just met as classmates, and they were willing to risk their lives to save me. They are such good people. In that moment, I knew coming to the Crotdia Military Academy was not a mistake. Sai Wei raised an eyebrow. You are all students of the Crotdia Military Academy. Yes. Ning Jin lay there, half reclined, her face pale and weak, her eyes filled with tears and innocence. If it weren't for the fact that the Crotdia Military Academy has now been abandoned by the Federation and is about to disband without the military district's backing, we wouldn't have been bullied like this by the White Skeleton Corps. Tan Yunxing narrowed his eyes. Your overall talent is only an F grade. Why did they go to such lengths to capture you? To make the general of the 13th district believe her, she had to speak the truth. Ning Jin pressed her lips together. I passed by a mining star and discovered their starship stealing a piece of their source crystal. Who knew they would be so stingy and chase after me like this? What kind of source crystal? Purple. What is its use? I don't know. This Ning Jin truly did not know. She blinked and looked at Tan Yunxing. Did you not capture their king? Tan Yunxing and Sai Wei fell silent, the atmosphere momentarily stiff. It seemed they had not captured him, and Ning Jin lowered her gaze to hide her emotions. Then you, General. Just as Tan Yunxing wanted to ask more, Sai Wei, who had just gone out to take a call, came back in and whispered a few words in his ear. What did he come for? Tan Yunxing frowned and got up to leave. General, Ning Jin asked, where are my classmates? Don't worry, they are all in the hospital. We have already treated you. Sai Wei replied, and also hurriedly. As soon as they left, the door of the ward was quietly pushed open from the outside and 4 figures in military hospital gowns slipped in. You're finally awake. Xia Wenzhou looked at Ning Jin and let out a sigh of relief. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. You guys. This is the 13th military district, we can't leave ourselves. Wu Shuang said. After being brought back, they were all sent to treatment chambers for healing, and now their injuries had healed, looking in good spirits. Feng Shaoqi returned to his cold demeanor. The questions he just asked you, he also asked us separately. He simply didn't believe that 5 17-year-old youths could blow up a starship of the White Skeleton Corps and escape alive from it, questioning them about what they had experienced and done inside. Thus the 13th district did not immediately send them back to the Crotdia Military Academy, but brought them directly to the 13th district for treatment, intending to interrogate them as soon as they woke up. I am not a student of the Crotdia Military Academy. This cannot be concealed. Miao Mushan crossed his arms and leaned against a wall. So let me reintroduce myself. Miao Mushan looked at them with clear eyes. My real name is Yushang Chen. In the great battle against the White Skeleton Corps 10 years ago, among those who sacrificed were my parents and brother. He wanted to take revenge for his parents. This was the reason he recklessly approached after seeing the White Skeleton Corps appear near his vicinity on Fantasy Spirit Star. This was also the only slightly different answer he gave compared to the other 4 when Tan Yunxing asked him those questions. Because he did not want to expose the identity of Miao Mushan, who was active in the Dark City, he could only reveal his real name. Apart from that, the few who had not colluded with the authorities each harbored their own thoughts, and by tacit agreement none mentioned Ning Jin taking the robot parts. The ward fell silent for a moment. Xia Wenzhou tapped his shoulder and remarked that in a way this counted as him having avenged them. Yu Shangchen looked up at him without a trace of sorrow and asked whether they should settle the hiring fees they owed him. Xia Wenzhou withdrew his hand, stared at the ceiling and the floor in turn, then hurried to Ning Jin's bedside, saying that her eyes bleeding that day had been terrifying and that when she suddenly fainted she had nearly frightened him to death, only for it to turn out she was faking it. Ning Jin smiled without warmth and said he was shifting the topic rather forcefully, adding that his talent for consolation was equally hard to judge. She then asked how much. Feng Shaoqi asked Yu Shangchen the question. Yu Shangchen smiled and named 15 million, 5 million apiece. Feng Shaoqi transferred the full sum to him. Wu Shuang reminded them they had agreed to split it and transferred 5 million star coins to Feng Shaoqi. Xia Wenzhou was left speechless, thinking this made Feng Shaoqi seem stingy and unreliable. It felt like it was aimed at him, he thought, and he protested that he had never said he would refuse to pay. Pouting, Xia Wenzhou winced and sent 5 million star coins to Feng Shaoqi. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow and asked about her potion fees, saying they should settle those too, and that she would not charge further, that the earlier payment was 40,000 per person. Wu Shuang leaned back lazily against the wall and said she had not taken it. She had been acting alone at the time and had not been with them. Ning Jin arched an eyebrow and added that there was also a 500,000 rescue fee for one person. Wu Shuang fell silent. Feng Shaoqi and Yu Shangchen transferred their shares promptly. Xia Wenzhou snapped that she was truly stingy. Ning Jin sighed that there was no helping it, the costs were too high and life was hard. Silence settled over them for a while. Wu Shuang murmured that the Bicola Legion starship had been completely destroyed, though their king had escaped with some followers. The remaining wreckage and mechanical guard corpses had been taken by the Shursan district. The star beasts had been either slaughtered or captured, and that giant had been brought back by the Shursan district as well. The 1st, 9th, and 12th military districts that arrived later all wanted a share, but were firmly rebuffed by the Shursan district. Feng Shaoqi said that mechanical sentient life was a disaster for the Lianbang, and that they should report the matter to the military. Ning Jin had no objection. Yu Shangchen added with a casual smile that there was also hush money to consider. The others looked toward her, all aware of the research value of that robot fragment. Ning Jin smiled and proposed splitting it in half. Suddenly Xia Wenzhou by the window pointed outside in excitement and cried out that it was Di Tingbai. The four were stunned and moved to the window, and Ning Jin got out of bed. Outside the hospital was a wide plaza with a few small aircraft parked at the edges, and the occasional patrolling soldier running past. Tan Yunqing and Sai Wei stood there speaking with two remarkable youths. One of them had long silver-white hair down to his waist, arresting to behold. His face was flawless, and in the sunlight his beauty took on an almost unreal quality. Xia Wenzhou seized Feng Shaoqi nearby and leapt up with excitement, exclaiming that it really was Di Tingbai and that Di Tingbai was alive. The Lianbang Empire had given Di Tingbai too many grand titles to count, each more dazzling than the last, yet the Di family had scrubbed most information about him from the networks. Only military academy students could have seen him in the resource competition videos from 3 years ago. He was 18 this year, much taller and more mature than 3 years ago, his hair longer, a silver-white remained. Feng Shaoqi wrenched his arm free from Xia Wenzhou's grip, eyes dark, and said that if Di Tingbai were to join a military district, it should be the first military district, so why would he come all the way to the distant Shursan district? Wu Shuang stroked his chin and suggested perhaps he had come because of the Bicola Legion, since many speculated his illness was tied to being kidnapped by them 10 years ago. Yu Shangchen said nothing. Ning Jin leaned by the window and watched that proud, almost sacred figure with clear eyes. It was hard to imagine him as the frail child from the junk planet 10 years ago, though an air of illness still clung to him. Sensing the burning gaze Di Tingbai looked up toward the 4th floor window. Only a white curtain fluttered in the breeze. He told General Tan that he had not come for the remains of the Bicola Legion starship. Di Tingbai stood tall and spoke in a soft voice that he only wished to meet the girl called Ning Jin. The D-Star was far away when he and Chi Fengyu arrived. The battle had already ended and only the Shursan district remained tidying the battlefield. He came only after learning that Ning Jin had been taken back to their district. Tan Yunqing adjusted the medal on his shoulder and smiled faintly, saying that since the Lianbang star had come he had to show respect, but they could not be alone together. Chi Fengyu laughed and asked if General Tan really thought they were here to gather intelligence on the Shursan district today. No one could be certain, Tan replied. Tan Yunqing gave Sai Wei a glance and entered the building, leaving behind a murmur about why he was being so curt when he had not provoked the rival districts. A spirit healer like Di Tingbai was coveted by every military district, yet only the Shursan district kept itself aloof. Chi Fengyu watched his retreating back and muttered, but Di Tingbai shook his head lightly to halt him. Inside the ward, the moment Di Tingbai looked up, everyone dispersed. Ning Jin returned to her bed. Wu Shuang whispered that Di Tingbai was a 4th-level psychic and spirit healer, not just the prodigy of this generation of the Lianbang, but perhaps the greatest in its history, capable of peering into a person's mind. If one ever faced him, one must not meet his gaze or let their thoughts wander in front of him. Xia Wenzhou scoffed that someone so aloof offered little chance for them to match him, and, besides, he added, Di Tingbai was nearly dead. Yu Shangchen suddenly announced that someone was coming. Xia Wenzhou snorted that surely they could come to see a classmate, his defiance returning. Feng Shaoqi remained at the window with no intention of leaving. Wu Shuang leaned on the other side of the window, sipping a nutrient solution. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xia Wenzhou opened the ward door to peek, only to see Sai Wei raising his. Behind Sai Wei were Di Tingbai and Chi Fengyu. Xia Wenzhou was speechless at the sudden face-to-face. Sai Wei looked surprised as well, then noticed Yu Shangchen and the others inside and asked what they were doing there. They answered in unison that they were visiting and worrying about a classmate. Yu Shangchen remained silent. Xia Wenzhou quietly stepped aside at the doorway, unable to stop stealing glances at Di Tingbai, who was overwhelmingly handsome. Sai Wei asked them to step outside as he had something to discuss with their classmate. Wu Shuang and the others glanced at Ning Jin and then filed out one by one. Sai Wei turned to Ning Jin and said someone wished to see her. Ning Jin looked up and met Di Tingbai gaze at the door, offering a faint smile and addressing Colonel Sai Wei to ask if the Lianbang star had come to see her. Sai Wei nodded and stepped aside to let Di Tingbai and Qi Fingyu enter the ward while he stayed behind on General Tan's orders. Di Tingbai entered and approached the bedside, his presence chilling as if steeped in ice. He smiled and extended his hand, introducing himself as Di Tingbai. Ning Jin glanced at his hand and something flickered in her eyes. She slid both hands out from under the blanket and took his, smiling that the legendary name of the Lianbang star was known throughout the Lianbang. His fingers were finely jointed, long and elegant. His skin was so pale as to be translucent, veins pronounced the texture of his skin visible. They were icy cold. His striking brows and eyes were vivid like a picture, yet a dense gloom clung to him. Ning Jin's hands were very warm. Di Tingbai lowered his gaze to her hand. The one she had offered was long and pretty, the skin a healthy white, and the fingers clean. On the other hand, casually resting atop the blanket, a black ring adorned the middle finger, worn and without any engraving. It was not the ring he had given away years ago. Di Tingbai was momentarily taken aback. Feeling his gaze sweep over her hand and noting the clear shift in his expression at the ring, Ning Jin composedly withdrew her hand and tilted her head slightly, asking politely whether young Master Di had come to see her about something. Was he here to avenge Di Shizu, she wondered. He thought to himself that it was not his ring. Perhaps he had seen it wrong, yet the screenshot from the video was something he had replayed hundreds of times. In the video, it was the ring he had given. Now Di Tingbai found himself suddenly at a loss for words. You. After a long pause, Di Tingbai finally spoke. Did you go to the garbage star 10 years ago? Ning Jin's eyes flickered. So Di Tingbai came to find her for this, not for revenge against the emperor's ancestor. Recognized her. But they hadn't seen each other in the past 10 years. How did he know about her? Ning Jin suppressed her thoughts and smiled. No. Di Tingbai fingertips hesitated. That's not right. Qi Fingyu leaned over, opened his holographic device, found a video screenshot, and compared it with the ring on her hand. Shouldn't the storage ring you're wearing be this one? He unlocked his privacy settings on the holographic device and showed the page to Ning Jin. Ning Jin didn't expect that when she was captured by the White Skeleton Legion, someone had actually filmed it and posted it online, leaving her speechless. However, she now understood why Di Tingbai was looking for her. His eyesight was truly remarkable. He could recognize the ring he gave her 10 years ago from such a blurry image. No wonder a person as untainted and fastidious as Di Tingbai approached her to shake hands, wanting to see the ring on her hand. Though she had no prior knowledge, it was fortunate that she quickly changed the ring under the covers because she didn't want to be recognized by him. You've recognized the wrong person. I only have one storage ring and it's always been this one. She raised the ring on her hand. Isn't this yours? Qi Fingyu was still comparing the images. Ning Jin narrowed her eyes. Even if you two are from the Federation Star and are prodigies, staring at someone else's hand like this isn't very polite, is it? Qi Fingyu choked, but... Enough. Di Tingbai stopped him, staring at Ning Jin for a moment. Then I might have recognized the wrong person. He turned and left. Hey. Qi Fingyu was confused, but followed him out. Sai Wei, somewhat puzzled, prepared to send the two away before reporting to Tan Yunsheng when Ning Jin called out to him. Colonel Sai Wei, Ning Jin asked, when can we return to the military academy? We still have to participate in the resource competition. Sai Wei glanced at her. Tomorrow. After they all left, Xia Wenzhou and the others returned. Ning Jin. Xia Wenzhou's eyes widened. You know the Federation Star. Ning Jin looked confused. I don't know him. Then what about what he just said? He said he recognized the wrong person. Ning Jin clicked her tongue, lowering her gaze to hide her emotions. 10 years ago, she saved Di Tingbai, but when she found the emperor's family members, they wanted to kill her. At that time, this body was only 7 years old, and later, she encountered the arrogant emperor's ancestor. She had a very poor impression of the emperor's family and never considered having any further interactions with Di Tingbai or the emperor's family. It was a meaningless endeavor, so she didn't plan to acknowledge him. However, if the emperor's family came to provoke her, she wouldn't mind dealing with them. Xia Wenzhou patted his chest, exhaling to comfort himself. I thought he was here for revenge against the emperor's ancestor. After all, that was his younger brother. Could it be that I really recognized the wrong person? Qi Fingyu was still studying the picture. Di Tingbai said quietly, I did not recognize wrong. She is that person. Qi Fingyu was taken aback. Then why didn't you just confront her directly? Di Tingbai curled his fingers. She doesn't want to acknowledge me. It's fine, and knowing she is alive and knowing who she is already good enough. Di Tingbai exhaled a breath of stale air. Oh. Chief Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. I forgot to ask her about hitting the Emperor's ancestor. Di Tingbei's lips curled slightly. We detected a mutant in the wreckage of the White Skeleton Legion that was blown apart, but you all burned it to death. Anyway, you few have contributed this time. The next morning Tan Yunxing came to meet the 5 of them personally. What is a mutant? The 5 of them looked. Tan Yunxing paused. You are all just first-year students at the military academy. Some things are better left unknown to minors. You only need to know that you did a good deed and contributed. Xia Wenzhou's eyes lit up immediately. Then am I a hero now? Will there be a medal? Idiot, Feng Shaoqi muttered under his breath. I changed my wording. Facing Xia Wenzhou's glare, Feng Shaoqi remained expressionless. General Tan Ning Jin smiled. Are there any rewards? Like mecha materials or star coins? Tan Yunxing glanced at her. In 3 days you will be a... By the way, General Tan Ning Jin seemed to remember something. Their starship has many mechanical guards, and there is a very advanced mechanical intelligent life form, the one that can fly in the air without a mecha. She took out a piece of paper and handed it to Tan Yunxing. I have already drawn it. She drew it very realistically. Tan Yunxing took it, nodded. I will have Sai Wei take you back to the military academy. The aircraft was parked in the square outside. Sai Wei let them board first while he stayed behind to speak softly with Tan Yunxing. General, these youths except for Ning Jin, who is 5th grade, are all 3S-level mecha masters with mental strength and warrior abilities. However, it is somewhat surprising that Feng Shaoqi, the heir of Bainuo Star, will study at Crotdia Military Academy. Besides that, these youths don't seem special. The 5 of them managed to escape from the dangerous White Skeleton Legion starship and even blew up their starship. When I interrogated them individually, they did not collude, but also cleverly avoided mentioning some important matters. Tan Yunxing was very certain that they had concealed some matters. By the way, Crotdia Military Academy was supposed to disband this year, but it was saved after Ning Jin arrived. It is said that she even made a bet with a person in charge from the Federation. Sai Wei said, if they wanted to know these matters, they could easily find out. These new students at Crotdia Military Academy this year are not simple. Tan Yunxing squinted. Perhaps they can really change the fate of Crotdia Military Academy, bringing forth another illusionary spirit star. Yu Shangqin was not a student of Crotdia Military Academy and got off the aircraft outside. Hey, Xia Wenzhou called out to him. You're about the same age as us. It's so boring to be alone outside. Come to Crotdia Military Academy to have fun with us. Let's revive the glory of Crotdia Military Academy together. Feng Shaoqi coldly replied, Crotdia Military Academy welcomes you. Ning Jin and Wu Shuang remained silent. Yu Shangqin looked at the 4 of them, slightly raising an eyebrow. If you guys are willing to pay to hire me, I might consider. Then you can leave. Xia Wenzhou immediately waved his hand without any reluctance. Yu Shangqin chuckled softly. If fate allows, see you again. Looking forward to our next cooperation. He turned and left, blending into the crowd on the city streets and disappearing. After Sai Wei sent Ning Jin and the others back to Crotdia Military Academy, Men Kursin and Do Lihua looked at them fully intact and breathed a sigh of relief. After Sai Wei went to find Xiang Peiquan and asked them what they had experienced, they immediately dragged Ning Jin and the others to undergo psychological counseling. Feng Shaoqi was helpless. Teacher, Do, we really are fine. The 13th district already provided us with psychological counseling after saving us and treated our injuries. The first thing they did when they woke up in the 13th district was to have psychological counseling, saying they were young and worried about their fragile minds being impacted by the evil and terrifying White Skeleton Legion. You guys are really daring. That's the White Skeleton Legion and you just went. What if you had lost your lives? I know you want to save Ning Jin, but is that your responsibility? Do you have such a deep bond of friendship among yourselves? A group of young people yet with such big hearts daring to go anywhere. Ning Jin too, discovering the White Skeleton Legion without reporting to the Military District Federation and sneaking in yourself. You think your 5th grade life is so lucky. Men Kursin and Do Lihua gave them a stern lecture, still not at ease, and forcibly took them to see the psychological teacher at Crotdia Military Academy. Since Wu Shuang, Xia Wenzhou, and Feng Shaoqi were the main competitors, they could not afford to have any issues now that they were back. Ning Jin weakly said, Teacher, I'd rather go back and sleep for a while. All you do is sleep, Men Kursin said impatiently. Ning Jin's gaze was hollow. If you don't let me sleep, you'll die. You. Men Kursin recalled her holographic account ID, feeling both angry and amused. Just as she was about to say something else, Ning Jin suddenly swayed, tilted, and fainted to the ground. Men Kursin. It's nothing, just fell asleep. Men Kursin sighed in relief while feeling speechless. At least there was nothing serious. She asked the doctor, why does she always feel drowsy? Since Ning Jin entered school on her first day, the most she has said is that she is tired and wants to sleep. The doctor shook his head. I haven't noticed anything abnormal about her body. Her blood work is fine. The only peculiarity is that her brain is overly developed and sensitive. Due to external stimuli, she can't stay up late or exert herself. It might also be a psychological avoidance of facing or thinking about certain matters, leading her to sleep as a means of escape. An overly developed and sensitive brain. Could this be the reason why she is classified as flevel yet possesses the strength of a 3S? If it's the latter. Menkerson looked thoughtfully at Ning Jin. What is she trying to escape from? I don't want to face it. I have the strength of a 3S that can defeat the Emperor and catch Master Ming's whip with my bare hands, yet I am in flevel. When she woke up, Menkerson asked about her psychological issues, and Ning Jin replied wistfully. Menkerson frowned. Ning Jin, can you be a bit more serious? I am serious. It's you who don't believe me. Even she and the teachers couldn't figure it out. How could she exhibits non-flevel strength, but is classified as flevel and acts so carefree? How can they believe her? Forget it, just rest. Menkerson felt a bit weary. Ning Jin looked around her dorm and lay back down. She didn't attend class today, and neither Menkerson nor Do Liwa bothered her. At noon, Ning Jin was awakened by hunger, hesitating whether to get up and go to the cafeteria or drink nutritional fluid when someone knocked on the dormitory door. Ning Jin, it's me. It was Xia Wenzhou's voice. Ning Jin thought it necessary to mention to the school that they need a dorm supervisor for the girls' dormitory to prevent boys from entering recklessly. She felt too lazy to move. The door isn't locked. Not only Xia Wenzhou entered, but also Feng Shaoqi and Wu Shuang. Ning Jin remained in bed wrapped in her quilt, turning to face the three of them with a puzzled expression. Ning Jin. Something big has happened. Xia Wenzhou couldn't contain his excitement. What? Is the Crotdia Military Academy going to close down, or has the Emperor invaded? Xia Wenzhou choked, speechless. Can you think of something better? Ning Jin appeared listless. I can't think of anything. Xia Wenzhou didn't let her guess anymore and quietly said, yesterday Colonel Sivey from District 13 took us back and then went to find the principal, saying District 13 is going to take over the Crotdia Military Academy. Ning Jin was taken aback, sitting up from her lying position wrapped in her quilt. District 13 is going to take over the Crotdia Military Academy. The military academy exists to train students with various skills, and most graduates end up in the military, serving as a talent pool for various military districts. The Federation has 12 military districts and 12 proper military academies aside from District 13. In the past, the Crotdia Military Academy was a sought-after place by all military districts. Now it has fallen to such a lowly state that it has long been abandoned by the major military districts and the Federation. Now District 13 actually wants to take over the Crotdia Military Academy. That's right. Xia Wenzhou exclaimed excitedly. District 13 is the most powerful and mysterious of the 13 military districts. Their takeover means the Crotdia Military Academy will no longer face dissolution, and we can enter District 13 right after graduation. His path to heroism is getting closer and more within reach. Ning Jin found the matter a bit strange. But why? District 13 has always been an exception among the major military districts, never intervening in military academies. Students from military districts wanting to go to District 13 must go through strict examinations, and even 1 in 100 might not get accepted. Feng Shaoqi frowned. Before the Crotdia Military Academy was kicked out, they never interfered. Why are they suddenly taking over this nearly defunct academy now? This was something they heard today, and they couldn't understand why, which is why they came to find Ning Jin during lunchtime. Ning Jin tugged at the corner of her mouth. Looking for me. Am not a prophet or deity. Could it be that? Xia Wenzhou's eyes lit up. The general from District 13 saw us risking our lives to save our classmates from the White Skull Corps and thought we were talents worth cultivating. Future heroes and light of the Federation. Idiot. Naive. Wu Shuang and Feng Shaoqi looked at him in unison, expressing their disdain. Xia Wenzhou. Actually. Ning Jin wrapped herself in the quilt and slowly said, I think what Xia Wenzhou said isn't entirely wrong, regardless of the reason District 13 took over the Crotdia Military Academy after seeing us, so it must be related to us. Right. Right. I thought so. Xia Wenzhou immediately became smug. So. Ning Jin lazily looked at him. Is there anything to eat? Thank goodness. Xia Wenzhou. Am not naive. No one paid him any attention. 3 days after the 5 returned, General Tan Yunxing from District 13 personally came to the Crotdia Military Academy and awarded medals to Ning Jin and her 3 companions in front of the media. Yu Shangqin, not being a student of the Crotdia Military Academy, was not included. Xia Wenzhou, Wu Shuang, and Feng Shaoqi, 3 students, heroically rescued their classmates. The head of District 13 asked me to present awards on his behalf. Tan Yunxing personally placed the medals of bravery on the 4 of them. Your courage has triumphed over the White Skull Corps. I hope you will continue to work hard and one day restore the glory of the Crotdia Military Academy. Ning Jin muttered softly, "Why does this feel like coaxing a child?" Tan Yunxing heard this and raised an eyebrow. What? Does this student find it unsatisfactory? Ning Jin forced a smile. How could that be? I'm just too happy to contain myself. After the ceremony, Tan Yunxing announced to the media that District 13 officially took over the Crotdia Military Academy from today, and the first choice for students graduating from the Crotdia Military Academy is to enter District 13 to serve the Federation. This news shocked the entire Star Network, leaving everyone bewildered, unable to understand how the fallen Crotdia Military Academy was suddenly taken over by District 13. Everyone speculated about what had happened, and the Crotdia Military Academy was inundated with media eager to interview Ning Jin and her companions. Since the disappearance of the Shuhua Authority 30 years ago, the Crotdia Military Academy had never been this lively. In the end, it was Saivi who spoke up, stating that the students needed training and that a confidentiality agreement had been signed with District 13, forbidding the media from disturbing the Crotdia Military Academy. Only then could peace be restored. The Empire Star. What did you say last time? How dare you manipulate and confuse the guard's consciousness, sneaking out alone to such a distant place to find the White Skull Core? Was the lesson from 10 years ago not enough? Di Dachong glared at the finally returned Di Tingbai, throwing his cup to the ground, shattering it at his feet, his face dark as water. Uncle, I went with him, at Tingbai wasn't alone. Shut up. Chi Fingyu tried to explain, but was interrupted by Di Dacheng's furious shout. Di Dacheng's cold gaze fell on him. Do you know the condition of Tingbai's body? Yet you dare to sneak him out. Don't think that just because your father is a general of the first fortress, I won't dare to touch you. Go back to the military academy and be grounded for half a month. Chi Fingyu trembled in fear, hiding behind Di Tingbai. Father. Di Tingbai curled his fingers, protecting Chi Fingyu, behind him, his face pale. It was I who insisted on taking him with me. If you want to blame or punish someone, punish me. Don't vent your anger on him. Do you think I wouldn't want to punish you? Di Dachong shot him a cold glance. I've heard that you also went to District 13. Di Tingbai paused for a moment, lowering his head. Yes. Marshal. Colonel Mu Jin of the 1st Military District walked in from outside and said in a low voice, the students from Crotdia Military Academy are nothing special. The one captured by the White Skull Legion has an F grade talent, and the other 3 are just ordinary 3S grades. Di Dachong frowned. The actions of the 13th District will definitely not be random. Mu Jin speculated, could it be that they obtained something from the White Skull Legion starship? The 13th District taking over Crotdia Military Academy is for whatever they have in their hands. The wreckage of the White Skull Legion starship has all fallen into the hands of the 13th District. Di Dachong said, investigate further. We absolutely cannot allow anything harmful to the Federation to happen. Understood. Mu Jin nodded and suddenly remembered something before leaving. The one captured Ning Jin is the person who fought against Di Shizu before. Dad, Mom, I got the medal. It was personally awarded by the general of the 13th District. Look. I told you Crotdia Military Academy had potential. One day I will become a hero of the entire Federation. Xia Wenzhou immediately contacted his parents, bragging about his medal. Feng Shaoqi's father also saw the news about Crotdia Military Academy online and called him, crying and exclaiming that their child had grown up, and then he was so moved that he donated 10 2S grade mechs and 1 billion star coins to Crotdia Military Academy. Ning Jin was left speechless. So rich, really so rich. Song Wuzheng looked at the changes at Crotdia Military Academy, feeling a bit like it was a dream. Just a month ago we were preparing to disband. Indeed. Tong Qian also sighed. Who would have thought that in just 1 month Crotdia Military Academy would undergo such a huge change? Their gaze fell on Ning Jin, who was dozing in the corner of the training ground, recalling her arrogant words when she first came to Crotdia Military Academy. I am here to save you. In F grade. Who would have thought Crotdia Military Academy would truly be saved because of this F grade? Not only saved, but also gained the most mysterious and formidable 13th District as a backing. Students from today onward, Crotdia Military Academy is backed by the 13th District. Previously, we did not have formal instructors and teachers, and it has been me and Teacher Do training everyone, but in order for everyone to compete more strongly in the upcoming competition and secure resources starting today, Colonel Saiwei from the 13th District will lead everyone in training. In the afternoon training ground, Men Kurson said loudly to all the students. Upon hearing Colonel Saiwei's name, Ning Jin in the corner raised her head. The young Colonel Saiwei, dressed in a formal military uniform, walked out with his hands behind his back and scanned them who participated in the competition last year. Looking left and right, no one raised their hand or stood up. Colonel Saiwei frowned, his voice turning stern. Didn't you hear? Colonel Saiwei. Men Kurson touched her nose and said in a somewhat awkward low voice, no one from Crotdia Military Academy participated in the competition last year. What about the league? None. Colonel Saiwei, you also know the situation of Crotdia Military Academy in the resource competition 3 years ago. We were eliminated in the first round and lost the qualification to compete and the subsequent league. That was even more disqualified. Curson became increasingly awkward after that. Crotdia Military Academy just couldn't continue. No new students came and the students and teachers in the military academy all left. In last year's competition, they couldn't even gather a main team member. They were not qualified to participate. Colonel Saiwei had recently checked these matters, but did not expect the situation at Crotdia Military Academy to be even worse than what he found. Colonel Saiwei didn't say anything, just looked at the students in front of him. So, who are the main team members participating in this year's competition? He feared that there would be none this year testing them. Song Wenjing, Wu Shuang Xia, Wenzhou Feng Xiaoqi, and Meng Yong all raised their hands and stepped forward. Colonel Saiwei finally breathed a sigh of relief, cleared his throat, and assumed the posture of a colonel of the 13th district. This year is a resource competition held every 3 years and 2 months. After the competition, it will be the annual Military Academy League. The competition and league are not real battlefields. The danger of death is real, and you must treat them as true battlefields and not be careless. The resource competition and Military Academy League are not the same event. The resource competition is a competition among major military academies to compete for resources, and all 12 military academies of the Federation will participate. The total duration of the competition is 1 month divided into 2 halves, and the military academy that grabs the most resources will be ranked. It is held every 3 years. Only the top 5 can participate in the annual Military Academy League. Colonel Saiwei is an Ultra 3 grade individual soldier. Crotdia Military Academy cannot embarrass the 13th district, but the 13th district does not have high expectations of you. At least secure 1 resource area in this session. Absolutely. Feng Xiaoqi said confidently. Xia Wenzhou clenched his fists. For sure. Song Wenjing said solemnly, we will give it our all. Wu Shuang nodded. Meng Yong patted his chest and said, with me directing, the colonel can rest assured. Having this spirit is good. Colonel Saiwei was very satisfied with their momentum and glanced at Ning Jin, who was lazily standing in the corner. Ning Jin, what about you? Suddenly being called out, Ning Jin blinked. I'm just a substitute. Being a substitute means you don't take it seriously. Colonel Saiwei raised an eyebrow. Substitutes are also very important. They are the reserve force in the team. Instructor, Ning Jin sighed and interrupted him. Your minimum goal is just 1 resource area. Those 5 3S grades are here. Isn't it my turn as a substitute to go on? Unexpected events can happen at any time, especially on a dangerous battlefield with unpredictable factors. Substitutes are also an important presence. Even if not participating, they must maintain a strong state to be ready to be replaced at any time. But instructor. Ning Jin had an innocent look, appearing pitiful and weak. I'm just an 5th grade substitute. And 5th grade is indeed a bit ridiculous. You. Colonel Saiwei raised his hand and then lowered it. Forget it. Ning Jin silently stepped back, retreating to an unnoticed corner. If she wasn't needed, she preferred to lie down and sleep, but she also kept some spirit to watch their training. Colonel Saiwei had fought against the insectoid star beasts and came from a real interstellar battlefield. He treated these fledgling military academy students as real soldiers to train, and his teaching methods were very strict. On the battlefield, being careless for even a moment could cost you your life. Colonel Saiwei began his pioneer speech again, arranging for divided training. Ning Jin opened her light brain in the corner and found a message from Yu Shangzhen. Miao Mushin, I found some information about the alien species. If you need it, I can give you a 30 discount, only 70000 star coins. Yan Wang lets you die at 3 in the morning. Are you too expensive? Miao Mushin, my side job also relies on selling information to make money. Ning Jin curled her lips and checked her total balance. She earned 50 million star coins from Deadly Handsome plus other income totaling 53 million star coins. After returning these days, she bought some materials on the StarNet and now only has a little over 21 million left. Ning Jin didn't want to bother checking further. She sighed and transferred him 70000. Miao Mushin, if you have time tonight, you can come to Dark City for a face-to-face discussion. Ning Jin. After the 13th district took over the military academy, all the broken defense cameras were repaired, and even the signboard of the military academy's main gate was replaced. But it wasn't impossible to sneak out, as tomorrow was a day off. Evening. Ning Jin called Xia Wenzhou. Xia Wenzhou was in his dormitory, looking utterly exhausted, and weakly said, What do you want? Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. Are you dying? You are the one who is dying. Can't you speak properly? Xia Wenzhou replied helplessly, a hint of despair in his voice. I was just beaten up by Colonel Saiwei. Colonel Saiwei was far more ruthless than Ning Jin, going all out. Even though the 5 main team members entered the mecha, they were still thoroughly beaten. Colonel Saiwei wouldn't let them use the healing pod, insisting they must feel pain to truly desire strength. Ning Jin clicked her tongue, then I guess I'll just have to go by myself. Xia Wenzhou looked up. Where are you going? Is it to that fruit store? 10 minutes later. Injured Xia Wenzhou stealthily followed Ning Jin as they slipped out of the military academy through the side door of Crotdia Military Academy. The two of them sat on Xia Wenzhou's hoverboard heading towards the Dark City. After the war a century ago, various races emerged in the starry sky competing for resource zones. Food became scarce, and now the most common fruits are apples, oranges, and dragon fruit, some of which taste bitter and are not very palatable. The fruit store only sells these few types of fruits. Apples are considered tasty, but they are not cheap. Ning Jin picked up a few more. The store manager extended his hand toward her at the door, saying even the doorman needs to eat. Last time was fine, but this time you have to pay, right? Okay, uncle. Ning Jin looked obedient, tilting her head. Tianjun, pay the bill. Xia Tianjun Wenzhou frowned. I'm not naive, and I didn't eat, why should I pay? Ning Jin stuffed an apple into his mouth. You're eating now. Xia Tianjun Wenzhou gritted his teeth. Ning Jin, you are shameless. What use is being shameless? Ning Jin casually walked past him. Watching the manager reach out to him and seeing Ning Jin push open a hidden door and walk in, Xia Wenzhou bit into the apple hard, feeling frustrated as he paid 300 star coins, not even washed, before eating. Xia Tianjun had never been to a place like Dark City. Once he entered, it was like discovering a new world full of curiosity and exclamations. Ning Jin handed him a gray wolf mask to wear on his face. Anyone here could easily be a 3S level, keep a low profile. Ning Jin reminded him, fearing that Xia Wenzhou would take his naivety to the extreme. Xia Wenzhou replied with an "oh" and followed closely beside her. Dark City has restaurants. When Ning Jin led Xia Wenzhou there, the fish merchant Chen was already present. After guiding them to a small private room, he removed his black cloak and hood, revealing his face. It's you, Xia Wenzhou muttered. I thought it was someone else. Ning Jin exchanged a silent glance with the fish merchant Chen and turned her head to smile at him. The smile was eerie and chilling. Xia Wenzhou shrank back. What are you two planning? Well, in this age of knowledge payment, we are discussing something private today. Ning Jin smiled cheerfully. Will you choose to pay to listen or stand outside? The fish merchant Chen leaned back on the couch with his arms crossed, smirking at him with interest. Xia Wenzhou gritted his teeth. I feel like you are deliberately trying to blackmail me. How could that be? Ning Jin sighed. If it weren't for that 500,000 last time, would I have brought you out of the military academy in the middle of the night? I might be punished by teacher men tomorrow. What a miserable life I lead, getting beaten every day. Ill pay. Xia Wenzhou was speechless. He had never once said anything to Ning Jin. Ning Jin opened her holographic device. 100,000, no, 100,000 per person. Xia Wenzhou looked at her in shock. Have you both gone mad with greed? What news is worth 200,000? Are you just trying to fleece me? He slammed the table angrily. We at least fought side by side, Ning Jin. I was the only one who selflessly saved you. You are ungrateful. All right, I'll give you a discount, 50,000. Ning Jin rubbed her ears and pointed at fish merchant Chen. I will also pay him for the information. Fish merchant Chen remained unfazed. I prioritize benefits. Fighting side by side was part of your payment to hire me. 50,000 is more reasonable. Xia Wenzhou begrudgingly transferred 50,000 to each of them. Fortunately, when he received a reward from Zone 13, he had called his parents, who sent him 100 million star coins for living expenses. When the waiter brought the noodles, fish merchant Chen began speaking seriously while eating. The alien species is a soft-bodied life form without bones, capable of attaching to any life form and consuming its consciousness to replace it, including human, star beasts, and all insectoid races. It is formless, and as long as it can reach the pores on the skin of a life form, it can invade, consume the consciousness and internal organs of the life form, seize control of that body. Xia Wenzhou was stunned. You aren't talking about the disgusting things we burned on the White Skeleton Legion starship? Yes, fish merchant Chen nodded. It is said that it appeared 50 years ago, but it was purged and cleaned up. I can't believe the White Skeleton Legion is actually breeding aliens. My god. Xia Wenzhou's skin crawled with goosebumps, filled with regret. Thank goodness, we didn't encounter them back then. No wonder he thought they were so disgusting. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. So, are we actually doing a good deed? She too thought it was too disgusting back then, which was why she set it on fire. Fish merchant Chen chuckled lightly. A great deed, but on the White Skeleton Legion's starship they breed aliens as well as self-aware robotic life forms. The White Skeleton is definitely not up to any good. If this spreads, it will surely cause panic in the Federation. In recent years, due to dwindling resources, the insectoid race, which is even more terrifying than star beasts, has been lying in wait. The situation was already far from peaceful. Aliens usually appear in dark, damp places in space. The last occurrence 50 years ago was eradicated before it could break out. Fish Merchant Chen said, "This is all the information I could find." Ning Jin clicked her tongue. No wonder Zone 13 rewards us like children and doesn't let us talk about it. Who cares? Xia Wenzhou shrugged. We did a great deed, were rewarded, and have become great. Ning Jin glanced at him, feeling that it was indeed very fitting for Feng Shaoqi to call him naive. However, sometimes being naive is quite good. A little naivety brings more happiness and makes it easier to fool him. Now that they were here, Ning Jin went to the studio. After placing a signal enhancement shielding device indoors, she took out the remnants of the robot. That day she mentioned splitting it in half, but Fish Merchant Chen and the others did not ask her for their share. She called for Fish Merchant Chen and Xia Wenzhou. Fish Merchant Chen said, "I'm not a mecha master and am not very interested in mechanics. How about you convert it into money for me?" Ning Jin glanced at him. "Quote a price." Fish Merchant Chen looked at the robot's remains. 10 million star coins. "Quite bold of you." Ning Jin's lips twitched. Fish Merchant Chen smiled. Its research value far exceeds 10 million. Ning Jin knew this too, so she didn't bargain and directly gave him 10 million. Thinking of how many times Ning Jin had tricked him and that she had just scammed him for 50,000, Xia Wenzhou's eyes turned, trying to mimic her. "You also give me 10 million star coins, and I won't need it." Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. "You, a mecha master, are not interested in this." Xia Wenzhou paused, realizing he was a mecha master. The crafting technology of this robot was exceptionally perfect, and it even had self-aware consciousness. If the research were applied to mechas. How about this? Ning Jin patted him on the shoulder affectionately. "You are going to be a hero. You shouldn't take the money. Let's study the complete thing together. Any techniques we discover will be shared. It's much closer to becoming a hero than just dealing with scraps or money, right?" Xia Wenzhou glanced at her. "Really?" "Of course," Ning Jin nodded. "I always keep my word." Xia Wenzhou felt she was trying to fool him, but he also thought her reasoning made sense. "All right, I'll trust you one more time." In a place like Dark City, it is generally busier at night than during the day. Tonight the Fish Merchant Chen has 2 matches to attend after dinner. Ning Jin stayed in the studio, opening the holographic computer to browse the Galaxy forum. The deadly handsome guy had many messages all sent in the past few days. Ning Jin clicked to open it. "Deadly handsome guy, Grim Reaper, you mentioned studying at a military academy on Illusion Spirit Star. Was it the Crotdia Military Academy?" "Deadly handsome guy, I'm not prying into your personal life as a netizen, just wanted to ask, was there really someone named Ning Jin at your military academy who defeated the Imperial Military Academy's emperor's ancestor?" "Deadly handsome guy, are you there? Is the Crotdia Military Academy that busy?" "Deadly handsome guy, do you know?" "Deadly handsome guy, I can offer you money." Upon seeing this line, Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. "Grim Reaper, I know her, 10 million star coins." Deadly handsome guy did not reply immediately. Ning Jin closed the holographic forum, took out her tools, and focused on researching the robot. She began dissecting it from the head. The next day, at the training ground, Xia Wenzhou yawned continuously with dark circles under his eyes. The substitute Ning Jin stood lazily in the back, also yawning incessantly. Feng Shaoqi glanced at Ning Jin and then at Xia Wenzhou, saying, "As for Ning Jin, she's always half asleep. But you two, did you sneak out last night to do something shady?" Xia Wenzhou gave him a long look. Last night he had watched the Fish Merchant Chen fight twice, both times winning, then went to find Ning Jin to discuss returning to school, only to find her still engrossed in studying the robot, so he joined her. The craftsmanship of that robot was exquisite, with internal veins and arteries identical to those in humans, even possessing flesh and blood. If the technology could be applied to mechas, it would enhance their agility. The more she studied, the more addicted she became, lost in her fascination. By the time she realized it, dawn was nearly breaking. She hurried back, having not slept at all, quickly washed up and rushed over for training. "By the way," Xia Wenzhou tugged at the sleeve of Wu Shuang beside him, whispering to Wu Shuang and Feng Shaoqi. "Ning Jin said the overall research value of that robot is quite high. She asked me to check if you could pay to keep it quiet or share research results when the time comes." Wu Shuang shot him a glance. "So you did go out with Ning Jin last night?" "Xia Wenzhou, is that the point? Besides, what do you mean by hanging out? Do you think I wouldn't want to punish you?" Di Dachong shot him a cold glance. "I've heard that you also went to District 13. Di Tingbai paused for a moment. "Xia Wenzhou, mecha materials." Feng Shaoqi, clad in a dark green military uniform, spoke coldly. "Xia Wenzhou wants to find some mecha engineer materials to look at. That's worth learning." Meng Yong nodded with a smile. "This year's resource competition is very close to the Military Academy League. Currently you are the only 3S-level mecha engineer in our academy, so we will all have to rely on you." Song Wenjing nodded. "There are some mecha materials left by the senior Xu Quan in the school. I will help you apply to study them later." Xia Wenzhou thought to himself that Ning Jin's level was way better than his. However, he was majoring in mechas, and to become a hero of the Federation, he naturally needed to grow stronger himself. He perked up saying alright. Xia Wenzhou. Here. Suddenly being called out by Sai Wei, Xia Wenzhou jumped and immediately raised his hand. I see you chatting so energetically. Sai Wei looked at him, cracking his knuckles. Then you go first today. Xia Wenzhou forced a smile that looked worse than crying as he walked out. Instructor, could you go a bit easier today? No, get into the mecha. Once Xia Wenzhou entered the mecha, Sai Wei immediately piloted his own mecha to deliver a fierce blow. Today, if any of you can dodge even one of my moves, you can rest. Instructor, take it easy. Xia Wenzhou was beaten like a rabbit, with his desperate cries for mercy echoing through the training ground. At noon, in the cafeteria, Ning Jin got her meal and found a corner to sit in. Wu Shuang and Feng Shaoqi both came over, both bearing injuries. Instructors. At noon, in the cafeteria, Ning Jin got her meal and found a corner to sit in. Wu Shuang and Feng Shaoqi both came over, both bearing injuries. Xia Wenzhou limped over last, his face full of pain. Colonel Sai Wei is too ruthless. He doesn't treat us like humans during training. He had been beaten the worst, unable to dodge a single hit. Wu Shuang chuckled lightly. Colonel Sai Wei is also trying to help us improve our strength quickly, so we can better protect ourselves in the face of danger during competitions. Feng Shaoqi nodded. You ran faster today than yesterday. Is that a compliment? Xia Wenzhou was speechless, took a bite of his food. The cafeteria food is quite good today. It's not that bad. Feng Shao's parents are worried he might suffer here, so they hired a chef to come. Ning Jin pointed toward the food counter. Being rich is enviable. Xia Wenzhou, who always thought he had enough money, fell silent. You are all here. Meng Yong and Song Wenzheng also arrived. Everyone had been beaten by Sai Wei and bore injuries. You don't have to train in the afternoon. Meng Yong smiled as he spoke to them. We will have cultural classes and continue watching the competition videos from last year. The resource competition is different from the league. After all, it's a resource area. The more participants there are, the more opportunities there are to acquire resources. All 12 military academies will participate, but the number of participants from each academy is uncertain, with a limit of 1,000 people, including 5 main team members. The other 11 military academies were currently conducting internal competitions to select main team members or team members eligible to participate in the competition. The Crotdia Military Academy had so few people that there was hardly any internal election. They barely managed to gather 5 6S-level main team members, and there were hardly any other candidates among the 995 team members. It was simply a matter of who was willing to raise their hand to train and participate. Ning Jin and the other substitute team members were also included in the team. The resource competition is divided into 2 halves, taking place on an abandoned planet turned into a competition arena, but the dangers on the planet are real. The planet will hide flags with names of 100 resource areas. The first to find the resource area flags and safely escort them to the respective academy's safe zones will win. The total competition time is 1 month. After it ends, the resource area flags in each safe zone will belong to that military academy. If any military academy's safe zone is destroyed, all its members will automatically lose their qualification to compete for the resource area, being completely eliminated from this round. All flags within the destroyed safe zone will belong to the military academy that caused the destruction. Both flags and safe zones are unknown, and participants must seek them out after entering, making it a grand melee among the 12 military academies. 3 years ago, during that resource competition, due to the presence of Di Tingbai, not to mention the students from other military academies, even the students from the Imperial Military Academy, who teamed up with Di Tingbai, were overshadowed. In the first half, they sailed smoothly like a leisurely outing, easily obtaining 48 resource area flags, resembling a personal showcase by Di Tingbai, high in visual appeal, but low in content. The Crotdia Military Academy barely sent out 1,000 people, but within 5 days of entering their safe zone was jointly attacked and destroyed by other military academies, eliminating everyone. They lost in a most disastrous and miserable manner. Ning Jin sat in the back, watching the slender and frail figure on the screen, looking sickly, and as if his days were numbered, reminiscent of Di Tingbai, whom she had seen in District 13 some time ago. Heaven is jealous of the talented indeed. Ning Jin sighed and quietly opened her light brain, logging into the Galactic Forum. Deadly handsome, I'll give you 50 million. Help me gather more details about her dealings with Di Shizu, and also subtly inquire if she went to Garbage Star 10 years ago. If you find out, I'll give you another 50 million. Money is not an issue. Ning Jin squinted slightly. This deadly handsome couldn't be Di Tingbai, could it? Impossible. Di Tingbai's personality isn't that ostentatious or narcissistic. Could it be someone around him? It wouldn't be that late for you, would it? Then he bought life extension potions from her for Di Tingbai. If that's the case, it really is connected. It truly is fate that brings people together from thousands of miles away, but if there's no fate, it's hard to even hold hands across the street. Ning Jin raised her eyes, looking at the stunningly beautiful Di Tingbai in the video, and scoffed. In the canteen that evening, Xia Wenzhou and the others were all absent. Tong Qian came over and said to Ning Jin, Xia Wenzhou went to study the mecha data, and Feng Xiaoqi, Mengyong Wushuang, and Song Wenjing are all in the training room continuing to study the videos from the last resource competition. Ning Jin yawned. This year's competition planet is different from 3 years ago, and other military academy students are also different. What's there to study? Tong Qian whispered. They are trying to think of ways to counter Di Tingbai. 3 years ago, Di Tingbai was 15 years old and had exceptionally entered the Imperial Military Academy. This year, Di Tingbai is 18 years old and can still participate according to his academic qualifications at the military academy. If he participates, everyone will still have no chance of winning. Each school is thinking of ways to restrain him, but there are hardly any conclusions. The most common one is to avoid any direct encounters with him. Tong Qian sighed. Di Tingbai is really terrifying. Ning Jin's thoughts stirred as she opened her light brain and entered the Galactic Forum. Death God knocks at your door. Handsome, I've agreed to your request. Just one question: will Di Tingbai participate in the resource competition this year? Deadly Handsome, not participating. Why? Are you scared? He was online and replied instantly. Deadly Handsome, true, the last batch from Crotdia Military Academy was eliminated as soon as they entered. Are you also participating in the competition this time? Then it seems we are rivals. Deadly Handsome, how about we meet up? Get to know each other again. Considering we've been online friends and have made so many transactions, if we meet at the competition, I'll secretly allocate a resource area for you. Death God knocks at your door, haha. Ning Jin was certain that the Deadly Handsome was 99% that late you. She closed her light brain and said to Tong Qian, Di Tingbai won't participate in this resource competition. Her tone was firm. The next morning, Ming Krisen released the news: Di Tingbai will not participate in this year's resource competition. Tong Qian was slightly taken aback, looking at Ning Jin in surprise. How do you know? Ning Jin vaguely replied, I overheard others talking about it. Last time Di Tingbai didn't participate in the second half, and the Imperial Military Academy only obtained 4 resource areas, which shows they aren't strong either. As long as Di Tingbai doesn't participate, the shadow hanging over the team members of each military school will dissipate, and they will regain their confidence. But the minimum requirement from District 13 for Crotdia Military Academy is still to secure at least 1 resource area. After District 13 took over Crotdia Military Academy, everything in the school gradually returned to normal and the school rules were reinstated. The reserves needed tidying up and students from the logistics department were assigned. After the resource competition starts, there will be an airdrop every 3 days in the competition arena, dropping 12 medium-sized combat supply packs each time. What is opened is entirely random, and this is the only combat supply provided by the officials for the resource competition. Other students from each school can bring their own. Ning Jin didn't train at all that day, and together with Tong Qian in the logistics department sorted through supplies in Crotdia Military Academy that hadn't been organized for a long time, selecting useful items for battle preparation. Crotdia has truly fallen to a state of poverty, with supplies and materials so poor that even Ning Jin looked down on them, thinking if only she could get 2 good items. In the end, she took nothing. It wasn't until dinner that she saw Wushuang in the canteen. Xia Tianjin went to study again. Wushuang scoffed. It's been 2 days in a row drinking nutrient solution while studying mecha data. Once he enters the competition arena, he'll be responsible for mecha repairs and team protection, but he hasn't learned anything since just entering the military academy. Xia Wenzhou has been working hard these days, getting beaten up by Sai Wei during the day and going to the library at night to read mecha materials. Feng Xiaoqi, like a battle maniac, trained hard during the day and dragged Mengyong and Song Wenjing to fight in the simulation pod at night. The requirements from District 13 are very low, and the school's requirements are also very low, as if they know we can't do it and look down on us. But this time Crotdia Military Academy will definitely be mocked in the competition, and everyone is holding their breath, determined to secure more resource areas to clear Crotdia Military Academy's name and their own. Tong Qian sighed. I'm going to train too. Good luck. Ning Jin smiled. We will definitely clear our name. She had no intention of going. She wanted to sleep. She could skip anything, but she absolutely couldn't skimp on sleep. However, just before sleeping, she received a video call from Yu Shangchen. Yu Shangchen said the underground mecha competition in Dark City has also started this year. Each district elects its champion before participating in the final. It is said that the grand champion's reward includes 1 billion star coins and a bottle of pure star spirit milk over 500 years old. Ning Jin was taken aback. Are you sure? Yu Shangchen nodded. I only came to tell you after confirming. The heart blood of the 6-winged flying dragon beast that you collected last time should be for medicinal use, right? I think you would be interested in this. Star spirit milk is a type of medicine that can be used to make potions, enhance individual physiques, and can also be... However, it is born in the star veins of planets and can only be produced on planets with enduring life, and no one goes to mine on normal life planets. Only when a planet is destroyed will mining take place. Its value is extremely high and it is in short supply at interstellar auction houses. Registration ends tomorrow. You must come to register yourself. Yu Shangchen said. Half an hour later, Ning Jin appeared in Dark City draped in a black cloak. On all the light screens in the central area of Dark City, advertisements for the underground mecha competition were being played, with one of the grand champion prizes, Star Spirit Milk, prominently displayed, visible at a glance. The start of the underground mecha competition halted the free mecha competition in Dark City. Yu Shangchen had no matches tonight and came over to meet her, taking her to the registration area. Participants could register with real names or pseudonyms, only needing to leave contact details, collect a voucher, and then they could use the voucher to compete. Many people registered on the registration form, most using false names. The underground mecha competition requires signing a life-and-death contract. One signed regardless of win or lose on stage. Life and death are at one's own risk. Yu Shangchen explained to Ning Jin. However, most participants joined just for the excitement, and after discussing outcomes, they wouldn't really go for lethal hits. But some psychopaths would. However, the underground mecha competition is also considered an underground match focusing on fierce and exhilarating battles. Participants willingly join, but the organizers, fearing real fatalities and the ensuing trouble, require contestants to sign a life-and-death contract. At that moment, many people were at the registration desk and Ning Jin was waiting in line behind. She nodded. I know. Is Hong Lang participating in the underground competition this year? I don't know, I didn't see his name in the registration system. He better not come. Right. Don't come. Otherwise, how will others have a chance to survive? I actually hope he comes anyway. I can't win the championship myself. Rather than let others take it, I'd rather let Hong Lang have it. It would make me feel a bit better. The people in line around were whispering and discussing. Yu Shangchen quietly explained to Ning Jin, 3 years ago a name called Hong Lang emerged in the underground mecha competition in Dark City. Nobody knows if he is male or female or how old he is. He has consecutively participated in the underground mecha competitions hosted by Dark City for 3 years, winning 3 championships. I lost to him last year as well. This year marks the 4th year. Yu Shangchen was also flipping through the list in the system. So far his name is not on the list, but I don't know if he will come later. Ning Jin's eyes shifted slightly. Did you compete against her last year? Last year I used another name, competing as the champion of another main star's Dark City division. In the 3rd match of the finals I faced him. After 5 moves, his mental strength and mecha operation were incredibly strong, and his weapon was 2 frying pans, which was very strange, making it hard to tell what kind of style he used. Yu Shangchen said, Nyamu Mountain is the new name I adopted for the Dark City of Illusion Spirit Star this year. No wonder she didn't remember meeting him, as she had no impression of the name Nyamu Mountain. Ning Jin chuckled and asked him, why don't you want to go to the military academy? Yu Shangchen lowered his eyes and smiled lightly. It just doesn't seem interesting. That's true, Ning Jin remarked. There's no freedom yet. Yu Shangchen tilted his head to look at her. Then why are you going to the military academy? There's no choice. Ning Jin sighed, entrusted by others. As they spoke, it was already Ning Jin's turn. She paused for a moment and flamboyantly wrote 3 characters on the light screen. Sitting Mountain Eagle. Yu Shangchen raised an eyebrow. I thought you would use Yama. Ning Jin sighed softly. In the rivers and lakes one must avoid blades. If you want to live well, you must be more low-key. Yu Shangchen chuckled. The person in charge of the underground mecha competition was a woman named Yuanju. After Ning Jin registered and signed a death waiver, Yuanju gave her an identity certificate. The preliminary competition starts in 2 days. Only those who win can advance to the next match, so remember not to miss it. By the way, there's one more thing, Yuanju added. You need to bring your own mecha. Ning Jin had a mecha from the Crotdia Military Academy and a level 1. It was far from enough here. Ning Jin went to the workshop to prepare to rebuild one in the next 2 days. As for the materials, she still didn't plan to use that small piece of holy gold. The other materials given by the deadly handsome man were enough to build a 3S-level mecha. Swift Day. Military Supply Depot. As Tong Qian entered, she saw Ning Jin sleeping on the shelf, covered with a blanket with half a bottle of nutrient solution in her mouth, looking as if she had fallen asleep after drinking half. Tong Qian was taken aback and walked over to wake her. Ning Jin. Ning Jin opened her eyes groggily and upon seeing Tong Qian suppressed her anger, letting the half-empty nutrient solution drop down from her mouth. Tong Qian instinctively reached out to catch it. How did you end up sleeping here? You didn't stay up all night cleaning here yesterday, did you? She turned her head to survey the military supplies depot, which seemed unchanged since she left last night. Ning Jin tried to sit up, but as she lifted herself halfway, her head bumped hard against the upper shelf. Ouch! Dammy. I forgot this was a shelf. Ning Jin grimaced in pain, holding her head and lying back down in agony. Tong Qian winced for her and hurriedly helped her down from the shelf, rubbing her injured head. You didn't go stealing last night, did you? You came back this morning and thought it was a waste of time to return to the dorm and just came here to sleep for a bit. Ning Jin laughed sheepishly. Senior sister, how could I go stealing? I just arrived too early, practiced here for a while, and fell asleep when I got tired. Tong Qian gave her a "do you think I believe you?" look, but didn't ask further. She handed her the half bottle of nutrient solution. Go wash up, let's try to finish organizing today. After organizing, we also need to join the training. The teacher said when she brought me to the Crotdia Military Academy that this academy had no pressure and allowed for relaxation, which is why I came here happily. As a result, the school was almost gone and she needed to help save it. Now that the school was saved, she had to be the main team substitute and also a member of the school team, tossing and turning, unable to relax at all. Life is tough. Ning Jin sighed softly as she went to wash up. In the cafeteria at noon, Xia Wenzhou finally appeared, dragged in by Feng Shaoqi and Meng Yong. Wu Shuang sat down in front of Ning Jin. He trains during the day and gets beaten staying up late at night studying mecha materials. When he gets hungry, he drinks nutrient solutions. Teacher Men forced him to rest and took away his access to the material room, letting Meng Yong and Feng Shaoqi drag him out. He seems to love studying quite a bit, Ning Jin chuckled. Wu Shuang glanced at her. How's your research going? Ning Jin asked Xia Wenzhou that day whether they wanted money robot wreckage or the final complete research results shared. Wu Shuang and Feng Shaoqi both chose to share the results. The value of that robot is highest when it's whole. They didn't lack money, and giving the research to Ning Jin was better than doing it themselves. Ning Jin had slight dark circles under her eyes. Not yet, I've been busy with. Before she could finish her sentence, her head dropped down. Ning Jin. Wu Shuang was startled, instinctively catching her head with one hand and moving her plate away with the other, or else Ning Jin's head would have landed in the plate. Ning Jin looked up, her spirit a bit dazed. It's fine. Wu Shuang said. It seems like there's blood flowing from the corner of your eye. Oh. Ning Jin had no reaction, casually wiping it clean, propping her head with one hand, weakly saying, I just haven't been sleeping well lately. Wu Shuang looked at her strangely. You're this tired, did you sneak out again last night? Let me sleep for a bit. Ning Jin lay back down again. What's wrong with her? Meng Yong, who came over, asked curiously. Wu Shuang didn't elaborate, shrugging. She's a reincarnated sleep god. I'm also quite tired. Xia Wenzhou sat down on the stool, his head drooping too. Feng Shaoqi said nothing. Xia Wenzhou is studying. What about her? Maybe she's studying too, Wu Shuang chuckled softly. Meng Yong looked at this and that, yawning along with them. There are still 14 days until the competition starts, and the competition venue hasn't been selected yet. We should use this time to practice our teamwork. Everything else can be adjusted when we enter the arena. From now on, Ning Jin and Tong Qian no longer need to do logistics. In the afternoon, just as they arrived at the logistics department, Men Kerson's communication came through. Ning Jin's expression was resentful, but we already finished it. Various materials had been reorganized, labeled, and rearranged. Men Kerson coughed lightly. You all come to the simulation area. Men Kerson had them substitutes also enter the simulation cabin to train. In the resource competition, there is one chance to replace a team member. If a main team member has an accident, a substitute will take their place, so to be on the safe side, substitutes must also be in top condition and adapt to the harsh conditions of the arena in advance. The competition area for this session hasn't been decided yet. Based on the simulated scenes from the last session, U10 will be divided into 2 teams and enter the simulation arena. The first team to grab the flag wins, and it also helps to refine teamwork. On the substitute side, there are also 5 team members. It's said to be training, but in reality it's for the 5 main team members to adjust their personalities and cultivate cooperative synergy with the substitute team members training alongside them. Ning Jin looked lethargic. If it's just practice, what matters? It would be better to let her sleep for a while. You talk too much. Although the star beasts and dangers you encounter in the simulation are false, any injuries you sustain inside will cause real pain, and being eliminated will automatically return you to reality. Men Kerson continued. The previous round took place on Adele Star, where star beasts coexisted with the damp primal forest, harboring various dangers. Since there are only 10 of you, we have reduced the arena size. Your objective is to eliminate your opponents, capture resource flags, and find safety to achieve victory. These simulation pods are provided by District 13 and can be networked. Ning Jin lay down in the pod, and the brain machine interface automatically connected to her consciousness, transporting her to a virtual scene. It resembled a holographic game with the surrounding leaves and grass feeling very real. They could even simulate summoning mechas here. Ning Jin. Tong Qian approached with 3 other substitute team members. Their clothes automatically transformed into silver-gray uniforms in the simulation pod with a red emblem on their shoulders. As long as you hit the emblem, it means death, and you will automatically exit after being eliminated. Su Isher felt a bit nervous. Senior sister, who will command us? Tong Qian glanced at the group and pointed to the girl at the back. Yu Liao Liao is from the command department with 6S-level mental strength. Yu Liao Liao nodded. The mechas consume energy too quickly. Since this is not the actual arena, there's no need to waste it. None of the 5 entered the mechas and opted to proceed on foot. They were in a forest dense enough to block out the sun. The ground was covered in moist moss and various gray mushrooms. Yu Liao Liao released her mental energy, sensing the surrounding environment, and chose a direction to lead the 4 others. Ning Jin casually plucked a leaf nearby, crushing it between her fingertips, leaving some sticky sap on her skin. It felt too real. Even the pain was genuine. Ning Jin, Yu Liao Liao called back to her, hurry up and catch up. Ning Jin looked up at the gray sky again and hurried after them. Outside the simulation pod, a massive screen projected on the wall displayed the situation of the 10 individuals inside, focusing on Ning Jin. Menkerson expressed some concern. If she discovers that we are testing her, she will probably get angry, and then testing her with 5 3S-level main team members is already showing her too much respect. Do Lihua huffed. Even if she defeated the Emperor, it wouldn't change the fact that she's in level. She might reveal her true form here, so don't expect too much from her. If she truly is in level yet can exhibit powers beyond 3S-level, that would be a miracle, the first of its kind in the Federation's history. Sai Wei raised an eyebrow. Having one more super 3S-level expert at Crotdia Military Academy isn't a bad thing, is it? Senior Shuhua can vouch for her, and she did indeed save the academy. Xiang Peiquan spoke solemnly. There must be something special about her. This simulation match is indeed meant to train the main team members' synergy, while allowing the substitutes to serve as practice partners for them. However, it is also to test Ning Jin to evaluate her true abilities, whether she is indeed level or possesses hidden extraordinary powers. There's a dual-winged star beast ahead. Should we engage or bypass it? Yu Liao Liao stopped moving, ducking behind a tree, and asked the others behind her. Tong Qian smiled. You're the commander. If you say attack, we attack. If you say to bypass, we bypass. Yu Liao Liao hesitated. Yuan Tu off round. If we can fight, we should engage. If we can't, we just run, right? Yu Liao Liao pursed her lips and sensed again its level. Then let's attack. Yuan Tuya declared. At least we have 2 2S-level members. What kind of image would it be to be scared off by an S-level virtual star beast in a simulation? Yu Liao Liao paused again. Then let's attack. Yuan Tuya cut off its escape route. Senior Sister Tong and Su Shi encircle it from the sides. Ning Jin, follow me for a frontal assault to draw its attention. The 4 immediately followed her orders and dispersed, while Ning Jin, still half asleep, stayed beside Yu Liao Liao, her energy suppressed, not releasing any of her mental strength, completely adhering to the command. Yu Liao Liao and Ning Jin attracted the attention of the dual-winged star beast Hedon, while Tong Qian and Su Shi hadn't yet positioned themselves to surround it. Yuan Tuya, who had circled to the back of the dual-winged star beast, directly entered the mecha and swung a powerful punch at the beast. Yu Liao Liao and Ning Jin attracted the attention of the dual-winged star beast Hedon, while Tong Qian and Su Shi hadn't yet positioned themselves to surround it. Yuan Tuya, who had circled to the back of the dual-winged star beast, the other 2 had not yet arrived, and he had already taken action. Yu Liao Liao said sternly, Yuan Tuya, why didn't you follow orders? It's just an S-level dual-winged star beast. Do we need 5 people for it? Yuan Tuya scoffed. I just knocked it out easily. Yu Liao Liao's face darkened. As a substitute, she had been training alongside the main team for some time. Yuan Tuya had a rebellious personality. Aside from instructors and teachers, he rarely followed orders. This was her first time in a simulated combat scenario, and Yu Liao Liao expected him to cooperate a bit more, but he was still so reckless. Su Isher felt a bit intimidated by Yuan Tuya hiding beside Yu Liao Liao without daring to speak. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Tong Qian pursed her lips. Yuan Tuya, don't forget that our simulation training this time is primarily to enhance team coordination. Once in the battlefield, even if it's just an ant in front, you must follow commands. Oh, I got it. Watching the star beast disappear beneath them, Yuan Tuya rolled his eyes. Next time, I'll definitely listen. On the other side, Meng Yong and the 5 others stopped in their tracks, all looking up towards the source of the sound. Looks like they encountered a star beast, Meng Yong sensed mentally. Let's go find them first. Song Wenjing, Wu Shuangfeng, Xiaoqi, and Xia Wenzhou all nodded. Yu Liao Liao sensed her surroundings and led them forward. Not long after, Yu Liao Liao suddenly stopped again. There's another star beast ahead. Her expression was grim. It's 3S-level. In the resource competition, captured star beasts can be exchanged for materials, but the most important thing is for people to survive first, obtain the competition flag, and protect it until the end. If eliminated, nothing will remain. Yu Liao Liao immediately made a decision. Let's bypass it. The others had no objections. However, just after they turned a corner, Yu Liao Liao's expression paled again. There's more. Su Shi's heart raced. Another 3S-level star beast. Yu Liao Liao's mental energy swept across the other 2 directions, again her face grim. There are 3S-level star beasts in all 4 directions. No matter which way they went now, they would encounter one. Once any noise was made, the other three would surely be startled. With their combined talents, they might not even be able to handle a single 6S level. Let alone facing 4 now. Achoo. Just as Yu Liao was about to ask Tong for help, Yuan Tua suddenly sneezed. It was a thunderous sound. It directly exposed all of them, and all 4 6S level star beasts turned their attention towards them. Yuan Tua. Su Shi gritted her teeth. Can't you be quieter? Yuan Tua looked awkward. Who can control that? Be careful. A star beast attacked and Su Shi shouted, entering her virtual mecha to shield the others. Tong Qian and Yu Liao also entered their virtual mechas to join Su Shi in the fight. Yuan Tua glanced at Ning Jin, seeing her standing back. Without moving, frowned. Ning Jin, why aren't you getting into the mecha to fight? The simulated mecha in the simulation pod is indistinguishable from a real one, but its level corresponds to the innate talents of the members undergoing the simulation, all clad in the same gray-white mecha. Like a holographic game, it matches players with virtual mecha of the same level based on their innate professional ranking. Ning Jin let out an O and leisurely entered the mecha. Class mecha. It cannot fly. She piloted the mecha to charge at the star beast, only to be sent flying by flames spewed from its mouth. The mecha was instantly pierced through and shattered, and Ning Jin fell out spitting out a mouthful of blood before both she and the mecha vanished. Did she get eliminated? Yuan Tua exclaimed. Yuan Tua. Yu Liao shouted angrily, I am the commander, and you are the commander. Xia Shi's expression turned grim. She is in class, and also a mecha engineer. What do you expect her to do? Tong Qian's expression was also not good. How was I supposed to know she was so fragile? Yuan Tua's face looked worse than if he had swallowed a fly. Hasn't she defeated the Super 3S class Imperial Ancestor before? Now she can't even handle a 3S class Star Beast. Boom. Yu Liao wanted to say something more when 5 figures piloting mecha came around, efficiently coordinating to eliminate 4 star beasts. Meng Yong scanned the area. Where's Ning Jin? Tong Qian replied. Eliminated. The 5 of Meng Yong were left puzzled. Xia Wenzhou thought he misheard. How did she get eliminated so soon? How is that possible? It was like this. Tong Qian concisely recounted what had happened. Feng Shaoqi and the others. Meng Yong gave Yuan Tua a cold glance. Then you should be eliminated too. In the simulation room, looking at Ning Jin being eliminated, Sai Wei and the others felt perplexed. What kind of test is this? They turned around. Ning Jin opened the simulation pod and walked out. Sai Wei wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Sai. Ning Jin rubbed her chest and sighed. It really hurts. When injured in the simulation scene, the simulator feels the same pain and the wounds remain. When she came out, all the wounds would disappear, but the physical pain was etched in her memory. Ning Jin, the teachers are all here. Upon hearing Men Kazin's voice, Ning Jin just noticed them raising her head and smiling to greet them. She sighed, feeling a bit ashamed. I disappointed the teachers as in class. Men Kazan. Listening to this, she felt there was something off about it. Moreover, just based on Ning Jin's barehanded reception of her whip, it was enough to prove that Ning Jin definitely could not be a true class. Teacher Men, Teacher Do, Colonel Sai Wei, Principal Xiang. Ning Jin smiled as she called out their names one by one. My strength indeed exceeds class, but my innate talent is indeed class. I haven't deliberately hidden my strength, though when I say it you don't believe me, and when I don't say it you suspect me. Hee. Men Kaxian and the others' expressions changed slightly. Ning Jin, we don't. I came to the Crotdia Military Academy not because I have great ambitions, but simply because I was asked and felt it was a good place to lie down and sleep. Ning Jin interrupted her tone cool and clear, but I also abide by the military academy's rules. Whatever you ask me to do I will do. I cooperate, and my good temper does not mean I can always endure your suspicion and repeated tests. So don't test me anymore, it's very boring and I will get angry. Ning Jin ignored the unpleasant expressions of everyone smiling. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Even if she isn't in class, she is still just a mecha engineer in this team. It's not her place to charge into battle for. Before entering the simulation pod, Men Kazin's impromptu decision and subtle oddities along with every word spoken by Yuan Tua after entering the simulation scene were all meant to provoke her. They wanted her to take action. Furthermore, among the 5 substitutes, the highest was only a couple of 2s class, yet they were surrounded by 4 3s class star beasts in a virtual scene that could be manipulated by external forces. Even in a simulated scene, the odds of this happening would not be high. It was evident that someone was controlling it. Additionally, when Yuan Tua sneezed, he was secretly watching her. Clearly, they wanted to test her again. She is indeed in class. Her strength exceeding class is also true. She has never actively exposed it, but has never hidden it either. Being known for her strong abilities isn't a problem. She also understands that inf class is not very trustworthy. Yet they speak of her as merely inf class, while doubting that her strength exceeds that, believing she is deliberately hiding it. afraid that she being a truth class would implicate the team. They don't let her join the main team. Yet they also fear missing out on her being an over 3s class and keep her in the substitute team. She doesn't care about any of this. But when she says it herself, no one believes her, resulting in various tests being arranged. Time and time again. No matter whose idea it was, she detested such tests. She hated it very much. After finishing her words in a calm tone, Ning Jin left the simulation room on her own. The others inside. Ding. At this moment, Yuan Tua and the other simulation pods also chimed several times. Tong Qian and the other 4 were eliminated. After learning about Ning Jin's elimination, Meng Yong and the others showed no mercy and directly sent Liao Liao and Tong Qian out of the game. This simulation match ended with the main team emerging victorious. Before entering, Men Xian had found Yuan Tua, Meng Yong, and Song Wenjing, asking them to find opportunities to test Ning Jin. She hadn't informed others because Wu Shuang and Xia Wenzhou had been getting close to Ning Jin recently, fearing they would tip her off. In the end, Yuan Tua messed everything up. After coming out, Yuan Tua had been keeping his head down, not daring to look at Men Xian and the others. Everyone can go out now. Men Xian waved her hand weakly. In the now quiet room, Xiang Peiquan finally spoke. Don't test her anymore. Sigh. Hearing yet another sigh, Yu Shangchen turned his head to look at Ning Jin beside him. This is your 36th sigh since arriving in Dark City tonight. Sigh. Ning Jin let out her 37th sigh, crunching the lollipop she had been sucking on. School is so boring. It's not that the school is boring, it's that you have no interest in it. Yu Shangchen chuckled lightly. You in class, using the strength of an over 3s class, are lucky not to have been taken by District 13 for research. Sigh. Ning Jin sighed for the 38th time. Actually, I just want to lie down and sleep. Yu Shangchen raised an eyebrow. Then you could just withdraw from the military academy. Ning Jin shook her head. The teachers had saved her life and raised her. Since the teachers brought her to the Crotdia Military Academy, she must watch it return to its former glory. Don't think about it for now. There's half an hour until the first match starts. Yu Shangchen said, Tonight is the initial match of the underground mecha competition with a total of 309 contestants in the dark city of Huanling Star, requiring a draw to determine opponents. Ning Jin drew the first match. Ning Jin got up and went to the workshop. The mecha she was remaking for herself was a lightweight Model 3's class. It was nearly complete, but the wings had not yet been crafted due to the lack of satisfactory and durable materials. The holy gold given by the charming handsome man was not used on the mecha. Instead, she melted it and affixed it to her sunset bow. The sunset bow is a long-range weapon that can be used whether detached from the mecha or while piloting it. It was previously silver but has now been entirely dyed a fiery red. The Dark City has its own forum software that will broadcast the underground mecha competition live on its exclusive platform. Anyone regardless of participation can watch the live stream. The preliminary rounds will only display the rankings of the local Dark City area. Only the champion of the regional competition can participate in the finals to compete for the overall championship of the Dark City against other regional champions. The preliminary competitions in each region will take place simultaneously. The rankings will be updated in real time. As the competition starts, betting will also begin, allowing spectators, whether they are contestants or not, to place bets on their favored participants. Ning Jin is the first contestant to appear in the Dark City of the illusory Spirit Star, with an opponent named Shan Ing, a young man who does not hide his true appearance, piloting a 6S-level mecha armed with a large heavy sword. Ning Jin pilots a rather unfinished mecha, still unpainted, with a rough and obvious skeletal structure, a gray 6S-level mecha. She does not even use her mental power in close combat with him. The contestant named Shan Diao seems to be participating in the underground mecha competition for the first time. The mecha he pilots looks to be of 6S level, but appears to be a defective product with a rough frame. The judge and host, seated high above, begins the warm-up for this first underground match, his voice echoing throughout the Dark City. Many people are watching online and many are present at the scene. The owner of the fruit shop has closed his store and come down to watch the live match. In contrast, the other contestant, Shan Ying's mecha, exhibits an extremely perfect fluidity, radiating an aura of assured victory. Everyone can place their bets. Let's see who will win this first match. Yu Shangchen stands in a position where he can clearly see the stage, opens his light brain, enters the Dark City platform, and bets 10,000 star coins on Ning Jin to win, while sucking on a lollipop he bought from her for 50 star coins not long ago. A broken mecha dares to compete. Shan Ing scoffs at Ning Jin's rough mecha, swinging his heavy. Ning Jin does not dodge, instead directly raising her mecha's massive hand to meet his sword strike, gripping it tightly and crushing it. Everyone watching in the Dark City is stunned. The judge and host snaps back to reality, exclaiming, this contestant, Shan Diao, actually crushed Shan Ying's sword. The rough mecha has delivered an astonishing blow. Ning is momentarily taken aback. His sword, crafted from decent materials rather than platinum, has actually been crushed by a rough mecha. His expression darkens as he grits his teeth, swinging his fist again. Ning Jin still does not evade, suddenly pulling forward her other hand, forming a fist as it strikes Ying's mecha in the abdomen, sending him flying and ripping off one of his arms. This contestant named Dio is truly unexpectedly astonishing. However, it may also be due to Ying's carelessness. Next, bang. Ning is knocked to the ground by Ning Jin's lightning-fast strike. The face of his mecha dented, its energy extinguished. The host's voice, which had just risen in excitement, abruptly stops as he seems momentarily stunned, defeated. Ning is defeated. The spectators around the stage are also momentarily stunned, then erupt into cheers. Dio. I bet on Dio. Damn me. I saw Dio's broken mecha and bet on Ning. I won. I made a huge profit. Some are elated while others are dismayed. Seeing her name appear in the victory column of the floating scoreboard above the stage, Ning Jin does not linger on the underground stage. Ning indeed underestimated her. He did not expect that the extremely rough mecha across from him could unleash such power, but he thought it was his own oversight, only to be eliminated in an instant. Originally full of confidence, Ning lies on the stage with his mecha blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, dazed until the staff drags both him and his mecha off the stage to clear it for the next contestant. Chen is not surprised at Ning Jin's victory, though he is somewhat taken aback by how quickly she fought. He walks over to her. Ning Jin replies wearily, "It's just a preliminary round, no need to waste time." Her goal in participating in the underground mecha competition is simply to win the champion's prize of Star Spirit Milk. As the first contestant in the preliminary round, taking it slowly would only give others the opportunity to study her mecha's weaknesses and techniques. She also does not have much time to waste here, so it is better to finish it quickly. The second match has already begun. Ning Jin does not watch and returns to her studio. She opens her light brain and enters the Dark City platform. She has placed a bet as well, betting on herself. She wagered 100,000 star coins. She won 100,000. Combined with the principal and interest, it totals 200,000. She murmurs the odds are too small. Chen, who did not watch other matches, comes over to her and hears her complaints, chuckling lightly, "I only made 2,000 on my principal and winnings." In the preliminary rounds, many are new contestants and the audience does not know the participants, so naturally the betting odds cannot be set too high. It is all one tune. Ning Jin raises an eyebrow. "Next time bet more, I'll help you get rich." Chen laughs again. "If I win the championship in the end, I'll sell you Star Spirit Milk at half price." Ning Jin retorts, "You might end up losing to me in the regional competition." They're in the same competition area, so they will inevitably face each other. Chen responds, "I won't hold back." Ning Jin laughs leisurely, as if I would be polite. She enters the Galaxy Forum, where the handsome guy has sent her many messages, all inquiring about her. Ning Jin. Death God knocks at your door. Ning Jin did indeed fight Disher Zhu, reportedly because Disher Zhu provoked her, insulting her that she wasn't even worthy to carry his shoes. Ning Jin couldn't hold back and retorted, expressing her disdain for someone like him. Death God knocks at your door. She said she has never been to the garbage star. After sending the messages, she closes her light brain and continues to study the robot, wanting to apply this robot's technology to her mecha. Xia Wenzhou is once again poring over mecha materials in the library until midnight, sipping on nutrient solution while mentally reviewing the notes he has gathered as he walks towards the dormitory. The dormitory building is completely dark. Just as he is about to turn on the light, he sees a flickering glow in the corridor ahead, along with some sounds. "I am now a main team member of the Crotdia Military Academy." Hearing this, Xia Wenzhou pauses, retracting his hand from the light switch and pressing himself against the wall, straining to listen. "Don't worry, no one suspects me. I know what to do." It is Meng Yong's voice. Xia Wenzhou's heart skips a beat. "I also don't know why District 13 suddenly took over the Crotdia Military Academy, nor if it is related to Ning Jin. She is an F rank, but possesses strength beyond that of an F rank. Originally, I intended to test her in today's simulation match, but she was eliminated right at the start." "Yes. Who?" Sensing someone with his released mental energy, Meng Yong abruptly shuts off his light brain, turning to glare into the dark end of the corridor. Damn me. He forgot that he was the commander. His mental energy could cover the entire dormitory building. Xia Wenzhou screams as if startled, hurriedly turning on the corridor lights. "Who's there?" "Xia Wenzhou." Meng Yong is taken aback, his eyes narrowing slightly. Did he just hear that? Meng Yong. Xia Wenzhou also freezes, then lets out a huge sigh of relief, saying weakly, "What are you doing here, not even turning on the lights? You almost scared me to death." He bites down on a nutrient solution, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, utterly exhausted and appearing dazed and sleepy. Meng Yong expressionlessly said, "I'm on the phone with my parents." Xia Wenzhou made a concerted effort to remain calm, trying not to think about what had just happened, filling his mind with knowledge about mechs. You almost scared me into forgetting everything I had just memorized. Meng Yong raised an eyebrow. Have you been studying until now again? What else can I do? Xia Wenzhou lamented. Tomorrow I'm going to disassemble all your mechs and reassemble them for research. He appeared completely unperturbed. What are you two doing? Just as Meng Yong intended to release his spiritual energy to probe into Xia Wenzhou's mind, the door to the neighboring dormitory opened and Feng Shaoqi stepped out. Frowning upon seeing them, he asked, "What are you two doing here in the middle of the night?" "Yeah," others from different dormitories awakened by the noise chimed in. "If you're not sleeping, we still need to hurry and turn off the lights." "Sorry about that," Meng Yong quickly apologized to everyone. "Xia Wenzhou," Feng Shaoqi called out, "you've been studying late again." "Yeah," Xia Wenzhou said, sleepwalking past Meng Yong, nearly collapsing onto him. Meng Yong quickly steadied him. "You're just cramming at the last minute. Who cares as long as it's useful? After all, I'm destined to be a hero. I absolutely cannot let you guys down in the competition." Xia Wenzhou clenched his fist, determination etched on his face. "Training during the day and burning the midnight oil at night will prevent me from dropping the ball during the competition. Teacher Men said I should supervise your rest." Feng Shaoqi approached, grasped Xia Wenzhou by the collar, and pulled him toward his dormitory. "You're sleeping here tonight." Meng Yong stared at the closed dormitory door of Feng Shaoqi with a murky expression for a moment before turning off the corridor light and returning to his own dormitory. "Feng, shut up." As soon as Xia Wenzhou entered Feng Shaoqi's dormitory, the facade he had maintained vanished instantly. He was drenched in cold sweat, and just as he was about to say something, Feng Shaoqi coldly shouted, expressionless, tossing him onto the spacious sofa and throwing a blanket at him. "Sleep." "Xia Wenzhou, I didn't know they were going to test you, otherwise I would have told you." The next day at noon, Xia Wenzhou, unusually not studying, came to the cafeteria and found Ning Jin in a corner speaking softly. "They didn't tell us because they knew we would talk about it." Wu Shuang, sitting nearby, pushed half the meat from her plate to Ning Jin. "Did you go thieving again last night?" Ning Jin returned at 5 this morning, having slept for less than 3 hours. She couldn't even doze off at the training ground in the morning. At this moment her dark circles were very prominent, her hair a bit messy, and she looked haggard. Xia Wenzhou's expression shifted, but he said nothing. Ning Jin propped her chin on one hand, half asleep. "They want to test me because they think I'm lying about hiding my talent and strength, afraid of missing a potential Super 3S level. Unfortunately, she hadn't hidden it. At her current level, she was still an F grade. Only Yuan Tua, Meng Yang, Song Wenjing, and Su Shi know about this, and no one else was told, not even Tong Qian." Wu Shuang whispered that when Meng Yang had heard the commotion, he rushed to find a substitute teammate and saw that Ning Jin had already been eliminated, looking quite displeased. Hearing Meng Yang's name, Xia Wenzhou thought back to last night, his expression slightly changing. Just as he was about to say something, he caught sight of Meng Yang and Feng Shaoqi approaching together, quickly lowering his head to eat his meal. Ning Jin, Meng Yang sat down looking a bit apologetic. "I'm sorry about the test arranged by the teachers and Colonel Zaiwei to probe you during the simulation match. I truly apologize." Ning Jin chewed her food lethargically, saying, "It's nothing." Afternoon. Mech room. Ning Jin, unusually not dozing off, was researching how to repair Tong Qian's mech, which she had previously said she would help with. Xia Wenzhou finally found an opportunity to approach. Confirming that no one was around, he leaned closer to Ning Jin and handed her a nutrient solution, whispering, "Did you go to the Dark City last night?" Ning Jin nodded while biting the nutrient solution, looking drained. Xia Wenzhou mumbled, "You're not planning to participate in the underground mech competition, are you?" He had joined the Dark City's network and was aware of the underground mech competition. Ning Jin nodded again. Xia Wenzhou also wanted to go, but as a main competitor in the competition, he couldn't break free. Ning Jin downed the entire nutrient solution. "You kept hesitating this noon in the cafeteria. It wasn't just to tell about that." Xia Wenzhou looked around and checked both inside and outside the door, ensuring no one was nearby before whispering something that only the two of them could hear into Ning Jin's ear. "Meng Yang." Ning Jin squinted her eyes. "Are you sure you didn't hear wrong?" "Of course." Xia Wenzhou snorted lightly. The tone he used was clearly more like he was reporting to someone rather than talking to his parents. "He even mentioned you. I was shocked at the time, acting all calm." "You acted calm." Ning Jin chuckled. Meng Yang was a 3S level psychic commander. If he were strong enough, his psychic power could invade someone's mind, probing their consciousness, and even killing them without a trace. If Feng Shaoqi hadn't suddenly appeared, you would probably have been silenced. Xia Wenzhou didn't feel that Ning Jin was threatening him. He shrank his neck. He can't really be a big bad guy pretending to be an undercover agent here to harm us, right? Aren't you trying to be a hero? Ning Jin raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Go catch him and report him, and you might just achieve great merit." "Don't fool me." Xia Wenzhou muttered in silence. "I have no proof." He might kill me without me even knowing it. He felt a bit scared. He wouldn't really kill me to silence me, would he? Don't worry, as long as you pretend you don't know, he won't dare to kill you. Ning Jin patted his shoulder, smiling innocently, at least not for now. No matter what Meng Yong was reporting to someone or what his true intentions were, as long as he didn't want to expose himself, he wouldn't kill Xia Wenzhou right now. At most, he would discreetly test him a few times. Feng Shaoqi appearing just in time to save Xia Wenzhou was definitely not a coincidence. Ning Jin finished the nutrient solution, continuing to lower her head to repair the mech with cracks in its hands. If you're scared, you can continue sleeping with Feng Shaozu. Xia Wenzhou retorted. He has a cleanliness obsession. Feng Shaoqi had decorated his dormitory into a one-bedroom apartment. Last night, he made him sleep on the sofa, not allowing him to touch anything else. Moreover, early this morning he was thrown out by Feng Shaoqi, who tossed him the cushions from the sofa and the blanket he had used, saying it was a gift. Then just cling to him shamelessly and cry for him to see. Xia Wenzhou. He definitely wouldn't do that. At most, he would just not go back to the dormitory to sleep. There's another way. Ning Jin tilted her head, smiling innocently. You can hire me to protect you tonight for 500,000 star coins. 200,000. That evening around 8 o'clock. In the mech library, a dim light was on. Men Kristen came to check and saw Xia Wenzhou inside, lightly furrowing her brows. Even if you want to improve, you can't stay up every day. There's still physical fitness and simulation training during the day. Xia Wenzhou nodded. I'll just look for a bit longer and then go back to sleep. Men Kristen didn't linger much longer and went to check other teaching rooms. Xia Wenzhou yawned, continuing to flip through the reference materials. At 9:10, the door to the library was suddenly opened from the outside. Xia Wenzhou jumped in surprise, looking at the person who entered through the door, patting his chest. What are you doing here? You didn't make a sound or knock. You almost scared me to death. Meng Yong smiled. I saw that the light was still on here, so I came to check. I didn't expect you to still be here studying. He closed the door behind him and slowly walked over to Xia Wenzhou. He wouldn't really come to kill him to silence him, would he? He had hidden here without returning to the dormitory. Xia Wenzhou made an effort to maintain his calm demeanor, subtly retreating behind the bookshelf to keep a safe distance from him, sighing. How can one aspire to be a hero without putting in the effort? Is that so? Meng Yong casually picked up a book from the nearby bookshelf. As he opened it, the words inside leaped out, forming vivid images that eloquently narrated the knowledge of mechas. Yes. Xia Wenzhou felt the space becoming a bit oppressive, suppressing his fear. I might have to stay up late tonight, so you should go back to sleep. I'm not sleepy. Meng Yong smiled, his handsome face radiating harmless warmth as he slowly approached Xia Wenzhou. It's still early, I'll keep you company for a while. Do we really need to? Xia Wenzhou forced a smile. There's no ghost here. What if there is? Meng Yong chuckled casually, his spiritual energy subtly released. Xia Wenzhou found his smile frightening, as if he could transform into a bloodthirsty demon at any moment. It's so noisy. Just as Xia Wenzhou was looking for a reason to refuse, an impatient voice came from behind the bookshelf, sounding a bit muffled. Xia Wenzhou, why can't you be quiet while reading? Ning Jin. Meng Yong was taken aback, quickly retracting his spiritual energy. Ning Jin yawned as she jumped down from a vacant bookshelf behind Xia Wenzhou, looking a bit irritated. What are you all doing? Xia Wenzhou acted as if he didn't know she was there, suddenly startled, and darted behind Meng Yong. Why are you both acting like ghosts in the middle of the night? Meng Yong frowned slightly. What are you doing here? This is the mecha data room, not private property. A level mecha master is still a mecha master, or why can't I be here? Ning Jin seemed a bit more awake, raising an eyebrow at him. So only Xia Wenzhou can read. Meng Yong was silent. Xia Wenzhou replied, I didn't see you when I came earlier, or were you really reading? You were clearly sleeping. Ning Jin stretched, saying sleeping in the ocean of knowledge is quite comfortable. Xia Wenzhou complained to Meng Yong, I guess she's doing this on purpose to scare me. Meng Yong cast a dark glance at Ning Jin, then at the innocent-looking Xia Wenzhou, who was still frightened. He chuckled, if you two are keeping each other company here, I'll take my leave. Don't stay up too late, we have physical training tomorrow. Xia Wenzhou lowered his head. Being a hero is not easy. Meng Yong smiled as he left, but his expression turned grave the moment he stepped out. Before coming over, he had released his spiritual energy to scan the surrounding environment. This library clearly had only Xia Wenzhou. But Ning Jin was also here. Unless Ning Jin's spiritual energy level was higher than his, she could have isolated herself with her spiritual energy while he scanned the area. He couldn't determine whether Xia Wenzhou had heard his communication last night, or if Ning Jin's presence with Xia Wenzhou tonight was intentional. However, Xia Wenzhou's terrified expression did not seem fake. That fool of his wouldn't be able to act that convincingly. Watching Meng Yong disappear into the building, Xia Wenzhou locked the door, returned indoors, and sat down on a chair drenched in cold sweat. I didn't expect him to really come to kill me and silence me. The underground mecha competition in the Dark City actually took place regardless of day or night, but the first match of the preliminary round just happened to be last night. Over 300 people, 20 matches a day. The first round would take at least 7 or 8 days to finish. Ning Jin didn't go out again. She accepted Xia Wenzhou's 200,000 star coins and followed him to the mecha data room. Little did she expect Meng Yong actually came. Ning Jin walked to the window watching Meng Yong's figure disappear from the building. She unwrapped a green lollipop with a transparent wrapper and popped it into her mouth, her eyes dark, a slight smile playing on her lips. This boring military academy finally had something interesting. Quite interesting. But it also meant that he definitely wasn't up to any good. Not a good person. Xia Wenzhou patted his chest to comfort himself and angrily asked, should we tell Teacher Men and Colonel Saiwei? Ning Jin glanced at him. Do you have any evidence, Xia Tianjin? Xia Wenzhou stuttered. This year Crotdia Military Academy was fortunate to have a few impressive 3S-level students, and the school was waiting for them to participate in the competition. Without specific evidence and not having overheard the conversation completely, even if Men Kursen and the others believed Xia Wenzhou, they wouldn't arrest anyone based on his word alone without any evidence. Ning Jin yawned and returned to the vacant long bookshelf, flipping up onto it. I'll just continue sleeping. Xia Wenzhou replied. Ning Jin extended her hand. Homemade nutritional lollipops, 100 star coins each. You're just exploiting your money. Xia Wenzhou helplessly transferred her 100. That night Ning Jin finally made up for her lost sleep. When she woke up the next day, she looked refreshed, her dark circles faded. At the training ground, Xia Wenzhou looked at the seemingly gentle Meng Yong, subtly shifting to the side, standing between Feng Shaoqi and Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang and Feng Shaoqi glanced at him but ignored him. Colonel Saiwei looked at them. Your training today is physical. Each of you will run 100 laps around the training ground. Although the resource competition was divided into upper and lower rounds, all participants had to stay in the competition arena for an entire month, with over 10,000 people competing every 3 days for 12 resource drops. Besides combat coordination, physical fitness must also keep up. The 100 laps every morning had become an unshakable training requirement lately. Xia Wenzhou. Meng Yong followed Xia Wenzhou's pace as he ran casually, saying, you seem to be avoiding me these past few days. Xia Wenzhou's spirit tensed up for a moment, smiling brightly. Not at all. I'm just tired. Yes, you are. Feng Shaoqi caught up and squeezed between the two. What does this guy want? Xia Wenzhou's expression changed slightly. Feng Shaoqi's expression was cold. You've been avoiding me too. Do you think you're so useless that you feel inferior when you see us? Xia Wenzhou's heart dropped at his scare. He forced a smile and sarcastically replied, yes, who can compare to the talented Feng Shaozu? You should know that. Feng Shaoqi replied nonchalantly, don't be the first to be eliminated in the competition and drag us down. I won't. Xia Wenzhou glared at him. I'm going to be a hero. In their back-and-forth banter, he quickened his pace, slightly surpassing Meng Yong. Meng Yong frowned slightly, not running with them anymore. Xia Wenzhou breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Feng Shaoqi beside him, and whispered, do you know too? Even he, no matter how foolish and naive, realized that both the night before and just now Feng Shaoqi was helping him out. Don't say anything reckless without evidence. Feng Shaoqi replied expressionlessly, don't forget he has 3S-level spiritual power. As long as he wants, he can release his spiritual energy at any time to overhear their conversation. Xia Wenzhou pouted, glancing sideways at the back of the team. Ning Jin was also jogging slowly, her long hair tied into a high ponytail. After washing it this morning, her bright and delicate features fully revealed, dressed in military attire, looking exceptionally spirited. When they reached the 23rd lap, Xia Wenzhou slowed down to run alongside Ning Jin. Just as he was about to say something quietly, he noticed Ning Jin's gaze fixed on something in the distance, and he curiously looked over. Xia Wenzhou curiously asked Ning Jin, how did he end up here? Ning Jin was also eager to know. Not far away, Yu Shangshan, Colonel Saiwei, and Men Kursen stood together. It was unclear what they were discussing. Yu Shangshan seemed to have noticed them two, smiling and nodding from a distance. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. After completing 100 laps, Xia Wenzhou leaned on his legs, panting heavily. Ning Jin stood there, stretching her limbs as if nothing was wrong. Colonel Saiwei called them to line up, bringing Yu Shangshan over and loudly introducing, this is our new student at the military academy named Yu Shangshan, who will be joining as a substitute for the main team. Both Wu Shuang and Feng Shaoqi were taken aback, instinctively looking at Ning Jin. Ning Jin shrugged, indicating she didn't know. Yu Shangshan hadn't told her he was coming. Yu Shangshan changed into training military attire and immediately joined the training. Hey! Xia Wenzhou couldn't contain his curiosity and found an opportunity to lean over. Why are you here? Ning Jin glanced at him, who said the military academy was boring and uninteresting. Dressed in a green military uniform, Yu Shangchen exuded an air of spirited youth. He raised an eyebrow and replied leisurely, "The 13th District offered me 100 million star coins to come to the Crotdia Military Academy as a substitute for the main team in this resource competition." "What?" Ning Jin exclaimed. Xia Wenzhou was shocked. "What? Why?" He hadn't paid tuition upon enrollment, but that was what the promotional advertisement for Crotdia Military Academy stated. He still had to pay for living supplies. Yet now Yu Shangchen comes in halfway, and the school gives him 100 million. Yu Shangchen brushed off his clothes. "Maybe it's because I'm impressive." His tone and attitude were quite cocky. "You really have no shame." Xia Wenzhou was left speechless, dumbfounded. After being lured to the military academy by Ning Jin's words, he hadn't yet experienced any of the amazing benefits she had mentioned, and now Yu Shangchen was actually hired by the 13th District. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. Ning Jin felt somewhat broken. Back then, when she saved Di Tingbai, the Di family had only begrudgingly given her 100 million star coins. "Everything has its price," Yu Shangchen replied with a faint smile. "I get paid for my services, so I have to give something worth that 100 million in return. And not just get it for free." Spending 100 million star coins to have you join the military academy as a substitute for the competition, Ning Jin leaned against the wall, clicking her tongue. The 13th District is really wealthy. The 13th District isn't foolish. Do they really only want him as a substitute? But that's their business, and Ning Jin didn't pry further. At noon, a group of students who had been trained hard by Wei all morning walked into the cafeteria, each one with a big appetite. Colonel Wei is too ruthless. Xia Wenzhou felt like lying on the dining table. Ning Jin had also participated in training this morning. She was even called out by Wei, and in the end, she had taken a couple of kicks from him while wearing a mech. Wu Shuang Song, Wen Jingfeng Shaoqi, none of them escaped. Even Yu Shangchen, who just arrived today, ended up getting beaten up. However, Ning Jin thought that if Yu Shangchen wanted to fight, even if he couldn't beat Wei, he wouldn't be beaten that badly. He was hiding his strength. But it had nothing to do with her. While Ning Jin ate her meal, she began to doze off. Xia Wenzhou wanted to say something, but out of the corner of his eye he spotted Meng Yong and immediately sat up straight, pretending not to see. Since that night in the mech data room, he was now afraid to be alone regardless of day or night. Even when returning to the dormitory, he shamelessly slept in Feng Shaoqi's room, even if it meant sleeping on the sofa or floor. If it weren't for the different dormitories for boys and girls, he would have wanted to sleep over at Ning Jin's place, as he subconsciously felt safer staying with her. Seeing Meng Yong now made him feel uneasy. It felt as if Meng Yong could kill him at any moment. Meng Yong didn't approach. Instead, he carried his tray and sat down at a table 10 meters away, chatting with Song Wenzheng. In the crowded cafeteria, Meng Yong didn't dare to casually release his spiritual power. Wu Shuang lowered her voice. "Why are you all on guard against Meng Yong?" Ning Jin and Xia Wenzhou both looked at her at the same time. Xia Wenzhou kept his mouth shut, afraid to speak. Xia Wenzhou overheard Meng Yong communicating with someone mysterious last night, saying some very strange things, and even mentioned testing Ning Jin. Feng Shaoqi summarized succinctly. Xia Wenzhou was shocked. "You really heard it that night?" Feng Shaoqi indeed had heard it. At that time he had just been preparing to sleep, had gotten up to go to the bathroom, and heard some noise outside. At first he thought it was a thief, but after pressing his ear to the door he recognized Meng Yong's voice. Later, at a critical moment, he pretended to be awakened and pulled Xia Wenzhou, who was about to be silenced, away. Wu Shuang paused, her eyes dark. "Are we sure what he wants to do?" "I don't know." Feng Shaoqi shook his head. They only heard snippets of the conversation and didn't catch everything. They had no evidence and completely didn't know what he intended. However, Ning Jin raised an eyebrow at Xia Wenzhou. From his repeated tests on Xia Tianjin in the past 2 days and his actions to silence Xia Tianjin, he must be up to something shady. Yu Shangchen glanced at Meng Yong. "Is it this chaotic in your military academy?" Wu Shuang licked her sharp teeth. "Aren't you planning to inform the academy?" Still the same saying. Ning Jin clicked her tongue. No evidence. Just those few sentences, none of which were targeted or showed conspiratorial intent, made it impossible to know what Meng Yong truly wanted. Who would believe it if they spoke out? Even if they caught him and investigated, it would only alert the snake. Besides Yu Shangchen, who came today, currently the Crotdia Military Academy had only one 6S-level commander, and the competition was less than 10 days away. In the afternoon at the training ground, Wei and Men Kurson were responsible for pairing students to practice in mechs. They drew lots to choose opponents. Xia Wenzhou looked at the slip he drew, his face turning somewhat pale. Ning Jin cast a sidelong glance, noticing the same number on his slip as Meng Yong's, and earnestly patted his shoulder. "Hero, be strong, go for it." Standing nearby, Feng Shaoqi patted Xia Wenzhou's shoulder and said, "Hero, be strong, go for it." Just after drawing lots, Wu Shuang walked over, patted Xia Wenzhou's shoulder, and echoed, "Hero, be strong, go for it." Yu Xiangqin raised an eyebrow, walked over, patted Xia Wenzhou's shoulder, and said, "Hero, be strong, go for it." Xia Wenzhou was speechless. Tong Qian drew the same number as Ning Jin. When she came over to find Ning Jin, she saw the actions of the few of them and couldn't help but be curious. "Ning Jin, do you all know Yu Xiangqin beforehand?" Ning Jin smiled. "We just met today." Tong Qian paused slightly. "You just met today, and you're already this familiar. Maybe we have a lot in common." Yu Xiangqin chimed in. In terms of making money, they indeed had a point. Ning Jin clicked her tongue. Song Weizheng looked at Xia Wenzhou's pale face and glanced at his slip number. "What's wrong? Are you that afraid of Mengyong?" Xia Wenzhou's eyes darkened. "Senior, there are some things you don't understand." Indeed, Song Weizheng nodded, raised his hand, and patted Xia Wenzhou. "It's just mutual training. He won't kill you. But Mengyong really wants to kill him." Xia Wenzhou, whose shoulders were getting lower after being patted by several people, had his facial muscles twitch. He looked at Feng Shaoqi and Yu Xiangqin. "Feng Xiaoyudaxia." "Spare me," Feng Shaoqi said blandly. "Colonel Saiwei said that once the number is drawn it cannot be changed, and if you change your number, wouldn't that just prove you're guilty?" Yu Xiangqin stroked his chin. "You could just admit defeat." Xia Wenzhou went to find Ning Jin, gritting his teeth softly. "You brought me in here, so you have to be responsible for my safety." "You eavesdropped. It wasn't my doing," Ning Jin said lazily. "Do you think I wanted to?" Xia Wenzhou grumbled. "Ungrateful." Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. "What is gratitude? Can it be spent like money?" In the distance, Men Curson looked at the few of them, puzzled. When did they get so close? No one knew about Yu Xiangqin's appearance in the White Skull Legion starship. Sai Wei narrowed his eyes and remained. Xia Wenzhou. Just as Xia Wenzhou was about to scold, Ning Jin, Mengyong walked over and called out his name, looking handsome and smiling gently. "It seems we drew the same number." In an instant, Xia Wenzhou's hair stood on end and goosebumps erupted all over him. He felt uneasy, forcing a calm smile on his face while instinctively taking a step back and grabbing Ning Jin's sleeve. Yes. He gripped Ning Jin and stepped away from Mengyong. "You have to find a way to save me. Haven't you heard the saying?" Ning Jin pried his hand off her. "Better to be a brave ghost today than a cowardly Xia Wenzhou. So that's where your name comes from." Ning Jin took out a round multicolored lollipop and handed it to him. "Hey Race, a lucky candy for you, hero. Go fight like a warrior." Xia Wenzhou didn't want to die in the Crotdia Military Academy. Sai Wei looked at the lottery results and called for Tong Qian and Ning Jin to step forward. Both entered the mechs, each in class. Tong Qian moved her mech a bit and said, "After you helped me modify it, I feel much more agile when walking and wielding my weapon." Ning Jin replied, "Your mech is a bit old. It can only be modified this way. She could make it better, but it would require different materials. She's poor and lacks materials." "It's fine, it's already very good." Tong Qian smiled and said, "I won't hold back, and you don't have to go easy on me." "Of course." Ning Jin controlled her mech without using any weapons, facing off against Tong Qian's iron fist with bare hands. She also refrained from using her spiritual power. Tong Qian's moves were smooth and precise, targeting the weak points of Ning Jin's mech. Ning Jin kept raising her arms to block, refraining from counterattacking. "Senior, your strikes hold no lethality at all." After observing her for a while, Ning Jin spoke calmly. Tong Qian raised an eyebrow, not perceiving it as an insult, but laughed. "Then will you guide me to enhance my skills?" Tong Qian controlled her mech with great skill, and her moves were fierce enough to handle an ordinary class opponent, but for Ning Jin the flaws were glaring. Tong Qian had been targeting her energy source and upper body. Ning Jin maneuvered her mech downwards, clamping Tong Qian's leg with a heavy strike, causing Tong Qian and her mech to lose balance, and Ning Jin's mech hand touched her mech's energy source. Ning Jin did not press down. She released her grip and stepped back. However, Tong Qian, who lost to Ning Jin in such a simple moment, did not feel embarrassed. She emerged from her mech saying, "Losing to someone who can defeat the Emperor's ancestor is nothing to be ashamed of." Her voice wasn't loud, but the onlooking students, including Feng Shaoqi and Wu Shuang as well as Colonel Sai Wei, could hear her clearly. Ning Jin touched her nose. "Senior, practice your lower body more often in the future." Tong Qian only attacked the upper body, which was her greatest flaw. Tong Qian smiled. "All right. A MIRF class being able to pilot in class mech is quite extraordinary." But not only could Ning Jin pilot it, she could perfectly control it in combat, exhibiting an aura rivaling that of a 3's class, stunning everyone. After they brought them back from the White Skeleton Legion spaceship to District 13, the district activated instruments to conduct tests on them. Ning Jin was a genuine class without any hidden tricks. In that recent spar, Tong Qian would not let Ning Jin go easy on her. Defeating Tong Qian appeared effortless to others lacking in technical substance. Sai Wei, preparing to record the match for analysis of Ning Jin's techniques, felt somewhat frustrated that the match ended so quickly. However, her mech handling skills were extremely proficient, proving that she was definitely not in class. It seems she would need another opportunity to take her back to District 13 for a thorough examination. Sai Wei turned off the recording and called out next group Xia Wenzhou and Meng Yong. Meng Yong directly entered the mech, which was a 3S mech gifted by Feng Shaoqi, notable for its cool red and black stripes standing 3 to 4 meters tall. Xia Wenzhou moved slowly, his gaze continually glancing toward Ning Jin and Wu Shuang. Ning Jin yawned lazily, leaning against Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang allowed her to lean on him while activating the recording function. Yu Shangqin raised an eyebrow and whispered, "I'll solve it for 10 million star coins." Xia Wenzhou, speechless, ground his teeth. "You might as well go rob. In such a setting with so many people, he wouldn't dare do anything to you. A bunch of heartless people." Xia Wenzhou muttered, knowing that seizing an advantage over Ning Jin was not easy. He tore open the candy wrapper and bit down on the lollipop before entering his mech. The mech Feng Shaoqi gave him was previously damaged on the White Skeleton Legion, and now he was using one issued by the Military Academy. It was gray and white, somewhat old, and he had modified some parts himself. Meng Yong smiled and said, "Giving it my all is a sign of respect for my opponent. I won't go easy on you later." Xia Wenzhou chuckled stiffly. "I'll go all out as well." "That's good." Meng Yong's tone was cheerful, but inside the mech, where no one could see, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. After that night, even if Xia Wenzhou pretended otherwise, he could feel the distance Xia Wenzhou was keeping from him. How could someone as naive as Xia Wenzhou possibly disguise himself without any flaws? However, he was quite clever, always mingling with Ning Jin and Feng Shaoqi, never going solo. Regardless of whether he heard anything that night, or how much he heard, he couldn't be kept alive. He couldn't kill him. But he could fool him. Meng Yong concentrated all his spiritual power in his mental domain, attacking Xia Wenzhou's mech brain as his weapon swung down. Xia Wenzhou suddenly screamed in agony, falling with his mech. He tumbled out of the mech, a mouthful of blood spilling from his lips, his face pale, shouting loudly, "I concede." Xia Wenzhou. Seeing what happened, Men Kursin and Sai Wei were taken aback and hurried over. He was the only 3S mech master among the Military Academy students. Meng Yong. Men Kursin frowned, looking at Meng Yong, still inside the mech. "It was just training. Why did you go so hard?" Meng Yong was somewhat dazed. "Teacher, it wasn't me, I didn't." His mech axe had just touched Xia Wenzhou's, and his spiritual power had just been released. He hadn't even initiated an attack. "Teacher, it's not Meng Yong's fault." Xia Wenzhou weakly coughed up more blood. "I just wasn't strong enough to resist his spiritual power." Before he finished, he fainted. Meng Yong. He truly hadn't acted. Xia Wenzhou. Men Kursin's expression changed slightly, quickly taking him to the infirmary. "Colonel Sai Wei, it wasn't me." Meng Yong hurriedly exited the mech, wanting to explain, "I hadn't even attacked yet." "It's nothing." Sai Wei interrupted Meng Yong, saying, "Injuries are common on the battlefield, and there will be no time or opportunity afforded to you. It is commendable that you all exert yourselves fully in training. His injury only indicates his defenses were lacking." "Did you all hear that?" He looked at all the students on the training field. "Yes." The students answered in unison. "No." Colonel Sai Wei. Meng Yong. Sai Wei interrupted Meng Yong again, his voice stern. "You might have miscalculated the force, but your 3S spiritual power should not be used against teammates. Ultimately, Xia Wenzhou was too weak. The battlefield is blind, and no one will fault you for that." Meng Yong found himself at a loss for words, unable to defend himself, his brow furrowed tightly. Instinctively, he glanced toward Ning Jin's side. Ning Jin was dozing off, leaning against Wu Shuang, while Feng Shaoqi and Yu Shangqin watched her, their expressions calm, revealing no signs of disturbance. The other students wore expressions of shock and confusion. Who could have attacked Xia Wenzhou at this moment, attempting to frame him? Meng Yong wanted to argue, but found no means to prove his innocence. Ultimately, he could only swallow the injustice, forcefully burying the resentment in his stomach. "Continue." Sai Wei waved his hand. "Song Wenzheng and Yu Shangqin. Even if the lottery selects opponents, it can't pit these few 3S against those below 2S. That would be bullying. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary strength of Ning Jin as in Flas. Thus, including the current Yu Shangqin, there were a total of 6 3S. They were allowed to draw lots among themselves. Feng Shaoqi was a bona fide battle maniac. Any peer stronger than himself was fair game for a fight, and he had long yearned for a match against Yu Shangqin. Yu Shangqin had competed in underground mecha tournaments in the Dark City for years, amassing unmatched combat experience. His formidable mental energy enabled his cerebral cortex to anticipate and calculate opponents' moves before they were even executed. The bout was exhilarating, yet in the end Feng Shaoqi fell narrowly short. At noon, in the infirmary, Xia Wenzhou lay inside a therapeutic pod free of charge, lest any serious injury go untreated. When Ning Jin and the others arrived, he still lay motionless on the hospital bed, his face as pale as ash. "You've come to see me." Xia Wenzhou opened his eyes, weakly, voice trembling with emotion. "I knew you still cared." I won't hold it against you for not stepping in, I'll just ask each of you for 10 million stellas as a consolation fee. Ning Jin glanced sidelong at the nutrient vial half hidden beneath his pillow and gave a faint knowing smile, 10 million each. Xia Wenzhou paused, then clutched his head. 5 million would do. Humph. All four at the doorway laughed in unison, a cold dry chuckle, then turned and strode out of the infirmary in perfect synchrony. Hey, you. Enraged Xia Wenzhou shot upright and cried, I don't want it anymore. 20 seconds later a voice drifted in from the doorway. Truly not one of you four possesses even a shred of conscience. Xia Wenzhou's irritated retort died mid-sentence. Meng Yong entered. Xia Wenzhou instantly tensed, every nerve alight. Meng Yong paused, then asked softly, Xia Wenzhou, you seem afraid of me. Xia Wenzhou remained silent, his gaze darting repeatedly toward the door. Had Ning Jin and the others really left? Meng Yong followed his line of sight, glanced outward, and smiled faintly. They haven't left. They're all waiting just outside. Good. Xia Wenzhou forced a smile. What else can I say? My skill simply falls short of yours. Glad you're all right, Meng Yong replied without further explanation, as if genuine concern had brought him here, and departed just as quietly. Outside the infirmary, Ning Jin leaned against the wall, a lollipop between her teeth. Yu Shangchen, Wu Shuang, and Feng Shaoqi stood shoulder to shoulder beside her. Not far away, Song Wenjing and Tong Qian approached to check on Xia Wenzhou. Spotting the group, they offered a casual greeting. You're all here. Feng Shaoqi nodded. Just came to visit. Ning Jin, Meng Yong halted before her and smiled warmly. Truth be told, I'd very much like to spar with you. Ning Jin lifted her gaze, indifferent, fight and frank. Who at Crotdia Military Academy doesn't know you're no ordinary Frank? Today alone you effortlessly defeated senior Tong Qian and shrank, and piloted and shrank mecha far exceeding your innate aptitude. Meng Yong's smile remained gentle. No need to be modest. Fair point, Ning Jin replied coolly. Offer me 500 million stellas, and I'll fight you right now. How's that? A flicker of hesitation crossed Meng Yong's face. You're quite the joker. Ning Jin let out a low dismissive scoff. Meng Yong raised his eyes to Wu Shuang, Yu Shangchen, and Feng Shaoqi, smiling. The five of you seem closer, and far more synchronized, than our own five. Have you known each other long? Yu Shangchen came for a nutrient prescription. We came to see Xia Wenzhou. Pure coincidence, Wu Shuang replied evenly. Feng Shaoqi gave a curt nod, voice icy. Our synchronization with you isn't lacking either. Ning Jin lowered her lashes, a subtle curve lifting one corner of her lips. At least they've saved my life before. So, visiting seems perfectly justified, wouldn't you agree? Of course it is, Meng Yong said with a light smile. Then I'll take my leave. As he walked away, Song Wenjing turned to Ning Jin and the others. Did something happen between you and Meng Yong? Or are you upset because he overstepped today, accidentally injuring Xia Wenzhou? Not at all, Ning Jin crushed the candy between her teeth, her laughter airy and detached. Xia Wenzhou lost because his skill was inferior, that's all. Is that so? Tong Qian murmured. Then why did I just catch whiffs of gunpowder? And Yu Shangchen, utterly unlike someone who'd only just met them. Song Wenjing paused thoughtfully. Xia Wenzhou's match with Meng Yong was excessive, but the battlefield recognizes no hierarchy. Letting him feel its weight now may well be part of his growth. Ning Jin's tone was placid. Of course, Senior Song, no explanation needed. I trust Meng Yong didn't intend harm. I believe his claim that he never laid a hand on Xia Wenzhou. Tong Qian sighed. Look at you, so angry you're speaking nonsense. If not Meng Yong, then who? Though I'll admit, I hadn't expected Xia Wenzhou to be that fragile. Even a sparring session drew such brutality. Ning Jin said nothing because she had done it. Only she who had falsely accused Meng Yong knew precisely how grievously he had been wronged. She didn't know Meng Yong's true objective, but she was certain one of his targets was her and the other, Xia Wenzhou, to be silenced permanently. As a fellow psychic, regardless of whether she served as a commander or not, her cerebral domain would activate instantly whenever strong psychic waves surged nearby. Passively. The stronger the opposing psychic force, the sharper her perception became. This was the sole distinction between her and every other psychic. Yet she could suppress her own psychic resonance, ensuring she remained undetected. In that instant she sensed it with absolute clarity. Meng Yong truly intended to kill Xia Wenzhou. With so many witnesses, including Zai Wei and Men Kursin, Meng Yong dared not strike lethally in plain sight. But he could unleash psychic force to shred Xia Wenzhou's neural pathways, reducing him to a drooling imbecile. The lollipop Ning Jin gave Xia Wenzhou contained a specialized compound, inducing hematemesis upon ingestion. She struck first, preempting Meng Yong's assault, leaving Xia Wenzhou gravely injured, but alive. No matter how Meng Yong explained himself, everyone would still blame him. This single incident would indelibly brand him as ruthless. Next time Xia Wenzhou faced misfortune, suspicion would fall on Meng Yong instantly. He'd know he was innocent, and know someone was framing him, yet remain utterly unable to identify the culprit. That uncertainty would breed caution. He'd hesitate before acting again, ceasing his relentless surveillance and probing attempts against Xia Wenzhou. Besides, Xia Wenzhou had already resolved, following Yu Shangchen's advice, to forfeit immediately upon entering the arena. Ning Jin's plan was merely a contingency, to deploy only if Meng Yong moved to kill him. If not, if it remained a mere sparring session, then it would never be used. The group stepped into the room. Xia Wenzhou lay on the bed hollow-eyed and listless, sipping from a nutrient vial. Their return elicited no reaction. The tournament begins in 7 days. Replenish your reserves thoroughly. Should you encounter psychic assault on the field or battlefield, you won't evade it. But better broken than dead, or worse, mindless. Tired. Taking a nap, Ning Jin yawned lazily and stretched out on the empty bed beside him. Wake me when you leave. The others stared in silence. 3 days later, Men Kursin announced the tournament venue: Planet A106, a world ravaged by decades of unchecked resource extraction, abandoned and desolate for 30 years. This planet hosts crumbling urban ruins, mountains, forests, oceans, and lakes. Its 3-decade abandonment has allowed star beasts to nest within. Its perils remain unknown, demanding self-reliance and resolve. Do Lihua directed competitors to review A106's general terrain. Upon landing, you'll receive only a rudimentary map. A security detail will accompany you, ensuring no external lethal threats breach the competition zone and providing immediate rescue if required. When a contestant is eliminated, their beacon activates, flashing red, and rescue teams extract them from the arena without delay. After entering the competition arena, the 12 military academies will first search for safe zones to prevent being found and sabotaged by other academies. Men Kursin said solemnly, our tactic this time is to collectively seek safe zones. We must protect them well. There will definitely be military academies united to eliminate us this time. You must ignore their mockery and maintain your composure. As long as we hold the safe zone and secure one resource area, it will be a victory for the Crotdia Military Academy. The Federation will not inform the students of each military academy about the specific situation on A106 planet. Only a general planetary map will be provided for reference. The map only marks cities, some special buildings, main roads, minor paths, mountains, rivers, lakes, rainforests, and dangerous areas. The flags representing 100 resource areas could be hidden anywhere, and the students of the 12 major military academies will search thoroughly. However, if there is a commander with strong mental power, they can connect with other commanders' mental energies, expanding their mental domain. At a sufficiently powerful level, they might even resonate with the planet's ley lines. The previous Emperor Ting Bai was like this, as if he had opened a perspective cheat. Men Kursin asked them, are you all confident? It's just a safe zone. Meng Yong chuckled, Teacher Men has low expectations of us, but we don't have such low standards ourselves. Ning Jin, standing behind, tugged at the hem of Yu Shangchen's clothes and whispered, when does the second round of the underground competition start? Yu Shangchen slightly turned his head, the day after tomorrow. It was the day before they set off. Ning Jin said weakly, can I draw a number from the front? If you draw a front number, you can agree to exchange with someone else. Yu Shangchen stroked his chin, just pay a bit more money, and there will also be a vacant spot in the second round. He paused and added, during the resource competition among the major military academies, the underground mecha competition in Dark City will likely be paused, so there's no need to worry about not being able to participate then. The resource competition, held every 3 years, is the biggest event in the Federation. Almost everyone in the Empire will watch. The schedule for the underground mecha competition in Dark City is consistent every year, but this year's resource competition has been moved up, causing a clash. By then, the popularity across the entire star network will be focused on the resource competition, overshadowing the underground mecha competition. The audience's gambling flow and income will all decrease, and it will definitely be paused to avoid conflict. Moreover, members participating in the underground mecha competition from different divisions may also be students from the military academies. Since communication between divisions is not allowed, pausing the competition is a convenience for everyone. In the following days, Colonel Sai Wei intensified their training, especially for the 5 main team members of level 3s, making them enter the simulation chamber to endure mental attacks, training their mental domains. On the night before departure, Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen sneaked out of the military academy and arrived at Dark City. The first round of the underground mecha competition had already ended. 155 individuals entered the second round. The draw for the second round would take place tonight, and the competition would continue after the resource contest. Ning Jin drew number 77. The last match of the second round. The opponent is someone named Lu Xing. Sigh. Yu Shangchen walked over, his tone filled with regret. I drew a bye again, I can't even fight. His tone made one's fists clench. Comparing oneself to others brings frustration. Ning Jin smiled without smiling. Don't provoke me, I'll beat you right now. Yu Shangchen raised an eyebrow. How about I give you 1,000,000 star coins to switch? Ning Jin replied, trying to earn her money. Don't even think about it. She got up and walked towards her studio. She took out her original light brain and placed it on the experimental table to start repairs. The king of the White Skeleton Legion broke through space and escaped with several subordinates, taking along a box of purple source crystals. The 13th district is still investigating. The piece Ning Jin stole is still in her light brain and she is worried it will be detected by the 13th district, so she hasn't repaired it during this time. She can bring some supplies to participate in the resource competition, and the built-in storage device in her light brain has some special materials that might be useful. She also wants to study that piece of source crystal to see what it truly is. Ning Jin stayed up all night, and in the morning with 2 dark circles under her eyes, she returned to the military academy on a floating skateboard borrowed from Xia Wenzhou just in time for the whole school to gather for departure. Once on the starship, Ning Jin sat with the school team students lying in a corner to sleep. Tong Qian glanced at her and took a blanket to cover her. Thank you, senior. Ning Jin mumbled. Tong Qian chuckled. Did you sneak out again last night to Ning Jin seemed to have fallen asleep, making no sound. A 106 planet is a medium-sized planet that has been abandoned for 30 years. The starport has long been damaged and has recently been repaired a bit. All military academy students will gather and line up at the starport. Look. That's the Crotdia Military Academy. How dare they come? It seems 3 years ago wasn't enough embarrassment. They're here to embarrass themselves again this year. I heard the 13th district took them over. Resources have been gradually depleted over the years, and the 13th district doesn't mix with the other military districts. Even if they took over the Crotdia Military Academy, they cannot allocate their resource areas for them. If they can't secure a resource area this year, the Crotdia Military Academy will still be a laughingstock and disgrace of the Federation. As soon as the students of the Crotdia Military Academy stepped off the starship, they were surrounded by students from other academies who had already arrived, all mocking and discussing. The Crotdia Military Academy hasn't secured a single resource area in 10 years, and their survival relies entirely on the foundation left by senior military academy members. Having been eliminated so quickly in the previous round, they have long become the laughingstock of the entire Federation. Listening to the discussions, many students felt too ashamed to lift their heads. Leading them were Men Kursin and Do Lihua along with Sai Wei. Men Kursin and Do Lihua tried their best to ignore the ridicule of others. Do Lihua said to the students in a deep voice, "Do not be disturbed by outside interference." Yes. Meng Yong and the other 5 main team members responded in unison, standing straight, spirits high and voices loud. I thought the Crotdia Military Academy wouldn't participate in the resource competition this year. A voice filled with sarcasm came from nearby. It was Yu Yoshing, the leader of the Nanjieli Military Academy. You. Do Lihua was about to retort when Men Kursin grabbed her wrist. Men Kursin smiled and spoke calmly. That will disappoint you. It's truly commendable for your Crotdia Military Academy to recruit using such deceitful methods. You've only managed to recruit 4 level 3s, just enough to form a main team. Sakala Military Academy's leader Si Zhongji also walked over, sighing. I sincerely hope you can last more than 5 days on the field this year. The teacher from Sakala Military Academy speaks so harshly. Xia Wenzhou muttered quietly. Fortunately, I didn't go back then. Feng Shaoqi said coldly, this time we will defeat you. Hearing this, Yu Yuxing and Si Zhongji couldn't help but laugh. Young people have ambition and a spirit of not giving up, which is a good thing. Then we will wait and see. This time don't get eliminated right at the start or your safe zone will be destroyed. The two exchanged words and turned to leave. Other military academies were full of ambition while the Crotdia Military Academy was shrouded in gloom. Do Lihua took a deep breath. You must do well this time. Song Wenzhang's gaze fell on the Imperial Military Academy team in front. This year's commander and captain of the Imperial Military Academy are indeed Di Shizhu. Di Shizhu is participating in the resource competition for the first time as the leader, but last year he participated in the Military Academy League and won the championship with not a single student eliminated from the 100 who participated. The 5 main team members of the Imperial Military Academy are all above level 3s, nearing level 4s. Di Tingbai is not participating this time, but his brother Di Shizhu has come. Aside from his unique healing abilities, Di Shizhu's skills are second only to Di Tingbai. Then there is Qi Fengyu, an heir of the Qi family, one of the imperial families. His father is the top general of the 1st Military District. He is a solo combatant who has undergone brutal military training since childhood and has already surpassed most students here. Besides the 5 main team members, there are countless level 3s in the school team. If matched up, the Crotdia Military Academy has no chance of winning. After losing so painfully last time, Song Wenjing has been left with a shadow in his heart. As long as Di Tingbai is not present, we have a chance to secure the resource area. Your goal is to protect the safe zone and find ways to seize and hold the resource area flag without engaging in direct confrontation with any military academy. Men Kursin whispered this to them. In the resource competition, the focus is purely on seizing the resource area, not on strength. Understood, Song Wenjing nodded, calming his mindset. Ning Jin, Tong Qian, Yu Shangchen, Su Shi, and Yu Liao along with Yuan Tua are all substitutes. Originally, substitute players were supposed to stay on the sidelines, but after careful discussion among men Kursin Sai Wei and others, they decided to include them in the school team. Substitutes are not needed. If a main team member is incapacitated, they will directly fill in. Especially Yu Shangchen, a level 3 commander, and Ning Jin, an extraordinary level, are their hidden trump cards. Did you sleep well? Tong Qian whispered to Ning Jin. Ning Jin looked sluggish. No. Tong Qian couldn't help but ask, what did you do out last night? Ning Jin turned to look at her. Don't look at me like that. Tong Qian touched her nose. Teacher, men, and the others all know you sneak out at night. Ning Jin narrowed her eyes slightly. Tong Qian muttered quietly, do you think our school's surveillance is just for show? You act so brazenly. Ning Jin sometimes goes out during the day, but recently she has been going out more at night, previously with Xia Wenzhou and now with Yu Shangchen. However, she returns on time every morning, and her strange temperament meant that when Do Lihua wanted to talk to her, men Kursin wouldn't allow it. In any case, it hasn't affected Xia Wenzhou, rather he has been improving even more recently. With her strange temperament, after the results of those 2 tests, she warned everyone, and men Kursin and the others all turned a blind eye. Ning Jin let out an "oh," saying, I went out to steal something. Tong Qian was stunned. Where is Ning Jin from your military academy? At that moment, a cold voice called out from the front of the line. Di Shizu, dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Military Academy with shining medals on his shoulders, stood at the forefront of the Crotdia Military Academy's team, his expression dark and full of arrogance. Let Ning Jin come out. He is the second most talented individual of the Di family and the top commander of the Imperial Military Academy now. Previously, there were rumors on Starnet that a few months ago he was beaten by a student from the Crotdia Military Academy while returning from training. And the student was in level. The students from various military academies were somewhat aware of their opponents. But how could Inflevel beat someone above level 3s, especially when that someone was Di Shizu? How is that possible? It sounded like a fairy tale. Therefore, when this news came out, no one believed it. They thought it was just someone jealous of Di Shizu spreading rumors to slander him. However, at this moment, with Di Shizu standing out in front of the Crotdia Military Academy, everyone couldn't help but remember the rumors from Starnet. Chifengyu, with his long red hair tied in a low ponytail today, looked at Di Shizu with a hint of amusement, found a good position, and secretly opened a video call to Di Tingbai, whispering, please enjoy the show. Since the last incident, Di Tingbai and Chifengyu had both been confined for half a month. Eventually, it was the teachers of the Imperial Military Academy who said he had to participate in the competition training, which lifted his confinement. But Di Tingbai is still confined at home, spending all day in that virtual garden with the only entertainment being that old piano and gossip from Starnet. He is not allowed to participate in the resource competition nor to watch it live. If this continues, Di Tingbai, who is already in poor health, will only get worse. Chifengyu is thinking of ways to bring him some joy. Whether it's Di Shizu or Ning Jin, Di Tingbai would be interested. The former for amusement and the latter for the long-lost acquaintance he has finally found who is still alive. Chifengyu whispered, Di Shizu is looking for trouble with Ning Jin. Instantly, the Crotdia Military Academy became the focus of the entire scene. This student from the Imperial Military Academy, Men Kursin, stood in front of all the Crotdia Military Academy students and said coldly, what do you want to do? I want to do nothing. Di Shizu smirked, just came to see you, bunch of trash from the Crotdia Military Academy. You. Hey. Men Kursin wanted to say something else, but Ning Jin stepped out from the line with a faint smile, casually scratching her ear. It's been a while, and your mouth is still as foul as it was after eating shit, young Master D. You. Di Shizu's face darkened instantly as he remembered the last incident. What's wrong? Ning Jin smiled brightly. Did you not get enough last time when I spanked you? Do you want me to do it again today? What the hell? So, what was circulating on Starnet before can't really be true, right? Looking at Di Shizu's expression, it seems to be true. Hearing Ning Jin's words, the surroundings erupted in an uproar, especially from the side of the Imperial Military Academy. Di Shizu gritted his teeth at the murmurs near him. If it weren't for me being in a hurry to leave last time, I would have already killed you. Oh. Ning Jin laughed nonchalantly. So young Master D coming here to provoke me in front of all the Military Academy students is to announce to the world that you were indeed spanked by me. She gave a thumbs up and said with admiration, young Master D truly has great ambition. Originally, even if everyone had seen this incident on Starnet, they wouldn't take it seriously. Now that he himself has come out to provoke and question, isn't he just confirming it? A level 3's mental commander yet a fool. Qifeng Yu sneered quietly, and he still wants to compete with you. Di Tingbai said nothing, his gaze quietly fixed on Ning Jin. Di Shizu's face turned pale once more, but now that he was already standing here, leaving would be like fleeing in disgrace. He looked at Ning Jin with mockery in his eyes. So, what if you came to the Crotdia Military Academy? What if the 13th district took over and you escaped disbandment? You're still at the bottom of the 12 military academies. Coincidentally, I came this time to re-rank things. Ning Jin draped her arm over the shoulder of the nearby Wu Shuang, grinning with a rebellious attitude. With your tone, you're just an oblivious level. Di Shizu coldly laughed. Last time I was careless and let you hit me, but there won't be a next time. This year I will make sure your Crotdia Military Academy becomes a joke, like 3 years ago, forever nailed to the pillar of shame in the Federation. Is this the part where you make threats? Ning Jin raised an eyebrow, looking around and calling out, is there a— Xia Wenzhou poked Ning Jin's shoulder and pointed not far away. They're filming. As soon as they disembarked from the Starship, media outlets had already set up for filming. Among them, the Galactic Daily had the most coverage, being the Federation's top media outlet, with the Galactic Forum also run by them. Ning Jin straightened her military uniform and walked toward the Galactic Daily camera seriously, saying, hello, everyone, I am a student of the Crotdia Military Academy. Our goal this year is to prevent the Imperial Military Academy from securing any resource areas. Other military academies. Crotdia Military Academy. Ning Jin stood straight in his military uniform with slightly disheveled yellowish long hair tied into a high ponytail today. His features were exquisitely handsome, yet there was a hint of fatigue and dark circles under his eyes. Each word was clear and resonant. His tone was calm yet brimming with unrestrained arrogance. The media on site commented, this student from the Crotdia Military Academy is making bold statements. Not just boasting. Ning Jin blinked, but isn't making bold statements just boasting? Indeed, there seemed to be no real difference. The students from the Crotdia Military Academy were left speechless. Could they not be included in such boasting? It was impossible for the Empire Military Academy to lose even after enduring countless mockeries and humiliations. Ning Jin stepping out was simply stirring up hatred. Men Ka-Xian and Do Lihua seemed eager to pull Ning Jin back. Sai Wei merely raised an eyebrow, watching the scene with keen interest. Perhaps this frank Ning Jin could indeed bring them a surprise. Di Shirzong wore a grim expression, stepping in front of the media camera and turning it towards himself, filled with arrogance. I will ensure that the Crotdia Military Academy carries this arrogance to the pillar of shame, never daring to participate in any competition again. Fool. Qifeng Yu muttered derisively. A high-level spiritual commander using his brain, yet Di Tingbai remained indifferent, his gaze still fixed on Ning Jin. Ning Jin nodded at Di Shirzong, saying, I will definitely spank you again. You. Di Shirzong. Di Shirzong gritted his teeth, ready to act, but was halted by the team leader of the Empire Military Academy. Come back. You wait for me, we will meet in the arena. Di Shirzong said through clenched teeth as he turned to rejoin his team. The team leader of the Empire Military Academy glanced at Ning Jin, saying to Di Shirzong, people like this are not even worthy of competing with us. Why should our genius from the command department lower himself to argue with someone who talks nonsense? We, the Empire Military Academy, have always let our strength speak for itself. Don't let the words of such a shameless person affect your mindset. With a single phrase, he dismissed Ning Jin's words as mere tricks to disturb Di Shirzong's mindset, turning Di Shirzong's previous humiliation into mere rumors. Ning Jin chuckled. Wasn't it Di Shirzong who came to our military academy to provoke us first? Exactly. Xia Wenzhou sneered. Provoking others while being easily rattled, shamelessly attacking others, is typical of you from the Empire Military Academy. Arrogance. Who can outdo you in arrogance at the Crotdia Military Academy? The main player from the Nanjia Li Military Academy taunted. This year, don't end up crying and running home right after entering the arena. I will make sure the Crotdia Military Academy becomes a joke just like last year, Di Shirzong declared maliciously. Last year. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. Do you think you are Di Tingbai? In the second half of last year's competition, without Di Tingbai, the Empire Military Academy only managed to secure 4 resource zones. Di Shirzong hated nothing more than being compared to others against Di Tingbai. He could never measure up to Di Tingbai. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. I didn't participate last year, but this year I will lead the Empire Military Academy to crush the arena. Let you Croatians return in disgrace. Oh, I'm so scared, Ning Jin said casually without a hint of fear, maintaining a nonchalant smile. Then I will definitely spank you again. This was never ending. Di Shirzong's face turned pale with anger. You. Enough. The team leader of the Empire Military Academy pulled him back. You should come back too. On the Croatia Military Academy's side, men Xin could no longer stand it and pulled Ning Jin back. You are too arrogant. Meng Yong furrowed his brow slightly. Isn't this the bold statement segment? Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. If I don't get arrogant, should I kneel down and beg for mercy? Am not. Meng Yong choked. That wasn't what I meant. How could everything she said be twisted into something? Isn't this him coming to provoke Ning Jin? Xiao Wenzhou said, hands on his hips. They should be taught a lesson to curb their arrogance. You should say less. If you keep being arrogant, you might fly too high. Men Xin pulled Ning Jin back. If they couldn't do what they boasted, it would only add insult to injury. Students from the Crotdia Academy passed by the Croatia Military Academy, saying the Croatia Military Academy is so desperate that even an Frank student is coming to compete. Let's just let them have it. Ning Jin smiled. Yes, you must let us have it. Shameless. The Crotdia Academy students were left speechless. Ning Jin nodded. So you all must let us have it in the arena. Enough, don't embarrass us. Dou Lihua could no longer hold back. Ning Jin tilted her head to look at her. Does the Croatia Military Academy still have the face for that? Dou Lihua was speechless. Ning Jin had never been one to endure grievances, scoffing. What does face even mean? Can it be eaten? Can it be sold for money? Exactly, Xiao Wenzhou agreed. We may lose people, but we can't lose our momentum. You should say less, Men Xin said, annoyed, giving him a light slap. Colonel Sai Wei returned after drawing the entry sequence, saying the Croatia Military Academy is the 6th to enter. No matter what harsh words are said now, they are all empty. Everything will be revealed in the arena. We understand, Meng Yong replied with a smile. Colonel Sai Wei, don't worry. Ning Jin, who hadn't slept well, yawned and reached out to Xiao Wenzhou. Give me some nutrient solution. You just asked me. Xiao Wenzhou was speechless. Ning Jin said confidently, because there are more of you. You can also, Xiao Wenzhou said, eyes twinkling, 200 star coins for one. Ning Jin, hee. This guy was not so easily fooled anymore. Wu Shuang took out a stick and handed it to her for replenishing nutrients and refreshing. Ning Jin looked touched. Sister Wu Shuang is so good to me. Wu Shuang raised an eyebrow. 100 star coins. Ning Jin. Feng Shaoqi also took out one. I only want 50 star coins. You guys. Xiao Wenzhou was furious. Don't play with prices like this. He could finally earn some money from Ning Jin. Ning Jin smirked. Who did you all learn this from? You, the three of them said in unison. Ning Jin. By the way. Xiao Wenzhou said, and Yu Shangqin. Yu Shangqin, who was watching from the back, sneezed. Ning Jin smiled and took away all the nutrient solutions from the three of them. It's on credit. Just keep taking from you until you go broke, Xiao Wenzhou said irritably. Wu Shuang chuckled softly. Meng Yong watched their familiar interactions, a subtle glint flashing in his eyes. With someone like him, he still wants to compete with you. Qi Fengyu watched Di Shizong return to his team, lowering his voice full of mockery. Among the many talented children of the Di family, only Di Shizong could be compared to Di Tingbai. Di Shizong hated nothing more than being compared to Di Tingbai, yet his life ambition was to surpass Di Tingbai. As a genius commander with Super 3S-level spiritual power second only to Di Tingbai, he was elevated to a high status, brimming with arrogance, and looking down on everyone. However, this old acquaintance of yours is quite interesting, Qi Fengyu said as he looked at Ning Jin in the distance, laughing with amusement. To humiliate Di Shizong like that is quite impressive. He was a bit too arrogant. Only after Ning Jin's figure vanished from sight did Di Tingbai retract his gaze, chuckling lightly. He still has that same personality from childhood. Di Shizong approached with a dark face as he returned to his team. No more talking, just watch the live broadcast yourself. Qi Fengyu quickly ended the communication with Di Tingbai, coldly looking at Di Shizong. What do you want? Di Shizong gritted his teeth. Did you put out the news about me being beaten on the Starnet? Previously, when Emperor Shizu had just returned to the military academy after being defeated, Qi Fengyu had been mocking him relentlessly, and the news was circulating online. Emperor Shizu cleared the messages from the internet, yet they kept resurfacing. Qi Fengyu finally found a chance to belittle Emperor Shizu and held onto it tightly. Emperor Shizu confronted him, questioning whether he was the one spreading those rumors online. Of course, Qi Fengyu would never admit it. After a period of quiet, why was he suddenly being questioned? Qi Fengyu found it amusing. What's this? You provoke others, but when you face setbacks, you come to me for revenge. Qi Fengyu. Emperor Shizu gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with anger, enunciating each word clearly. This time, I will prove to all of you that I am not inferior to Di Tingbai. It's the same phrase every day. Qi Fengyu rolled his eyes. You should achieve it first before you speak. Emperor Shizu is indeed a genius. If not for Di Tingbai's existence, he might have been the one hailed as the star of the Federal Empire. He had never faced defeat throughout his life yet. Because of having a brother like Di Tingbai, he had always lived in a shadow. He was unwilling, defiant, and had always sought to prove that he was stronger. Feng Shaoqi calmly remarked, he is far from being able to compete with Di Tingbai. Di Tingbai is a clear 4th level, nearly reaching 5th level. Unfortunately, the D family protects D Tingbai too well. Meng Yong shook his head, but his absence from the competition is a good thing for us. In the previous competition where D Tingbai participated, the entire arena was shrouded in dark clouds. This time with his absence, the other military academies appear more confident and cheerful. Once you enter the competition arena, focus on finding flags and safe zones and try to avoid conflicts with other military academies. Men Kursin also reminded them especially watch out for the Imperial Military Academy Nanjiali and Sekala Military Academy as they may team up against you. The entrance to the competition arena is located at the port of planet A106. The rules for this competition are the same as in past years, which everyone is familiar with, so I won't elaborate further. The 12 military academies will take some time to regroup here, and the competition will officially begin tomorrow morning at 8. This year's competition host and commentator Sita Wentian began to speak. The resource competition will be broadcasted live, and it doesn't require much commentary. The commentator is merely there to liven up the atmosphere or explain some content unknown to the Star Network audience. Sita Wentian is a well-known commentator in the interstellar community, having commentated on many competitions in both military academies and military districts. There are no hotels for accommodation at each military academy is stationed here in tents. By tomorrow morning, all excess personnel will withdraw, and this planet will become the competition arena. The outer area of planet A106 will be surrounded by temporary safety barriers, and military district patrols will be on guard to prevent anyone from infiltrating. Ning Jin sat outside the tent of the Crotdia Military Academy team, sipping a nutrient solution while flipping through interstellar history. She had borrowed this from the data room when she accompanied Xia Wenzhou last time. These materials are not ordinary paper, or once activated the text and images on the pages come to life in 3D, automatically demonstrating the content within. When she first arrived at the age of 7, she had only stayed in 5078 for a few days before being taken away by her teacher to some remote planets after an incident there. Her teacher was a skilled mech engineer. She learned mech skills from her at a young age. In the past, when she was short on money, she would take orders for crafting mechs on the Star Network, but since going to the Crotdia Military Academy, she had stopped and only sold some special potions. The mech materials in the Crotdia Military Academy are all basic, with the highest being Ultra 3S level, which she has already mastered. There's not much value in reviewing them again. As for interstellar history, her teacher had never mentioned it. She had only learned a bit of the basics before and wasn't familiar with the Federal Military District or the past mechanical rebellion incidents, only recently having taken the time to read some. Now she discovered that above the first military district there is also a federal Supreme Court that governs the laws of the entire universe. Ning Jin. Xia Wenzhou sneaked over to find her. Ning Jin didn't lift her head. What do you want? Did Meng Yong bully you again? Can you wish me some good luck? Xia Wenzhou squatted down beside her, whispering, what was that fireball you used on the White Skull Legion? Do you have any left? Ning Jin raised her head. Do you want it? Xia Wenzhou nodded. I thought it was pretty powerful. I want it for self-defense. The rules of the resource competition do not restrict students from bringing their own supplies, nor do they limit mechs or weapons. He thought of Ning Jin's weapon, which has considerable power. I have them. Besides the fireball, there are wind balls, rain balls, and thunder balls. Ning Jin closed the book and took out a pile of crystal-like transparent balls the size of ping-pong balls, marked with symbols of wind, rain, thunder, fire, and fog. Which one do you want? This was a weapon she had developed out of boredom. It's lightweight, easy to carry, and packs a punch essential for killing, arson, and traveling. Xia Wenzhou's eyes lit up. Can I have them all? Of course, Ning Jin nodded, extending her hand. 20,000 star coins each. Xia Wenzhou. I really can't deal with this. He reached out and tapped Ning Jin's hand, annoyed. Why are you just like— Ning Jin sighed. What can I do? The cost is high. I want to as well. A voice suddenly came from above. Wu Shuang had arrived without anyone noticing. Feng Shaoqi and Yu Shangchen were also there. All right, Ning Jin immediately packed 2 of each wind, rain, thunder, fog, and fire, handing them to Wu Shuang, a total of 240,000. Wu Shuang simply transferred the funds. I want one of each. Feng Shaoqi also paid without hesitation. Ye Shangchen, who had been in the substitution area tent, saw them coming and joined in. I want 2 fog balls. Xia Wenzhou ground his teeth, looking at them with resentment. You guys are just out to oppose me, aren't you? How can you say that? Wu Shuang chuckled. We are just engaging in a fair trade. Xia Wenzhou grumbled, paying 24,000 star coins and ordered 2 of each. What are you all doing? Tong Qian came over, attracted by the commotion. Selling goods, Ning Jin replied with a smile. Do you want some? You. Zhang Qiangyong ground her teeth. Is that all you can say? What else is there to say? Wu Shuang coldly glanced at her. Should I tell you that you went to the military academy that caused Grandpa's death to study and deal with the Crotdia Military Academy? Zhang Qiangyun's expression changed slightly as if recalling something. The corner of her lips curled coldly. You are so ambitious, yet you dare not use your full name at the Crotdia Military Academy. Her gaze fell upon Wu Shuang's companions Ning Jin and others behind her, and the corner of her lips curled coldly. Do you know what her full name is? She is called Zhan Wu Shuang. Zhang Qiangyun did not wait for them to answer. Meng Yong and the others' expressions slightly changed. Zhan. Feng Shaoqi looked at Wu Shuang. Are you a descendant of the predecessor Zhan Yunfei? Wu Shuang curled her fingers. Yes. Zhang Qiangyun's lips curled coldly, her tone somewhat sarcastic. You all seem to be so close. I thought she had told you about it. Wu Shuang pressed her lips together, not daring to look back at Ning Jin and the others. What's wrong with the surname Zhan? There was a moment of silence. Ning Jin's unhurried voice sounded. Zhan Yunfei was a pioneer of the Crotdia Military Academy, and the Crotdia Military Academy is his glory. Other descendants of the Zhan family are useless. Shouldn't Zhan Wu Shuang be allowed to come here and uphold her predecessor's will? Exactly. Xia Wenzhou rolled his eyes disdainfully. Predecessor Zhan Yunfei was suspected, insulted, and resisted by Nan Jieli Sekala and those predecessors of the Imperial Military Academy. In the end, he died to prove his innocence and save the entire Federal Empire. Feng Shaoqi stepped forward, looking at Zhang Qiangyun, his aura chillingly terrifying. As a descendant of the Zhan family, it was forgivable to stay hidden before, but now someone from this generation actually goes to serve the military academy that caused their ancestors' death and mocks fellow clansmen who went to the Crotdia Military Academy. Truly disgraceful. What was that saying? Ning Jin stood up, walked to Wu Shuang's side, resting an arm on her shoulder, chewing on a lollipop, smiling casually. It seems like recognizing a thief as one's father. You not only recognize a thief as your father, but also use your ancestors' glory to shame your own kin. TSK. You don't think that by revealing her identity, we will distance ourselves from her, target her, and join you in mocking her, do you? Yu Shangchen stood beside Ning Jin, arms crossed, looking indifferent. She is reclaiming the former glory for the predecessors of the Zhan family. The Crotdia Military Academy will only be proud of her. Exactly. Xia Wenzhou sneered. You really bring shame to the Zhan family. With someone like you in the Zhan family, that's the real disgrace. Meng Yong's eyes revealed mockery. Song Wenzheng and Tong Qian had already come back to their senses from shock and stepped forward, protecting Wu Shuang behind them, looking at Zhan Qiangyun coldly. If predecessor Zhan knew that among his descendants there was such a disgrace like you, he would surely feel ashamed and be proud of Wu Shuang. Other students from the Crotdia Military Academy nearby also came over, standing behind Ning Jin and Wu Shuang, looking at Zhan Qiangyun with hostility and mockery. You. Zhan Qiangyun did not expect that this group of people would protect Zhan Wu Shuang so fiercely. The scene she wanted to see did not happen. Instead, she was humiliated. Her face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth. The Crotdia Military Academy has long lost hope. Even if you have the 13 districts, it is merely a dying struggle. Wu Shuang turned to look at Ning Jin and the others, who did not blame her. She pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, stopped them from speaking for her, and stepped forward, looking at Zhan Qiangyun. You're going to the Nan Jieli Military Academy is your matter. My coming to the Crotdia Military Academy is mine. You do not care about those former glories, but I do. Even if the Crotdia Military Academy has fallen to the dust, I will always be proud of Grandpa's glory. Her gaze was calm, every word clear. I will strive to reclaim the glory that Grandpa once had, little by little. Well then, I'll wait to see how you die this time. Zhan Qiangyun scoffed coldly and turned to leave. A silence fell. After a long while, Wu Shuang turned her head, looking at Ning Jin and the others, her gaze complex as she opened her mouth. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. Did you deceive us about your surname? Wu Shuang lowered her head, not speaking. It's not a big deal. Who doesn't have a few aliases or secrets when traversing the world? Ning Jin stretched, yawning. Feng Shaoqi paused, then said, I used to think that people from the Zhan family were all useless, but now I take back what I said before. You are not. You should have said that earlier. Tong Qian smiled. Predecessor Zhan is the spiritual will of our Crotdia Military Academy. As his descendant coming to the Crotdia Military Academy, regardless of the circumstances, you are already a hero. Exactly. Xia Wenzhou snorted lightly. Better than that traitor just now. Predecessor Zhan would be infuriated if he knew. That would be a horror story. Yu Shangchen chuckled. Meng Yong did not speak again. His gaze lingered on Wu Shuang for a while before looking at Ning Jin, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. Did you hide your surname because you were afraid we would laugh at you? Song Wenzheng patted Wu Shuang's shoulder. That won't happen. We are very happy that someone from the Zhan family can come to the Crotdia Military Academy. Since Zhang Yunfei died over 100 years ago, no descendants of the Zhang family have appeared, which is why Feng Shaoqi scolded them as useless. They were like turtles hiding their heads. Wu Shuang's appearance was not a disgrace. That cousin of yours who betrayed and joined the enemy camp is so proud and confident, yet you dare to come here to belittle yourself in our military academy camp, Ning Jin remarked. You inheriting the will of the pioneers have nothing to hide or be afraid of. Xia Wenzhou muttered, exactly, look at her face, how could it be so big? Thought you could sow discord. Wu Shuang remained silent for a long while. Thank you. Song Wenzheng smiled, dispersing the others. It's getting late, everyone should go back and rest. Once most had left, only a few of them remained. Wu Shuang finally spoke again. Actually, I never intended to come to the military academy because over the years the Crotdia Military Academy has truly fallen unable to recruit students living under the humiliation of others. In fact, the people in the Crotdia Military Academy began to resign themselves to disbandment. Even if she was indignant, she could not save the military academy by herself. Until you all put aside your pride and used that method to recruit students. Wu Shuang looked at Ning Jin. Actually, I was present when you recruited and tricked Xia Wenzhou that day. I heard what you said. At that time she realized Ning Jin was deceiving and found it somewhat ironic. How could the once powerful Crotdia Military Academy have fallen to such a method of recruiting? But seeing Ning Jin's effort along with her words, to choose the military academy or face, and the efforts of other students to set aside their pride for recruitment made her feel that they seemed to still have hope. Thus she came here quietly concealing her surname. Xia Wenzhou looked resentfully. Everyone knows. Did I? Ning Jin feigned innocence. That was genuine emotion. Then you should go to the White Skull Legion. Feng Shaoqi hesitated. Wu Shuang exhaled a breath of frustration. I went to save Ning Jin. Ning Jin turned to look at her. After I entered the military academy, I kept observing you in secret, feeling that after you came you preserved the military academy and changed the previously lifeless Crotdia Military Academy. You made it seem like there was hope again. You are an extraordinary level. Perhaps you can truly bring the Crotdia Military Academy back to its peak. Just like the glory my grandpa once brought to Crotdia. Wu Shuang smiled, although it's a bit carefree, and Ning Jin's lips curled slightly. I'll take that as a compliment. Actually, you're right, Wu Shuang said. One can only be invincible if they have no shame. Maintaining one's reputation in the military academy is of no importance at all. However, I want to know why the White Skeleton Legion has reappeared. Wu Shuang glanced around hesitantly at Yu Shangchen. Yu Shangchen paused, understanding her intent, and swept his spiritual power around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before nodding his head. Wu Shuang spoke in a low voice. Although the Zhan family has not been active in recent years, the direct descendants have split into two factions. One belongs to my family, while the other is with Zhan Qiangyun and his group. 10 years ago, my parents also participated in the war that exterminated the White Skeleton Legion. They even destroyed a planet back then, yet they never witnessed the destruction of the White Skeleton Legion's flagship. The first military district claimed they had been completely eradicated and forbade any further investigation. Wu Shuang lowered her voice even further. Only in the past few months has the White Skeleton Legion re-emerged, brazenly breaking through military district fortifications to appear on the life planet, and even acting so arrogantly in a military academy, capturing people. It was as if all military districts were oblivious, but it was the 13th district that first made an appearance. Yu Shangchen pondered. So you suspect that someone within the military district colluded with the White Skeleton Legion, deliberately allowing them to escape back then? How dare you say such a thing? Xia Wenzhou wanted to cover their mouths. Feng Shaoqi frowned. How is that? Ning Jin squinted her eyes. If that's the case, then it does make sense. After all, her exceptional skills had failed to breach the spatial restrictions for spaceship jumps, while the king of the White Skeleton Legion could come and go freely, leaving no trace for the fierce 13th district to catch. If a military district were to open the back door for them, then everything would make sense. You all need to stop talking. Xia Wenzhou felt they were being too bold to speculate like this. If someone hears us, we're all done for. Xia Wenzhou remained terrified and anxious, feeling that they were discussing something truly dreadful. Moreover, to suspect that the military district was colluding with the White Skeleton Legion was indeed a grave matter. If they guessed wrong, they could end up imprisoned. Even appearing before the highest court would be a minor issue. If they guessed right, they would undoubtedly be silenced. Such matters were beyond the reach of these novice military academy students. In the end, none of them continued the conversation, and they each returned to their tents to sleep. Before going to bed, Ning Jin opened her light brain and logged onto the Galactic Forum. A message from a charming guy read: Grim Reaper, are you in the Crotdia Military Academy team? Are you with the school team or the main team? Should we find an opportunity to meet up secretly? Charming guy, that Ning Jin from your military academy is amazing, going from F rank to such a level. Does your academy really have some hidden ace? Or is she a hidden big shot? Charming guy, my friend, please tell Ning Jin that if she captures the imperial ancestor, she should give him a good whack on the backside. Even through text, one could feel his excited tone as well as his anticipation for the imperial ancestor getting hit. Ning Jin clicked her tongue, ignored him, and shut off her light brain to go to bed. The next morning at 7 o'clock. As soon as the competition began, the planet's entrances would be closed. All personnel except students from each military academy had to evacuate the planet, and the residents of the star system could only watch the live broadcast of the competition. The commentary booth was also on a starship outside where the instructors from each military academy were gathered. The students from the 12 military academies would be transported by a unified starship and dispersed to 12 designated locations on this planet. After landing, there would be a 1-minute safety barrier protection period. Then they would depart in the order drawn by their... Now we see each of the 12 military academies entering the arena. The resource competition, held every 3 years, is about to officially begin. Let us join together in watching this intense event. At 8 o'clock sharp, the competition officially commenced and the military academies could begin their actions. In the competition area, this is a medium-sized planet. The resource zone flags could be hidden anywhere, but the safe zones are quite evident. Our operational plan is to divide all students into 10 teams, with each team consisting of 100 people. Each team will head in a different direction from the starting point, aiming to find the safe zone of the Crotdia Military Academy. If found, that team will hold their position and notify the other teams, ensuring the safe zone is defended at all costs. Meng Yong was arranging the operational plan. Once a resource zone flag is discovered and retrieved, it will be publicly announced and marked on the planet. If other military academies find it along the way, they should only take it if they believe they can protect it. If they can't, they should ignore it and mark the location to notify the main team. We will rush to provide support as soon as possible. He is the commanding officer of this competition, and this operational plan was agreed upon beforehand with Men Kursin and Do Lihua. The last safe zone was destroyed, leading to the disqualification of the entire team, which left a significant shadow over them. This time their goal is to locate and protect the safe zone. As long as the safe zone exists, there is hope for everything. On the Imperial Star and the Imperial family. Deep within a narrow courtyard lies a holographic virtual garden, which, while exuding fragrance akin to the real thing and capable of ecological changes with the seasons, is still just a facade. Ting Bai sat at the piano with the light brain system screen floating before him. He found the Crotdia Military Academy among the arrangement of the 12 military academies and clicked into that channel's live broadcast. The Crotdia Military Academy was divided into 10 teams, and there were 10 camera angles. Ting Bai's cold gaze swept through the crowd in all the frames, stopping at the 8th team's camera, which he then clicked into to enlarge. In the 8th team, Ning Jin, wearing her military academy uniform with only 2 buttons fastened, had a loose belt and her long black hair tied in a ponytail, with some strands framing her face, her features clean and delicate, exuding a cool and composed aura. Standing there in a disheveled manner, she had a lollipop in her mouth. She appeared to lack energy. The commander of the 8th team was Yu Liao, with Ning Jin following beside her. The 5 main team members had grouped together in the first team. Yu Shangqin was assigned to the 3rd team. Ning Jin's only acquaintances in the 8th team were Yu Liao and Tong Qian. The previous Crotdia Military Academy's safe zone was destroyed in just 5 days, leading to a devastating loss. It is said that they were almost disbanded this year, yet they managed to recruit some underwhelming talent. In the resting area of the starship outside, Colonel Naylan Shui of the 1st Military District scanned several live broadcast screens, landing on the spot where the Crotdia Military Academy's instructor was seated. She smiled and said, "But I see that among the teams participating in the competition, only 5 main team members are of 3S rank, while the rest are at most 2S rank, with even some at F rank. Are you all prepared to fight to the death in this competition?" Instantly, all media cameras focused on the Crotdia Military Academy's seating area. Everyone was waiting to see the joke of the Crotdia Military Academy. Do Lihua wanted to say something, but was held back by Men Kursin's hand. Men Kursin smiled faintly. Even in decline, the Crotdia Military Academy still ranks among the 12 military academies. Since they are a military academy, they have the right to participate in the competition. Of course, Situ Wentian took over the conversation. "However, I heard that yesterday some students from the Crotdia Military Academy provoked the Imperial Military Academy, saying that this time the competition would not allow the Imperial Military Academy to seize even a single resource zone. Do you think the same way?" It was the main team member from the Imperial Military Academy who provoked our military academy first. Our students merely retaliated. Facing the twisted words of Situantian, Men Kursin remained expressionless, stating, "It is normal for young students to talk tough. Regardless of victory or defeat, every participating student is a brave individual, a hero of the Crotdia Military Academy." She answered with impeccable precision while also defending her students. Nayland Shue squinted slightly, focusing on Wei, and smiled. Actually, there is something I believe everyone in the galaxy is curious about. Why did District 13 take over the nearly disbanded Crotdia Military Academy? Did that student from Crotdia Military Academy who was captured by the White Skull Legion obtain some secret from them, and is District 13 protecting her? At that time, the moment Ning Jin was captured was filmed by the Galactic Daily and uploaded to the Star Network. Although it was later deleted, those who should have seen it already did, especially the major military regions. After Ning Jin's return, the previously mysterious District 13 took over the Crotdia Military Academy and signed a confidentiality agreement to prevent media speculation, making it hard not to wonder if there was some shocking inside story. This question has always been on people's minds, including those from other military regions. As a colonel from the 1st Military District, Nayland Shue raised this question in front of numerous media outlets during a live broadcast to the entire Star Network, causing everyone to pause and turn their attention to Wei. The light screen channel in front of Ting Bai also split into two, one showing Squad 8 of the Crotdia Military Academy and the other broadcasting the commentary live. Wei sat there leaning back in his chair, his long legs stretched out, casually smiling with a mischievous roguelike. I remember that over 100 years ago, when the elder Zhang Yunfei proposed that mechanical life posed a danger, the first to stand against him was the 1st Military District, along with the Imperial Military Academy and several others who labeled him a federal traitor in a few words. Eventually, everything the elder Zhang Yunfei warned about came true, and he even sacrificed his life to protect the Federation. Yet the most common narrative spread about him within the Federation is still one of slandering and betrayal. The major military academies and even the Federal Empire have abandoned the Crotdia Military Academy, and various attacks persist to this day. He was the first 6S-level warrior in the history of the Federal Empire, making it hard not to imagine that someone was envious and fearful of him, deliberately targeting him to force his demise, especially since the 1st Military District opposed him the most vehemently. Colonel Nayland Shue, how do you view the situation from the 1st Military District? After Zhang Yunfei's death, discussing his matters became taboo in other military regions. Even mentioning it was considered forbidden. Originally, the question directed at the Crotdia Military Academy was skillfully dodged by Wei, but Nayland Shue never expected him to bring up this topic, causing her smile to falter. The leaders of the Imperial Military Academy, Nanjiali and Sekala, who were named, all had unsightly expressions, yet none spoke up. The atmosphere in the venue became quite strange. Ahem. Situentian coughed a few times. Elder Zhang Yunfei is a hero of the Federation, and no one is insulting him. Colonel Nayland Shue merely asked what everyone is curious about: why did District 13 take over the Crotdia Military Academy? Wei responded lightly. Although the Crotdia Military Academy is in decline, it has students bravely fighting against the evil White Skull Legion and the legacy of heroic predecessors. District 13 honors them because it does not wish to watch the Crotdia Military Academy perish coldly like it did with Elder Zhang Yunfei. You said it, but also had to step on other military academies. It seems you want to draw all military academies into this. Initially, it was thought that the Crotdia Military Academy was an easy target, and in front of everyone something could be drawn out from Wei's mouth. However, he deftly shifted the focus to Zhang Yunfei's issue, putting Nayland Shue and even the 1st Military District, along with other military academies and the Federal Empire, on the spot, as if to say that if this topic couldn't be discussed, then everyone would be dragged into the mess together. Nonetheless, this only confirmed in Nayland Shue's mind that Ning Jin, who had been kidnapped by the White Skull Legion, held some secrets of theirs. But at this moment, she could no longer press further. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall on the 1st Military District for not arriving in time to rescue Ning Jin from the White Skull Legion, allowing District 13 to seize the opportunity. However, even if she couldn't question today, there would be opportunities in the future to bring Ning Jin back for thorough interrogation. Nayland Shue tapped her cheek with her tongue, faintly smiling. Then let us see how long this year's resource competition at the Crotdia Military Academy can endure on the field. Situenti inside, the Crotdia Military Academy has prepared for this competition for 3 years, yet now even level students are on the field. Compared to the other military academies' Super 3S levels, it's hard to find a comparison. Including Men Kursin and the others themselves, there was no confidence at all. This year, they had finally recruited students, with one of the 5 3S levels being a student from the previous year. One was the young master of Bainuo Star, one was the naive student lured by Ning Jin, one was a descendant of Zhang Yunfei hiding their identity, and the last one had a secret that couldn't be revealed. Oh, and the 6th was hired by District 13. This Crotdia Military Academy one doesn't know whether to call it unfortunate or fortunate. Ning Jin felt that her presence here should be the luck of the Crotdia Military Academy. She wanted to ask her teacher, but her teacher still hadn't added her new light brain. The repaired old light brain account had no messages from her teacher at all. Ning Jin sighed, starting to wonder if something had really happened to her teacher. Focus on what you're doing. Tong Qian noticed she seemed distracted and reminded her. It's fine, I'm watching the road, Ning Jin smiled. Their school had no good mech. The mech energy was insufficient and supplies were short, so they couldn't waste energy at the start. Therefore, they all proceeded on foot. As if targeting the Crotdia Military Academy, the drop-off point for their military academy students was in a dense forest filled with thorny trees and rampant weeds and vines completely blocking the path. These thorny trees could drain blood. A contact with the skin would cause punctures, and if too much blood was absorbed, the trees would come to life. Especially in the direction Squad 8 was heading, there was an endless expanse of thorny jungle with spikes everywhere, requiring extreme caution. To move faster and not waste time, the 100 members of Squad 8 advanced in a line formation, knowing they wouldn't return, so there was no need to clear a path. They just had to be on guard against star beasts and other hidden dangers. They marked their starting point, and the paths they had taken would be recorded on the smart map, so if they turned back they would know this area had been searched and wouldn't need to risk it again. Congratulations to the Imperial Military Academy for obtaining the first resource area flag. Congratulations to the Imperial Military Academy for obtaining the first resource area flag. Congratulations to the Imperial Military Academy for obtaining the first resource area flag. The announcement echoed loudly from above the planet 3 times. Everyone was taken aback. The competition had only started for less than half an hour. Meng Yong and the others frowned. The mental strength of the Imperial ancestor is close to 4S level, and among the students of the Imperial Military Academy, there are at least a dozen with super 3S level mental capabilities. Their brain domains are interconnected, allowing for direct scanning of the surroundings. Moreover, Song Wenjung said solemnly, the drop-off location of their military academy must also be quite good, so finding it so quickly isn't surprising. Right now the only thing we should be worried about is how long it will take them to find their safe zone, as well as how long it will take us to find ours. We must ensure that our safe zone isn't found by others first. Otherwise it could be destroyed once again. As long as the resource zone flag is not locked away in the safe zone, it can still be seized. If the Imperial Military Academy finds the safe zone, they will be invincible directly. Tong Qian was also speaking softly to Ning Jin and Yu Liao. With immense strength and a wide scanning range of the brain domain, the advantages are naturally significant. If someone else finds a certain military academy's safe zone first and destroys it, that military academy is finished, even the Imperial Military Academy. If the Imperial Military Academy finds their own military academy's safe zone first and sends students to guard it, no one will be able to defeat them. Moreover, the Imperial Military Academy has a good relationship with Nanjiali and Hakdal Military Academy. They might collaborate and keep an eye on each other's safe zones. Tong Qian said solemnly, moreover there might even be a scenario. All 11 military academies join forces in the early stages, regardless of which military academy discovers the Crotdia Military Academy's safe zone first, they will directly destroy it. In this case, it would be equivalent to their one military academy with 1,000 people fighting against 11 other military academies with a total of 11,000. Joining forces, huh? Ning Jin's lips curled slightly coldly as she sidestepped a thorny tree in front of her, popped a lollipop into her mouth, and discreetly released her spiritual energy. This lollipop was made by herself with nutritional agents providing nourishment and refreshing energy to avoid excessive consumption of spiritual power lest her eyes and ears start to bleed. Suddenly a cry of pain came from not far away. I've been pricked. A male student shouted in fright. The blood-stained thorny tree instantly seemed to come alive, with the thorns visibly growing at a rapid speed, absorbing the blood energy from his injured wound. Get into the mecha. Yu Liao's expression changed slightly as she quickly shouted. The male student seemed to finally react, hurriedly releasing the mecha, taking big strides to run, but was directly blocked by the rapidly growing thorny branches, making that area look like a giant thorn ball. The nearest student also quickly entered the mecha, wielding a weapon and chopping wildly. The weapon struck the thorny spikes, producing a clanging sound like iron, but the thorns sustained no damage. Instead, they grew even more wildly after absorbing blood energy, and the other students who came to save him were pricked as well, all falling into despair. In an instant, the dense thorns on the surrounding trees grew wildly, trapping all the students who had entered the mecha. Before coming here, they had researched this desolate planet used for the competition, but they only had a general understanding of the specific dangers were not disclosed by the Federation, and they had no way to prepare specifically. They could only respond to attacks as they came. They had never encountered such thorny trees that could absorb human blood energy and grow crazily as hard as iron. If this continued, more and more students would have their skin pierced, retreating into their mechas, but still unable to escape being drained of blood. Yu Liao unleashed an attack with her spiritual power, but it was ineffective as she was a newcomer, and this was her first time leading a team, still just an S grade. It became chaotic in an instant. She subconsciously called for help. What should we do now, senior sister Tong Qian? Try using fire. Without any way to check the information on site, Ning Jin stepped over a meter-high wild grass, took out a fireball, and threw it. The flames exploded, sparks flying, and after briefly retracting the thorny tree, not only did not stop, but began to grow even more frantically. Fire was ineffective. Instead, it burned even more fiercely. Only Tong Qian and Yu Liao from the 8th squad could still fight. The others were panicking and at a loss. Alas, the pitiful yet fortunate Crotdia Military Academy. Watching the struggling students, Ning Jin sighed softly, entered her mecha, and charged forward. Ning Jin. Tong Qian and Yu Liao also rushed over. Ning Jin controlled the mecha, gripping the lightsaber and striking down fiercely, shattering some of the spikes, pulling out the injured students and tossing them to a safe area. Logistics stopped their bleeding. She had never seen this kind of plant before. Even the fire from Kimu could not deter it, and since it was said that it would grow by absorbing human blood energy, it should calm down without any blood energy. Get into the mechas and don't let yourselves get pricked. Tong Qian shouted loudly. She followed Ning Jin, using the mecha's fist to smash those dense hard spikes, but after a while they only managed to break open a small gap. All the other students had entered their mechas and stood frozen in place, afraid to move. Fire was ineffective, so they would try something else. Surely one of those would be effective. Ning Jin took out an ice ball and threw it. The moment it exploded, the surrounding 10 meters were frozen, a chilling air surged, and the wildly growing thorny spikes stopped turning into ice sculptures. It worked. Tong Qian was taken aback. Oh, was that ball really that powerful? Ning Jin shattered the frozen thorny group with a few strikes. It can only last for 5 or 6 minutes. Oh, we must leave here quickly within 5 minutes. She released all of her spiritual power to suppress these thorny trees. However, it would consume her energy, and she didn't want to waste it on such matters, nor did she want to expose all her cards as soon as she entered. Hurry, let's go. Tong Qian pulled Yu Liao and immediately commanded everyone to retreat. The good news was that only the trees that had touched human blood had undergone a frenzied mutation. Otherwise, they would all be pricked and become nutrients for the thorny trees. The mecha that Ning Jin was piloting was not the one she used in the Dark City competition, but the one provided by the military academy. She wouldn't mind if it got damaged. Holding a 1-meter-long lightsaber, she chopped fiercely at the thorny trees to clear the blocked path. As the branches trembled, something fell from the tree. Ning Jin paused and called to Tong Qian, who was commanding the other students to retreat. Senior sister Tong. Tong Qian turned around. What if? Ning Jin tilted her head slightly in the mecha. I see the resource zone flag. What should we do? Everyone paused and looked at her in unison. Ning Jin pointed with her sword at the pile of thorny debris, now reduced to ice shards, where a white flag lay quietly. Everyone. Ning Jin shrugged innocently. It just fell from the tree a moment ago. The resource zone flag had a special sensor that would only activate when someone picked it up, triggering the broadcast throughout the arena. If it was not picked up, it would just lie there without any broadcast. I think Ning Jin manipulated the mecha's arm gripping the sword and extracted the white flag from within. It wouldn't hurt to take it. Once they escaped this thorny jungle, they definitely wouldn't return. There were a total of 100 resource zones. If they obtained this one, they had already completed the minimum objective. As long as they were not robbed by other military academies along the way, if they found the safe zone and held it to the end, it would be considered a victory. Tong Qian hesitated for 5 seconds. Pick it up. Congratulations to Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the first resource zone flag. Congratulations to Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the first resource zone flag. Congratulations to Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the first resource zone flag. No one had high hopes for Crotdia Military Academy, and no one believed they could win. The boastful words Ning Jin had spoken were regarded as arrogance. No one was watching the live broadcast of this group of bottom-tier military academy students. Even if they did, they were waiting to see them make fools of themselves and looking for opportunities to ridicule them. The focus in the commentary booth was also on the top 5 military academies, especially the Imperial Military Academy, which constantly monitored the performance of the Imperial ancestor. The sudden broadcast left everyone stunned, as some even thought they had misheard and went back to check the text in the system. After confirming it was Crotdia Military Academy, they looked at their channel in astonishment. However, all the students of Crotdia Military Academy were divided into 10 squads with 10 different camera angles. The flag had already been retrieved, and they had no idea which squad obtained it or how they got the flag. If they wanted to pull back the replay one by one, they would have to pay star coins. No one was willing to waste them. The Emperor listened intently, his gaze fixed on Ning Jin without missing a second, a smile gracing his lips as his fingertips lightly danced across the black and white keys. The melodious and ethereal sound of the piano echoed within the confined space. It sounded like a melody celebrating victory. It seems the Crotdia Military Academy has had some good luck this year, but this is just the beginning. To truly win, they must find a safe place to hold out until the end. Situ Wentian remarked, I wonder if Crotdia Military Academy's luck will last. Men Kursin shot him a cold glance, remaining silent as she focused on the light screen. When faced with challenges, Ning Jin chose to take action rather than stand by idly. They placed Ning Jin in the reserve team and incorporated the reserve team into the school team, which proved to be the right decision. Now it all depended on whether they could hold their ground in the coming month. A group from Team 1 listened to the broadcast, all taken aback. They saw no signal. Meng Yong turned to the communications officer Wu Shuang and asked, which team is it? Wu Shuang glanced at the communication system displaying Team 8 and replied, it's Team 3. I don't want to compete anymore. This is too terrifying. I want to go home. In Team 8, several injured and timid students looked around at the endless thicket. Some were frightened to tears, and a few immediately opted for self-elimination. Every student entering the competition was equipped with a signal device. Once activated, it meant elimination, and a rescue team would come to take them away based on the signal indicator. I won't compete either. This is impossible to compete. Tong Qian watched them activate their signal devices for self-elimination, wanting to say something to stop them, but she couldn't. In a short time, over 10 students cried and chose to self-eliminate. Wow! Now let's take a look at the live broadcast from Crotdia Military Academy. The newly endangered Team 8 seems to be in trouble as many students have chosen to self-eliminate. At the commentary booth, Situ Wentian zoomed in on the situation of Team 8, his eyes filled with lament. As the second team to find the banner, I thought Crotdia Military Academy was turning its luck around, but unexpectedly this situation arose. A group of A and B level students managing to last an hour is quite remarkable. The team leader of the Imperial Military Academy, Quan Wandin, raised an eyebrow, saying, I heard that Crotdia Military Academy even recruited F-level students this year to meet the quota. It's quite nostalgic to think of the old Crotdia Military Academy. Men Kursin and Do Liwa continued to watch the live broadcast without speaking. After a while of sarcastic remarks from a few, no one from Crotdia Military Academy responded, seemingly finding it pointless and remaining silent. Nailin Shui fixed her gaze on Ning Jin's figure on the screen, narrowing her eyes slightly. I heard this Ning Jin is that F level. That's right. Si Chongji laughed derisively. She was just bragging yesterday, claiming the Imperial Military Academy wouldn't get a resource zone and arrogantly saying she would spank young Master D haha. If she is an F level. The team leader of Dongong Military Academy, Bian Qiyun, hesitantly remarked, how can she pilot an S-level mecha? F-level talent is the lowest, hardly different from an ordinary person. Universally recognized as trash in the interstellar realm. An existence that could shatter with just a touch from a higher level. Their mental strength and body could not possibly withstand the pressure exerted by the mecha. Yet now they mocked the students of Crotdia Military Academy for losing their composure, but no one noticed that the so-called F-level waste Ning Jin was skillfully piloting an S-level mecha to rescue her classmates. When Bian Qiyun spoke, a moment of silence enveloped the spaceship, all eyes focused on the screen showing Team 8 from Crotdia Military Academy, particularly on Ning Jin, who was piloting an S-level gray-white mecha. It seems this Ning Jin is an S-level hidden by Crotdia Military Academy, Yu Yuxing scoffed, but what can one— if an S-level is disguised as an F-level, that would make sense. However, it's just one S-level, not a Super 3S or 4S level. Is there a need to hide? Nailin Shui recalled the incident where Ning Jin was captured by the White Skeleton Corps. Why did the White Skeleton Corps capture her? And the anomalies in District 13. Nailin Shui's probing gaze fell on Men Kursin, Do Lihua, and Sai Wei. The three of them quietly stared at the light screen as if they hadn't heard what she said. It seems Ning Jin truly harbors some secret. But the actual truth is Men Kursin and Do Lihua too were puzzled by Ning Jin's strength and suspected she held some secret. However, Ning Jin is now a student of Crotdia Military Academy. Regardless of her secrets, as long as she does not endanger Crotdia Military Academy, they will integrate as one and protect her. When they previously watched videos of the last resource competition, they did not find it particularly frightening. There were only some star beasts, and the entire process resembled a treasure hunt, which was rather interesting. Thus, when students were recruited for participation, many raised their hands. But now entering the arena, the situation was far more complex and dangerous than they had imagined. It was not as easy as depicted in the videos. The life-threatening situations mentioned by Colonel Sai Wei truly existed. The few injured students were the first to panic, choosing to withdraw directly. The excitement and novelty they felt upon entering the arena had shifted to fear and anxiety. They all wanted to escape, not wanting to die here. In an instant, the team was in disarray, and neither Yu Liao nor Tong Qian could calm them down. Tong Qian instinctively searched for Ning Jin. Ning Jin emerged from the mecha, her gaze steady as she looked at the group of students. At the time, in order to help the academy through its dissolution, students of all levels A and B were recruited thinking it would suffice to meet the numbers. Most students participating in the resource competition were also just there to make up the numbers. Ning Jin was the one who recruited them, half deceiving and half coaxing. She indeed had a responsibility. She had not predicted the dangers here in advance, nor had she ever intended to let these people die because of her. The thorny jungle seemed endless. Entering the mecha could block the thorns, but the energy they had would absolutely not suffice. Ning Jin lifted her head, looking clearly at the students before her. If anyone is still afraid and wants to withdraw, you can choose to do so now. Ning Jin. Tong Qian was taken aback, not understanding what she intended. Everyone turned. Ning Jin continued, most of you are students I recruited to the academy. The harsh words I spoke yesterday were also my own. I certainly cannot let everyone risk their lives for my personal actions. Ning Jin. Tong Qian opened her mouth, her expression complicated. You as A and B level talents dare to participate in the competition. Just being here is already very brave. Ning Jin smiled, therefore those who wish to withdraw can leave now. When the rescue team arrives, we can leave together. If you do not wish to withdraw, stay behind. I will lead everyone out of this thorny jungle and bring glory back to Crotdia Military Academy for you. Her tone was calm, yet her words still sounded arrogant. Not only the viewers watching the live broadcast, but even these students of Crotdia Military Academy, her own people, did not believe her. But she was speaking the truth. This competition is about seizing resource zones. Having more people does indeed provide an advantage, but students from Crotdia Military Academy lacking in talent have no capacity to withstand the pressure. Continuing on would only be a matter of time. She could not protect so many people, they might indeed perish. It is better to give them a straightforward choice at this moment. Attention! Crotdia Military Academy has eliminated 61 members. Attention! Crotdia Military Academy has eliminated 61 members. As the announcement rang out, everyone initially thought someone had found the flag of the third resource zone, but after hearing the content, they all froze. How could this happen? What happened? Students from other teams at Crotdia Military Academy were all stunned, staring at the sky. Team 1. Meng Yong's expression was grave. It seems that other teams have encountered trouble. Xia, Wenzhou felt a bit anxious. We don't even know which team it is. We don't know how Ning Jin is doing right now. So far, they had not encountered any danger in this direction. They also hadn't spotted any resource zone flags. Wu Shuang glanced at the communicator. It's a member of Team 8. We must stay calm and not panic, Feng Shaoqi said in a deep voice. No matter what, we must secure the resource zone this time. They had already been eliminated. There was no use in trying to bring back other teams. Only those remaining could continue forward. Yet it had only just been 2 hours, and they faced such a large number of eliminations. It was uncertain whether they had encountered attacks from other military academies or some other deadly danger. Di Shizu listened to the broadcast, gritting his teeth. Ning Jin, you'd better not be inside. He wanted to deal with her in front of the entire Federation's live broadcast. Let her see how he wins, how he fights back. Beside him, Chi Fengyu rolled his eyes at the back of his head. The audience watching the live broadcast outside the competition saw Team 8 self-eliminate and heard Ning Jin. There were mocking jeers. There were sighs of disappointment. A massive voluntary withdrawal urged on by their own teammates. This is the first time in history. The Crotdia Military Academy has already set a record of shame from the very beginning of this session. ENF class urging teammates to withdraw and still speaking so arrogantly. Tisk TSK Tisk Crotdia Military Academy has refreshed their history of disgrace, haha. They were eliminated in just 5 days last year. It seems they are here to humiliate themselves again this year. What a joke, we shouldn't have had any expectations for them. Watching them is simply a waste of my time and money. The commentary booth was similarly affected. Do Lihua couldn't help but whisper, does Ning Jin know what she's doing? To others it looked like she was encouraging her teammates to withdraw. Retreating without a fight. They are cowards. The entire Star Network is watching. Even if Crotdia Military Academy had already lost face, they shouldn't create such a ridiculous joke themselves. Actually, Ning Jin is not entirely wrong, Men Kersen said, lowering her gaze. Most of these students are merely here to make up the numbers. It is not worth it for them to lose their lives for this competition. If they were all class or above, then it would be a different story. But these class. Even if they are not useless, they won't be able to go to the battlefield after graduating from military academy. They had indeed placed their hopes on these students, wishing for them to create miracles in this resource competition. However, they should have anticipated such a situation. Men Kersen looked at Ning Jin, whose eyes were bright, and roughly guessed her thoughts. These people began to panic and lose their composure at the first sign of danger. They still had to stay on this desolate planet for another month, and worse, more terrifying and dangerous situations might arise. For these individuals with unstable minds, withdrawing at this time is actually a good thing. Otherwise, if someone else couldn't help but feel scared and wanted to withdraw every now and then, it would further affect the morale of the team. Siwei watched the live broadcast without saying a word, his expression calm and devoid of any excess emotion. In the blink of an eye, only 39 members remained in Team 8. Tong Qian had not expected that so many people would choose to withdraw. Her face turned pale. Ning Jin stood there, opened her holographic console, and logged into the Star Network to check the information about the thorny jungle. Tong Qian stared at her, stunned. The communication isn't restricted and the rules didn't say we can't check, Ning Jin replied calmly. In this resource competition, their holographic communication was not restricted. Since it could be used and it wasn't cheating by finding external teachers, why not make good use of the search? Tong Qian had nothing to say, and no one had ever thought to check the information in real time before. Colonel Naylan. A young man rushed in nervously from outside the commentary booth. Our competition's broadcast signal has been invaded. Naylan Shui was taken aback and her expression changed abruptly. All the team leaders were also stunned and a few stood up directly. What? Could someone really be monitoring the competition site, planning to invade and deal with these students? Among these students, the only one worth targeting is Di Shizu. Some wished for the genius to grow while others wanted to stifle that genius. The A106 planet used as the competition venue was too desolate. Their previous inspections had only confirmed its relative safety, and no one could guarantee that there weren't hidden dangers they were unaware of, so they could only protect the planet from outside invasion. But now someone has managed to invade their signal source. In the commentary area, the highest-ranking Naylan Shui stood up. Trace it. We must ensure the safety of all students. Yes. The young man hesitated again, but we found that the intruder seems to have no malicious intent, and it was just for a moment. Then investigate. Naylan Shui said in a solemn voice, we must absolutely ensure the students' safety. The A106 planet had been desolate for many years. The local signal source had long been inoperative. The competition's live broadcast signal was also a military signal device that had been temporarily installed by the military district authorities when preparing the venue for filming the live broadcast. Ning Jin opened her holographic console for a long time, but couldn't connect to the local signals. She directly invaded the venue's broadcasting signal device to use their signal source to connect to the network and search for information. Her holographic console was set to private so others couldn't see what she was doing. The information on the Star Network about the thorny jungle only introduced its characteristics, noting that it grows in a special environment and isn't a pure plant-based organism. It thrives in light and heat, becoming harder under stronger light. It not only fears neither flames nor lightning, in fact flames and lightning can nourish it and accelerate its growth speed. It also thrives on blood, a human flesh and blood can become its nutrients. However, it did not mention what its nemesis was. Ning Jin looked up at the sky. The sunlight on this planet was quite pleasant today. The ice ball she had thrown earlier was effective, indicating that ice had some restraining effect, but it only lasted for 5 minutes. The weapons she had on her were limited. She couldn't freeze the entire thorny jungle. She also couldn't block out the sun to prevent the thorny jungle from absorbing light. Therefore, the only option was to charge through with her laser great sword. Yu Liao Liao. Ning Jin sensed the intelligent real-time recording device flying in the air with her spiritual power facing away from the camera and quietly said to Yu Liao Liao and Tong Qian, I will lead the way, you follow me. Tong Qian had seen it with her own eyes. The class Ning Jin had pinned down Di Shizu. She chose to trust Ning Jin. She pursed her lips and nodded. At this moment there was no other choice. Leaving the thorny jungle was the most important. The commander usually stayed in the rear, directing the troops and commanding the overall situation. But Yu Liao Liao had no experience. The capabilities of class spiritual power were limited. She looked at Ning Jin and nodded. All right, I will direct everyone to follow you. Ning Jin entered the mech again, activating a large light sword over a meter wide, finding a direction and fiercely slashing at the obstructing thorny trees. Clearing a path. Yu Liao Liao said, everyone doesn't need to enter their mechs, just follow Ning Jin. The path Ning Jin opened would not pose any further danger, nor would they be pricked by thorns. The others could walk on foot, thus conserving her mech while still maintaining speed and safety. This thicket of thorns is vast. Even after more than 2 hours, they have yet to find their way out. Fortunately, apart from the blood-sucking thorn trees, no other dangers have appeared. Ning Jin looked at the cracks on her mech caused by the thorny spikes, clearing a clean area for everyone to rest while she stepped out of the mech to make repairs. Ning Jin took out her tools and materials, tapping and adjusting her mech. Can this Ning Jin really What mech technician wouldn't cherish their own mech? Look at her technique, it's like she's hammering scrap metal. What does she even know? This Ning Jin was bragging yesterday, even clashing with the imperial ancestor. Did she get another upgrade? Is she addicted to it now? Situani scanned the live comments on the small screen in front of him, stealing a glance at Ning Jin. I heard this Ning Jin seems to be a level mech technician. Naylan Shui went out to handle the military signal intrusion issue. Si Zhangji sneered, a blevel can be considered a mech technician. Some non-human things can still speak like a person. Sai Wei raised an eyelid looking at him with a half-smile. Why can't a blevel mech technician be considered a mech technician? Si Zhangji was taken aback, then realized he was being insulted as non-human. He wanted to retort but restrained himself halfway. No wonder the 13th district took over the Crotdia Military Academy. Turns out they're all shameless like that. He chuckled coldly. Sai Wei smiled lightly. We don't wear layers of skin like you, peeling off layer after layer until we can't even see our own faces. You. Si Zhangji gritted his teeth and snorted, falling silent. Talking to this shameless group was a disgrace to his identity. Whether it's heavy mechs or flying light mechs, even if they can integrate a pilot through a conduit, these mechs that require manual operation in the cockpit are still too cumbersome. In the past, Ning Jin always wanted to design a mech that resembled a robot, ensuring that the pilot inside the cockpit was unaffected while the mech's limbs could retract and transform. She thought that might catch opponents off guard in battle and reduce damage. However, she had never encountered real combat nor produced an actual product. Today's competition environment made her feel that such a design might not be feasible. It could only be used in suitable conditions. Moreover, the Federation has strict regulations stating that students and non-military mechs cannot privately install and carry firearms. Only cold weapons are permitted, and even cold weapons have regulations. Civilian ones require a license. Students from major military academies do not. The laser blades and explosive scale orbs she carries hover on the edge of Federation law. Ning Jin remembered a mech proposal she had worked on previously, but set aside one that was tailor-made for the human body, perfectly fitting as an exoskeletal mech controlling its limbs. Ning Jin remembered a mech proposal she had worked on previously, but set aside one that was tailor-made for the human body, perfectly fit. However, the material requirements for its construction were too high and the energy consumption was excessive. In the past, she couldn't afford it and couldn't find it, so it was shelved. Just as Ning Jin pondered, her wrist communicator suddenly lit up. A video call popped up. It was Yu Shangchen. Ning Jin rubbed her itchy eyes and nose with the back of her hand and answered the call. The 3rd squad and the 8th squad were a bit far apart. Yu Shangchen was also resting. The environment behind him was a dense forest, and the air had a faint mist appearing, damp as if after rain. Yu Shangchen was about to say something but saw her face and was startled. What danger did you encounter? Why is your face covered in blood? Blood. Ning Jin was taken aback, looking at the back of her hand, which she had just rubbed over her eyes and nose, of the bright red bloodstains were very obvious. Ning Jin. Tang Qian, who was next to her, was also startled. Did you get hurt just now? Fresh and rich blood energy emanated from her, and the nearby thorn trees that she had just cleared showed subtle signs of growth. It's nothing. Ning Jin quickly took out a tissue, wiped the blood from her nose, eyes, and the back of her hand, and stored the bloody tissue in her storage device. This isn't your first time. Tang Qian handed her a nutrient solution, frowning tightly. What's going on with you? Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. I stayed up late. Ning Jin was indifferent. Yu Shangchen paused. Did you use your mental power? Ning Jin exclaimed. Yu Shangchen didn't say anything further and asked her what had happened with the elimination. They were scared themselves. I let them choose whether to stay or leave. Ning Jin repaired the mech that had been scratched by the thorns and turned to ask Tang Qian and the others, do you have energy blocks? Energy blocks provide power for mechs. She had her own, but it was private, and she didn't want to use it here. She was fighting for the Crotdia Military Academy, and the academy obviously had to invest. She couldn't afford to lose her own resources. Yes. The logistics personnel in the team had just returned, and Tang Qian took over the logistics supply, pulling out a few blocks for her. Congratulations to the Nanjiali Military Academy for acquiring the first resource area flag. Congratulations to the Nanjiali Military Academy for acquiring the first resource area flag. Another announcement sounded. Yu Liao commented, this is the 3rd flag. There are still 97 left. 3 flags appeared in one morning, faster than the previous session. Tang Qian asked Yu Shangchen, how's the situation on your side? Everyone is here. Yu Shangchen said, we haven't encountered any danger either. The signal isn't great. They chatted for a few moments, updated each other on the situation, and then the connection was cut. Ning Jin finished the nutrient solution given by Tang Qian, took out a potion to drink, entered her mech, and moved her limbs. Let's go. It wasn't until nightfall that they finally left the thicket of thorns. Under Ning Jin's guidance, no one was. Having not encountered star beasts or other dangers, Meng Yong and Wu Shuang had also communicated in between, checking on each other's safety. On the first day of the competition, only 3 resource area flags appeared belonging to the Imperial Military Academy, Ning Jin Military Academy, and Crotdia Military Academy, with Crotdia Military Academy eliminating 61 people. It's more dangerous at night than during the day. We should find a place to rest first. Tang Qian and Yu Liao discussed this with Ning Jin. Some military academies felt that resting was a waste of time and would act at night. Their students couldn't sustain themselves without food, and the nutrient solutions they brought were limited. They needed rest. All right. Ning Jin nodded. She had expended too much energy and mental power today. The environmental conditions did not allow for sleep, and she was relying on nutrient solutions and potions to keep going. She desperately needed to catch up on sleep. It was already dark, there was no moonlight or starlight, and the planet was engulfed in darkness. She had no idea what the environment outside the thicket was like. They found a flat area near the thorny thicket with a team of 39 people splitting into 2 groups to take turns keeping watch and sleeping. Inside the tent, the situation couldn't be filmed. Ning Jin said nothing after entering. She took out the pillow and blanket she brought and fell asleep immediately. Tang Qian came in to ask if she wanted something to eat, only to see that she had already fallen asleep. She fell asleep in an instant. Tang Qian watched her for a while but didn't call her again. She placed the nutrient solution beside her pillow so if she woke up hungry she could drink it any time, then covered her with a blanket and went out. Ning Jin is too tired. Let's not wake her for the night watch tonight. After a day of clearing the path, Ning Jin had worked the hardest. With so many of them, they didn't need one more Ning Jin. Although the situation inside the tent was not visible, Ting saw Ning Jin, who was repairing the mech with blood dripping from the corners of her eyes and nose. He recalled her bleeding eyes during their childhood on the garbage star. 10 years have passed. Why is she still bleeding? He had treated her back then, and her wounds had clearly healed. Ting pressed his lips together, furrowing his brow. Young master, it's time to rest. The virtual garden, which remained perpetually bright, was turned off, and the butler entered from the doorway to remind him. Ting's pale, slender fingers rested on the piano keys, his lightly colored lips curling coldly. Does it concern you when I sleep? His tone was gentle, yet his voice was chilling, his aura somewhat oppressive. The pressure from his 6S-level mental power was unbearable for anyone. The butler felt a chill run down his spine and cautiously said, "The marshal said your health cannot withstand staying up late. Whether I stay up or not, my body will still decay and die." Ting lowered his gaze, interrupting him expressionlessly. "Get out." This young master, despite his youth, was more mature than his peers due to his health issues and had been restricted from going out since childhood. A genius with a 6S-level talent, yet he was always confined at home under the pretext of protection. It was quite pitiful. His temperament was usually gentle, always wearing an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. However, when he was displeased and enraged, he was extremely terrifying. The butler opened his mouth, but dared not say anything further, only to turn on the virtual image again and exit. Congratulations to the 6S-level Academy for obtaining the first resource area flag. In the middle of the night, the resting students were awakened by the repeated announcement 3 times. This was the 4th flag. Is the 6S-level Academy working so hard? Yu Liao yawned. Ning Jin was also awakened by the noise, glancing at the 2 nutrient solutions placed beside her pillow, paused for a moment, and picked one up to drink. It was watermelon flavored. Tang Qian liked watermelon, but now in the interstellar world watermelon was a rare fruit, so she always bought watermelon-flavored nutrient solutions. There were 2 hours left until dawn. No one asked her to keep watch. After finishing her drink, she lay down again to continue sleeping. Attention! 6S-level Academy has eliminated 138 members. Attention! 6S-level Academy has eliminated 138 members. Attention! 6S-level Academy has eliminated 138 members. Ning Jin had just laid down again when the announcement sounded again. She opened her eyes, momentarily stunned, then got up and walked out of the tent. Awake. Tang Qian saw her and handed her another nutrient solution. Most people in the competition did not eat, relying on nutrient solutions instead. Ning Jin took it and looked into the distance. What happened? I don't know. Yu Liao shook her head. This planet is not small, but it is also a complete medium-sized planet. The 12 military academies are divided in 12 directions, and it's only been a day and a night, so logically they shouldn't have encountered each other so soon. Maybe they encountered some danger. Tang Qian whispered. 6S-level Academy ranks 11th among the 12 military academies, and it is not a traditional military academy. It also involves arts and medicine, which is quite mixed. It was transformed into a military academy later. The students in the academy don't have particularly high talents either. Then you are being outperformed by an arts academy, Ning Jin murmured. Tang Qian shook her head. Crotdia has a predecessor like Zhang Yunfei, so logically it shouldn't have fallen to the state. However, Zhang Yunfei died in a very embarrassing manner back then, leaving us with nothing but willpower. Crotdia Military Academy used to have an arts department, but it was cut later on. In the century following Zhang Yunfei's death, Crotdia has been constantly targeted by other military academies. The Federation's laws regarding military academies have been revised repeatedly, and Crotdia Military Academy survives in a tight spot. To make it this far is quite difficult. Attention! Crotdia Military Academy has eliminated 48 members. Attention! Crotdia Military Academy has eliminated 48 members. Attention! Crotdia Military Academy has eliminated 48 members. The announcement sounded again. Everyone was taken aback again. The announcement of elimination from Strail Academy is so close. Yu Liao said anxiously, could it be that some squad encountered them? Otherwise, why would it be so close? Well, find out by asking. Tong Qian contacted other squads. The 5 strongest main team members were all in Squad 1, and they hadn't seen the flag or the safe zone after a day and a night, so they were currently safe. Other squads were fine and the environment was quite safe. Only Squad 3 had not responded. It seems to be Squad 3. Yu Liao was somewhat nervous, but could not confirm if they had encountered Strail Academy or other dangers. Not being able to contact them does no good, besides it's just elimination. With the escort team present, there is no danger to life. Ning Jin drank another nutrient solution, looking at the area ahead. You all stay here, I'll go scout ahead first. Since they were awake and dawn was approaching, it was best to set off as soon as possible. A month is a long time, but if they were to walk completely on foot, it might take 3 months to finish exploring this A106 planet. Moreover, they still needed to search for resources. You're not the vanguard, Tong Qian said. I've already scouted ahead. As a single soldier, she was the only one steady enough in the team at this time, and since it was the early hours of the night, she acted as the vanguard scout, having scouted the route an hour ago. However, she did not have mental power and did not dare to go too far. She had only scouted 50 miles. Tong Qian opened the map. There is no sign of life within 50 miles ahead. There is a river. We can follow the river and find an opportunity to meet with Squad 9 or Squad 7 first. They were closest to these 2 squads. Leaving the thorny jungle, this plain outside did not seem so dangerous. The group of 13 advanced on foot, searching the grassy ground in a slightly dispersed manner. The resource competition is held every 3 years, and each competition venue is different. Students participating for the first time must explore as they go, regardless of whether they have participated in previous competitions. This was too slow. Ning Jin looked up at the small filming drone that followed the team above, half squinted her eyes, and released 50% of her mental power into the drone. Zzz. Zzz. A sound of electricity came from the small drone, which began to emit black smoke from within. The live screen of Squad 8 directly turned into snowflakes and went black. What happened? Do Liwa stood up abruptly. Why is the video black? Naylan Shui was still investigating the signal intrusion, but had found nothing. No one returned either. Someone informed her, and she immediately sought a mechanical engineer to inspect and repair it. Calm down. Men Kerson pulled Do Liwa down and said softly, don't worry, it must be related to Ning Jin. Squad 8 did not encounter any danger, nor was there any attack. Ning Jin stared at the drone for a long time before it broke down. They were the only squad whose drone failed. She couldn't escape. This little girl who knows what schemes she's up to. Let them repair it. Await. Congratulations to Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the 2nd resource area flag. Congratulations to Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the 2nd resource area flag. Men Kerson hadn't finished her words when the announcement rang out. Everyone was taken aback, instinctively looking at the live broadcast of Crotdia Military Academy. However, among the other 9 squads aside from Squad 3, which had just encountered danger, none had obtained a resource area flag. Was it Squad 8? But Squad 8's screen went black and no one knew what had happened. In the arena. Seeing the photography drone suddenly crash to the ground emitting black smoke, Tong Qian and Yu Liao were startled. Ning Jin pulled Tong Qian and Yu Liao, her mental power spreading like a tidal wave around them, connecting with the Earth's veins. Senior sister, enter the mech and head west for 10 miles. Smash the broken stone that has a black mark on it. Tong Qian didn't know what she was doing, but instinctively followed her command. There was a pile of broken stones and one had a black color resembling coal, which was obvious. Tong Qian smashed it with a punch. Looking at the flag representing the resource area inside, she was momentarily stunned. Then she picked it up without hesitation and returned to the team. The members of the squad gathered around, staring at Ning Jin in astonishment. Yu Liao was a bit shocked. Ning Jin, you don't also have spiritual? Yes, Ning Jin interrupted her, don't. Although she was confident in winning first place, a day and a night had passed without seeing any sign of the safe area. If other military academies discovered it first and destroyed it, her confidence would be meaningless. Searching in a human-powered carpet style was too slow. Yu Liao couldn't exert such high mental power. She didn't plan to hide her strength, but also didn't want to expose her mental power to the entire star network. Otherwise, being in class with such high mental power would definitely lead to research after the competition. Even if exposed, it wasn't the time for that. Yu Liao understood her meaning and suddenly realized why people like Men Kursin had always wanted to test Ning Jin. To accurately confirm a stone's interior, at least one needed to be level 3. She exchanged glances with Tong Qian and then looked at the students behind them, whispering to Ning Jin, "If you don't want to expose yourself, you can connect to my mental power and inform me of the situation in your mind, and I'll command everyone to act." No matter what, she was still in class. Even if someone found out later, she wouldn't fear being taken for testing. "I can't hold on for much longer, let's go first." Ning Jin nodded. Tong Qian handed her the flag, saying, "It's safer for you to hold this." Ning Jin didn't refuse. Not long after they left, Tong Qian received a message from Team 3. Team 3 encountered some venomous snakes in the damp fog forest early in the morning. They weren't star beasts, but particularly strange and dangerous. Yu Shangchen, as the team leader, protected the members to leave safely, but some were injured and chose to withdraw. No one sacrificed. They had already left the damp woods and entered a city. Ning Jin said, "Let him send a coordinate." Tong Qian and the other 9 team members responsible for communication created a small group, and everyone sent their coordinates in the group. The closest was Team 7, about 400 to 500 miles away. Team 3 was over 1,000 miles away from them. It was impossible to gather in a short time. The Crotdia Military Academy had found 2 resource area flags within 2 days, currently ranking first among all participating military academies. On the planet, dangers were few, and the flags were well hidden. For example, hidden in the heart of a stone. Even if one saw the stone, no one would think of smashing it to find the flag. Unless one's mental power was exceptionally deep, it would be impossible to find. Yu Liao complained, "I wonder which genius hid it there. If you can't find it, maybe it wasn't meant for you to find." Ning Jin clicked her tongue. This was their first time participating in the competition, as some students had previous experience. They were unfamiliar with the terrain, but familiar with the previous competition rules. As long as there had been a flag hiding situation last time, they would definitely gamble on it this time. "Let's hurry, we should find a safe place to camp before dark," Tong Qian shouted, urging the other team members to catch up. Congratulations to the Empire Military Academy for obtaining the 2nd resource area flag. Congratulations to the Empire Military Academy for obtaining the 2nd resource flag. A broadcast sounded again in the evening of the 2nd day. Although the Empire Military Academy is formidable and holds an advantage in the arena, so far no military academy has found the safe area, which is a good thing, Tong Qian analyzed to Ning Jin. After a day of intense mental power usage, they had only found 1 flag. Blood began to flow from Ning Jin's eyes, nose, and ears. Before others noticed, she discreetly wiped it away, took a stabilizing mental power potion, and withdrew her mental power. She said, "Gather all the classmates around, there's a small town over 10 kilometers away. Let's rest there after we arrive." This felt more like a treasure hunt than a battle. A large group searching one place was equivalent to wasting time. In the end, they still dispersed the team, searching for flags within a safe distance where they could see each other. Now it was almost dark again. It's better to stay together at night. Team 8 arrived at that small town The small town, abandoned for too long, had turned into a wasteland. A wild grass and vines climbed over the dilapidated houses, and the walls crumbled with a slight push. Dust filled the air. Ning Jin coughed from the choking dust, saying, "This place is uninhabitable. There's a square ahead, let's set up camp there." Yu Liao sensed with her mental power and told everyone, "If anyone can't sleep, you can take the opportunity to search this small town at night. Students from other military academies can search at night, so can they. After all, they had to take turns keeping watch, and some might not be able to sleep." "I can't," Ning Jin touched her nose, "I need to sleep." After a whole day of exhausting energy, she had already surpassed her usual limits. She couldn't take any more potions. She needed to sleep, or she would exhaust herself, leading to a mental and physical breakdown, losing her rationality and attacking indiscriminately around her. "It's fine, you sleep." Tong Qian took out her emergency supplies and gave each member of the team 2 nutrient solutions. She gave Ning Jin 5. 1 nutrient solution could last a day or even 2 or 3 days. Ning Jin could take at least 3 a day, but she was the one exerting the most effort. The others were really just following behind. No one opposed. Tong Qian whispered to Ning Jin, "The photography drone has been repaired." It had also caught up and was circling above their squad. "Tomorrow we'll do as Yu Liao suggested and let her cover for you," Tong Qian said. They guessed Ning Jin didn't want other military academy teachers and military district leaders to know about her abnormalities, and neither did they. After all, Ning Jin was now a student of the Crotdia Military Academy. Being discovered for her strength and talent, being inconsistent, and being targeted was not a good thing. The previous incident with the White Skull Corps was a prime example. They wanted to win, but couldn't harm Ning Jin. It's fine, Ning Jin smiled, I'll sleep first. She promptly fell asleep within a second. But less than 2 hours later, she was awakened by a deafening broadcast. Attention. The secure area of 6S Military Academy has been found. Attention. The secure area of 6S Military Academy has been found. Attention. The secure area of 6S Military Academy has been found. The voice echoed continuously from the drone, ensuring that every participant on the planet could hear it. Ning Jin opened her eyes in a daze, sitting on the bed somewhat bewildered. She didn't expect that the discovery of the safe area would also have a broadcast. There were voices outside the tent, quite lively. Ning Jin got up and went out, only to see Tong Qian and Yu Liao all wearing expressions worse than having eaten a fly. Ning Jin paused and tentatively asked, "It wasn't you who found it, was it?" Tong Qian and Yu Liao all looked at her in eerie silence. Silence spoke volumes. Ning Jin. As Ning Jin slept, they left a few people to guard the camp's safety, while the others paired up to search the town, discovering a safe house amidst the collapsed ruins. Before they could feel excitement, they saw the emblem of the 6S Military Academy above. At the moment the broadcast sounded, all the military academy students inside the arena, as well as the commentary room outside, and the audience, who stayed up late to watch the competition, fell into an eerie silence together. The students of 6S Military Academy were immensely excited upon hearing the broadcast. The commander-in-chief and team leader Wu Malu asked who found it. "I don't know," replied the communication officer Hao Chila as he opened the communication channel. He asked around, but no one knew. The smiles on Wu Malu and his companions began to fade, yet they remained composed as they contacted Nan Jieli and the Imperial Military Academy students. They had agreed before the competition that if they found each other's safe houses, they would help protect them. But both military academies responded, "It wasn't us." Wu Malu's smile completely vanished, his brows furrowing, as he said to Hao Chila, "Find a way to contact all military academies. We must protect the safe house no matter what trade we have to make." Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream watched the broadcast of Team 8 from Crotdia Military Academy with a godlike perspective, finding it somewhat strange. Teacher Yu Yuxing of 6S Military Academy had just returned to his room to rest for a while when he was called awake by his teammates rushing into the commentary room. Good news, Crotdia Military Academy found the safe house. Bad news, the safe house found by Crotdia Military Academy belonged to 6S Military Academy. Worse news, the teachers and students of 6S Military Academy had all mocked and offended Crotdia Military Academy before the competition. Moreover, it was 6S Military Academy that had destroyed Crotdia Military Academy's safe house in the previous competition. Damn me. It would have been fine if any other military academy found it first. Why did it have to be Crotdia Military Academy? Yu Yuxing's facial muscles twitched as he stiffly turned to look at Men Kursin and the others. The live stream was running 24 hours non-stop. However, the teachers and commentators could not help but rest. At that moment it was past midnight and Situ Wentian had gone to rest. There was no one at the commentary desk. But some teachers remained worried about their own military academy students. Men Kursin and Do Lihua were taking turns watching over, but now Do Lihua had gone to sleep, leaving Men Kursin and Sai Wei still here. Noticing Yu Yuxing's gaze, Men Kursin raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems our military academy has really turned its fortune this year. Ning Jin is truly a lucky star." Yu Yuxing. Once the safe house is destroyed, all students of 6S Military Academy will be eliminated. Wasn't 6S Military Academy quite arrogant in mocking and humiliating us at Crotdia Military Academy before? The retribution comes so quickly. Destroy it. Destroy it. It seems the unluckiest this year is 6S Military Academy. The students of Crotdia Military Academy watching the live stream on Illusory Spirit Star all erupted in excitement. The bullet screen flooded with these words. But others countered. Aren't we all military academies? Friendship first, competition second. Isn't it bad to destroy it directly? We can trade with 6S Military Academy and even exchange some resources. Crotdia Military Academy's students shouldn't be that ruthless, right? Get lost. Last time they teamed up to destroy our military academy's safe house, why didn't you say these things then? If you're so kind, why don't you offer yourself to the insect race and ask them to spare the human race? The bullet screen erupted into arguments. Some were excited while others were worried. The most concerned were still 6S Military Academy. The safe house was placed randomly, and on this planet for the competition it could be anywhere, and any military academy could find another safe house. It wasn't the case that a military academy's safe house had to be on its own line. Everything was random, relying solely on the search. But the safe houses were not very hidden, unlike flags that could be concealed. They were clearly visible and easy to find. Once a military academy found its own, it could protect it. If they found another military academies, they could use it for resource trading negotiations. They could also destroy it. If they couldn't find it by the end of the competition, that military academy would be out of luck. Therefore, at the beginning of each resource competition, all military academies would prioritize finding the safe house. In the last competition, it was Ning Jin Military Academy that first encountered Crotdia Military Academy's safe house, and it was Sakura that proposed to destroy it. The Imperial Military Academy happened to be there as well, but their commander Tingbai said that Crotdia Military Academy was already having a tough time, and there was no need to force them into a corner, so he did not let the Imperial Military Academy get involved. Although the rules allowed for the destruction of other military academies' safe houses under normal circumstances, everyone relied on their own abilities, and no one would be cruel enough to destroy someone else's safe house to the point of despair. However, the main players of Sakura Military Academy said that since the rules stated they could destroy everything they did was within the rules. On the fifth day. This time on the second night, Sakura Military Academy's safe house was found by Crotdia Military Academy. Who wouldn't say it was retribution? If Crotdia Military Academy took action, Sakura would break the record for the fastest total elimination of Crotdia Military Academy in the previous session. The new joke of the Federation for the next 3 years would be Sakura Military Academy. The wheel of fortune turns. Yu Yoshing, forcing a smile, said, "Teacher Men. What use is it for you to call me?" Men Kursen laughed carelessly. The teachers can't contact the students. In the last session, when Men Kursen wanted to say something good to Sakura Military Academy as they were going to destroy the safe house, Yu Yoshing had answered in the same way. Every word, every sentence, even the tone and attitude were not lacking. Yu Yoshing. Since the resource competition started 200 years ago, the ranking of the 12 military academies has always been based on the amount of resource areas they possess, with only the top 5 able to participate in the league. For so many years, Sakura Military Academy has never fallen out of the top 8. If their safe house were to be destroyed this time, Sakura would be ranked 12th. That kind of humiliation. But the rules are set, and the teachers truly can't contact the students. After all, it was only the second day of the competition. They thought that all military academies would rest at night, especially Crotdia Military Academy, which would timely rest when it got dark, showing no sense of competition tension. The teachers and commentators had just gone to rest. Especially since the filming drone of Team 8 from Crotdia Military Academy had just been repaired, they had filmed them finding Sakura Military Academy's safe house. Who would have thought that such a big event could happen in the middle of the night? The remaining teachers from other military academies looked at them with strange expressions, but they didn't speak. The teachers from the Imperial Military Academy and Ning Jin also kept quiet. Not long ago, they were all arrogant, with every word mocking and taunting directed at them. At this moment, 1 or 2 of them looked as if they had eaten something unpleasant. Cheating. It must be cheating. Yu Yoshing bit his teeth. Are you stupid? Sai Wei lifted his eyelids, exuding a military brat's aura, or is your scared head in a haze? The deployment of resource area flags and safe houses was all handled by the 1st Military District. As for the entry positions, each military academy's leading teachers drew lots. They were randomly deployed according to the serial numbers. This was to prevent cheating. We don't have a military district in the Federation, and the 13th district has been excluded from participating in the construction of the competition venue. Our Crotdia Military Academy, which is on the verge of disbanding and targeted by all military academies, has no insiders. Men Kursen smiled leisurely. Even if cheating did occur, it should be right. Crotdia Military Academy had been at the bottom for over 10 years. Could this session really be their turn for good luck? No one knew. But everyone knew that Sakura Military Academy was about to face disaster. In the arena, the dark night sky was illuminated and filming drones hovered overhead. Members of Team 8 stood around the surrounding ruins while Ning Jin drank a nutrient solution, circling around the safe house to inspect it. This safe house was only for students of military academies to place their flags. Only one person could enter to place the flag, and it was not meant for students to hide. It was about 2 meters tall, resembling a phone booth. However, it was not transparent on the outside. The overall color was green. This was the color emblem of Sakura Military Academy. It was locked, and only students from that military academy could open it. Therefore, once the flag was placed inside the safe house, others could not seize it anymore. As long as they guarded the safe house, it equated to victory. In the previous session, it was the Sekala that destroyed our military academy's safe zone. Tong Qian recalled the last session with gritted teeth. The frustration and despair of the Crotdia Military Academy could be seen even through the screen. This time, having them locate the Sekala Military Academy's safe zone was like a blessing from above, an opportunity for revenge. Tong Qian gritted her teeth. We will destroy it too. I think. Ning Jin circled around the safe zone a couple of times, finished the potion in her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement, the corners of her lips slightly curling up. We don't have to be so ruthless. She spoke words that seemed kind-hearted, yet the smile on her face was somewhat chilling. It was clear she was up to no good. Ning Jin. Yu Liao was frightened and moved closer to Tong Qian. Your smile is terrifying. Not at all, Ning Jin replied innocently. I just feel that the 6S-level Military Academy is inhumane, but we must not lose our humanity. Before saying such kind words, could you not smile so frighteningly? It was obvious she was plotting something. Tong Qian slightly curled her lips. Just say what you want to do directly. 2 minutes later, Ning Jin entered the mecha and lifted the safe zone with both hands. It was buried in the ground, unable to be lifted or moved. A gigantic black shovel appeared in Ning Jin's mecha, and she began to dig around the foundation of the safe zone. Tong Qian and Yu Liao stared blankly. What is she doing? She wouldn't be trying to dig out the safe zone, would she? Digging the safe zone? Is that even allowed? What kind of crazy operation is this? Suddenly, tens of thousands of viewers flooded the Crotdia Military Academy's live stream channel in the middle of the night. They all crowded into the channel of Team 8. Yu Xing's face turned dark. This isn't within the rules. Do Liwa, who had been awakened, narrowed her eyes, a cold smile forming at the corners of her lips. It seems the rules didn't say you can't dig, did they? At that moment, in the commentary room, the teachers from Crotdia Military Academy sat calmly, while the teachers from 6S-level Military Academy were in a panic. Nalin Shui was also called over. Nalin Shui frowned slightly. The rules indeed didn't say you can't dig. But. Si Zhongji pulled Yu Xing aside and whispered, if they dig out the safe zone, it's better than destroying it. If the safe zone is unearthed intact, once the students from 6S-level Military Academy find out, they can just take it back. There is still hope. If it gets destroyed now, then all hope will be lost. In the live stream, millions of viewers, along with the teachers in the commentary room and the heads of various military academies, were all watching. In the arena, all 38 students of Team 8, including Tong Qian and Yu Liao, stood silently around the collapsing ruins, solely focused on providing light for Ning Jin. Ning Jin, standing in the spotlight, piloted the mecha, holding a large iron shovel and digging in the ground, successfully unearthing the safe zone of 6S-level Military Academy. The whole Star Network. In the commentary room, Situantian, who was called to comment overnight, asked, is this even allowed? Wow! You guys are amazing. In the video call, Xia Wenzhou expressed his astonishment from the bottom of his heart. Meng Yong frowned. Isn't this against the rules? Xia, Wenzhou, Wu Shuang, and Feng Shaoqi all looked at him in unison. Feng Shaoqi's expression was cold. It seems the rules didn't say you can't do that. Song Wenzheng's face was expressionless. The last session was destroyed by 6S-level. Exactly, Xia Wenzhou raised an eyebrow. You don't actually sympathize with the enemy, do you? They still couldn't figure out what secret Meng Yong held, and without any evidence they couldn't confront him openly. They could only remain wary and observe what he intended to do. Xia Wenzhou was also afraid that Meng Yong would kill him to silence him. But in this competition arena with a 24-hour live broadcast, they were all together, and Meng Yong couldn't find an opportunity and dared not act recklessly. Xia Wenzhou immediately perked up again and dared to question him. That's not what I meant. Meng Yong sensed their coldness and pursed his lips. I think bringing it out with us might not ensure safety, and it could be taken back by 6S-level later, resulting in a loss. It would be better to destroy it now. Song Wenjing was momentarily taken aback. Meng Yong makes a valid point. We can't destroy it. Ning Jin squinted, at least not now. Everyone turned to look at her. Ning Jin said, let's see if we can contact the commander of 6S-level Military Academy. Tong Qian paused slightly. You aren't thinking of trading with them, are you? Song Wenzheng's expression darkened. In the last session, they didn't even give us a chance to trade. Now we have an opportunity for revenge. Why would we give them a chance to trade? I think. Yu Shangjin interjected, what Ning Jin wants to trade with 6S-level Military Academy is to have them protect our safe zone. Several teams were connected in communication discussing this matter. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow, asking them, if we destroy 6S-level's safe zone now and eliminate all their members, what would happen if other military academies find our safe zone first? They would destroy it directly and absolutely show no mercy, Wu Shuang replied. This was indeed the objective of those military academies. Ning Jin's eyes were clear and cold. As long as 6S-level Military Academy isn't eliminated and knows that the safe zone is in our hands, we can use this to negotiate with them. 6S-level Military Academy has good relations with Nanjiali and the Imperial Military Academy. They might even join forces. If 6S-level doesn't want to be eliminated entirely and become a disgrace and a joke this session, they will find a way to get it back and do their best to negotiate with us. Right, Meng Yong narrowed his eyes. They will be eager to find our safe zone and protect it first, then use our safe zone to exchange for theirs. Exactly. Feng Shaoqi nodded. This means 6S-level Military Academy's lifeline is in our hands. Even if other military academies find our safe zone first, 6S-level will try to communicate with them to avoid destroying our safe zone and will do their utmost to protect it. If that's the case, Xia, Wenzhou's eyes lit up, then we don't have to fear that our safe zone will be found and destroyed first. As long as we hold on to Sekala's safe zone, the rest will be handled by Sekala Military Academy, Ning Jin said with a smirk, unless they want to perish together. The worst outcome would be both military academies perishing together. But Sekala was the second place in the last resource competition and is now ranked second among the 12 military academies. They would never allow themselves to hit rock bottom in this session, even below Crotdia. Wu Shuang frowned, but we don't have their communication channel. Ning Jin stroked her chin, then I'll take care of it. Xia, Wenzhou shivered and muttered, thank goodness I didn't go to Sekala Military Academy. Otherwise he and Ning Jin would be enemies and rivals now. That would be too terrifying. Ning Jin hung up the communication with the others, returned to the tent avoiding all the live broadcast cameras, opened her light brain, and began to hack the official signal to connect with Sekala Military Academy's communications. The rules did not say digging out the safe zone was allowed, but they also did not say it was prohibited. Even the Emperor had no rebuttal against Ning Jin's actions. Unless the rules were changed on site. Nalin Shui had not expected Ning Jin to be so audacious. Her talent may not be great, but her skills were impressive. At the same time, the commander of Sekala Military Academy, Wu Malu, received a communication. The safe zone of your military academy is in my hands. If you don't want your safe zone destroyed and everyone eliminated, do as I say. From the famous superhero of Crotdia Military Academy. Wu Malu. The moment Wu Malu heard the announcement and confirmed that it was not the safe zone found by his military academy, he had already contacted the Imperial Military Academy and several other military academies from Nanjiali. The responses were all the same, it wasn't them. Wu Malu had already anticipated this worst-case scenario in his heart. He didn't expect that it would indeed turn out to be the case. He didn't know who had contacted him or how they managed to reach him. All he knew was that he had to ensure the safety of the Sekala Military Academy's safe zone. He replied, I know that the previous session was led by the Sekala Military Academy to destroy your military academy's safe zone, but I wasn't there during that session. I joined last year. The grievances from the previous students shouldn't be carried over to this session, right? Wu Malu threatened me for materials, or to have me protect your safe zone. I can agree to that, and I can even help you find a safe zone, but you must ensure that our safe zone remains intact before we meet for the transaction, or we will both perish together. As expected of the commander, truly clever. However, if we both perish together, the Crotdia Military Academy will still be in this dismal state with no face to lose and nothing to regret. But you Sekala will drop from second to the bottom, breaking the record for the fastest elimination of all members, creating history. From the famous superhero of the Crotdia Military Academy, this suffix. No wonder there has been talk on the Star Network this year that the Crotdia Military Academy has lost all face and completely abandoned any sense of shame. And these words. Is this the saying that those without shoes fear not? Wu Malu's corner of his mouth twitched, feeling frustrated and distressed. He replied, all right. Looking at that calm single word, it was squeezed out from between his teeth. He took a deep breath and immediately contacted the commanders of the Imperial Military Academy and 10 other academies for negotiations. No matter which military academy sees the Crotdia Military Academy's safe zone, they must notify him. He could trade using reserve supplies. The Emperor's ancestor opened with, I want 500 energy blocks, 10 materials for Super 3's mechs, 10 boxes of level 1 healing potions, and I also want 2/5 of the total number of resource zone flags found by your military academy before the end of the event. This is no different from outright robbery. No, this is outright robbery. However, since the Emperor's ancestor had a grudge against Ning Jin, it meant that the Imperial Military Academy and the Crotdia Military Academy were targeting each other. If the Emperor's ancestor encountered the Crotdia Military Academy's safe zone first, he would definitely not let it go. Now he was the one begging. Even if he was being robbed while the fire was hot, he had no other choice. Wu Malu gritted his teeth and said, okay. After communicating all around the cost he had to pay made Wu Malu's head spin. He felt that it was more cost-effective to perish together with the Crotdia Military Academy. Calm down. Calm down. Hao Qili patted his back to help him relax. When the time comes we can turn it around, directly destroy the Crotdia Military Academy's safe zone, and then steal their flags. If you do this to protect the safe zone, the military academy won't blame you. Right. Teammate Xiang Liju was also afraid that he might really get so angry that he would perish together with the Crotdia, quickly reassuring him, everything we lose now will be taken back from the Crotdia later. After all, the Crotdia Military Academy is just a bottom-tier soft persimmon. Once they've finished trading for the safe zone, they can rob them. Isn't that fine? No one had ever attempted to dig out a safe zone before, nor had anyone thought that someone would do so, so there were no restrictions in this regard. Ning Jin stored it in the storage device and continued to go back to sleep. Some of Tong Qian's group couldn't sleep and continued to search the small town. They were searching for resource zone flags. Not long ago they hadn't finished searching when they discovered the Crotdia Military Academy's safe zone. Ning Jin, Ning Jin. Ning Jin felt like she had just fallen asleep when she was constantly called. She frowned, realizing that this was the competition venue, and suppressed her impatience to open her eyes. Tong Qian and Yu Liao Liao were by the bed along with some other students, all looking tense and on guard. "They're star beasts," Tong Qian said in a low voice, looking unwell. It should have been stirred up by their search in the small town that night. Yu Liao Liao's face was also pale, although there's only one. It's a Super 3's level. It's higher than the combined levels of all members of their small team. "We don't plan to fight it, we're preparing to lure it away, and then go around." Yu Liao Liao only woke Ning Jin after discussing with Tong Qian. 200 meters away on the roof of a dilapidated house, a 2-meter-tall monstrosity crouched with a hard long horn on its head, a row of sharp spikes on its back, and skin on other parts, covered with raised bumps, which was somewhat disgusting. It was impossible to tell what kind of star beast it was, but it was eyeing them hungrily. If it attacked, their small team would definitely be wiped out. Ning Jin nodded. "Then let's withdraw." In this resource competition arena, defeating a star beast does not exchange for resources, but can be kept for oneself. However, their main purpose is to find safe zones and flags surviving in the arena for a month. Other than that, it does not add any benefits. Unless they are in a situation where they have no choice, but to fight there is no need to force it, and protecting their own safety should come first. Not having slept well, feeling fatigued, Ning Jin did not want to waste any more energy or mental power, quickly getting up to pack the tent. Congratulations to Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the first resource zone flag. Congratulations to Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the first resource zone flag. Congratulations to Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the first resource zone flag. As they were preparing to set off, the broadcast sounded again. Tong Qian said, "This is the 5th one. There are still 95 flags. Let's go first." Yu Liao Liao said softly, directing the other members to all move quietly, retreating from the other side away from the star beast. Yu Liao Liao took the lead, Tong Qian was in the middle, and Ning Jin brought up the rear. Ning Jin chose this herself. If the star beast attacked, the others at the back wouldn't have any ability to resist. At least she could fight. The star beast seemed to notice their movement and moved as well. It leaped from the surrounding ruins, running to block their path, exuding a 3S level pressure, its bulb-like eyes glowing with a faint green light. Yu Liao Liao was startled, and some students screamed in fright. "Everyone stay calm." Tong Qian hurriedly ran forward, swiftly protecting the team. As they retreated, "Everyone get into the mechs." Even if they couldn't win, entering the mechs would help withstand some damage. However, before everyone could enter the mechs, the star beast had already launched an attack, spitting several fireballs, its hard body crashing into them. Tong Qian piloted the mech to block with a punch, but was directly knocked away. Yu Liao Liao's level mental power could not stop it at all. It was like an egg hitting a stone. The students at the front were all knocked away, unable to fight back in the slightest. Ning Jin drove her mech forward, but the distance was too great, and she couldn't fly or teleport in time to block the star beast's second attack. She could only unleash all her mental power to attack, causing the star beast's attacking motion to pause for a moment. It was too late. If the star beast came again, the students at the front would be in danger. Ning Jin quickly turned around, leaped onto the high wall of a nearby collapsed building, took out the setting sun bow, nocked an arrow, and shot it like lightning, piercing through the star beast's head. With just a single arrow, she effortlessly killed a Super 3's level star beast. Tong Qian and Yu Liao were stunned, looking at Ning Jin in disbelief. The viewers of the live broadcast were equally astonished, their eyes wide with shock. Isn't that a fake Super 3's level star beast? Or is it that this Ning Jin is actually of Super 3's level strength? Impossible. If she were Super 3's level, Crotdia would have released her long ago. How could there be no news? Then is her bow that powerful? No way. Look at the core of her bow, it seems like it is made of holy gold. Is Crotdia Military Academy really that wealthy? Yuxing, a teacher from Crotdia Military Academy, was also distracted, fearing that Ning Jin might jeopardize their academy's safety. When he saw the scene, he was completely astonished. "Are you sure? That is indeed a Super 3's level star beast." Sita Wutian was also dumbfounded, asking existential questions. How is this possible? Si Chongji muttered under his breath. A mere level that relied on luck in the thorny jungle. What about now? Even if she were in level, it would be impossible to kill a 3's level star beast with a single arrow. Nailin Shua's expression turned grave as she instinctively looked towards Men Kursin and the others. Men Kursin's heart skipped a beat when she saw that scene. It seems Ning Jin's strength is indeed greater than Emperor Shizu's. At the very least, she is above Super 3's level. She held down Do Liwa's hand, urging her not to reveal her emotions. Still, she did not look at the other teachers, maintaining an appearance of calm. Seiwei squinted, his gaze fixed on the bow in Ning Jin's hand. The live broadcast room and the outside world were in an uproar questioning Ning Jin's level status and suspecting that it might be a fake Super 3-level star beast. Ning Jin had no idea of the massive waves she had stirred with her seemingly casual shot nor of the viewers' reactions, as she was too preoccupied to care. After she stowed the setting sun bow, the mech standing against the wall wobbled and toppled over, spilling blood from its mouth. Ning Jin. The closest student rushed over to catch her. Do Lihua and Men Kursin sat up straight, their hearts racing, holding their breath as they instinctively clenched their fists. Di Tingbei pupils constricted sharply, and he unconsciously gripped his hand, causing the piano beneath him to shatter with a snap. Ning Jin. Realizing what was happening, Tong Qian and Yu Liao quickly rushed over. Mi Jin, who caught Ning Jin, took out a vial from her own supplies, opened it swiftly, and gave it to Ning Jin. Ning Jin took a moment to recover, saying, "I'm fine." "Even after this you say you're fine?" Tong Qian, disregarding her own injuries from being knocked away, squeezed through the crowd and quickly wiped the blood from the corners of Ning Jin's eyes and mouth. Regardless of whether it's the bow or the person, Ning Jin's display of strength is undoubtedly not below 3's level. Yu Liao instinctively glanced at the filming drone above, calling over some nearby students and whispering a few words. Soon these students took out their gear and quickly set up a tent covering the injured Ning Jin inside. Ning Jin sat on the ground, taking a moment to catch her breath, laughing as she said, "I just used too much mental energy earlier." Yu Liao nervously replied, "Surely someone saw the live broadcast. If she were originally a Super 3's level, it would be nothing surprising. But she is someone who had been tested many times at genuine level. Yet, she can exert such overwhelming strength exceeding 3's level. Surely someone will want to study this. If they see it, they see it." Ning Jin responded indifferently, "It will eventually be discovered. She couldn't possibly destroy the filming device every time she used her power. As for leaving, she would deal with it after the competition is over. Worst case, she would leave Crotdia Military Academy and hide." "Senior sister Liao Liao, let me take a nap for a while," Ning Jin mumbled, her head tilting as she fell into Tong Qian's arms. During their time at the military academy, Tong Qian had witnessed Ning Jin's sleeping habits, wishing she could sleep 24 hours a day. Ning Jin had been exhausted all day, and the series of events at night had left her unable to rest well, as sleeping like this was too uncomfortable. "Then you should sleep well on the bed." Tong Qian urged her to hold on while setting up a bed nearby. After Ning Jin lay down, Tong Qian and Yu Liao each took a vial for healing, leaving some uninjured classmates to guard Ning Jin while they went to bandage the injured students. The corpse of the Super 3's level star beast still lay there. The kill of the star beast did not trigger a reporting prompt. Yu Liao stared at its enormous corpse for a while before taking out a wristband-style storage device and stowing the body inside. The latter half of the night was very quiet, and nothing unexpected happened again. When dawn broke, the broadcast sounded. Crotdia Military Academy had eliminated 11 members. These were the ones who had sustained serious injuries last night. The nutrient solution could only sustain hunger and bodily nourishment, it could not heal injuries. First-level healing potions are slightly more effective than other first-level potions. As long as the injuries are not life-threatening, taking it will result in immediate recovery. They are also sold at a higher price. However, pharmacists in the Federation are scarce, and first-level pharmacists are even rarer. Crotdia only carried a single box of first-level healing potions. During the team division, each team brought one for emergencies. The remaining 20 were all with Team 1 and Wu. After all, the main force must be preserved. Yet, every student's life is invaluable. Last night, Tong Qian took out one first-level healing potion to give to the injured students, but they all refused to use it. Mi Jin said, "Our talents are low, so we can't be of much help on the battlefield. These minor injuries won't kill us for now, so you should keep the potion for Ning Jin or for emergencies. Other second-level and third-level healing potions won't heal their injuries. They can only maintain." They also didn't want to hold the team back, so after dawn they self-eliminated. When Ning Jin woke up, she listened to the broadcast and sat on the bed in a daze. Tong Qian came over to her, handing her the first-level healing potion, saying, "Using it would be a waste for us, you should keep it for self-defense." Ning Jin paused, shaking her head, "No need, I have my own. I've seen you take potions, yours are all third-level healing potions. This is a first-level one." Tong Qian forcefully pressed it into her hand, feeling a bit ashamed. "Now we might all have to rely on you, you are contributing to the academy, and everyone agrees on that." Ning Jin glanced at Tong Qian, then looked behind her. Yu Liao was standing there nodding. "We've consulted Everyone remaining in the team agreed." She approached and handed Ning Jin the wristband-style storage device. "This is from the star beast you killed last night, it's for you. In the resource competition, students from each military academy can collect star beasts they hunt for the organizers, submit them to the academy, or keep them for themselves." There was no issue in giving it to Ning Jin. Ning Jin fell silent for a moment, accepted the wristband, and took out a small box to hand to Tong Qian. Tong Qian opened it to find it filled with containers of nutrient solution. What do you want me to do with these nutrient solutions? We still have some in our supplies. These aren't nutrient solutions. Ning Jin opened one vial and the scent of the potion wafted out. It's a first-level healing potion. The scent indeed bore the essence of a first-level healing potion. Tong Qian and Yu Liao looked at each other. Tong Qian stared at the 30 vials of nutrient solution in her hands, somewhat incredulous. Don't tell me all of these are first-level healing potions. Ning Jin touched her nose. Yes. Yu Liao. So the nutrient solution you drank before was actually a first-level healing potion. Ning Jin, yes. She couldn't afford to let anyone discover how many potions she had, so she turned them all into nutrient solutions, drinking them directly after opening, which also masked their scent. Tong Qian and Yu Liao. They fell silent for a moment. These were Ning Jin's personal supplies. She could give them to anyone she wanted or choose not to. They did not ask Ning Jin where she got these first-level nutrient solutions or why she didn't take them out earlier. Tong Qian contemplated for a moment and said, I understand the value of first-level healing potions, so I won't be polite. But this is your own property. You must have spent a lot to obtain it. It's not military academy supplies, and we shouldn't take advantage of you. I will pay you according to the current market price of first-level healing potions, treating it as a purchase on behalf of the Crotdia Military Academy. The current market price for first-level healing potions is 200,000 star coins each. There are 30 here, totaling 6 million star coins. I agree. Yu Liao smiled and said, if Senior Tong doesn't have enough money, we can all contribute a Even if the first-level healing potion costs 200,000 each, the Crotdia Military Academy, even in its current state, can still afford it. However, there are only about 10 first-level potion masters in the Empire, monopolized by various military districts. Even if they could sell potions, the top 5 military academies had long since cornered the market. When they went to buy, those first-level potion masters said they had none. As if warned, they refused to sell to the Crotdia Military Academy. Even when they sent someone anonymously to buy, they couldn't get any. The box they brought was given to them by Sai Wei, who couldn't bear to see them unarmed. There was a first-level potion master in the 13th district, but the people there guarded the Dragonmouth military fortress, consuming potions at a high rate. They could only spare one box. Aren't you short on money? Tong Qian chuckled softly. You don't have to be polite. We can reimburse you later from the academy. Ning Jin smiled back. Then I won't hold back with you guys. Her first-level healing potions were a bit different from those of other potion masters, made with higher-grade materials, and indeed had a high production cost. She drank them like beverages, and now she didn't have many left. She could only spare one box for them. No need. Tong Qian smiled and directly transferred her 6 million star coins, then handed her 5 first-level healing potions. These are for your protection, belonging to the military academy as your combat supplies. Ning Jin didn't refuse. They conducted the transaction in the tent where cameras couldn't capture anything, and those outside wouldn't know about this matter. Tong Qian put away the remaining potions for urgent use. Today is the 3rd day the venue will be dropping supply boxes, and we need to speed up. Yu Liao began planning the route. The 12 military academies are searching from the 12 edges of the planet toward the center. There are a total of 12 supply boxes, which will be dropped according to the approximate locations of each military academy. Inside there may be potions, repair materials, nutrient solutions, or food, as well as mecha energy, all of which are important supplies. If they're close, other military academies can also seize more supply boxes. It all depends on their own abilities. After resting, the remaining 28 members of Team 8 set off. Today they were all very silent, searching for flags with even more effort, as if they wanted to dig the ground up and chop down trees, leaving no stone unturned. Their luck today was normal. They didn't find any flags and encountered no dangers. Everything was incredibly calm. At precisely noon, the broadcast sounded. Attention all members of the Military Academy, supply boxes will be dropped soon. Attention all members of the Military Academy, supply boxes will be dropped soon. 12 small flying devices cross through the air above the approximate areas of each military academy, dropping a small supply box. Once a supply box lands, a red beam of light will shoot into the sky, maintaining its presence for 12 hours for all military academies to find and retrieve. After being picked up, the beam will extinguish immediately. If 12 hours pass, regardless of whether the supply has been picked up, the beam will extinguish, and that supply box will be considered half-wasted. If not picked up within 24 hours, it will be reclaimed by the staff responsible for the supply drop. Yu Liao opened the map. This is the first supply drop. The distances between the military academies are still quite far. All military academies will definitely receive some, but our academy's 10 teams are spread out. We don't know which team will get them. Attention. The Empire's military academy has eliminated 98 members. Attention. The Empire's military academy has eliminated 98 members. The broadcast sounded again. Except for the audience, watching the live stream who knew the truth, all the students from the military academies in the arena were momentarily stunned. That was the strongest military academy. How could they eliminate so many people at once? The Empire's military academy also divided into teams, but each team was no more than 1,000 meters apart. Half an hour ago, they had entered a city together. Di Shirzhua was determined to perform in this resource competition, wanting everyone to see that he could rival Di Tingbai. So for these 3 days, he had been releasing his super 6S-level mental power, scanning the situation over 1,000 meters around, not needing his teammates to search bit by bit. Even after entering the city, he didn't allow other students to take action or give them any chances. It was practically his personal show, but aside from obtaining a flag on the first day, he hadn't found anything else. Ji Fengyu was rolling his eyes continuously, nearly dozing off. Just now, as Di Shizuo's mental power swept across the entire city, he detected a nest of star beasts in the central building of the city, with over 30 star beasts sleeping inside. Di Shirzhua was thrilled. He felt they had finally encountered star beasts, presenting a danger that offered him a chance to showcase his skills and genius charm to the entire star network, including his father, who was watching the live stream, and Di Tingbai. However, Ji Fengyu suggested not to provoke them and to lead all the students around, since their competition task was merely to find flags and safe spots, and there was no need to waste time fighting star beasts. Di Shirzhua shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you the commander, or am I?" Ji Fengyu was speechless and flicked his red hair to cover his rolling eyes. "You are." Di Shirzhua then assigned 5 main team members, each leading a team to attack the star beast nest from 5 different directions. The dilapidated building, having long deteriorated, was incredibly fragile. Di Shirzhua directly blasted it down from outside and charged in. There were 32 star beasts, 14 of which were super 3S-level star beasts, including 5 3-winged dragon beasts and 1 4-winged dragon beast. A fierce battle ensued. Of course they won. The result was that several members were injured. Someone complained, "There was no gain and we could have gone around it. Why did we have to fight?" Di Shirzhua coldly glanced over. "Even without you I could still take first place. Anyone who disagrees can withdraw themselves." His pride surged from the very core of his being. Moreover, he was exceptionally unconventional. Everyone had to obey him. He was the commander, and it was only natural to listen to him. No one dared to oppose. However, he was inflexible. Regardless of right or wrong, his orders had to be followed. Others could not voice even the slightest doubt or opinion. They had to comply unconditionally. He maintained an air of superiority over everyone, unable to tolerate a single rebuttal. His participation in the competition did not seem to be for the glory of the military academy, but rather to prove to everyone that he was on par with Di Tingbai. And even stronger than Di Tingbai. Many were already displeased with his attitude, speechless, yet his strength was undeniable, and no one dared to argue. At this moment, aside from the students injured by the star beasts, the rest had chosen to retreat on their own. Ji Fengyu always felt that although his mental strength was above level 3, his personality was not suited for command. If he were not the main team member, if his father were not the top general of the 1st Military District, Ji Fengyu would have exited as well. The glory of the Imperial Military Academy. What does that have to do with him? Naylan Shui looked at the screen displaying Di Shirzhua and remarked, "He is too arrogant, too dismissive of others. As a commander, he does not engage in strategic planning and is both reckless and emotional. His unconventional attitude will eventually lead to his own downfall. The Di family has more than just Di Shirzhua as their genius. Due to Di Tingbai health issues, the family has prevented him from participating, leaving only Di Shirzhua as the only one to emerge. In the eyes of others, he is the second young master of the Di family, a lofty genius. Yet in the Di family, he is merely one among many geniuses. The Di family's rule for their offspring is survival of the fittest. If he does not perform, there are others in the family who can take his place. Therefore, he is desperate to prove himself to everyone. He wants to show everyone that not only can he surpass all other geniuses, but he can also outshine Di Tingbai. If he were not a healing artist, he could win and trample Di Tingbai underfoot, becoming the true #1 genius of the Federation. He has high aspirations. He wants to gain honor and win, which is not wrong. No one disputes that. However, he should not direct his contemptuous attitude towards his own people. Nor should he bring it onto the battlefield." The lead instructor of the Imperial Military Academy, Che Chuanjia, wore a solemn expression. He had repeatedly advised Di Shirzhua before the competition began. To his surprise, Di Shirzhua still did not listen and was so impatient. Before encountering others, the affairs of other military academies were of no concern to them. At this moment, all the military academy students were focused on the sky and surroundings, waiting for supplies. "I see it." Yu Liao pointed excitedly towards the northwest. "I see one too," Mi Jin exclaimed. "It seems there's another one over there." Someone else pointed towards the east. Squad 8 was currently in a flat area with no large obstructions around. Looking up, they could see the distant sky. Just because they could see the dropped supplies did not mean they were close. The northwest is closest to us, Yu Liao estimated the distance. Let's head northwest first. We should check with the other squads. Ning Jin yawned. If the other squads are closer, we won't go. They are not urgently in need of the supplies in the box. Besides, all squads will regroup later, and the supplies will be shared. At this moment, they could not reach the supplies that were too far away. For the nearby ones, as long as the Crotdia Military Academy could obtain the supplies designated for their line, that would be sufficient. If other squads were closer to the supply box, they would not need to exert themselves running over. That's true, Tong Qian nodded. I'll make the contact. The supply box had landed, casting a striking red beam straight into the sky. From their position, they could see a total of 5 beams. Just because they could see them did not mean they were close. It could take a whole day and night to reach them. Even if they could, they might encounter other military academy students. If a fight broke out, their squad would surely be at a disadvantage. No need to waste time fighting for it. Ning Jin instructed Yu Liao to open the map marking the location of Squad 8 and compared it with the surrounding supply box red lights, marking the locations in 5 directions. Tong Qian finished her inquiry and approached. The supply box on our side is near Squad 6. The closest ones on our left and right are Squad 9 and 10 and Squad 7 and 6. The nearest supply box must be ours. Ning Jin had her mark it on the map and then looked towards the other 4 red light directions. Those 4 directions must have other military academies. It's fine, Ning Jin transmitted the marked map to Tong Qian. Send this to the other squads so they can mark their locations. If they encounter other military academies, they can better avoid them. Their plan was to avoid conflict with other military academies whenever possible. Tong Qian was just about to send it when a message arrived from Squad 1. It contained map coordinates. They had also thought of what Ning Jin was considering, marking their positions and the supply box locations they could see around them. They saw 4 on their side. Aside from the supply box on their line, only 1 overlapped with what Squad 8. Ning Jin marked it again, a cold smile on her lips. This so-called supply box is more for the military academies to determine each other's locations. Later, when all the military academies gather and the supply boxes are randomly dropped, it will be impossible to distinguish and unnecessary to do so. But in the early stages, all military academies are far apart. Each military academy has 1 line. As long as they piece together the supply box and map locations, they can infer the general locations of the other military academies. Though they cannot determine exactly which military academy it is, if they wish to launch a sneak attack, they can follow the supply box locations. Squad 8 contacted the other squads and ultimately marked a comprehensive supply box map. Besides their own, 10 squads spread out in 10 directions, and they saw a total of 7 beams of supply boxes. It was possible to determine the locations of 7 military academies. The other 5 were likely too far away or obstructed, hence unseen. But this was already a good distinction. It was just a matter of location and distance. They had already secured the flags of 2 resource zones. Regardless of the quality of resources in these 2 zones, as long as they found a safe spot and held on to the safe area and these 2 flags, they would be considered victorious. They could relax a bit and didn't have to risk their lives. As they spoke, Tong Qian and Yu Liao turned around to see Ning Jin sitting cross-legged on the ground, staring at the map, lost in thought, appearing contemplative. Yu Liao approached. What are you thinking about? Ning Jin instinctively replied, I'm thinking about which direction the Imperial Military Academy is in. Yu Liao asked. Tong Qian raised her guard. You're not seriously thinking of looking for Dishirzhua, are you? No. Ning Jin quickly snapped back to her senses. If she couldn't encounter him, she wouldn't intentionally seek him out to avoid dragging other students into trouble. If she encountered Dishirzhua, he would surely be the one in trouble. Ning Jin put away the map. Let's hurry and continue moving. Tong Qian felt she really was thinking that way and dared to do so. She grabbed her and whispered, you know your own physical condition, don't act recklessly. At this point, her concern was not whether Ning Jin could defeat Dishirzhua, but rather that Ning Jin's body could not afford to expend too much energy. Ning Jin smiled. I know my limits, you don't need to worry. Congratulations to Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the 3rd resource zone flag. Congratulations to Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the 3rd resource zone flag. Just after they hadn't walked far, the announcement sounded again. Everyone was taken aback. Tong Qian glanced at the communication signal. It's Squad 1. The Crotdia Military Academy has not had good fortune this year. 3 years ago, during the last competition, they managed to find 2 resource zone flags within 5 days, but ultimately faced a tragic elimination due to the destruction of their safety zone. 6 years ago and 9 years ago, during those 2 sessions, they were collectively targeted by other military academies, and the resource zone flags they earned were snatched away. Whether they can change Crottia's fate hinges on this session. Ning Jin felt she had overlooked a question: are there distinctions in the quality of resource zones? Tong Qian nodded. Before the year 1000 in the star calendar, resource zones were not differentiated at all, were provided by the Federation or military districts to various military academies, including mechas and materials like potions. However, with the development of the Federation, many remote life planets joined the Interstellar Federation. As numerous races flourished in the galaxy, the population grew, leading to increased resource consumption. Gradually, resources were overexploited, resulting in massive depletion, and some factions even resorted to raiding life planets for resources, causing many to perish. The human race, due to its large population, gained the upper hand among various races. After the interstellar races signed a peace treaty with the Federation's highest alliance, humanity became the overarching rulers. The Federation established human military districts and fortresses to defend against star beasts, insect races, and various unstable dangers in the universe, also protecting other races under the Federation's umbrella. They contributed the most and received the most resource zones, leaving little room for other races to object. After the year 1000 in the star calendar, the Interstellar Federation underwent several changes, leading to the allocation of resource zones to military academies. Ning Jin pondered, uncertain whether Blue Star fell within this jurisdiction, and if so, whether she might return in the future. The highest alliance of the Interstellar Federation oversees the entire galaxy, and we belong to the Federation's first star system, the Galaxy Empire. The first military district is the Supreme Military District, safeguarding the most crucial military fortress. After discussions between the first military district and the Federation's top levels, a total of 100 resource zones were allocated to 12 military academies. These resource zones include energy, crystal mines, various materials, and medicinal herbs. The quality of these resource zones refers to whether the resources within have been overexploited, their grade level, and so there are rankings for the 12 military academies, and the resource zones also have their own rankings. If the top-ranked military academies received the best resource zones solely based on their rankings, it would be deemed very unfair to the others, and military academies from various districts would not agree, leading to conflicts. Moreover, the 100 resource zones cannot be evenly distributed. Thus, after much deliberation, it was decided to have the students from the 12 military academies compete against each other, relying on their own skills to vie for resource zone flags within a designated time frame. The number of flags obtained and how many they can retain would determine how many they ultimately possess. After the first competition, the Emperor found the resource competition quite interesting. It allowed students from various military academies to train and motivated them, so it was continued. If the military academy secured a resource zone, they would hold onto it until depletion, making it difficult to allocate them new resource zones later. Thus, the competitions continued, with the resource zones being shuffled each time, effectively granting every military academy the opportunity to acquire new and higher-grade resource zones. If held annually, the resource zones would not be fully familiarized before they had to turn them in for a rematch, which was too short. 3 years felt just right. This way, each could rely on their abilities and no one could claim unfairness. It also better assessed which military academy was stronger, following the principle of survival of the fittest. Subsequently, the rules kept evolving, leading to the current format of a resource competition held every 3 years. As for other non-military academies, they do not have their own resource zones. If they require materials, they can simply apply to the Federation's education department. Therefore, the resource competition takes place solely among the 12 military academies. Ning Jin had previously researched the origins of the resource competition, but was unaware of the distinctions in the quality of resource zones until Tong Qian explained them in detail. She took out 2 flags from her possession. Both were the same color, but the symbols and numbers on them were different. One represented a stone. The other represented a branch. Their respective numbers were 58 and 79. The stone represents a mining area, while the branch represents herbs and timber. Tong Qian explained the numbers indicate the ranking of the resource zones. They were likely classified as lower grade with low resource levels. How are the resource zones ranked? Ning Jin furrowed her brow. Is the order of resource zones consistent for each session, or do they get re-ranked every year based on the state of the mined resources? I never attended a military academy or any schooling. During the preparations for the resource competition, no one mentioned this. I assumed it was simply about acquiring as many resource zones as possible, not realizing it was so complex. If it were the former, the zones with lower numbers would surely represent better resources, and the military academy securing those zones would likely exploit them to the fullest within 3 years. Even the best resource zones would not recover after 3 years of extraction. If it were the latter, having been mined for 200 years, the front-ranked zones would likely contain no good resources left. The Federation has its own standards for measuring resource zones. If a resource zone has been overexploited and completely depleted, it will be removed and replaced with new high-quality resource zones. As long as they are not entirely depleted, they will remain in circulation. With a resource competition occurring every 3 years, it meant that the resource zones acquired would be swapped out after 3 years. Whether they can secure equally good zones in the next session is uncertain, so they would surely exploit the resources they currently held. This led to many resource zones being depleted each year, prompting the Federation to view it as wasteful as it excessively drained resources. Thus a limit was established on how much could be mined from their acquired resource zones. They must extract only what is necessary and not deplete the zones entirely. Of course, this excludes resource zones that inherently contain few resources. This year it seems 5 new high-quality resource zones were added. Therefore, the resource zones ranked higher are indeed better. Ning Jin gazed thoughtfully at the 2 flags representing lower-ranked resource zones in her hand, wondering, can the ones at the back be contested? Yes. Tong Qian nodded. Thus, as long as the military academies do not hold higher-ranking resource zone numbers, even if they find a safety zone, they won't be the first to deposit their flags. Instead, they will seek to rob or trade with other academies. One could say that the final competition for these resource zones would turn into a chaotic battle. Safety zones can be discovered by other military academies, but only students from the respective academy can unlock their own safety zones. Once a flag is deposited, it effectively locks the zone. Others cannot take it unless the academy's students unlock it themselves. In the previous session, when Bai was present, the Empire Academy secured more than half of all resource zones with the top 10 zones in their possession. The remaining 47 resource zones were contested among the other 10 military academies in chaotic battles. Those that could not be seized were traded for materials with academies that held more flags. Thus the Starlight Academy, which ranked 11th in the previous session, only obtained 1 resource zone, and it was a poor one acquired through trade. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. Now this is getting interesting. Suddenly she felt a bit of anticipation for the final chaotic battle. By the way, Tong Qian added, after the resource competition each year the Galaxy Empire also hosts a grand parade. A parade? Ning Jin looked up. What is that? I know a bit about it. Yu Liao whispered. The 12 military academies that earn resource zones through the competition each year are re-ranked based on the quantity obtained, and only the top 5 academies are qualified to participate in the 5 Academy League. If they can maintain the first position, they will continue to earn the glory of being the top military academy. If not, the top 5 academies will take turns. It is the most fair to rely on the students of each academy to compete for rankings. Each military academy can only have 100 participants in the 5 Academy League. The competition format will differ from the current one, but will be even more intense. The academy that wins the league championship will gain the qualification to represent the first star system in the Star Domain League, which is a competition among the 9 major star systems of the Federation, and is the largest festival in the Federation. Due to the grand scale of the Star Domain League, it is held only once every 10 years. The next session will be next year. Thus the outcome of this resource competition directly impacts whether the military academies can enter the top 5 and participate in the Star Domain League. The teachers at Crotdia Military Academy did not inform them of this in advance, because frankly they had little hope of even entering the top 5 academies, let alone the Star Domain League. They merely hoped for their safety and success in securing a resource zone, deeming it unnecessary to mention. And before the 5 Academy League begins, there will be a grand parade among the 12 main stars to celebrate the top 5 military academies from the resource competition. It also serves to hype up the league. This is the grandest event held once every 3 years in the entire Galaxy Empire, where all human races in the star system can participate. However, only the top 5 military academies are qualified to ride in the parade vehicles, while the remaining 7 academies merely serve as support. At that time it will be quite lively. Yu Liao looked at Ning Jin curiously. Haven't you learned about this? She seemed completely unaware. No, Ning Jin replied. She had never considered attending a military academy, let alone participating in a competition. She had always lived on a remote planet, running a shop online and anonymously participating in underground matches, selling mechs and weapon balls. Naturally, she had no interest in it, and thus did not inquire further. She also knew little about the history of the star calendar. The vibrancy of the major planets was something she had only seen online. However, that vibrancy would only come after the resource competition concluded. For now they needed to focus entirely on the competition ahead. Ning Jin asked Tong Qian what was the resource zone number obtained by Team 1. Tong Qian sent a communication to inquire. Wu Shuang quickly replied. It was number 5, a crystal mine. Once mined and refined, it could produce energy blocks for mechas. It belonged to a high-quality resource zone newly added this year and yet to be exploited. Even without being told, Team 1 would ensure this flag was safeguarded. Then everything is in order. Ning Jin began studying the map again, analyzing and speculating on where Shizuzu would be. An hour later, Team 6 reported that they had retrieved the supply crate. The crate contained 5 boxes of nutrient solution and 10 level 1 healing potions. Some materials for mechs below level 3S were also found along with a box containing 100 energy blocks. That's about right, Tong Qian said. This is just the first supply drop, so the resources won't be too abundant or of high quality. As we move forward and as members of various military academies draw closer, the supplies in the randomly placed crates will become more plentiful, potentially even containing platinum-level mech materials. In the previous session, someone even obtained a Super 3S mech from a supply crate, which led to a chaotic scramble for it. Whether you fight or not, you will be forced to engage. This resource competition truly has its intricacies. Ning Jin clicked her tongue, took a strand of grass to chew on, and said nothing more. By evening, Ning Jin rested while the other students took turns keeping watch, allowing those who were awake to continue searching the surroundings. Attention! 100 members from Nanjiali Military Academy have been eliminated. Attention! 100 members from Nanjiali Military Academy have been eliminated. Attention! 51 members from Crotdia Military Academy have been eliminated. Attention! 51 members from Crotdia Military Academy have been eliminated. In the middle of the night, the sudden broadcast sound rang out again consecutively. Ning Jin was awakened and glanced at the time. It was 2 a.m. She got up and went outside to find Tong Qian and Yu Liao. Did the noise wake you up? Tong Qian handed her a bottle of nutrient solution and explained the situation. Team 3 was suddenly ambushed by members of Nanjiali Military Academy while resting at night. After yesterday's elimination, Team 3 was left with only 52 members. In the dead of night, caught completely off guard, they were ambushed by students from Nanjiali Military Academy, resulting in their complete elimination. Only one member, Yu Shangchen, remained. However, all 100 students who came to ambush from Nanjiali Military Academy were eliminated. Is Team 3 really that strong? Yu Liao was somewhat surprised. Ning Jin narrowed her eyes. From 52 people against 100, only Yu Shangchen remained. It wasn't that Team 3 was strong. It was that Yu Shangchen was strong. Thus Wu Shuang informed Meng Yong that the team that obtained the flag was Team 3 when the first broadcast sounded. Teacher Si Chongji from Nanjiali Military Academy had an ominous premonition when he saw his academy's students sent out a small team. Then he watched as this small team, after a day and night of running, found Team 3 from Crotdia Military Academy and ambushed them in the dead of night. Si Chongji was left bewildered. Not only him but others watching the live broadcast were also at a loss. Ambushes happen frequently. However, if Nanjiali Military Academy had ambushed Team 8, which Ning Jin was in, one could say they did it to seize the flag. But they drove mechs expending energy, ran for a day and night only to ambush Team 3 from Crotdia Military Academy, which had nothing. What was the significance? What was the reason? In the end, an entire team was eliminated. 100 people, among them 10 were level 3S and the rest were level 2S. Yet Crotdia only had 52 members, all below level S. 100 versus 52, how could 100 be completely eliminated? Are they going to their deaths over such a long distance? Or are they just performing as clowns for the audience, watching the live broadcast? Not only teacher Si Chongji, but everyone else was also baffled. I was wondering why they sent out a small team to run around. Turns out they were going to ambush Team 3 from Crotdia Military Academy. What was the point of this ambush? Is the commander of Nanjiali Military Academy out of his mind? Even if they weren't eliminated, expending their own energy to ambush such a weak team, what was the purpose? Do they think that Team Crotdia has a flag? Most importantly, they got eliminated by 52 people from Team 3 from Crotdia Academy still has one survivor. The second source of amusement in this competition has appeared. The first source of amusement was when Sekura Academy was found and dug up by Crotdia Academy. I suddenly feel that this year's resource competition is becoming interesting. What is Nanjiali trying to achieve? Si Chongji also wanted to know what his students were aiming for. The member who survived from Team 3 of Crotdia Academy, we seem to have never seen him before. Situantian focused on Yu Shangchen. It was obvious, he was the one who acted just now. Could he be a high-level psychic? Some viewers couldn't tell, but those in the commentary room were not ordinary people. From their god's eye view, it was clear that Yu Shangchen was the one who acted. Yu Shangchen did not engage in a hidden fight. The only one capable of long-distance attacks was the commander. This boy, who had not been noticed before, was highly likely to be a Super 3S-level psychic commander. One person took down 100. Nailin Shui crossed her arms and said, with one Ning Jin out now, there's another Super 3S-level psychic commander, and they placed him among ordinary members. Crotdia Academy is indeed hiding its talents this year. It sounded somewhat sarcastic. Men Kerson smiled. After all, everyone is here to compete, regardless of level, whether they are main team members or not. They can bring glory to the academy. With various military academies targeting us like that, Do Lihua raised an eyebrow and retorted, who knows, if we say anything we might be targeted even more, leading to our students being bought off and suppressed. Previously, Yu Shangchen claimed to be a 3S-level psychic commander. Before the 13th district hired him to join the military academy, they had tested his talent. He was a stable Super 3S-level psychic. Although it is said that the strongest rise to the top, the 5 strongest main team members are the leader and those who protect other members of their academy, there was no need to push Yu Shangchen out. By placing him among ordinary students, he could act unexpectedly as a trump card, just like Ning Jin, who was looked down upon for being level. Being able to shoot and kill a Super 3S-level star beast regardless of what level Ning Jin's talent is, the power she unleashed at that moment was certainly above Super 3S. Now Do Lihua and Men Kursen suddenly understood why the missing Xu Huaquan after years suddenly recommended and level into Crotdia Academy. Perhaps he truly is a savior. Unfortunately, unexpected incidents led to both of their trump cards being revealed early. In the arena listening to the broadcast, the overall commander of Nanjiali Military Academy Gong Shiza was bewildered by what happened, his face pale with anger. How could 52 members from Crotdia Academy, all with extremely poor talent levels, defeat 100 of them? And still leave one person? What a joke. The other members from Nanjiali silently stared at him. A day and night ago, Gong Shiza had suddenly dispatched a team of 100 to track and ambush Team 3 of Crotdia Academy. They didn't know why, and Gong Shiza wouldn't say. At this moment, regardless of what was happening on site, everyone would think that Crotdia Academy, ranked last among the 12 military academies, had wiped out 100 members from Nanjiali, which was ranked second. And Crotdia Academy only eliminated 51. 51 for 100, regardless of how one looked at it, it was a defeat for Nanjiali. For Nanjiali, it was a humiliation. Although Yu Shangchen was closest to the nearby squads, Ning Jin still contacted him to send over the coordinates to join Team 8. If he encountered any squad in need of assistance, along the way he could also stay with them. Team 8 rested until dawn, and Ning Jin finally had a good night's sleep. When the sun rose, she squatted on a high tree, sipping a nutrient drink and a potion, observing the situation in the distance. 12 hours had already passed, regardless of whether the supply box had been retrieved, the marked beam had. Ning Jin glanced at the remaining 20 or so members of Team 8, pondered for a moment, jumped down from the tree, and said to Tong Qian, Team 9 is nearby, let's go join them first. With more people, although it complicates movement, it is easier to fend off danger. In fact, Ning Jin preferred to act alone. Tong Qian had risen early and had already scouted the situation within a 50-mile radius. There were no dangers. Team 9 was now just over 100 miles away from them. Our primary focus now is when to find a safe haven, Yu Liao said. Let's go, it's time to set off. 3 resource zones, 2 medium, 1 high-quality crystal mine. As long as they could find a safe haven to hold out until the end, that would be sufficient. This year, the Imperial Military Academy won't let Di Tingbai come here without a purpose. They won't be so lucky, but with Di Shizu around, they won't be weaker than any other military academy. It all depends on whether a major chaotic battle will break out at the end. A major chaotic battle means snatching flags and ambushing each other's safe havens. Don't be so pessimistic, we could also take advantage of the chaos. The more resource zones, the better. Moreover, she had already boasted, and even if others thought she was bragging, she couldn't go back on her word. The team searched the surroundings while trying to move forward quickly. Around 11 in the morning, they finally met up with the nearest Team 9. The scout from Team 9, seeing someone approaching from afar, initially thought it was another military academy coming to ambush them, and instantly raised their defenses. Upon recognizing their own people, they sighed in relief. The leader of Team 9 was Su Shi, and rank soldier. Soldiers, as individual fighters, usually didn't think much, but there weren't many mental-type students among them, and without a command, they could only fight as soldiers. As the two teams merged into one, Ning Jin spoke a few words with Tong Qian and Yu Liao before quietly separating from the team. The filming drone did not notice her, and she vanished from the frame. Before leaving, she also gave Tong Qian 4 martial skill orbs for free. If they encountered dangers they couldn't handle, they could throw the orbs directly unless they encountered thorny jungles. Even a star beast of over level 3 could be delayed for a while. Nearby there was a large abandoned mine, as if a fire had occurred, with a charred area extending 100 meters devoid of any vegetation. Under the blazing sun it still exuded a sense of cold dampness. Ning Jin found an entrance and quietly slipped inside, taking out a flashlight to illuminate the dark interior as she released 2/5 of her mental power to scan the mine. Having been abandoned for 30 years, the mine had long been depleted of its resources, but it was dug very deep. Standing on the ground, her mental power couldn't even reach the bottom of the mine. The interior was a complex network of tunnels resembling an underground maze. Ning Jin used her mental power to navigate, avoiding several extremely deep pits and following a passage to the deepest part of the mine. Here there was also a pit, the opening of which was about 2 meters wide, plunging vertically downwards into a dark abyss. Ning Jin crouched at the edge for a moment and threw a signal flare down. The flare, which could burn for 5 minutes, disappeared as soon as it was thrown in. She couldn't see the bottom. Ning Jin squinted her eyes, hesitating whether to descend or not. The reason she had separated from the team to come here was that after meeting up with Team 9, she sensed something unusual around. It was a strange energy fluctuation distinct from that of star beasts. That energy fluctuation had been hovering around Team 9, making her feel uneasy. That was why she had separated to investigate, and that energy fluctuation had indeed entered this mining area. It vanished at the entrance of the mine. After a moment of reflection, Ning Jin decided not to go down. This mine was too deep. What if there was something terrifying below that she couldn't handle? If she drew out whatever was down there, and it turned out to be a significant danger, it would also put other students at risk, which would be even worse. Ning Jin stared at the mine for a while longer, and then got up to leave. However, shortly after stepping out, she felt a chill creeping up her back. She suddenly turned around. The flashlight's beam swept across, revealing nothing behind her. Only a few bats, startled, fluttered their wings and flew past. Yet the feeling that something cold, like a poisonous snake, was watching her from behind could not be mistaken. Moreover, at that moment, her mental power automatically established a defense in her brain domain, protecting her entire mental domain. Someone was invisibly attacking her. Their level was even higher than hers. Ning Jin scanned around, feigning ignorance of anything unusual, and continued to walk out, but her pace slowed and the light from her flashlight began to dim. After walking about 20 steps, a chill ran down Ning Jin's spine again, and her mental domain constructed another defense as she heard the sound of wings passing behind her. Ning Jin suddenly turned sideways, drew out her laser blade, and slashed backward. Clang! A sound like iron striking echoed as a dark figure was sent flying. The flashlight in Ning Jin's hand, which had seemed nearly out of power, suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the entire mine. It was still empty, with nothing around. That thing had fled too quickly. But even in that brief moment, Ning Jin's mental power had caught a glimpse of it. It was a humanoid creature covered in a hard black shell adorned with numerous fine spikes with limbs that were sharp and elongated. It had 2 antennae on its head. Its arms were slender and covered in fur resembling pincers. The appearance resembled an insect. Could it be from the insect race? Ning Jin felt a chill run down her spine and turned to run outside more quickly. The vastness of the stars housed many races, such as the giant race, dwarf race, elf race, and various other special small races. There were also beast races. The beast races had their own territories and were also subject to the highest federation's jurisdiction. Star beasts, on the other hand, were a special kind of creature born from the void of the stars. They were different from the intelligent races that could even transform into humanoid forms. They would destroy planets and even devour humans, breeding rapidly and continually encroaching on the already scarce living resources of the human race, which led to their being hunted down. Some special and gentle star beasts could even be consumed or kept as pets. Some military districts would even create barren planets with wild star beasts for students from various military academies or military districts to practice. The insect race had existed for millions of years, constantly clashing with other major races in the stars for territory and preying on humans. Since the establishment of the Federation, the insect race had been humanity's greatest enemy. The description was horrifying and extremely frightening. The Federation established so many military districts, with each one guarding a military fortress in the stars, primarily to defend against the insect race, as well as the occasional cosmic black hole storms of star beasts, and other dangers were secondary. The insect race is a common enemy of all races in the Federation, especially since they can infiltrate various places without being detected. Now that you're here, do you still want to leave? A cold voice emerged, accompanied by strange life fluctuations, and a shadow appeared in front of Ning Jin, blocking her path. It had a steel-like glistening black shell covered with fur and limbs resembling the slender appendages of a mantis. 2 antennae sprouted from its head. The face beneath the antennae had features identical to a human's. It was indeed an insect race. It was almost evolving into a human form. In other words, the strange life fluctuations she had sensed below the mine earlier were emitted by it. The insect race is ubiquitous. Planet A-106 is incredibly remote, abandoned for 30 years, and not under the jurisdiction of any military fortress. It is not surprising that insect races might be hiding here. But wasn't it said that the military personnel had thoroughly inspected and cleared Planet A-106 before the competition began? Did they not detect the hidden insect race? Human. It spoke, its voice sharp and unpleasant. I never expected you would dare to come here. Among the students, only Ning Jin's mental strength could keenly sense the strange anomalies and peculiar fluctuations around. So, that energy fluctuation was intentionally released by it to lure her here. Ning Jin looked at it with a calm smile. You've already lured me here. If I don't come, wouldn't that be disrespectful to your insect race? How could I possibly lure a disgusting and despicable human like you? The insect person sounded even sharper, as if it had been stepped on. Don't flatter yourself. Ning Jin rubbed her ears, feeling pricked by its words. So, insect sister or brother, what do you want from me? Who is your sister or brother? The insect person's face twisted in a grimace. Despicable human, don't insult my identity. Ning Jin looked at it. Then what is your identity? I am the first of the insect race. Realizing its oversight, the insect person gritted its teeth. Why should I tell you? Ning Jin confirmed this insect race had evolved into a humanoid form. But its brain hadn't caught up. Ning Jin sighed. All right then, what exactly do you want from me? The insect person's expression suddenly turned sinister, becoming terrifying. In the vast empty mind, hand over the super source crystal on you, and I can spare your life. Ning Jin's confusion was not feigned. What super source crystal? The insect person frowned, its two antennae swaying slightly. After a moment, it extended a hand resembling a mantis claw, chicken egg-sized purple crystal floating above its claw. The color and energy fluctuations felt somewhat familiar to Ning. It was the same as the one she had stolen from the White Skeleton Legion, just smaller. So this insect race had sensed the source crystal on her, risking danger to lure her here. Ning Jin tilted her head, feigning innocence, and reached out with a naive expression. What is this? I've never seen it. Can you show it to me? The insect person retracted the source crystal, its serrated flat arm pointing at Ning Jin. Don't think I don't know you're pretending to be dumb. Despicable and disgusting human. If you don't give it to me, I'll kill you and eat you. It bared its teeth, the tongue inside its mouth covered in black spines. Ning Jin took a couple of steps back in disgust. All right, then I can give it to you, but can you tell me what this stone is used for? She had researched it herself, but had yet to figure it out. However, this crystal seemed different from all the energy stones in other star systems. The energy was denser and stronger. Previously, the White Skeleton Legion had pursued her for this item, and now the insect race lurking on this planet without detection from the military was taking the risk of being exterminated to lure her. She wanted to know what kind of power and significance this source crystal held. Stone. The insect person sneered, a worthless, ignorant human. Even if the human and insect races were at odds, was it necessary to insult her with every word? Ning Jin slightly curled her lips. Yes, I'm worthless, I'm disgusting and ignorant. So could you, esteemed insect lord, kindly tell me the function of this stone? The insect person seemed pleased by her words and her lowly attitude, and the source crystal floated back into view, shimmering at its fingertips. This is no ordinary stone, it's a super source crystal. Its energy can restore all broken mechanical items to their original state, it said, full of pride. Even a piece the size of a fingernail can self-repair a shattered mech ship. Ning Jin narrowed her eyes. She had previously learned about some special crystals in the universe, but had never seen or even heard of such a marked source crystal. Ning Jin asked nonchalantly, then how is this source crystal made? Is it very rare? It is produced under special cosmic storms. As the insect person spoke, it glanced at Ning Jin, who appeared eager to learn, and disdainfully said, you don't need to know so much, just know it's very rare, and you have one on you. It must be extremely rare. The White Skeleton Legion was almost entirely composed of mechanical intelligent beings. As long as they had this source crystal, those mechanical beings could immediately restore, even if shattered, thus remaining undefeated. So the White Skeleton Legion pursued her across half a galaxy for a single source crystal, risking being discovered by the Federation again to capture her. No. If it were just as the insect person said, only used to repair mechanical items, the White Skeleton Legion had so many of them. There was no way they would take such a big risk, and they seemed very urgent to retrieve it. This super source crystal must conceal other secrets. However, even just being able to restore all mechanical items to their original state is already astonishing. Moreover, it had never appeared in the star systems, not even in interstellar auction houses. Where did the White Skeleton Legion obtain it? I have already told you. The insect person's antennae swayed continuously as if emitting waves as it approached her, ominously. Hand it over, and I can spare your life. At the same time, Ning Jin sensed at least 3 life fluctuations around her. Insect den. Ning Jin licked her sharp teeth, opened her original light brain, and selected the internal storage device that resembled a dimensional space, flipping to the compartment containing the source crystal. The moment she took it out, it was evident that the insect person's eyes lit up green. In the surrounding dark minds, several pairs of eyes glimmered with green light. Ning Jin sighed, if I give it to you, will you really let me go? This lord is a person of his word, not like you despicable, disgusting humans. The insect person's eyes were fixed firmly on the source crystal. The insect race and human race were natural enemies. Could they trust each other? If they could, her brain would be made of paper. Ning Jin moved her hand holding the source crystal. Wherever her hand went, the insect person's gaze followed, almost rushing forward to snatch it. Ning Jin concealed the source crystal. The insect person glared coldly. Do you want to die? Not really. Ning Jin pretended to be frightened, took out the source crystal again, tossed it into its embrace, and turned to run. Then I'll take my leave. Just as she ran into another tunnel on the left, her path was blocked by another insect person identical to the Ning Jin turned around, and behind her another spider-like insectoid lacking a human face blocked her way. 3 insect races formed a triangular formation surrounding her. Ning Jin smiled with a forced grin. Didn't you say you would let me go? Let you out to inform those despicable humans? The insect person laughed ominously, its weapon flashing cold light. Just as she thought trusting the insect race would mean her brain was made of paper. Fortunately, her words could not be trusted either. Ning Jin shrugged. Then it seems you're the unlucky ones. You. Bang. Boom. The insect person was about to scold her for being reckless when the super source crystal on it suddenly exploded after a flash. It directly blasted half of its body apart, causing debris to fall in the mine. Taking advantage of the other 2 insect races' moment of inattention, Ning Jin quickly entered the mech wielding a laser knife and struck towards the spider insect on the left with lightning speed, first severing its appendages and pincers. At the same time, her mental strength was fully released, pressing against the other insect person. The insect man finally reacted, spewing disgusting mucus from its mouth. Ning Jin sidestepped, took out a fireball, and hurled it. At the moment of explosion, the mech wielding a laser blade struck down. With a clang, sparks flew, yet its body remained unharmed. Ning Jin. So tough. I wonder if the insectoid's body can be used to forge weapons. After losing its sensory balance and predatory capability when its antennae and claws were severed, the arachnoid insect flailed about, attempting to attack her like a drunken creature. Ning Jin struggled against the insect man, swinging the laser blade down again, concentrating her mental energy to attack its head, blocking its swaying antennae from initiating a mental wave to summon reinforcements. The insect man swung its forelimbs to block its sharp spines, leaving marks on the mech, jabbing at Ning Jin's mech's energy source, while thick foul-smelling liquid sprayed towards the mech's face. Ning Jin dodged to the side, quickly retrieved a fist-sized purple crystal, and as she engaged in close combat, shoved it into its mouth before it could close, crouching down and hugging her head. Boom! The crystal exploded in its mouth, showering its head with liquid. Ning Jin's mech was splattered with a lot of it, and signs of corrosion began to appear on the mech's surface. Ignoring it, she turned and swung the laser blade at the arachnoid insect again. These few had low intelligence and were likely not very strong. That's what the data said. Although the insectoid's intelligence was not high, its self-repair ability was strong. Ning Jin completely shattered these 3 insectoids' various mucus limbs, splattering everywhere. A super source crystal the size of an egg fell from the first insect man. Ning Jin exited the mech cabin, habitually spat out a mouthful of blood, and bent down to pick up the source crystal. After examining it for a while and glancing at her mech, which had just been scratched and corroded, she took out a cutting knife, cut off a small piece the size of a fingernail, wiped off the liquid on her mech, and melted that little piece of source crystal to drip onto the mech. The energy from the source crystal was automatically absorbed by the mech's surface. A flicker of purple light flashed, and the scratches and corrosion on the mech began to visibly repair themselves at an astonishing speed. In less than 30 seconds, not a trace of damage remained. Could it be real? Ning Jin's brow twitched. But she wanted to test it again. She pressed the button on the laser blade's handle, transforming it into a laser hammer, and struck down heavily onto her mech. The mech was smashed into scrap metal. This mech was from a military academy's rank. Even if it were truly ruined, it wouldn't matter. Ning Jin cut off another small piece of source crystal and melted it into the broken mech. The fragments of the mech were enveloped in purple light, floating up and beginning to reassemble. In less than a minute, it returned to its original form, intact with no signs of damage. It was as if it had never been smashed. Such powerful energy. Ning Jin was a bit shocked. Moreover, the ability to repair the mech reminded her of a bounty she had seen earlier in the Dark City Guild regarding a repair mineral. The bounty did not provide detailed images of the mineral, only stating it was a new type of repair mineral priced at 50 million star coins per piece. If this was indeed the same thing, its value would undoubtedly exceed 50 million. She shouldn't have only stolen one piece back then, she should have taken the entire box. But now it was too late to say anything. There were not just these 3 insectoids in the mine, there had to be more beneath the pit. She could handle these 3, but her mental exhaustion wouldn't hold out for long against more. Maintaining the competition venue was the military's responsibility. Such a significant oversight during the venue inspection was the military's fault and should be handled by them. Ning Jin stored the mech and collected the severed limbs of the 3 insect beasts from the ground, not lingering any longer, quickly drinking a potion and leaving the area. At the imperial family, the butler arrived on time to bring food to Ting by hesitating to enter and knocked. After knocking for a while, there was no response from inside. Could it be that the young master stayed up too late watching a live stream and fell asleep? The door was not locked. The butler paused, lightened his movements, and cautiously opened the door a crack. The virtual garden inside was turned off, and the piano lay in a pile of fragments on the floor. The butler was taken aback and suddenly pushed the door wide open. "Young master. Are you there, young master?" He called several times, but received no response. The large room was empty. The butler's face changed suddenly, and the tray of food he was holding fell to the ground as he ran outside in panic. "This is bad. The young master is missing. Quick, someone. Notify the marshal. The young master is missing." The entire imperial family was thrown into chaos. On the starship, the mechanical engineer responsible for filming and broadcasting signals at the venue came for the third time to call for Nailin Shui, looking more anxious than before. "Colonel Nailin, our signal was just infiltrated again, and we received an anonymous message from inside the venue." After Nailin Shui came out, he leaned in to whisper a few words. Nailin Shui's expression changed. "Are you sure?" I don't know." The mechanical engineer's face turned pale as he showed her the anonymous message he had just received. "Deep in the mine on planet A106, insectoids are lurking and hiding. From a concerned citizen who wishes to remain anonymous." Below these two sentences was a coordinate. Nailin Shui clicked on it, frowning. The engineer whispered, "Colonel, could this be a prank? Especially with this suffix, it looks like a joke." Nailin Shui's expression was grave. "The matter of the insectoids is serious. Regardless of whether it's true or false, we must investigate. If it is a prank, that would be best. But what if it's real? If they had missed it during the venue arrangements, and if the insectoids truly emerged to attack and hunt the participating students, it would be a major oversight for their military district." Nailin Shui immediately dispatched a small unit to avoid the filming drones and students entering discreetly to investigate. Those people had already set their sights on her. Ning Jin did not want to stand out more, so she chose to remain anonymous and send a message through the venue's signal. No matter who the overall person in charge of supervising this resource competition was, as long as they felt any responsibility towards the participating students, they would send someone to verify the truth after receiving the message. If they were irresponsible and didn't come, and if something really happened turning this place into a battlefield, then if any students from the military academies were harmed, none of the responsible individuals for this competition or the military forces that checked planet A106 before would escape blame. Ning Jin. After leaving the mine and walking a short distance, Ning Jin saw Tong Qian approaching. "Why did you come here?" "I heard an explosion from this direction earlier and was worried something happened to you." "I'm fine. Quickly take everyone away from this place." The filming drone followed the team, but did not come after them, so it wouldn't notice the two of them. Ning Jin ran up to Tong Qian, grabbed her, and quickly fled the danger zone. This area had no flags or safety posts, so there was no need to waste time searching here. She directed the combined teams of the 8th and 9th squads to head toward the urban area 100 miles ahead. The safety station of the Crotdia Military Academy has been discovered. Soon after the broadcast sounded, the Crotdia Military Academy ranked 5th in the last competition. The top 5 military academies ranked 5th. The safety stations are immovable, and no one would think to dig them out to carry them along. Once found, a portion of the members would be arranged to guard the area, and after locating the resource area flag, they would be sent back. Because it requires searching the entire planet, and since the safety stations cannot be moved, escorting back and forth becomes impossible with fewer people, and with too many it becomes chaotic. Thus the resource competition limits each military academy's participating students to 1,000. The strongest 5 main team members are selected to act as the overall leaders of the entire team of 1,000, directed by the chief commander, who oversees and manages the various tasks at the competition venue. However, this time, there is the oddity of Ning Jin, who dug out the safety station. Only those watching the live broadcast know that Ning Jin unearthed the safety station. The students on the competition field, however, are unaware. When the safety station is found, it only triggers an announcement for all. There will not be any red light prompt. The chief commander of the Crotdia Military Academy, Wu Malu, also marked a map based on the location of the supply boxes, but he cannot discern which military academy is in which direction, nor does he know where the safety station is located. He is now eager to find the safety station of the Crotdia Military Academy to trade it back for his own military academy's safety station, having hardly searched for flags and dared not sleep day or night. He is so anxious that he is about to burst. In contrast, Ning Jin is very relaxed, leading her teams, the 9th and 8th squads, quickly away from the abandoned mine. That is, not far along, someone noticed a small aircraft flying overhead and paused for a moment. A military aircraft. The aircraft is very fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. But it did not fly away. It landed obscured by trees and mountains. That location is a mine. It seems they believed it. Ning Jin squinted slightly, not expecting their speed to be quite swift. There are bug races on planet A106, and the military would not want to cause a stir that would alert the competing students. Otherwise, the competition would definitely descend into chaos. However, the area where their squad is located is open and close to the mining area, allowing them to clearly see the aircraft. More importantly, there are not just one aircraft, but 3. There are no squads over there. What is the military doing coming down? The captain of the 9th squad and rank solo soldier Su Shi muttered softly, could there be something over there? Normally when non-participating students leave the competition field or during uncontrollable dangerous incidents, the military is not allowed to interfere throughout the competition. But at this moment there are 3 aircraft. Other students are also curiously looking over. Tong Qian glanced in that direction, pausing briefly. It was the place where Ning Jin had come out not long ago when she went back to find her. She felt a stir in her heart and looked at Ning Jin. There may be something going on, Ning Jin said, ambiguously pointing ahead. There is a larger city 50 kilometers away. We should try to get there before nightfall. Mentioning the bug race would only cause agitation. If the military could resolve it discreetly, there would be no need for them to know. If the military cannot handle it and it escalates, the competition would likely have to pause. Boom. Bang. At 6 in the evening, just as Ning Jin and her squad entered the city, they heard a tremendous explosion behind them, shaking the ground beneath their feet, causing some precarious buildings in the city to collapse. What happened? Was it an earthquake? Or is some giant star beast about to emerge? The students were startled and gathered together. Ning Jin looked back at the direction of the abandoned mine 40 to 50 kilometers away. It seems that deep in that mine there are indeed other bug races hiding. Such a strong tremor should indicate that the military has used nuclear weapons. Everyone, do not be afraid. Yu Liao stood up to reassure everyone. It may just be some tremors caused by tectonic activity. After all, this planet has been abandoned for 30 years, which is quite normal. That direction is clearly where those military aircraft landed, and it is also the place where Ning Jin acted alone. It seems there really is something. But the military is already handling it, and Ning Jin seems reluctant to say more. Tong Qian did not ask Ning Jin further, instead telling the other squad members, everyone should be cautious once we enter the city in case there are star beasts or other dangers hidden in the buildings. It's best to team up in groups of 3 to 5 and not stray too far. If anything happens, call out immediately. At this time the sun has not completely set. It is still too early to set up camp. Ning Jin's mental power is unstable, since this is only the 4th day of the competition. To avoid excessive depletion of her mental power and any further problems with her body, Tong Qian watched her closely and did not let her use her mental power anymore. Yu Liao and a few other students with a rank mental power walked together, scanning the surroundings in a small area, missing not a single corner. Planet A106 is a medium-sized planet with a total of 6 large urban areas, dozens of small towns, and the rest are mountains, lakes, and wilderness. It was abandoned because of overexploitation of resources, invasion by star beasts, and the human race could not survive here, moving to other life planets. The city they are currently entering is one of the large urban areas, much larger than the previous small town by 5 or 6 times. Many high-rise buildings have already collapsed, power has been abandoned, and the floating tracks on the streets are shattered, creating a scene of desolation and deathly silence. As one of the large urban areas, it certainly won't be overlooked. This city must be hiding flags or safety stations. Everyone should be more careful. Ning Jin offered a reminder. She took out a floating skateboard she had borrowed from Xia Wenzhou previously and hadn't had time to return before the competition started. Later during the competition, Xia Wenzhou did not ask her for it back, so she forgot about it. Ning Jin rode the skateboard, flying in the air along the abandoned city tracks towards the urban area, first surveying the safety situation. The filming drone captures a 360-degree view. Without dead angles, it is not fixed, but follows the student teams. The normal filming range is approximately 2 miles in diameter. If the students disperse, it will ascend and the filming range will expand, but the people and scenes in the footage will become smaller or blurrier. The competition broadcast is also transmitted from each drone. If there are interesting people and events, the operator will maneuver the drone to zoom in on that area. Ning Jin had not gone far when she felt the filming drone following her as she looked up expressionlessly. The drone seemed to want to capture her expression, lowering slightly to hover 4 to 5 meters above her head. Looking at the street ahead, Ning Jin controlled the skateboard to turn and the drone followed her movements. Ning Jin accelerated. It accelerated too. Ning Jin elevated her skateboard and entered a building through a second-floor window, weaving through the interior space. When she came out again, the drone was still in the air. It seemed quite pleased to keep up with her, and the small filming drone, resembling a UAV, even made a circle. Does it enjoy playing with her? Ning Jin licked her teeth, took out her setting sun bow, and aimed at the drone. The drone visibly paused, turned, and began to ascend to flee. Flee! Ning Jin's lips curled coldly as she nocked an arrow and drew the bowstring fully. The silvered arrow pierced through the air, striking the drone that had already risen to over 10 meters high. The drone crashed into the half-collapsed building covered in vines across the way, exploding with a thunderous roar, and debris flew everywhere. Those watching the live broadcast, the hosts in the commentary room, the engineer responsible for controlling this filming drone backstage. The engineer simply felt that Ning Jin's performance exhibited a stark contrast to her inherent talents, along with those flashy maneuvers, which drew much attention. Moreover, she was far more interesting than the entire team of over 100, bringing in higher heat and traffic. Additionally, Colonel Naylan had specifically instructed to pay more attention to Ning Jin. During lunchtime, Ning Jin had briefly disappeared from the camera, and upon her reappearance, he kept the shooting drone focused on her. Seeing her run earlier, he had controlled the chase, which attracted many viewers on Star Network to watch her and comment, as if they were competing in parkour. Then, the engineer did not expect that Ning Jin would actually dare to shoot at the drone in front of the entire Star Network, and it was a military one. Men Kirsten knew Ning Jin could be a bit wild. She had suspected Ning Jin was responsible when the drone of Team 8 was suddenly destroyed. But at least she knew to keep a low profile, subtly using her spiritual power to interfere with the drone's signal for an attack. This time she didn't even pretend, directly destroying it in front of the entire Star Network. Watching the scene faced with the gazes of other military school teachers and C2 Wentian, Men Kirsten and Do Lihua still struggled to maintain their composure, not allowing any extraneous emotions to show on their faces. Indeed, anyone who could attract the White Skeleton Army was extraordinary. Sai Wei chuckled softly, his eyes full of amusement. What a tremendous ability. Naylan Shui smirked slightly upon realizing this. In the 200 years of the Federal Resource Competition, such a person had never emerged. The shooting drone not only recorded the students' competition throughout the live broadcast, but also allowed the military rescue teams guarding the venue to monitor the safety of every student from the military schools. Naylan Shui instructed someone to deploy a new shooting drone for Team 9 of the Crotdia Military Academy, ensuring it would stop, specifically following Ning Jin. She hadn't watched the live broadcast that afternoon, focusing instead on the situation regarding the abandoned mine. The military team sent to investigate had indeed discovered a Zerg nest deep within the mine with dozens of Zerg lurking in the depths, which they then blew up. If this matter were to reach Marshal D and the Empire's head, even if it had been resolved, they would definitely face punishment. If it could be resolved discreetly and perfectly, Naylan Shui had no intention of reporting it. Based on the timestamps of the anonymous information received, she analyzed the situation at the competition venue. At that time, the closest to the abandoned mine was Team 9 of the Crotdia Military Academy, along with Team 8, totaling 128 individuals. During that period, Ning Jin was not with the team for half an hour. Naylan Shui speculated it was Ning Jin. Previously, the incident of the White Skeleton Army capturing Ning Jin had been recorded by the Galaxy Daily and broadcasted on the Star Network, leading to their investigation of her. Her background was unknown. There was nothing to be found from her past life before she entered the Crotdia Military Academy. Class, yet capable of unleashing combat power exceeding that of a 3S-level soldier. After the competition, she must invite Ning Jin back for clarification. The overall design of the sunset bow was a golden red color with its ends shaped like golden wings adorned with red patterns resembling blood and flames, while the grip was made of holy gold. Ning Jin had previously infused the holy gold here, thinking it looked just right, so she didn't cover it with color, etching a golden sun pattern. The red pattern spread, making it appear as if it were a sun stained with blood. The arrowheads used for this bow were crafted from compressed core crystals, which would explode upon hitting the target. As long as there was no evidence, it wouldn't be considered a hot weapon. She had not equipped her mecha with cannon barrels or nuclear weapons, which was already showing consideration for the federal laws. A couple of days ago, she had removed them after using them once. Having seen what she needed to see, there was nothing left to hide about a mere bow. With an expressionless face, she looked at the destroyed shooting drone, putting away the sunset bow and controlling her hoverboard to continue towards the city. At the same time, she sent a message to Tong Qian, instructing her to tell the other students not to go towards the building area in the city center. There were energy fluctuations, and there was a high likelihood of encountering star beasts. Ning Jin had never inquired about Xia Wenzhou's family situation, but judging from his generous demeanor and this advanced hoverboard, he must be quite wealthy. A hoverboard that could serve as a small transport vehicle equipped with balancing wings and automatic navigation. It could also ascend and descend. Ning Jin elevated her hoverboard, smoothly standing on it as she flew to over 10 meters high, arriving outside a window of a commercial building in the city center. Through the shattered window gaps, she saw nothing. She swept her spiritual sense across. The interior of the building was in ruins, as if the upper and lower levels had been smashed together, forming an atrium with debris from the walls piled on the third floor below. Ning Jin entered through the broken window, stowing away her hoverboard, treading lightly to conceal her presence as she approached the edge of the atrium and peered down. Below lay 8 enormous star beasts with one coiled in the center its body a half-golden hue 6 gigantic wings fully unfurled downward, as if encasing itself in a protective shield. Surrounding it were 7 others all flying winged beasts 4 with 4 wings, 1 with 5, and the other 2 with 3. Judging by their aptitude levels, all these dragon beasts were above the 3S level. The 6-winged female beast was close to the 4S level. The 7 surrounding it formed a protective circle as if guarding it. Ning Jin quietly released a wisp of spiritual power penetrating through the protective wing shield of the 6-winged dragon beast. Within its winged protective shield there was a tiny star beast. Ning Jin squinted her eyes. The Zerg had a matriarchal society with queens being rare and reproducing extremely slowly. In contrast, star beasts reproduced rapidly. Thus in recent years the number of star beasts had increased, becoming even more troublesome than Zerg. Dragon beasts were among the more intelligent types of star beasts. While it was difficult for a female beast to conceive once it did, it would bear at least 4 offspring at once. During childbirth it would be at its weakest and nearby dragon beasts would come to protect it. In the consciousness of winged dragon beasts they held a nobler status compared to other star beasts within the entire star beast race, akin to nobility among them. If they detected other species attempting to invade or interfere with the female beast giving birth, they would go into a frenzied, indiscriminate rage, destroying everything around them. Even star beasts, if they were not fellow dragon beasts, would be hunted down. The 8-winged dragon beast represented the highest tier among dragon beasts with superior medicinal properties. The 6-winged female beast currently giving birth showed subtle signs of evolving towards a 7-winged form. The female beast's birthing cycle lasted at least half a month, and it had only 1 offspring under its wings, meaning at least 3 more were yet to be born. It was in a critical phase. Even though it was incredibly vulnerable during childbirth, making it easier to deal with the 7 surrounding it meant that the 128 individuals of their team were no match. If disturbed in this situation, their entire team would undoubtedly face annihilation. It would be actual destruction, leading to deaths, not mere elimination. It was best not to provoke them. Just as Ning Jin was about to leave, the 5-winged dragon beast shifted, slightly revealing a gray-white flag from the stone nest made of rubble beneath it. Ning Jin, this is ridiculous. The person hiding the flag must be insane. Dragon beasts favor hard places for nesting. They wouldn't use such a large flag to build a nest. Thus it must have been placed by the flag hider. Attempting to take this flag would undoubtedly alert this group of dragon beasts. This flag hider definitely intended to stir trouble, hoping that the military school which found this flag would provoke these dragon beasts and engage them in a fierce and attention-grabbing confrontation. After all, any military school seeing this flag would never abandon it. For the number on this flag is the foremost among 100 resource zones, the highest quality and the highest level. Ning Jin tugged at the corner of her mouth. She remarked that as one of the major cities it was impossible for there to be nothing. Yet not only was there something, but it was also quite thrilling. For a moment they didn't know whether they were lucky or unfortunate. Among all the students who came to participate there were hardly any who could fight. Her small team had over 100 members, all of whom were incredibly fragile. A single breath from the 5-winged dragon beast could shatter their bodies. This is resource zone no. Since they encountered it they could not give up. However, they couldn't charge in recklessly nor let the fragile members of the team perish. They needed to come up with a plan. Ning Jin stared at the area for a while longer, opened her light brain silently, took a photo of the area below, and left discreetly. This was resource zone no. One placed in such a dangerous location, so there probably wouldn't be any others in this city. There was no need to search further to avoid alerting the dragon beasts. Ning Jin rode a hoverboard across the city and found Tong Qian and Yu Liao, asking them to gather the scattered team members, presenting the photo and succinctly explaining the situation at the city center. Looking at the photo, everyone, including Yu Liao, was stunned. Tong Qian frowned tightly. Even if we get one more team member, we still can't win. Even in the best resource zone, we can't risk everyone's lives. The new flying camera had not yet landed, and at that moment no one on their side saw or heard their discussion. There is a way. Ning Jin said the female beast is very vulnerable during its breeding period, having no attacking capability, only defense. As long as we can lure away the 7 dragon beasts protecting it, we can ignore the female beast and take the flag. We don't have to fight hard. No way. Tong Qian said sternly, that's a 5-winged dragon beast and no one in our team can outrun it. At this point she paused, looking warily at Ning Jin. You're not thinking of going alone, are you? If anyone in their small team could compare in speed with those dragon beasts, it would be Ning Jin. No way. Before Ning Jin could respond, Tong Qian decisively rejected it again. That's too dangerous. Even if Ning Jin is strong, she's not strong enough to take on 4 4-winged dragon beasts and 1 5-winged dragon beast. Absolutely cannot let her take the risk. Don't worry. Ning Jin chuckled softly. I didn't plan to go. At that moment this place seemed like a live bomb to Tong Qian. Don't take it lightly with your joking. Tong Qian took a deep breath. We already have 3 resource zone flags. Even if this is no. 1, there's no need to risk our lives. Now listen to me, all members retreat quickly and move away from this city. Okay. Yu Liao immediately pulled Su Shi to count the number of people. Senior, please calm down and listen to me. Ning Jin held Tong Qian back. Since we encountered the flag, we cannot just abandon it. I won't go, and I won't let the team members go. I have other methods. Tong Qian paused slightly. What method? Is it safe? Safe. Ning Jin smiled sweetly. Absolutely safe. Seeing her smile like that, Tong Qian felt that her idea might be very dangerous. Ning Jin beckoned her with a finger, and when Tong Qian leaned in, she whispered for a while. After hearing, Tong Qian was at a loss for words. Sure enough, her smile didn't lead to anything good. The idea was very dangerous. She hesitated. Are you sure this will work? Ning Jin's plan was to inform other military academies about the flag's location, allowing them to come over. Once they lure away the star beasts, they would take advantage of the chaos. It seemed a bit unethical. But Ning Jin had no morals whatsoever. Any military academy is stronger than us, and they have more resources and equipment. Ning Jin scoffed. Other military academies are teaming up to target us. What's so wrong with me retaliating and pulling a trick on them? This competition field is about relying on one's abilities, and it never said you couldn't sabotage each other, right? Moreover, they would come after seeing the news, all coming voluntarily for the no. 1 resource zone flag driven by their own greed. She merely provided a piece of information out of kindness. Everything else had nothing to do with her. Senior Tong. After hearing Ning Jin's plan, Yu Liao was somewhat tempted and tugged at Tong Qian's sleeve. The arena has a security rescue team that has always been on guard. They won't let them be in life-threatening danger. If there really is something threatening the students' lives, the security rescue team will come down at the first moment to save them and resolve the danger. Tong Qian was silent for a moment. Let's withdraw, all of us first, and then talk. Night had already fallen. There was no moon and no stars. It was pitch black. Tong Qian, Yu Liao, and Su Shi led the team quickly and orderly retreating outside the city. Ning Jin brought up the rear once again, borrowing the military signal source from the competition, capturing all the light brain signals within the arena to locate the commanders of the other 11 military academies aside from her own. Commander, I have discovered the flag of resource zone No. 1, but there are many 4-winged dragon beasts here. We cannot fight them. Should we give up? She edited this message and sent it to the 11 commanders in the team's tone. She didn't know which military academy was closest, so she sent it out in bulk. No matter which military academy was closest, as long as one came, her plan would succeed. In addition to the coordinates, she attached the photo she took of the scene. She also kindly informed them of the dangerous situation at the site, knowing that if there were military academies coming, they were motivated by the flag. Putting the flag in such a dangerous place was just to see a fight, right? It also indicated that the military hiding the flag believed there were military academies that could handle it. Even if they couldn't, there would still be rescue teams there. After the team retreated outside the city, Ning Jin instructed Yu Liao and Tong Qian to lead the team further away to avoid alarming other military academy students when they arrived. However, Tong Qian was not at ease leaving her alone here, so she asked Yu Liao and Su Shi to continue advancing to the safe zone. She stayed with Ning Jin, setting up a tent on the rooftop of a relatively intact building near the city center commercial building. After a night passed, no one came, and there was no danger. Ning Jin slept soundly. Tong Qian yawned. Will military academies really come? They will. Ning Jin squatted at the edge of the rooftop, taking out water to wash up. Resource Zone No. 1 ranks first among 100 resource zones. It indicates its absolute quality. More importantly, this No. 1 resource zone was newly added this year, and the resources inside have never been mined. No military academy could resist its temptation. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the flag holder dared to hang the flag. They're confident that there would definitely be military academies to take it. Thus, no matter who sent the information with proof and truth, there would be military academies that would be tempted, especially the top 5 stronger military academies. It was just a matter of distance. They just needed to wait here. Attention. No one is allowed to attack the flying camera. Attention. No one is allowed to attack the flying camera. Attention. No one is allowed to attack the flying camera. Before long, an announcement that puzzled everyone rang out. Other military academy students were baffled who would stupidly attack the flying camera. Tong Qian smirked, slightly poking Ning Jin. I think this announcement is specifically targeting you. Ning Jin shrugged, indifferent, thinking that if there was another chance, she would still dare. As long as the rule of not digging out the safe zones was not altered, she could manage without changing it on site. Actually, she did want to change it. But at that time, Ning Jin had already dug out the Sekala Military Academy's safe zone, and the rules indeed stated that it was not allowed. If they had shouted at that time to bury the safe zone back, Ning Jin would have certainly destroyed it on the spot and would not have left anyone there to guard it. Even if they could perish together, it was only the second day of the competition. The top 5 military academies that emerged from this resource competition were to participate in next year's Star Domain League. The military academy that ranked second among the top 5 in the previous session was dragged down by one that was almost disbanded, and at the bottom, it was not worth it. It was too unworthy. Ning Jin was also convinced of this, which was why she dug so ostentatiously. That night and the following morning there were announcements about students being eliminated from the military academies, as well as reports of various military academies finding resource banners. Yu Liao and Su Shi had already led their team to a location 100 miles away where their route coincided with that of Team 10, resulting in a brief encounter. Tong Qian was starting to feel a bit anxious. Ning Jin, however, remained calm, even preparing a meal on site. She had grown a bit tired of drinking too much nutrient solution and potions. After having her fill, she began to stretch her body in circles. Tong Qian was genuinely impressed by her and joined her in enjoying a hearty meal. "The taste is quite good," Tong Qian remarked, savoring her second bowl. "Your culinary skills are pretty impressive." Ning Jin smiled and replied, "It's not bad, I suppose." In the past, the teacher would often disappear for months or even a year at a time, leaving her with a pile of nutrient solutions to fend for herself. Once she finished the nutrient solution, she would cook for herself. In her previous life, she also cooked for herself, and her cooking skills had not gone to waste. Tong Qian glanced at the time. It was past 11 in the morning. The supply drop will occur in 48 minutes. Today marked the 6th day, and it was time for the second supply drop. At exactly noon, the supplies were dropped on schedule. Ning Jin stood atop the tallest building in the city that was still relatively intact, scanning the surroundings and marking all areas where red lights appeared. She marked out 8 directions. Team 5 from the Crotdia Military Academy had retrieved 1. Ning Jin stayed put in the city. Tong Qian felt that waiting indefinitely was not a viable option, so she told Ning Jin, "If no one arrives by 6 o'clock tonight, we should retreat." They had already strayed too far from their team, and there were no surveillance drones nearby. In the event of danger, they would have no way to call for help. A resource area numbered 1 was worth 10 areas numbered below 50. Someone would definitely come. Ning Jin was not in a hurry. At 4:30 in the afternoon, a figure appeared in their line of sight. It was Yu Shangchen. He had found Ning Jin and her companion. Yesterday, Yu Shangchen had been on his way to find Ning Jin and the others. He had a segment of the journey where he piloted a mech moving rapidly and had already intersected with Yu Liao's team. After hearing about Ning Jin's situation from her, he had come over. Yu Shangchen brought news. There are over 200 people on their way here. Acting alone was convenient for him, and his target was small. He had managed to shake off the surveillance drone from Team 3 when he encountered other squads effectively disappearing from their sight. In the southwest direction of the city, he detected approximately 200 people approaching from 2 directions. They should be 2 military academy teams. "See, I told you someone would come." Ning Jin called out to Tong Qian, "You go first or find a safe place to hide. I will stay with Yu Shangchen." Tong Qian knew that the 2 of them were strong, and staying behind would only distract them and hinder them. She reminded them both, "The resource area is important, but your safety is even more crucial. If you encounter danger, prioritize your own retreat." "All right," Ning Jin assured her, "I will prioritize my safety." Tong Qian took out the 4 weapon orbs she had given to her earlier and returned them, providing each of them with 2 level 1 healing potions for self-defense. Ning Jin, Yu Shangchen, and Tong Qian had already disappeared from the camera view for a day and a night, causing men Kursen some worry. Sai Wei whispered, "Yu Shangchen is not simple, and that girl is quite formidable too." We saw that the Imperial Military Academy and the 6S-level Military Academy each dispatched a 100-person squad led by 2 main players after a day and a night, arriving at the 3rd district, one of the 6 major urban areas. Last night, after both military academies suddenly dispatched teams, everyone had been paying attention, speculating whether they were planning to launch another surprise attack. Now, seeing them enter the 3rd district with clear objectives, everyone remained puzzled. Situentian hoped that by next year's Star Domain League, he would be invited by the Galactic Empire to serve as the commentator for the first star system's substage, hence, he was putting in extra effort in this commentary. Before the filming drones of Team 8 and Team 9 from the Crotdia Military Academy were destroyed, they had been in this district. Did the 6S-level Military Academy and the Imperial Military Academy send teams here with clear objectives to conduct a joint night raid to reclaim the 6S-level Military Academy's safe zone? But the students from the Crotdia Military Academy had already left the 3rd district, indicating that they were destined to leave empty-handed. Situentian felt a bit regretful. It's only the 6th day of the competition. Will the 6S-level Military Academy be able to reclaim their safety? He paused, suddenly focusing his gaze on the footage of the Crotdia Military Academy and the Imperial Military Academy entering the 6th district. The two squads had two filming drones. After entering the district, the drones flew higher, capturing all the students in an aerial shot along with the surrounding buildings. Even in the night, the camera illuminated the scene below as bright as day. He noticed two figures moving at the highest point of a partially collapsed building in the upper left corner of the two squads that had not yet intersected. This is... 6S enlarged the footage of that corner area, surprised. Is it Ning Jin and Yu Xiangchen? What? Everyone immediately turned to look. They saw the two individuals who had been absent from the live broadcast for a long time crouching in the corner at the highest point of the partially collapsed building. Ning Jin was holding a hovering skateboard, appearing as if she were secretly observing. Men Kursin and Do Liwa stared at the two people in the footage, frowning, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. The Imperial Military Academy's teacher Che Chuanjie and the Crotdia Military Academy's teacher Yu Yoxing were also stunned, wishing they could dive in and tell their students. This year's competition seems to confuse many people. 6S's expression was also somewhat dazed. It's okay, I don't understand it either. He did not understand why the Nanjeli Military Academy sent a squad to night raid the Crotdia Military Academy's Team 3, which had nothing, and why they accurately targeted Team 3 of the Crotdia Military Academy only to end up losing everything. He also did not understand why the Crotdia Military Academy and the Imperial Military Academy sent squads to the third city, appearing both anxious and excited. He also did not understand why Ning Jin and Yu Xiangchen, who had disappeared from the camera view for a day and a night, were hiding here together. They wouldn't have set a trap to ambush the Crotdia and Imperial Military Academies, would they? Even if the main players from the Imperial Military Academy and Crotdia are here, they both can't possibly defeat them, right? Seeing that the Imperial Military Academy and Crotdia are coming with clear objectives, there must be something here. It seems like you overlooked that several other military academies have also sent teams in this direction, but they're still a distance away and haven't arrived yet. Even if they are setting a trap, how would Ning Jin know that other military academies would come? If other military academies are ambushing, how do they know Ning Jin is here? This competition feels a bit strange. Due to Team 8's filming drone being destroyed by Ning Jin, there had been a loss of half an hour of footage, and even the audience, with a god's eye view, were unaware of the current situation in the arena. Everyone was left in a state of confusion. 6S had commentated on 4 resource competitions, but this was the first time he felt that this competition was hard to understand. And a bit chaotic. The physical fitness of military academy students is exceptional. Even without flying vehicles or mechas, they can run for a day and night without rest and cover at least 200 to 300 kilometers. From this, they could determine the approximate location of the large team from the 2 military academies the closest to their direction. Ning Jin glanced down. The leader of this small team from the Imperial Military Academy is Qi Fengyu, easily recognizable with his long red hair tied in a low ponytail. Ning Jin felt a bit regretful. What a pity Emperor Shizu didn't come. Yu Xiangchen raised an eyebrow. You really want to hit him again? Ning Jin slowly replied, he deserves it. The leader of the Crotdia Military Academy team, also part of their main team, is the special operative He Yuanyan. Both are extraordinary 3S-level existences. Looking at the talents of their respective 100 team members, they are all elite squads. However, as long as their overall commander does not arrive, even if there is more than one commander with 3S-level mental power, Ning Jin and Yu Xiangchen are not afraid of being discovered. The two descended from the ruins of the building, riding on hoverboards, to the interior of the downtown shopping mall, quietly hiding on the 6th floor. A miniature filming drone followed them inside. The filming drone flickered with red and green lights. Following them like this, the two teams would soon discover it. Perhaps it was intentionally alerting the two teams outside. Ning Jin was not flustered at being discovered. She looked up at the filming drone close by, smiled, and took out the setting sun bow. The person in charge of the filming drone. In the next second, the drone left. Ning Jin retracted the setting sun bow. The viewers watching the live stream. Yu Xiangchen looked at her actions. The broadcast prohibiting attacks on filming drones released today, isn't that aimed at you? Ning Jin replied confidently, yes. Yu Xiangchen chuckled, sensing the 2 military academy teams approaching from outside the mall. He whispered to Ning Jin, should we take them all down? Ning Jin narrowed her eyes. If we can, that would be best. Shall we make a bet? On what? Yu Xiangchen grinned. Let's see who eliminates more people. The loser owes 50 million star coins. Ning Jin replied sincerely, I'm sorry, my mom doesn't let me play with gamblers. Yu Xiangchen. Ning Jin turned. Why are you here? Why are you here too? The leaders of the 2 military academies, Qi Fengyu and He Yuanyan, exclaimed in unison upon seeing each other. Qi Fengyu narrowed his eyes. You didn't receive the information too, did you? Did you? He Yuanyan raised an eyebrow. Seems you did as well. So the one who sent the anonymous message was indeed not from the Imperial Military Academy. Nor was it from the Crotdia Military Academy. Moreover, more than one military academy received the message. Upon receiving the information, Qi Fengyu immediately told Emperor Shizu that it could be a trap. The anonymity of the message seemed very suspicious. Emperor Shizu felt that even if it was a trap, as long as the resource flag was real, their military academy had nothing to fear, and thus sent him to lead the team here. Emperor Shizu is the overall commander, and the rule is that they must unconditionally obey the overall commander. So they came. Unexpectedly, it truly was a trap. But who set this trap? Who wanted to kill them? Qi Shao. The team's commander Huaji sensed them all and said softly, "There is indeed a star beast nest inside." Qi Fengyu paused. The commander across from him also sensed it and whispered something to He Yuanyan. He Yuanyan squinted, looking at Qi Fengyu. "The geniuses from the Imperial Military Academy are all here. Naturally, we cannot compete with you, so you go ahead. The Imperial Military Academy is filled with talent. Such dangers are nothing. Let us witness the prowess of General Kai's son from the 1st Military District today. Captain He, you also come from a prestigious family. As the top special operative of the Crotdia Military Academy, why must you flatter me here? I want to see the talents of young Master Qi. I also look forward to miss his elegance. You go first. You go first. Whoever enters first has to endure the most attacks from the flying dragon beasts. The remaining team can take advantage of the chaos to snatch the resource flag. If it truly is a trap, then the first team to enter will suffer the consequences." The two spoke politely, neither wanting to enter first, and thus flattered each other for over 10 minutes. The members of the two military academy teams, Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen. The viewers watching the live stream on the entire Star Network. The commentary room. Ning Jin, expressionless, said, "Hypocritical." Yu Shangchen nodded, agreed. "Congratulations to Qiming Military Academy for obtaining the first resource area flag. Congratulations to Qiming Military Academy for obtaining the first resource area flag. Congratulations to Qiming Military Academy for obtaining the first resource area flag. Attention! The safe house of Qiming Military Academy has been located. Attention! The safe house of Qiming Military Academy has been located. Attention! The safe house of Qiming Military Academy has been located." The announcement under the night halted the hypocritical flattery of Qi Fengyu and He Yuanyan. Such a close announcement might indicate that Qiming Military Academy had found their own safe house. Now 4 military academies' safe houses had been found. 86 flags remained unfound. Continuing to stall would only waste time. If other military academies arrive, it would only become more chaotic. Young Master Qi. The Crotdia team's commander Ko Guang spoke. "Our overall commander has made a deal with your overall commander. Crotdia Military Academy and Imperial Military Academy are currently in alliance. This stalemate is meaningless. Why not go together, each relying on our own abilities?" Qi Fengyu was about to say something when he heard a roar from the flying dragon beast. "All enter mechas." Huaji's expression changed drastically as he immediately released all his mental power to protect all members of his team. Bang! Before he finished speaking, 4 four-winged flying dragon beasts burst out from within, smashing several large holes in the mall walls, spreading their massive wings and roaring fiercely as they attacked them. He Yuanyan and Ko Guang hurriedly urged their team members to enter mechas to resist the attack. Who disturbed them? Qi Fengyu entered his mecha, standing in front of all the students, blocking a strike from the four-winged flying dragon beast. "It must be Crotdia Military Academy." A shout came from the crowd. "I think it was you, Imperial Military Academy." A shout from the Crotdia Military Academy team echoed, "You are so despicable." Students charge. Don't let Crotdia Military Academy's schemes succeed. The entire Star Network is watching. Maintain the honor of our Imperial Military Academy. For resource area no. 1. For Crotdia Military Academy. Charge. Among the two military academy teams, a few voices were particularly loud. It was like adding fuel to the fire. The audience outside the arena watched the screen. 2 minutes ago, they intentionally provoked the flying dragon beasts and then came down from the mall, mingling into the two military academy teams to incite chaos, and now Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen smoothly slipped away, their lips twitching. This is too despicable, too cunning, too shameless. Yu Yuxing and Che Chuanjia both stood up from their seats, wishing to dive into the screen and tell their students that everything was a trap set by Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen. But they couldn't dive in. He could only grit his teeth and scold. "You Croatia Military Academy still want to save face?" Men Kurson raised her eyes. "No, we don't." "You don't." Yu Yuxing instinctively wanted to continue scolding, but realized that Men Kurson was saying they had no shame. He choked on his words. "I want to accuse." "Where is Colonel Naylan?" Men Kurson said calmly. "Does the rule say this is forbidden?" Che Chuanjie ground his teeth. You are utterly— Sai Wei raised an eyebrow. The rules state the resource competition is decided by one's own means. Does this not count as a means? If your academy's students possess such skill, wouldn't they be allowed to do the same? Did you forget how unscrupulous several of your academies were in previous competitions? When you deceive others, you are proud, but now that it happens to you, you lose your composure. The rules of the resource zone competition explicitly allow all manner of stratagems. The more resource zones one controls, the higher the level and the higher the academy's ranking. Students from competing academies pour their hearts into it, exhausting every conceivable means to seize the resource. So long as no one is maliciously maimed, no students are slaughtered, and no lives are lost, other tactics, deception, traps, subterfuge, do not constitute rule violations. Have you forgotten the ruthless faces your academy showed in past seasons? You mercilessly cheated others and rejoiced when targeting them, and now that you are on the receiving end, you cry foul. Besides, they came of their own accord. Ning Jin and Yu Shangqin did not drag them here. What right have they to call it? Men Kursin and Do Liwa traded caustic retorts, their eyes full of derision. Sai Wei sat behind them in silence, expression cold and insolent, his posture brash and domineering. You. After a long pause, Che Chuanjie spat out, your Crotdia Military Academy is— The insectoid crisis had not yet been fully resolved. A Nalin Shui, already beset with troubles, was summoned to hear their accusations against Crotdia Military Academy and frowned. They did not break the rules. The rules do not explicitly permit it, but neither do they forbid it. But they— Are you saying you lack faith in your own 200 students? That they could not best Ning Jin and Yu Shangqin? Nalin Shui cut them off coldly. Or do you simply believe Crotdia cannot produce a few formidable figures to defeat you this once? These same few had mocked Crotdia mercilessly from the beginning. Now, having been outmaneuvered, they screamed cheating and unfair. Even Nalin Shui, who had from the start viewed Crotdia unfavorably, found herself irritated. You. She was about to speak when the light screen on her wrist flared to life. It was Di Dachong. Nalin Shui's expression tightened as she straightened her garments, hushed Yu Yuxing and the others, and accepted the connection. A holographic video transmission filled the commentary room. Di Dachong's authoritative figure was projected into the space. Marshal. Everyone in the room drew a sharp breath and rose to their feet. Men Kursin and Do Liwa's faces shifted slightly, and they followed suit. Only Sai Wei remained seated, legs crossed, radiating insolent swagger. No need to be nervous. Di Dachong motioned for them to sit, his gaze sweeping the room before resting on the teacher from Crotdia Military Academy. Crotdia Military Academy has been surprisingly impressive this year. His expression betrayed nothing, whether praise or something else could not be told. Men Kursin smiled faintly. We cannot afford to remain stagnant. Di Dachong offered no further words, merely nodding slightly to indicate Nalin Shui should step outside to speak. Seeing his grim, heavy look, Nalin Shui feared he knew about the insectoids appearing on the arena and had come to mete out blame. Her heart leapt into her throat in panic. But Di Dachong said, Tingai has gone missing, no communications, no contact. Nalin Shui froze, hope and dread warring in her chest, as she cautiously asked, Young Master Di, he has always been obedient since childhood, seldom defied me. Di Dachong inhaled deeply. Yet after the White Skeleton Legion appeared recently, he secretly left home for the 13th district. After returning, he began to oppose me, this child. He paused, then sighed. He was gifted from youth, but fate has been unkind. As a child, he was kidnapped by the White Skeleton Legion. After returning, he became unusually reticent, more mature than others his age, friendless. Perhaps my overprotectiveness bred this rebellion. Marshal. Nalin Shui found herself at a loss for words about Di Tingbai. She dared not press further. It's all right, Di Dachong said with a helpless shake of his head. I suspect he may have gone to the arena. Have people keep watch? Nalin Shui blinked. Yes. She ended the transmission. Di Dachong sat back and addressed the aide who had just entered. Have you located him? The tracker registers no signal, the aide replied cautiously. Marshal, could it be? The young master removed the tracker. A hush fell for a moment. He cannot remove it. Di Dachong leaned into the chair with a dark, impenetrable expression. Keep strict surveillance on the arena. Send a team to Planet 5078 to investigate and send him a message. If he does not return within 3 days, destroy Planet 5078. Outside Planet A106, in the void inside a minuscule microship, Di Tingbai engaged the vessel's stealth and masked all traces of his aura. He stood within the craft and through the live feeds of the Digua Military Academy and Saikala Military Academy found Ning Jin, safe, unhurt, still vivaciously maneuvering against those two academies, and he sighed. When they were children on Junk Planet, he had noticed something odd about Ning Jin's condition, though his understanding was limited then. Ning Jin claimed her eyes bled as a lingering aftereffect of an explosion. Yet when he had treated her back then, the steward and doctors found no anomalies. How could a single aftereffect persist for 10 years? He observed Ning Jin the day she vomited blood, her eyes bleeding and nearly fainting, followed an unleashing of enormous power to slay a star beast. Her talent and capability undoubtedly exceeded the three's threshold. Whatever the cause, now that he had found her, he would not allow anything to happen to her again. Tingbai's gaze locked onto Ning Jin's dim figure on the screen. Both academy squads had commanders wielding 3S-level psychic strength with Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen so close together the slightest leakage of energy would be noticed. After startling the wyvern, Ning Jin had pulled Yu Shangchen into the two academy formations. At this late hour, everyone was preoccupied with the wyvern and could not discern uniforms or check for interlopers. As the situation descended into chaos, Ning Jin saw those attempting to slip into the mall to take the flag, and seizing the moment cleared her throat and shouted, "Hold on everyone. I'll go get the flag." Ko Guang gritted his teeth when he heard that, which idiot shouted, "If you're taking the flag, sneak in quietly, why announce it?" As if the opposing squad would be unaware. Yu Shangchen of the Digua squad answered at once, "Everyone go stop them. We cannot let them grab the flag first." Students from the Imperial squad sprinted to intercept the Psychola students. A mecha's fist smashed through a wall. No one would yield. Outside, the battle devolved into utter chaos. Chi Fingyu piloted his silver-blue private mecha, forged from platinum, rescuing teammates in the turmoil. Gripping a silver-blue greatsword, he sheared off a wing of a four-winged wyvern. The wyvern screamed in agony. Its remaining wings flailed violently as it spewed fire that swept across the combatants. He Yuan slew a three-winged wyvern and met another four-winged creature, Hedon. No one could disengage, and no one wanted the rival academy to secure the flag first. Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen used the confusion to slip away from their squads and silently entered the mall. The six-winged female beast sensed the chaos outside, its fur bristling with tension, especially the feathers on its wings that stood like needles shimmering with a cold light, protecting its weakened belly and its young beneath its wings. The five-winged flying dragon beast did not move away, circling around the female beast, its 5 wings spread wide, ready to engage in battle at any moment. "I can feel its anxiety," Yu Shangchen whispered. "Allure it away, you grab the flag." After all this effort and waiting so long, bringing other military academy students over as targets, the #1 resource area cannot fall into someone else's hands. Ning Jin handed him the hovering skateboard. "It can go a bit faster." Yu Shangchen took it and controlled the skateboard to leap down, striking the 5-winged flying dragon beast with a black long whip. The 5-winged flying dragon beast roared, its feathers like blades densely stabbing towards Yu Shangchen. He dodged quickly, the feathers embedding themselves into the wall like arrows. While the 5-winged flying dragon beast attacked Yu Shangchen, it never strayed far from the female beast. Yu Shangchen, standing on the hovering skateboard, returned near the 5-winged flying dragon beast, using his retractable whip to ensnare one of its wings, pulling with all his might as the beast struggled violently, spewing forth flames that engulfed itself and the 6-winged female beast in a sea of fire. Above, Ning Jin drew the setting sun bow and shot an arrow down. This arrow was not explosive. After the 5-winged flying dragon beast dodged and the arrow struck the ground, frost rapidly spread from its tip, extinguishing the newly ignited sea of flames in an instant. Yu Shangchen lashed out again with his whip, ensnaring one of the 5-winged flying dragon beast's legs, activating the skateboard to its maximum speed as he pulled with all his mental strength, bearing down on it. "Ning Jin!" Yu Shangchen shouted before jumping off the skateboard, entering the mech, launching a fierce attack to draw the 5-winged flying dragon beast's attention. Ning Jin jumped down from above the skateboard, automatically returning to her as she took control of it to fly close to the ground, skimming past the pile of rubble behind the 6-winged female beast to grab the flag. "Congratulations to the Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the 4th resource area flag. Congratulations to the Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the 4th resource area flag. Congratulations to the Crotdia Military Academy for obtaining the 4th resource area flag." The announcement caught everyone off guard, noting the good fortune of the Crotdia Military Academy this year, but they didn't think much of it as the two fighting teams outside paused briefly before continuing their fierce battle. After dealing with the flying dragon beast, they did not spare each other either. "If you don't let us in, we won't let you in." Many were eliminated. It remained chaotic. Now that they had the flag and had pulled the Imperial Military Academy and the Sekra Military Academy down with them, there was no need to entangle with these flying dragon beasts any further. However, 6-winged and 5-winged flying dragon beasts were rare. Their heart, blood, and medicinal value were extremely high, essential materials for first-level life potions. Seeing the 5-winged flying dragon beast, which had been entangled by Yu Shangchen and had lost a wing, Ning Jin took out a transformable laser knife, striking at the 6-winged female beast that had wrapped around her. The female beast sensed the danger, its head suddenly emerging from beneath its wings, letting out a piercing roar as its 6 massive wings unfurled and flapped, sending stones from the nest beneath it soaring like a tornado. Ning Jin wielded the laser knife to deflect the flying stones coming towards her, dodging the gale, and when she looked up again, the six-winged female beast's enormous claws grasped two freshly born flying dragon cubs, suddenly diving to smash through the wall of the commercial building and fly out, shooting straight into the night sky. Ning Jin frowned, not pursuing, controlling the hovering skateboard to return to Yu Shangchen's side to confront the five-winged flying dragon beast together. Yu Shangchen operated the mech, wielding the whip to continuously strike at it, restricting its movement, while Ning Jin held the laser knife, searching for an opportunity from the air to slash at its wings, her mental force suppressing its attacks. In the end, Yu Shangchen entangled its front limbs with the whip, and Ning Jin seized the chance to extend her elongated laser knife towards its head. You guys. At the moment the five-winged flying dragon beast was killed, a group of people piloting mechs burst in from outside. They were stunned by the fierce battle inside and the presence of two individuals not belonging to their military academy. Ning Jin. Chi Fingyu was momentarily taken aback, opening the mech's cabin door. You guys. Hu Yan's gaze swept over Ning Jin and the others behind. After the earlier battle, the beast's nest had been burned and frozen, now a charred, damp mess, with feathers from the flying dragon beast scattered everywhere and a massive hole in the back wall. Yu Shangchen piloted the mech with his whip still coiled around the leg of the five-winged flying dragon beast. Ning Jin stood atop the head of the fallen five-winged flying dragon beast, holding the laser sword that pierced through its skull. There was no sign of the six-winged female beast or the number 1 resource area flag. So it turns out the announcement just now was from you too. Chi Fingyu suddenly realized, after we fought so fiercely bearing all the dangers, did you two take advantage of the Chi Fingyu was somewhat amused and also felt Ning Jin was a bit impressive. You really are the hidden players. The news came anonymously phrased as if from their academy's team, and no one would expect it to be sent by Ning Jin. At that moment, seeing Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen, they assumed they were merely passing by or had received the news and took advantage of the situation. What hidden players? They have been here all along. It was all they're doing just now. The barrage in the live stream filled with exclamatory remarks. Even through text, one could feel the powerlessness in their cries. Yu Xing and Che Chuanjia both had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot, cursing Ning Jin and the others, with Men Ka Xian and Do Li Hua completely ignored them as if they hadn't heard. After all, that was the 1 resource area, and Crotdia Military Academy was first in the number of flags obtained. As long as they didn't violate the rules, what did their faces matter compared to victory? He Yuan ground his teeth. You Crotdia Military Academy are truly impressive. Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. Thank you for the compliment. She put away the laser sword, leisurely collecting the remains of the five-winged flying dragon beast beneath her. Ning Jin is just in 5th grade and the other one is at most in 6th grade. A student from the Sekira team bit his teeth secretly. We should rob her. Ko Guang smacked him on the head. Do you really think they are just 5th grade and 6th grade if they can kill a five-winged flying dragon beast? If they were, they would have been crushed to dust by the five-winged flying dragon beast already. Chi Xiao. Huaji whispered to Chi Fingyu, should we rob them? Chi Fingyu was reluctant to rob because standing opposite him was Ning Jin. If he hurt her, Di Tingbai, who was watching the live stream, would definitely come back to beat him up. But if they didn't rob, his father, along with the Imperial Marshal, the Chancellor, and all the students and teachers of the Military Academy, would surely be watching the live stream, and he wouldn't know how to explain it. They are just 2 people. We have over 100 people, can we not take them down? Ko Guang exerted his mental force, starting to strategize. Surround them, don't let them escape. In that case, whoever grabs it first gets it. Huaji did not wait for Chi Fingyu to respond to the temptation of the number 1 resource area was too great, and since they could rob it, they should not let it go. Ning Jin, I do not wish to harm you. Chi Fingyu, with a massive sword slung over his shoulder, casually flicked his hair. If you hand over the resource zone flag, I will let you all leave. What do you say? Not much at all. Ning Jin remained completely unfazed, jumping off the skateboard alongside Yu Shangchen, standing firmly on the ground. Every possible exit was blocked around them. Even in the sky, winged mechas flew in to obstruct their path. Yu Shangchen surveyed the area. The chaotic scene of 2 teams clashing with the flying dragon beast had eliminated at least half of the participants, and the broadcast had yet to sound. The remaining number totaled just over 100. There were 2 at the Ultra 3's level, 11 at the 3's level, and the rest were all at the 2's level. Yu Shangchen spoke up, are you capable? Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. What about you? Yu Shangchen replied, if you can, then I can too. He Yuan squinted. Our commander and the commander of the Imperial Military Academy are negotiating. What is being negotiated is merely the safety of the Crotdia Military Academy, not resource zone, no. 1. Hua Guang said expressionlessly, then you all. Bang. Before He Yuan could say anything further, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded before them, and while they were arguing and distracted, 2 mechas armed with weapons charged towards them. However, Ning Jin's mecha had barely taken a step when it suddenly disintegrated with a loud crash. There was no warning, and it did not collide with anything or anyone. Everything happened too abruptly, and Ning Jin fell out onto the ground. Yu Xiangjin, who had already advanced, exclaimed. He Yuanen and the others. Qi Fengyu and his team. Viewers of the live broadcast. Even Ning Jin herself was momentarily stunned. Ha ha ha. Someone from the Sekala team couldn't help but laugh. Is this a self-destructing mecha out of fear? She had done nothing, so how could the mecha suddenly fall apart? Ning Jin frowned slightly. Yu Xiangjin quickly retreated, piloting the mecha to protect her. Hey, Qi Fengyu smirked. Is the mecha from your Crotdia Military Academy really that fragile and rubbish? Ning Jin ignored him, picked up a piece of the mecha debris, and after examining the fracture, she found it oddly familiar. Go. Ko Guang, seeing her reaction, also wanted to take advantage of the moment. Wait. Qi Fengyu blocked their way. Are you sure you want to advance? He Yuanyan raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid, young Master Qi? Qi Fengyu leaned inside the mecha hatch, gazing at them with a half-smile. Have you forgotten that the safety of your military academy is in the hands of the Crotdia Military Academy? The Crotdia Military Academy is at a disadvantage. Who knows if they would bring down Sekala just to protect these two students. Moreover, the safety of the Crotdia Military Academy had yet to be located, as Sekala couldn't even attempt to take. As long as the Crotdia Military Academy wanted to, Sekala could be entirely eliminated right now. He Yuanyan, Huaji, and the others. Their attacks came to a halt. Huaji muttered quietly, we don't have any hold over them. Qi Fengyu cleared his throat. Ning Jin. Ning Jin seemed not to hear, staring intently at the mecha debris on the ground, her eyes dark. The fractures in these mechas were identical to those she had smashed yesterday. But there was no time for deeper thought, nor could she take out the source crystal to repair it in front of so many people. Ning Jin collected the mecha fragments, looking at the two military academy teams before her, smiling, and not one to threaten others with leverage, since everyone wants to seize flag no. Let's see who has the skills to claim it on the battlefield. Do you still have a mecha? Yu Shangchen's voice echoed in Ning Jin's mind. Ning Jin replied yes. The two connected with their spiritual energies and communicated in their mental realm. Yu Shangchen asked, are you confident? Ning Jin replied yes. The more audacious a person, the greater the yield they could achieve. From the moment she sent messages to the other 11 military academies, she had calculated that no matter which academy came, she would drag them all down, eliminating as many as possible. Otherwise, would she have wasted a whole day and night waiting here for nothing? She was willing to risk it all to bring down the emperor. Ning Jin took out another mecha, a black 3S-level mecha, not the one she had used in the underground competition. Qi Fengyu remarked meaningfully, you truly are not an F-class at all. Ning Jin ignored him. Since the Imperial Military Academy is here, we won't compete with you for it. However, He Yuanyan suddenly spoke up, raising her hand to signal the Sekala Military Academy team members to retreat outside the commercial building. She did not wish to compete. Not only was their safety in the hands of the Crotdia Military Academy, but their commander had also made a deal with the Imperial Military Academy to secure the safety of their academy, part of which was to give 2/5 of all resources acquired to the Imperial Military Academy. The Imperial Military Academy was also cunning and treacherous. Even if they desperately seized resource zone no. One from the members of the Imperial Military Academy team, they would ultimately be unable to keep it. It was better to withdraw for now and let them fight it out. If they could inflict mutual destruction, that would be ideal for them to fish in troubled waters. If not, they could always find other opportunities later to seize. There was no need to get involved at this moment, it would only waste personnel and mechas. She didn't want to sacrifice herself to make someone else's clothes. Huaji observed them retreating and coldly stated, then well, advance. Qi Fengyu sighed, the battlefield is blind, I will show mercy. He spoke as if to the emperor, but it was in vain. In the next moment, a retractable whip flew out and wrapped around his mecha's leg, yanking it hard. Qi Fengyu, caught off guard, lost his balance and fell, while Ning Jin stepped forward, gripping her laser blade to strike down. Damn it. Qi Fengyu quickly rolled on the ground to evade, freeing himself from the whip wrapped around his leg, unfurling his wings to fly into the air. You are violating the rules of combat. Who talks about rules on the battlefield? Ning Jin's mecha lacked wings, as she did not attack the airborne Qi Fengyu, but instead swung her laser blade towards his teammates. Yu Shangchen swept his whip horizontally, attacking their commander Huaji first. Protect the commander. The Imperial Military Academy team shielded Huaji from behind, confronting the attacks from Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen. Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen struck simultaneously with their whip swords, the mechas, leaping down to smash. The previously sturdy platform of the commercial building, which had endured the weight of 2 people and a 5-winged flying dragon beast, started to crack after a series of battles. At that moment, it could no longer withstand the force of so many people and attacks. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed, sending everyone above plummeting down. Those who were retreating outside the commercial building but still wanted to observe the situation hiding on the stairs to watch, including He Yuanyan, and others were also buried under the fallen building. Dust filled the air, transforming the entire scene into one of disaster. Everyone was buried beneath. In a small spaceship outside the planet, Emperor Ting Bai gazed at the messages sent from the imperial family on his holographic screen, showing no reaction and providing no reply. Years ago, he had painstakingly repaired Planet 5078, thinking that as long as she was alive, perhaps she would return to this planet. Now Planet 5078 remained the same, with hundreds of thousands of humans living on it. As the marshal of the first military district of the Empire, should he truly destroy this life-bearing planet, the people on it would suffer and become interstellar refugees. Then he would reach the end of his road as a marshal. Even if he could not reach the end, if forced out, the imperial family would also be doomed. Thus his father did not dare to act. He only knew that he cared, using this to threaten him to return. Emperor Tingbei's expression remained calm, his dark gaze fixed on the ruins in the image, worried for Ning Jin, but he did not rush in at once. This was a competition based on skills. Although he did not belong to any military academy, he was not a participating student. If he recklessly charged in, it would only implicate Ning Jin and the Crotdia Military Academy. When she was young, she could endure such situations on the junk planet. Now that she had grown up, she would only become stronger, needing no one to save her. Moreover, Ning Jin was unwilling to acknowledge him, likely not wanting to have any more ties with him or the imperial family. In such a situation, if he rashly went in to find her, even under the pretense of caring, she would only dislike him more. Fortunately, most students were inside their mechs preparing for a fight over the flag, and some had managed to sever their sensory connection to the mechs in time. Although the mech's exterior was damaged, the personnel inside remained largely unharmed. However, the collapse happened too quickly, leaving them unable to react in time. They were buried before they could even escape, left dazed from the impact. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, people began to control their mechs to smash through the rubble and crawl out, violently coughing from the dust. Ning Jin struggled to push aside several large stones that had fallen on her. After taking a sip of potion to recover a bit, she looked around the dim ruins and saw the stones beside her moving. Thinking it was Yu Shangchen, she exerted herself to rescue him. After digging for a while, what came into view was a silver-blue mech. Ning Jin paused for a moment, but still grabbed its mech arm, pulling both the mech and its pilot out from the pile of rubble. Thank you. Chief Fenji's mech visor was slightly scratched and the view from inside was somewhat blurry. Mistaking Ning Jin for a fellow student, he thanked her while controlling the mech to sit on the rubble, opening the hatch and stepping out. You're welcome. Ning Jin smiled, reaching out towards him. As Chief Fengyu recognized her voice, he hadn't had time to react before the mech's energy source was shut down and the elimination signal lit up on his body. Chief Fengyu. Attention. The Imperial Military Academy has eliminated 68 members. Attention. The Crotdia Military Academy has eliminated 71 members. Around 11 at night, after the Imperial Military Academy's total team had settled in preparing for the night shift, Emperor Shizhua was about to inquire about Chief Fenji's team situation when he heard a series of broadcasts. Duo Wenhai, in charge of communications, came over with a grim expression. Chief Fengyu has been eliminated. Emperor Shizhua thought he misheard. Who did you say was eliminated? Duo Wenhai. Chief Fengyu. What happened? I don't know. They couldn't watch the live stream and had no idea what had happened on site. Duo Wahai pulled up an anonymous message regarding Resource Zone No. One wondering, could this really be a trap? Chief Fenji's abilities placed him among the top 5 out of tens of thousands in this competition. Could he have been eliminated so easily? What about Hui Ji and the others? It was only the 6th day of the competition. King Yu, who had repaired his mech, approached, saying the elimination reports are simultaneous. Could it be that they clashed with Crotdia Military Academy? Unless their commander is someone exceptional, no one could defeat Chief Fengyu. Emperor Shizuo's expression was stoic. Crotdia Military Academy has made deals with us. They wouldn't dare attack us. This resource competition, held every 3 years, was his first participation, and now his main force had been eliminated, especially Chief Fengyu, who had always been at odds with him. Chief Fengyu had a good relationship with Emperor Ting Bai and had always looked down on him. It must have been a deliberate elimination to embarrass him here. The eliminated members are equivalent to death and can no longer contact the military academy. Chief Fengyu and He Yuanyan's 2 teams stood by the road waiting for rescue, listening to the elimination broadcast while watching Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen smiling, not far away, all wearing expressions of speechlessness. Just now, after Chief Fengyu was eliminated by Ning Jin pulled Yu Shangchen out and the two began to dig through the rubble to rescue others. When those rescued saw the two of them, their gratitude hadn't even fully registered before Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen pressed the energy and elimination buttons on them, then cheerfully said, "No need to thank us." Each and every one of them. If it weren't for some students not entering and being buried shallowly, those who managed to escape the rubble first, they would likely all have been eliminated. Although we don't come from the same military academy, we are all the future flowers of the Galactic Empire. How can we sit idly by while our compatriots are in trouble? However broad-minded, there's no need to thank me for saving your lives. Ning Jin's voice rang out again. Was that really saving them? That was clearly taking advantage of their plight. Did they appreciate Ning Jin's help? The eliminated members of the two teams felt as if they had swallowed a fly, their emotions incredibly complex. In the end, they squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth, truly shameless. They had never felt so frustrated. Qifengyu squatted on the ruins looking at Ning Jin, feeling equally gloomy. Although he remembered that Ning Jin was a former acquaintance of Emperor Tingbai, he also thought that if it came to a real fight, he should go a bit easier on her. He never expected to lose. Never expected that in this on-sever 3 years resource competition, his first participation, he would be eliminated in just 7 days like this. It really felt devoid of martial ethics. Unethical. Truly shameless. Qifengyu suppressed his frustration and jumped down from the ruins. Ning Jin. Ning Jin turned her head. Qifengyu approached her, half covering his mouth to avoid the filming drones, whispering, "If you happen to meet Emperor Shizhua, make sure to beat him up. I believe in you." Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. "Isn't he your military academy's commander?" "Well," Qifengyu paused, waving his hand, "you don't need to worry about that. Regardless, if you don't beat him up, he will come after you." Ning Jin smirked. "How about 10 million? I help you beat him up." Qifengyu. After a 2-second silence, he said, "I'll give it to you after we get out." With so many eyes around, there's no way to negotiate. Emperor Shizhua is the kind of person who needs a lesson. A good beating would remind him to temper his arrogance. Before the rescue team for the eliminated members arrived, Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen left, and before they had exited the city, they encountered Tang Qian again. Tang Qian pursed her lips. "I didn't go far. I was worried you might run into trouble after hearing the commotion." She had returned after all. Seeing that they were both fine, Tang Qian finally sighed in relief, easing her worries. The hoverboard could only carry 2 people at most, and its energy was nearly depleted. The 3 of them entered the mech, quickly advancing in big strides. Tang Qian curiously asked, "How did you manage to eliminate so many from the Imperial Military Academy and Sekala team?" "It's hard to say." Ning Jin replied vaguely, "Let's wait until the competition ends. A senior sister can watch the competition live stream." They couldn't catch up with the main group in a short time. By the late night, Ning Jin was utterly exhausted, and the 3 temporarily settled down to rest. Tang Qian and Yu Shangchen took turns keeping watch while Ning Jin slept soundly. She didn't wake up until after 9 the next morning, and the 3 continued their journey. By the evening of the next day, they finally caught up with their main force. They began to settle down again, finally having time to discuss matters regarding Team 3. Tang Qian couldn't understand, why would Nanjiali Military Academy ambush Team 3 while clearly knowing your location? Tang Qian had been caring for Ning Jin during these days and was quite stable herself. Ning Jin had no intention of hiding it. "There might be a mole in our military academy." "A mole?" Tang Qian was taken aback. It's impossible, right?" Yu Shangchen looked at her. "This mole might be Mengyong." "Tang Qian." She looked at Ning Jin and Yu Shangchen. "Are you joking?" Ning Jin succinctly explained the incident about Xia Wenzhou overhearing her communication at midnight and her intention to eliminate him. But Mengyong looked refined and scholarly, not like a bad person. Tang Qian pursed her lips. "Then why don't you tell the school teachers?" Ning Jin raised an eyebrow. "If you don't believe me, why would the teachers believe it?" "I just think." Tang Qian fell silent for a moment. Who would send a 3S level to infiltrate the Crotdia Military Academy? What sort of infiltration? To ensure they couldn't win the competition. But even without this mole, their chances of winning were slim. Was it really necessary? Earlier, after Team 8 obtained the flag, Wu Shuang informed Mengyong that it was Team 3, and Team 3 was then ambushed by Nanjiali Military Academy. Yu Shangchen said leisurely. The only way to accurately locate Team 3's position was one possibility. Someone reported their location. When we found out that Sekala Military Academy wanted to destroy our safety, Mengyong had previously spoken on behalf of Sekala Military Academy. Ning Jin took a bite of an apple, but senior sister's words do make sense. At that time, Croatia looked so dilapidated and on the verge of collapse that the main team couldn't even gather together. Who could they threaten? Crotdia Military Academy, putting aside its dignity, has only recruited 4 3S-level students, including from the top 5 military academies, sending people to a nearly bankrupt academy that doesn't even have a single super 3S-level student, which they have always looked down upon. If this gets out, both of their military academies will lose face. Mengyong is very clever. During that time, Xia Wenzhou avoided him and often stayed with us. He must have sensed something amiss. Ning Jin said he might also know that we only suspect him, but are not certain about what he is actually doing. They didn't inform the teachers or expose the issue, allowing them to pretend as if they knew nothing. The communications officer Wu Shuang deceived him by saying it was Team 3, and he believed it. Then Team 3 was ambushed. He knows you all are wary of him, so if something happens on the competition stage, we will definitely suspect him first. Yu Shangchen pondered, but he knows you are suspicious of him and still speaks on behalf of Crotdia Military Academy in this situation. Just one day into the competition, after just obtaining the first flag, he betrays us. Regardless of who sent him, Meng Yong being sent here is definitely not a fool, especially since he is a thoughtful 3S-level commander. How could he not realize that his actions are highly suspicious? He is doing this intentionally. Ning Jin paused in her pleading. He is willing to betray Team 3 just to make us suspect he is sent by Crotdia or Nanjiali Military Academy. Nanjiali and Crotdia Military Academies have enmity with Crotdia Military Academy. They are so hostile that upon hearing Meng Yong speak for Crotdia, Song Weizheng became agitated, not to mention the others. Adding enmity upon enmity, these two military academies indeed serve as good scapegoats. To sow suspicion, Meng Yong also drags two military academies into the mire, speaking for one while directly betraying his own side, making it appear as if he has ties to both. In a situation with multiple suspicious targets, most people will subconsciously choose from the options presented rather than looking beyond them. Meng Yong may be exploiting this psychological tendency. But even if it's not these two military academies, what other forces would have any reason to send spies into Crotdia Military Academy? Tong Qian couldn't understand this point. Yu Shangchen asked her, did Zhang Yunfei leave anything? Tong Qian shook her head. If he had, Crotdia Military Academy wouldn't have fallen to such a state, being trampled. But we might be overthinking this. Ning Jin yawned. Guessing endlessly is just a waste of brain power. We should find an opportunity to capture him and ask directly. Tong Qian hesitated. Will he talk? Ning Jin chuckled lightly. I have my methods. In the military academy, we can't take action, but as long as we avoid the filming drones here, no one will know. Regardless of his true intentions, it currently does not seem to bode well. Since she's here, she will help the teacher protect Crotdia Military Academy. It's best to resolve this quickly to avoid future troubles caused by him. After a while, Tong Qian took a small team of students to patrol the surroundings. Yu Shangchen stood guard at night. Ning Jin returned to her personal tent, took out the mech fragments, and also retrieved a piece of source crystal fragment, tossing it into the mech fragments. The purple source crystal fragment glimmered, but the mech fragments showed no reaction. No repairs were made. Ning Jin stared at it for a while, stored the source crystal fragment, and went outside to find Yu Liao trading her somewhat worn S-level mech for a new S-level mech. Yu Liao didn't understand. You're getting new and trading for my old. I prefer the old one. Ning Jin smiled. I practice repairing mechs. Yu Liao was not suspicious, but felt a bit awkward. Ning Jin owned more than one mech, all spare. There were also some that she hadn't had a chance to sell yet. She initially wanted to exchange for an A-level one. However, all her own mechs are S-level or above. Others cannot pilot a mech beyond their own level. The mechs she crafted herself are made of finer materials and craftsmanship meant for experiments. If they can't be repaired, it would be a waste. Exchanging for an old one doesn't cause her any heartache. Ning Jin returned to her tent, formed a force field with her mental power around her, creating an invisible barrier to isolate internal and external sounds. She took out the old mech, smashed it into pieces with a laser hammer, and tossed in the small piece of super repair source crystal. Energy radiated and the mech fragments began to automatically restore. Soon they were as good as new. Ning Jin switched tools and hammered thoroughly from top to bottom. It felt solid. Not long ago, her mech, that was repaired with the source crystal, suddenly collapsed and shattered. She suspected that the time limit for the source crystal's repair was short. The insect man only mentioned that it could repair all machinery without stating any other circumstances. Now it seems this super source crystal is definitely not that simple and surely has its drawbacks. Or it could also be that she was using it incorrectly. Anyway, she would experiment first. Ning Jin looked at the restored mech, checked the time, set a small program to count down automatically, and went to bed. On the starship, Che Chuanjia looked at the eliminated Imperial Military Academy students lined up, especially the leading Qi Fingyu, his expression dark. Qi Fingyu looked innocent and wronged. Teacher, you were watching the live stream the whole time. You should know I absolutely did not do it on purpose. He was genuinely aggrieved. Even if he was reluctant to follow the Imperial ancestor, he was still on the competition stage. The entire Star Network was watching the triannual resource competition, and he never expected to be eliminated like this. Losing face is one thing, he didn't care about that. It was too hasty. It was too frustrating. Yes, teacher. Huaji was still furious. It's all that Ning Jin's fault for taking advantage at such a crucial moment. Ning Jin was indeed shameless, pulling off a series of unpredictable maneuvers. Che Chuanjia wanted to scold them, but didn't know what to say, feeling somewhat powerless. Why did you suddenly split into teams for the third urban area? Huaji paused slightly. The commander received a message that sounded like it was from our military academy students saying there was a no. One resource flag there. After arriving, we found that Crotdia Military Academy also received the message. Qi Fengyu added. This is clearly a trap. Che Chuanjia's heart raced with anger. It must be despicable tactics. Sending anonymous messages to all military academies, and not to mention the poor signal on the competition stage. Ning Jin doesn't have access to all the commander's accounts, right? Qi Fengyu murmured. She has some skills and her methods are a bit shameless, but she can't be that powerful. Che Chuanjia also didn't believe Ning Jin had that much capability, but all his anger was directed at her, gritting his teeth in resentment, feeling that this was all part of Ning Jin's scheme. Qi Fengyu retied his messy hair, feeling frustrated as he opened his light brain, preparing to find Di Tingbai to vent his frustrations, but first received a holographic video communication from his father. Thinking his father was going to scold him, he hurried to a deserted area of the starship, not wanting anyone to witness him being scolded, and nervously connected, ready to play the victim. Dad, I didn't mean to. Di Tingbai is missing. Just as he began to speak, Qi Tianya's voice interrupted. Qi Fengyu looked up sharply. Qi Tianyi stared at him. Fengyu, you've always had a good relationship with him. If you know where he is, you must tell me. I don't know. Qi Fengyu was stunned for a moment, furrowing his brows. I'm on the competition stage and can't communicate with the outside world. How could he be missing? Fengyu, I believe you don't know, but do you think Marshal D and the others will believe that? Qi Tianyi patted his shoulder, lightly sighing. Now that you've been eliminated from the competition, if you say Di Tingbai would contact anyone, it must be you. Is Ning Jin the old friend of Marshal Di Tingbai? Has he already found him? Why has he gone missing again? Qi Fengyu fell silent for a moment. Dad, I understand your point, but don't you think locking Di Tingbai in his house is not protection, but a form of disguised imprisonment? Even if it's protection, it shouldn't go as far as not letting him go to school, not allowing him to step outside, and every time he comes back home he is punished and locked up without friends or interests. Even if he was kidnapped as a child, it shouldn't be protected to this extent, right? It's worse than being a prisoner. What kind of father treats his own child like this? Fengyu, there are some things you're too young to understand, and you don't realize what it means for the Empire to have a level 4 psychic healer. Qi Tianyi let out a long sigh. I don't know, I don't understand. Qi Fengyu clenched his fists and bowed his head, but I know he is a living person. As a genius, it's not something he chose. He was born not to be imprisoned and wait to die. Qi Tianyi fell silent. And besides, he has gone missing, and you're looking for me, isn't it? Because you're worried someone might take him. Qi Fengyu bit his lip. No. Qi Tianyi replied, no one can sneak into the D family's forbidden area to take him. He must have gone out on it. I know you have a good relationship with him, but his survival is related to the Empire. If you can contact him, you must tell him about this competition. Qi Tianyi patted his head. That Ning Jin is cunning. It's not your fault, so don't blame yourself or feel sad. After the communication ended, Qi Tianyi's figure disappeared from view. Qi Fengyu opened Di Tingbai contact information, wanting to send a message to ask him. He typed it out, but then deleted it. They all believed that if Di Tingbai had someone to contact, it would definitely be him. It's understandable that they cannot contact him on the competition field. Now that he has been eliminated, they can contact him, and those from the D family will definitely monitor his communications. He stood by the porthole, gazing at the vast, boundless space outside. He never understood before why Di Tingbai would be so obsessed with someone he had only spent a few days with as a child, searching for her for 10 years, and even expending effort to restore a planet. He never understood before why Di Tingbai would be so obsessed with someone he had only spent a few days with as a child, but as he grew older, witnessing the once prominent Di Tingbai, who possessed the Federation's top talent yet now resembled a caged bird with broken wings and restricted freedom, living in gloom day by day. And Ning Jin's sly and lively, shamelessly carefree demeanor. Suddenly he began to understand. Anyone who sees such a vibrant splash of color in a suffocating and oppressive life would be unable to forget it. On the 7th day, everything was quiet on the competition field, with only the flags of various military academies being found and the continuous announcements of eliminated members. The 10th squad of the Crotdia Military Academy encountered a small group of star beasts, and some members felt scared and self-eliminated to call for help without any life-threatening dangers. During this period, Ning Jin would check her mech every 4 hours, and it remained intact until the morning of the 8th day, when she took it out and it shattered on the spot. Ning Jin took out a source crystal, and the mech fragments showed no reaction. The time from repair to damage was a total of 31 hours, 4 minutes, and 28 seconds. The previous one also took about 30 hours. This time is not accurate because the mech remains stationary in the container. Even if damaged, it would not break inside. But it can be confirmed that this source crystal has a limited time to repair the mech, and each shattered mech can only be repaired once, with the repair duration within 30 hours. The insect man said it's useful for all machinery. Other situations are unknown. Ning Jin only has this one piece, and such a powerful source crystal cannot be wasted on experiments. Ning Jin put away the mech fragments, deciding not to experiment with anything else, and stored both the large and small super source crystals in the storage device of her light brain. The remaining members of the 10th squad met up with the 8th and 9th squads that Ning Jin was in, totaling 157 people across the 3 squads, merging with the 7th squad at 11 o'clock on the night of the 8th day. It seems their luck has been used up on the flag of Resource Zone 1. They have not discovered any other flags in the past, but now they have 1-1 and 1-5, occupying 2 of the top 5, which is already enviable. And during these past 2 nights, Ning Jin would drink potions to stay awake longer, crafting wings for Yu Shangchen. Whether light or heavy mechs, as long as there are sufficient energy valves and the pilot can control them, wings can be installed. The materials were also provided by Ning Jin, part of which was gathered from the 5-winged flying dragon beast that they killed together. The resources were divided equally. Ning Jin took all the blood and some parts that could be used as medicinal materials. Other parts used on the mech were allocated to Yu Shangchen. As for other materials, Yu Shangchen paid her some money to buy them. She stayed up until 2 o'clock in the morning to fully finish crafting them before returning them. They aren't made of good materials, so the wings are temporary, unpainted, and roughly shaped, resembling the wings of a dragon beast. But they can fly. Yu Shangchen's personal mech is great. He suddenly thought about adding wings because of the recent collapse of a commercial building. He feels that in such a large competition field, being able to fly would increase speed. It's more convenient. Here, flying vehicles cannot be operated, but Ning Jin's floating skateboard does not count as a flying vehicle. The rules do not state that this cannot be used. Let's make do for now. After Ning Jin tossed the mech container to Yu Shangchen, she yawned and went back to sleep. Ning Jin, wake up quickly. Ning Jin was once again woken up by Tong Qian sounding somewhat. Outside it was still dark gray and dim, and there was a faint rustling sound in her ears. Tong Qian pulled her up. It's acid rain outside. Ning Jin was taken aback, opened her eyes. Acid rain. The current technology in the starry sky can control the climate changes of entire planets, including the 12 main stars, where the weather hardly changes throughout the 4 seasons. Only some unnamed stars and remote planets that technology has yet to catch up with experience seasonal changes, along with planets responsible for growing food and vegetation, which follow the natural climate changes of the universe. Some planets in special locations may experience acid rain or explosive wind and fire, resulting in catastrophic abnormal weather. Planet A106 was abandoned 30 years ago, seemingly because of frequent acid rain that could not be controlled, making it uninhabitable for humans. Our tent can't withstand deep corrosion, and we don't have any other anti-corrosion equipment. We must find a building to take shelter quickly, Tong Qian said while helping her pack her things. I've already scouted. There's a small town 20 miles away where we can temporarily take shelter from the rain. Yu Shangchen's voice came from outside. He had gone to scout the route and test the newly installed wings on his mech. The acid rain was currently falling lightly and wouldn't cause much damage, but it showed signs of increasing, and it would definitely not stop in a short time. They need to take advantage of this time to find a building to take refuge.